However, Tianxing merely wishes to lead the life of a carefree individual, showing no inclination towards cultivation. System: you are required to become a cultivator within 6 months. Tianxing: what cultivator? I did enough of that in my past life. Isn't it better to be a carefree individual in this one? System: if you do not cultivate, I shall strike you down. Tianxing: in 18 years, when have you ever succeeded in hitting me? System: Chapter 1. Is it not better to be a carefree individual? The foremost family in Yezhou is the Ye clan, situated at Tianxing Peak. Shut your mouth. Can't you see I wish to take a bath? At the summit of Tianxing Peak, a young man clad in splendid attire murmurs to himself while pouring an unknown liquid into the hot spring. The young man, named Ye Tianxing, is the peak master of Tianxing Peak within the Ye clan. Though this title may sound impressive, it holds little significance. After Ye Tianxing's birth, the Ye clan's domain frequently experienced thunder tribulations, resulting in the destruction of buildings. Strangely, no one within the Ye clan's domain has managed to break through, leaving the clan members perplexed. The most outrageous incident occurred when the clan leader was in the restroom, and a thunder tribulation struck, covering him in yellow matter. Enraged, the clan leader swore to uncover the truth. It was later discovered that wherever Ye Tianxing was present, thunder tribulations would ensue. Yet, no one could ascertain the cause. Initially, the clan members intended to send Ye Tianxing away from the Ye clan's domain. However, Ye Tianxing's parents perished in a battle against the great demons of the monster clan to protect the borders of Yezhou. As Ye Tianxing was the child of heroes, many elders within the clan opposed sending him away, fearing it would dishearten those who fought valiantly for the family. Ultimately, the elders and the clan leader decided to send Ye Tianxing to a peak at the edge of the Ye clan's domain. To compensate Ye Tianxing, the clan leader renamed the nameless peak to Tianxing Peak, and Ye Tianxing became its master, enjoying the same status as the clan elders. Thus, at the tender age of 5, Ye Tianxing assumed the position of peak master. Additionally, it must be mentioned that Ye Tianxing is a reincarnator, or rather, a soul that has transitioned into this fantastical world and has even bound to a system. However, due to the intensely competitive nature of his previous life on Blue Star, Ye Tianxing merely desires to be a carefree individual in this life, indulging in the pleasures of eating and drinking without worry. Consequently, he has never undertaken a single system task in 18 years and has never engaged in cultivation, which has led to frequent thunder tribulations as punishment from the system. Ding, you may be silent, but today marks the final deadline for the host. Should you refuse to accept the cultivation task, a thunder tribulation will descend in 3 minutes. As Ye Tianxing poured the unknown liquid into the hot spring, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Enough. After 18 years, when have you ever struck me? I have made it abundantly clear that cultivation requires enduring thunder tribulations. What if my life is at risk during one? I currently have no worries over food and drink. I can do as I please, which is far more liberating than cultivation, Ye Tianxing said, shedding his clothes and leaping into the hot spring. Refreshing. Ye Tianxing closed his eyes, reveling in the experience. You rascal, are you soaking in the cleansing essence again? A furious voice suddenly erupted from the edge of the hot spring. Ye Tianxing, drowsily opening his eyes, beheld Ye Lingchuan, an elder of the Ye clan, standing nearby with a face like thunder, as if Ye Tianxing had committed an unforgivable act. It is no wonder Ye Lingchuan was furious. The cleansing essence is incredibly precious. It purifies a cultivator's marrow, eliminates impurities, and strengthens the foundation of the body. Only elders and higher-ranking cultivators receive 5 vials each month. Most importantly, the essence is meant for oral consumption, yet Ye Tianxing uses it to soak in the hot spring. Ye Tianxing smiled at Ye Lingchuan, saying, Elder Lingchuan, I understand your anger, but please do not be upset. I have no interest in cultivation and lack any cultivation base. Drinking it would be pointless. In fact, using it for soaking in the hot spring is the greatest respect for the cleansing essence. Look at my skin. It has become incredibly smooth, as delicate as that of a newborn. Surely, my skin is even more tender than that of a freshly born child. With that, Ye Tianxing extended his arm, inviting Ye Lingchuan to take a good look. Ye Lingchuan, veins bulging on his forehead, exclaimed, You are simply wasting resources. If this cleansing essence were used for cultivation, it could elevate your power tremendously, yet you squander it. How did our clan produce such a waste of potential as you? Elder Lingchuan, it is not yet the time for you to bring me supplies. What brings you to Tianxing Peak today? Is there something you need? Unable to bear the elder's reprimand, Ye Tianxing swiftly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchuan recalled his purpose for ascending the mountain, his expression softening slightly as he said, In 3 days, you will celebrate your 18th birthday, and the Liu family will bring Liu Qingyu to visit you. Rumble. However, before Yiling Chuan could finish his words, the skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and violet lightning, as thick as a human arm, rampaged through the heavens. What the hell? Yiling Chuan was well aware that another thunder tribulation was upon him, and he took off running in fright, shouting, 3 days from now, at Jinyedidayan, we shall discuss your marriage with Liu Qingyu. Boom! As Yiling Chuan's voice faded into the distance, a violet lightning pillar, as thick as a water vat, struck fiercely at Tianxing Peak. The ancient 1,000-year-old spirit pine on the mountaintop was instantly reduced to charcoal, leaving behind a scorched pit. Yet Tianxing had long since become accustomed to such occurrences and paid little heed, his mind solely occupied with the name Liu Qingyu. The Liu family is one of the foremost powers in Yezhou. While it may not rival the Yi clan or some of the top-tier forces, it is nonetheless highly esteemed. As the daughter of the Liu family, Liu Qingyu is reputed not only for her unparalleled cultivation talent, but also for her breathtaking beauty. The thought of discussing marriage with such a stranger left Yi Tianxing feeling overwhelmed. After all, Yi Tianxing merely wished to live a life of ease, one where merely existing was satisfactory, and death seemed equally acceptable. He felt utterly unworthy of Liu Qingyu. Having been too caught up in the previous life, he was resolute in his refusal to strive any longer. Ding! The Liu family is here to annul the engagement. Please fulfill the 3-year agreement in 3 days for a reward in cultivation. Isn't this about discussing marriage? It's actually to annul the engagement. What about the 3-year agreement? Are you going to play this game for 30 years on one side and 30 years on the other? But unfortunately, here we only have the principle of do not bully the middle-aged poor and do not bully the elderly poor, with the ultimate truth being that the deceased hold the highest regard. As for the 3-year agreement, let's forget about it. Yet Tianxing consistently rejected the tasks issued by the system. He understood the adage that with great power comes great responsibility, and preferred the comfort of being a salted fish. Ding! Yi Tianxing, Ding! Why am I so unlucky to have you as a host? Ding! 18 years, and you haven't completed a single task. Ding, just you wait. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Chapter 2. The punishment has changed. 3 days later, in the celestial domain of the Yi clan, the Golden Leaf Hall is now filled to the brim with people, both inside and outside. Within, the elders and the clan leader of the Yi clan gather, while outside, numerous clansmen have come to witness the spectacle. Yi Tianxing has brought great shame upon himself. Everyone presumed that the Liu family had come to discuss a marriage proposal, but instead, they arrived to annul the engagement. How embarrassing! What face does Yi Tianxing have left? It is common knowledge that he is a lazy, good-for-nothing, indulging in excess without any accomplishments. It is a wonder that the Liu family ever held him in any regard. Indeed, it is only due to the reputation of his parents that he enjoys such a status today. The clansmen exchanged words, their derision flowing forth like an unrestrained torrent. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Leaf Hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense, as if one could wring water from it. Leading the Liu family delegation was Liu Qingshu's father, Liu Yuanba. A robust figure with a face marked by excess, he sat cautiously in the guest seat, creating a stark contrast to the elegance of a young woman standing beside him. With delicate, willow-like eyebrows and frost-kissed phoenix eyes, her refined nose and fair skin resembled exquisite jade. A chilling aura emanated from her, rendering her a beauty beyond compare, yet as frigid as ice. This young woman was Liu Yuanba's daughter, the esteemed Miss Liu Qingshu. Years ago, it was the Liu family that honored the parents of Yi Tianxing, thus entering into a marriage contract with the Yi clan. Now, however, you wish to renege on that agreement. What a spectacle it would be if word of this spread, inviting laughter from other families. The clan leader of the Yi clan, Yi Xian, wore a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on Liu Yuanba. With a pained countenance, Liu Yuanba replied, Clan leader Yi, you are well aware that Yi Tianxing is notoriously lazy in Yizhou. As the master of Tianxing Peak, he spends his days indulging in revelry rather than cultivation. If you were in my position, would you be willing to marry your daughter to such a man? For a moment, Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. Let's refrain from discussing this for now. We shall wait for the involved parties to arrive before deliberating further, he stated. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Elder Yi Lingchuan quickly interjected to ease the tension. Yes, let us defer the discussion of the annulment until Tianxing arrives. Besides that, I have another matter for which I seek the assistance of a Yi clan. Liu Yuanba's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he continued. Recently, there have been sightings of demonic beings in Xianyang City, where my Liu family resides. I fear that a great demon may be involved, which is why I have come personally to seek your aid." As Lu Yuanba's words echoed in the hall, the expressions of the elders instantly turned grave. The demonic beings, known for their need to consume human blood to accelerate their cultivation, have always stood in opposition to humankind. The region of Yizhou lies but a city away from the territory of these demons. Thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Yi clan relocated here to safeguard the borders, marking the beginning of a prolonged standoff with the demon race. Throughout this extensive period, conflicts have been ceaseless, punctuated by brief moments of peace, yet minor skirmishes have never truly ceased. The people and practitioners of this land, in commemoration of the accomplishments of the Yi clan, have named this territory Yezhou. If one were to inquire who harbors the deepest animosity towards the demon race, the Yi clan would undoubtedly be at the forefront. After all, for thousands of years, the Yi clan has shed the blood of countless kin on the battlefield to protect Yezhou, forging an irreconcilable enmity with the demons. This matter requires careful deliberation to avoid falling into the demon race's ploy of drawing out the tiger from its lair. Therefore, I believe it prudent to first send someone to investigate, suggested Yi Lingchuan with remarkable composure. Given that the prowess of a great demon is akin to that of a human practitioner at the divine transformation realm, the absence of a divine transformation practitioner would undoubtedly pose an increased risk to the borders of Yezhou. Indeed, to ensure safety, I shall dispatch someone to Xianyang City in the coming days to conduct an investigation, stated Yi Xian with a grave demeanor. Lu Yuanba, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, refraining from hastily urging the Yi clan to dispatch a practitioner of the divine transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing arrived breathless at the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hall. "Damn, such a distance. I'm utterly exhausted," he muttered as he made his way into the hall. The Yi clan's domain in Yezhou is vast and boundless, resembling an independent microcosm, spanning hundreds of miles with mountains, rivers, and spiritual veins interspersed throughout. This is the ancestral abode of the Yi clan, where various cultivation chambers, pavilions, and palaces stand tall like stars adorning the earth. However, Tianxing Peak is situated at the periphery of the Yi clan's domain, far removed from the core area of the Golden Leaf Hall, which compelled Yi Tianxing to endure a 3-day journey to arrive. The peak master has arrived. He seems utterly worn out. "Take it slow, master. Don't strain your back," the clansmen outside the hall remarked, adhering to decorum, yet failing to conceal their mocking undertones. Yi Tianxing, having grown accustomed to such banter, paid no heed and strode directly into the hall. Just as he was about to enter, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Ding, please step into the hall with your left foot first. Completing this task will yield rewards." Yi Tianxing disregarded the system's voice, opting instead to step forward with his right foot. In his view, with great power comes great responsibility. If one desires a life of ease, the best course of action is to refrain from cultivation and tasks, thereby distancing oneself from trouble. However, just as Yi Tianxing lifted his right foot, the system's voice chimed again. "Ding. If the host fails to complete the task, a penalty of 3 centimeters will be deducted from your endowment." Upon hearing this penalty, Yi Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him in a state of shock. His right foot awkwardly hovered in midair, caught in a limbo of indecision, akin to a marionette rendered motionless. Previously, the system's penalties had manifested as tribulations from the heavens. Yet Yi Tianxing had come to realize that the system dared not truly harm him, leading him to act with impunity. But what was this new predicament? Had the penalties changed? And what on earth was the implication of a 3-centimeter reduction? "Ding, why are you not entering?" As Yi Tianxing stood in a state of bewilderment, a mocking voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the system. Quite impressive. Yi Tianxing gritted his teeth in frustration, yet found himself devoid of any recourse. Reluctantly, he retracted his right foot and stepped forward with his left. Although he had never utilized that peculiar contraption, the mere thought of it being 3 centimeters shorter was more painful than death itself. It was a matter of dignity, forcing him to yield. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward acquired. Peak Foundation Establishment." As Yi Tianxing's left foot crossed the threshold of the Grand Hall, he felt enveloped by a surge of warmth, as if countless forces were colliding within him, only to be swiftly organized into harmony. The fatigue from his prolonged journey vanished without a trace, replaced by an invigorating vitality that coursed through him, leaving him brimming with energy. Yi Tianxing understood that this was the reward from the system. He had now attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be dancing with excitement, eager to find a place to test their newfound strength. However, Tianxing could not summon any joy. He was on the verge of tears. In this world, the cultivation realms were categorized as body refinement, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, composite body, and tribulation crossing, each further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Among the younger generation of Yi clan, reaching the peak of foundation establishment was indeed a remarkable achievement. If the elders were to discover Yi Tianxing's cultivation level, they would certainly not allow him to remain so comfortably atop Tianxing Peak. Rest assured, host, your cultivation level has been concealed by me. No one will discern your true strength. The system interjected, having anticipated Yi Tianxing's concerns. With a sigh of relief, Yi Tianxing thought, perhaps this wretched system possesses some semblance of conscience. With that, he adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and strode confidently into the grand hall. Chapter 3. Role Reversal. How infuriating. I notified you 3 days ago. Why have you only just arrived? Upon seeing Yi Tianxing, Yi Lingchuan's ire was palpable, as he reprimanded him for his tardiness in entering the grand hall. Elder Lingchuan, do you think I am like you? After your notification, I rushed here without even a meal. It took me 3 whole days to arrive. You cannot unjustly accuse me. Yi Tianxing protested, feigning a grimace as he bent down to rub his aching legs. Did I not send you a donkey? You could have ridden it here, Elder Lingchuan retorted, his annoyance further exacerbated by Yi Tianxing's audacity to respond. He had been responsible for providing Yi Tianxing with supplies, and thus had anticipated the difficulties of travel. However, he was concerned that Yi Tianxing, an ordinary person without cultivation, might struggle to control a spirit beast mount, leading him to procure a donkey instead. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Tianxing scratched his nose and replied, Elder Lingchuan, you provided me with ample cultivation resources last month, but you neglected to supply adequate food. I have scarcely had any meat this month, and my appetite has grown rather insatiable, prompting me to dispatch that donkey. You. Hearing these words, Yi Lingchuan was so enraged that he nearly spewed blood, pointing at Yi Tianxing, utterly at a loss for words. To his surprise, even the usually frosty Lu Qingyu couldn't suppress a laugh. Were it not for her future obligation to become the head of the Lu family, and the necessity for her husband to possess strength, she might have considered marrying Yi Tianxing herself. Living with someone so intriguing would undoubtedly banish boredom from their future. However, as an elder, how could she allow her emotions to waver so? The clan leader, Yi Xian, cast a sidelong glance at Yi Lingchuan before turning his attention to Yi Tianxing. Tianxing, the Lu family has come to annul the engagement. What are your thoughts on this? Yet before Yi Tianxing could respond, Lu Yuanba interjected. Yi Fengzhu, my daughter Qingyu has displayed extraordinary talent in cultivation from a young age and has worked diligently, now having broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Therefore, regardless of your intentions, Qingyu will not marry you. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes. What else with this Qingyu business? I'm quite the catch myself. If you wish for your daughter to marry me, I certainly would not agree. After this, he turned back to the clan leader. Ye Yuan, leader, you know me. I harbor no great ambitions. Let us just forget about this marriage. His words left all present in stunned silence. Given Yi Tianxing's current reputation, marrying in the future would undoubtedly be a challenge. With a potential advantageous match at hand, how could he so readily dismiss it? Meanwhile, the previously smiling Lu Qingyu now frowned slightly. Annulment may not be a profound disgrace for the Yi clan, but it is still quite embarrassing. Are you truly willing to accept this? Lu Qingyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. In truth, she wished to ask whether her remarkable cultivation talent and beauty elicited no desire for pursuit in his eyes. However, she could not voice this directly and thus opted for a different approach. It won't diminish your reputation. Doesn't that suit you perfectly? Yi Tianxing nonchalantly replied, displaying little concern. Even if the Lu family had not come, he had already been contemplating various means to annul the engagement. Lu Qingyu's beauty invariably drew attention, and with her astonishing talent, it was certain that numerous talented young men harbored affections for her. Yet, Yi Tianxing simply wished to lead a carefree life. Marrying Lu Qingyu would likely invite a plethora of complications. This was not due to any paranoia on his part. Rather, having consumed countless dramas and novels in his previous life, he was well aware of such narratives. Fool, you won't lose anything. But does the Yi clan not value its reputation? Yi Lingchuan retorted, infuriated by Yi Tianxing's Philippanji. The annulment concerns the face of the Yi clan. Have you considered how other families would mock us for your ease in agreeing to this? An elder of the Yi clan also frowned in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Yi Tianxing, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Elders, you have watched me grow up. Surely you are aware of my character, regardless of my indifference. Should I be compelled to wed Lu Qingyu, I shall proclaim far and wide that you are coercing me, an orphan without parents. Alas, my parents sacrificed their lives for the Yi clan, yet their son suffers indignities within the same clan. Yi Tianxing, unprepared to decline gracefully, uttered whatever came to mind, leaving the assembled elders in a state of confusion. They feared that he might leverage this matter against them. Had Yi Tianxing's parents not perished alongside the great demon, they would undoubtedly have ascended to the status of elders within the Yi clan. Thus, Yi Xian and the other elders felt a mix of respect and guilt towards him. Their respect stemmed from the couple's selflessness, while their guilt arose from their own lack of courage to confront the great demon in such a manner. Consequently, whenever Yi Tianxing mentioned his parents, Yi Xian and the elders found themselves at a loss. At that moment, Lu Qingyu spoke again. Since Yi Fengzhu wishes to annul the engagement, it is indeed agreeable. However, to preserve the dignity of the Yi clan, I propose a 3-year agreement. 3 years hence, I shall return to the Yi clan to spar with you. Should you withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall not retract my consent to the marriage. Conversely, if you cannot endure even one, it shall be the Lu family who withdraws, and the blame will rest solely upon your lack of progress, not the Yi clan. This statement left Yi Tianxing utterly bewildered. Having already agreed to annul the engagement, what was this talk of a 3-year agreement? If the talented youths enamored with Lu Qingyu were to learn of this, would he not be under their scrutiny for 3 more years? With this thought, Yi Tianxing shook his head vehemently. No need for 3 years, I concede. I cannot match you. Let us proceed with the annulment. Lu Qingyu, already somewhat vexed, could no longer contain herself upon hearing his words. Yi Tianxing, do you truly look down upon me, so? You wish to annul the engagement, yet I refuse to comply. Lu Qingyu had never endured such disdain throughout her life, and now disregarded the greater context, intent on compelling Yi Tianxing to willingly marry her. The others present were left astounded by Lu Qingyu's sudden change in demeanor. The Lu family had come to annul the engagement, yet the roles had inexplicably reversed. Yi Tianxing, now exasperated, retorted sharply, "Are you out of your mind? Did the Lu family not come here to annul the engagement? I have agreed to it. So why do you persist? This marriage must be annulled." Lu Qingyu scoffed coldly. "Wish to annul the engagement? Very well, defeat me, and I shall agree. Otherwise, you shall not. How unreasonable can you be?" Yi Tianxing glared at Lu Qingyu and rolled up his sleeves. "If it's a fight you want, then let us fight. I'm not afraid of you." With tempers flaring, both exchanged heated words, and without hesitation, Lu Qingyu launched an attack. She struck towards Yi Tianxing. Though she did not exert her full strength, it was more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary person. Chapter 4. The Shocked Onlookers. This unforeseen turn of events left the other attendees aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. Particularly, Lu Yuanba felt as though he had seen his ancestors. Just moments ago, Yi Xian and the assembly of elders had made their stance towards Yi Tianxing abundantly clear. They were utterly powerless against him. This affirmed that, despite his lack of cultivation, Yi Tianxing still held significant esteem in the hearts of Yi Xian and the elders. Should his daughter harm Yi Tianxing, they could scarcely expect to leave the Yi clan's celestial domain unscathed. As Yi Tianxing beheld the palm strike from Lu Qingyu aimed at him, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Qingyu would dare to take action. Just as her hand was about to make contact with his chest, he instinctively sidestepped. The ferocious strike met only empty air, the force of her palm sending his long hair billowing like a waterfall, strands swirling freely in the air. Lu Qingyu, having exerted herself too vigorously, stumbled forward a few paces. How could this be? The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left astonished, rising from their seats in disbelief. It was well known that although Lu Qingyu had not unleashed her full power, she was nonetheless in the late stage of foundation establishment, a realm far beyond that of Yi Tianxing, who possessed no cultivation at all. Was I seeing things? Yi Tianxing actually evaded her strike? No, I saw it too. Could it be that this young man has secretly honed some art to conceal his true abilities on Tianxing Peak? Outside the Grand Hall, the younger members of the Yi clan, peeking in with curious expressions, began to murmur amongst themselves. At this moment, Yi Tianxing was also somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his instinctive evasion would allow him to dodge Lu Qingyu's attack. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Qingyu was merely in the late stage of foundation establishment, while he, due to the rewards from the system, had already reached the pinnacle of that realm. Evading her strike was hardly a remarkable feat. You have been concealing your strength all these years. It is no wonder you are so audacious, Lu Qingyu remarked. Regaining her composure, she had acted impulsively due to Yi Tianxing's apparent disdain, and as soon as she unleashed that strike, she regretted it. Yet, it was fortunate that she had acted on impulse, for otherwise, she would not have discovered the depths of Yi Tianxing's hidden capabilities. Let us not beat around the bush. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, I would still wish to annul this engagement. Enough with the delays, Yi Tianxing declared to Lu Qingyu. He had never desired to marry someone as troublesome as her, and now, seeing her potential for violence, his reluctance intensified. This declaration ignited Lu Qingyu's anger once more. I already said, if you wish to annul the engagement, defeat me first. As her words fell, her spiritual energy surged violently, transforming into blades of air that rushed towards Yi Tianxing like a tempest. Yi Tianxing, moving like a specter, deftly evaded each strike with ease. However, faced with a woman, especially a beautiful one, he found himself at a loss as to how to respond. In truth, he felt uncertain about how to engage with Lu Qingyu, sensing that any approach would be inappropriate. What the hell? To effortlessly evade an attack from someone in the late stage of foundation establishment. This is absurd. Indeed, it appears that Yi Tianxing's cultivation is at least at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The other attendees were once again taken aback. After all, Lu Qingyu had not exerted her full strength earlier, yet now she demonstrated a formidable prowess that was undeniably at the late stage of foundation establishment. As Lu Qingyu's offensive grew increasingly fierce, Lu Yuanba, unable to bear the sight, swiftly stepped forward to intercept her impending attack. Enough. Have you not realized that Master Yi is showing you leniency? Lu Yuanba's words brought Lu Qingyu back to a state of composure. I concede. I'm simply not as skilled. Let this marriage be seen as my unworthiness. Lu Qingyu withdrew her spiritual energy, her gaze filled with reluctance. Yet she had no choice but to confront reality. Subsequently, she bowed to Yi Xian and the assembled elders before departing the grand hall without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Lu Yuanba hastily clasped his fists toward Yi Xian, saying, I apologize for the spectacle, Master Yi. I did not anticipate that Master Yi was so unassuming. However, my daughter has likely been affected, and I fear for her well-being. Thus, I must take my leave. I entrust the matters concerning the demon clan near Xianyang City to you, Master Yi. After speaking, Lu Yuanba hurriedly exited the hall, chasing after Lu Qingyu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 3-year agreement ahead of schedule. Ding! Reward. Host cultivation has been elevated to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Ding! Reward. Host receives 10 portions of hot pot base ingredients and 10 portions of dipping sauce. Once the Lu father and daughter had departed, the voice of the system resonated in Yi Tianxing's mind. Initially, the news of his cultivation increase left Yi Tianxing's expression more sorrowful than tears. However, upon hearing the mention of hot pot ingredients and dipping sauce, his eyes lit up with excitement. Although the cuisine of this world was not particularly delectable, it was merely average. After all, in a fantasy realm, most individuals were solely focused on the path of cultivation. Now that the system had rewarded him with hot pot ingredients and dipping sauce, Yi Tianxing could not help but feel exhilarated. Elders, since the marriage has been retracted, I shall take my leave. It would be unfortunate if the tribulation struck while I lingered. With that, Yi Tianxing departed the grand hall. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the elders remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to inquire why Yi Tianxing chose to conceal his cultivation, a fact that eluded even their perceptive senses. They were primarily hesitant to obstruct him, for, as Yi Tianxing had remarked before leaving, it would be disastrous if a tribulation descended upon the Yi clan's domain. Why do you think Tianxing has chosen to hide his cultivation? Yi Xian finally broke the silence within the hall. The elders exchanged glances, none possessing an answer. Only Yi Lingchuan, who often provided supplies to Yi Tianxing, spoke with a scowl. This rascal only wishes to coast through life, undoubtedly fearing that if we discover his cultivation, we would assign him tasks, prompting him to conceal his true abilities. I never imagined he would hide it so deeply. If it weren't for that girl from the Lu family today, we might have been completely deceived. Yi Lingchuan, having watched Yi Tianxing grow up, certainly understood him well. Upon hearing these words, The other elders, recalling Yi Tianxing's previous lackadaisical demeanor, nodded in agreement. However, they were left pondering the true extent of Tianxing's abilities, especially considering even the young girl from the Liu family, who had reached late foundation establishment, was no match for him. One elder stroked his beard and remarked, "We remain uncertain of Tianxing's cultivation level." Yi Xian tapped the table, interjecting, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Tomorrow, I shall personally assess Tianxing's strength at Tianxing Peak. For the moment, we should deliberate on the emergence of the demon clan near Xianyang City." Thus, the elders within the Grand Hall commenced their discussions on who would be most suitable to send to Xianyang City. Meanwhile, as Yi Tianxing exited the Grand Hall, he had not ventured far when a young maiden approached gracefully, her face illuminated by a beaming smile. "Brother Tianxing, you've come down from the mountain?" she inquired, stopping before him with an expression of pure innocence. This young maiden was named Yi Linger, sharing the same lineage as Yi Tianxing and possessing the closest bond with him. It is worth mentioning that the Yi clan is the foremost family in Yizhou, with numerous branches. Yi Tianxing's father was the head of their lineage, but a devastating battle at the border years ago had claimed the lives of all within this branch, leaving only Yi Linger and Yi Tianxing as the surviving children. "How has your cultivation progressed, Lingo?" Yi Tianxing asked, noticing that she seemed taller. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "Thanks to Brother Tianxing's marrow-cleansing elixir, I am on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment." Yi Linger replied with a beaming smile, pride radiating from her face. "By the way, take the silver. I worked hard to save it up." She then produced a handful of silver coins from her storage ring, offering them to Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing, who had been lamenting his lack of funds for meat, quickly accepted the coins. He then retrieved 2 vials of marrow-cleansing elixir from his own storage ring and presented them to Yi Linger. "Continue your cultivation diligently. I look forward to you protecting your brother Tianxing in the future," he said with a smile. "Absolutely. I will strive to do my best," Yi Linger affirmed, nodding earnestly as she accepted the vials. Having been absorbed in her training and just now emerging, she was unaware of the happenings within the Grand Hall. Thus, knowing that Yi Tianxing was not fond of cultivation, she was solely focused on her efforts to grow stronger for the sake of protecting her only brother. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Linger returned to her training, while Yi Tianxing set off to the other side of Tianxing Peak, specifically to the neighboring Yi City, separated from the Yi clan's celestial domain by a solitary peak. "It's utterly disheartening," Yi Tianxing lamented, as the peak master of Yizhou's foremost family. "Acquiring some meat proves to be such a struggle." Having purchased 2 pounds of beef from Yi City, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was not that the Yi clan was impoverished. Rather, in this world dominated by cultivation, the currency predominantly used among practitioners consisted of spirit stones or magical artifacts, rather than common coinage. The Yi clan, being a family of cultivators, held little interest in worldly possessions, which rendered silver practically useless. Consequently, no one bothered to save it. After a long stream of murmurs, Yi Tianxing returned to Tianxing Peak and immediately set about preparing beef. He eagerly brought forth the ingredients for the spiritual broth hot pot, along with the dipping sauces, beginning to indulge in a feast. The aroma was enchanting. In the courtyard, Yi Tianxing savored the meal with unabashed delight, thoroughly enamored by the experience. He dared to assert that this was the most exquisite hot pot he had ever enjoyed since arriving in this fantastical realm. As he finished his meal, the sky gradually darkened. He decided against tidying up that evening, planning instead to prepare some noodles the following day. Wiping his mouth, Yi Tianxing retreated to his chamber, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The absence of mobile devices and computers had cultivated in him a commendable habit of eating and then sleeping. The next morning, clan leader Yi Xian, accompanied by several elders, ascended Tianxing Peak. Not only the elders, but also numerous curious younger members of the Yi clan stealthily followed suit. Yi Tianxing was notorious within both the clan and the entire Yi prefecture for his laziness and disdain for cultivation, being regarded as a parasite of the family. However, following Liu Qingyu's impulsive testing of his abilities yesterday, many within the clan were now intrigued about the extent of Yi Tianxing's cultivation. Otherwise, a mere assessment would not necessitate such a gathering. "Clan leader, I know this lad better than anyone. Even after measuring his cultivation, he is unlikely to comply with the clan's arrangements. That poses quite a challenge," remarked Yi Lingchuan, somewhat exasperated. Yi Xian smiled lightly. "Previously, we thought Tianxing was an ordinary individual, and thus tolerated him. Now that we have discovered his cultivation, are we still to support him?" Yi Lingchuan paused, then suddenly realized, indeed, how could I have forgotten? The Yi clan does not support idlers. If he refuses to heed our advice, we shall cut off his resources and see how he thrives. As their conversation unfolded, a group entered Yi Tianxing's courtyard. However, upon stepping inside, the expressions of Yi Xian and the elders transformed into shock. Within the courtyard, spiritual energy appeared to materialize, swirling into ethereal wisps that drifted through the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. How is this possible? Yi Lingchuan broke the silence, his voice laced with disbelief. He had visited the courtyard just days prior, and there had been nothing unusual then. How could the concentration of spiritual energy have undergone such a dramatic transformation in such a short span? What is happening to the clan leader and the elders? Wondered the younger members of the Yi clan outside the courtyard as they observed the astonished expressions. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Since the dense spiritual energy lingered solely within the courtyard and had not spread beyond, the younger clan members began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, everyone inside the courtyard regained their composure, each starting to investigate the source of the extraordinary spiritual richness surrounding them. Soon, one of the elders named Yi Wuyo discerned something unusual and approached the copper pot resting upon the stone table. Within the pot, delicate ripples of oil danced upon the surface, while the broth contained fragments of finely minced meat, exuding an extraordinary aroma. What kind of soup is this? Yi Wuyo muttered to himself, and then, extending his finger, he dipped it into the broth and took a taste. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment as a surge of potent and pure spiritual energy surged through his body like a wild stallion, rampaging within him. He felt his meridians quiver slightly under the stimulation of this energy, almost losing control and breaking through right then and there. Yi Wuyo was exhilarated. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage for many years, unable to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Embarrassingly, he was the only elder of the Yi clan who had not advanced to the transformation stage. Yet, after merely tasting a spoonful, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. If he had another sip with that thought in mind, Yi Wuyo disregarded who had previously used the ladle and began to drink voraciously from the pot. This action left the other elders bewildered. Wasn't he just a pot of leftover broth with only minced meat? Was such desperation truly necessary? For a moment, the elders began to look down upon Yi Wuyo in their hearts. Surely, even if one hadn't eaten breakfast, they wouldn't behave so disgracefully. However, among them, there was one who sensed something amiss, Yi Xian. Approaching the stone table, he too felt the spiritual energy emanating from the meat broth in the copper pot. Yi Xian gazed at the broth with astonishment, his usual composure evaporating. After a few moments, disregarding his position as clan leader, he seized the ladle previously used by Yi Tianxing and, like Yi Wuyo, began to drink eagerly. Witnessing their clan leader's transformation, the other elders, failing to comprehend the situation, rushed forward, believing that if they didn't act swiftly, they would miss out. Hey, leave some for me. In an instant, all the elders surged towards the copper pot, each employing their own method to consume the meat broth. Some elders, lacking a ladle, even emptied jade vials meant for storing medicinal pills, all for the sake of a sip. The younger members of the Yi clan, witnessing this scene from outside the courtyard, were left dumbfounded. Chapter 6. I must truly be cursed. What has happened to the clan leader and the elders? Why are they behaving so uncharacteristically today? Indeed, I have begun to suspect that the clan leader and the elders have been possessed. Surely, that copper pot contains soup? What kind of soup could possibly cause the clan leader to lose control? The younger members outside the courtyard discussed in bewilderment. Meanwhile, inside, Yi Xian and the elders remained silent, all focused on the meat broth, fearing that hesitating might cost them a precious sip. Due to the size of the pot, the broth was soon completely consumed by the crowd. This left the previously vibrant courtyard feeling as if it had been swept by a tempest, the spiritual energy considerably diminished. Yi Wuyo, even after the feast, was still unsatisfied, hugging the pot and beginning to lick it clean. Were a dog to witness such a pristine pot, it would surely weep. However, this time, no one looked down upon Yi Wuyo. Instead, there was a sense of regret. How could they not have thought of this earlier? It seemed that a breakthrough was imminent for some. Me too, exclaimed several elders who were on the verge of a breakthrough. As soon as the words left their lips, their auras surged dramatically, instantly propelling them from the early stage of the transformation realm to the mid-stage. Even Yi Wuyo, the only elder at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, managed to break into the early stage of the transformation realm. The remaining elders who did not achieve a breakthrough were not surprised. They merely felt a tinge of regret for not having taken more of the meat soup earlier. What kind of soup is this? Why does it possess such rich spiritual energy? Reluctantly setting down the copper pot, Yi Wuyo voiced his curiosity. The elders present, encountering such a meat soup for the first time, were equally perplexed and turned their gaze toward the well-informed Yi Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian replied, "This meat soup is likely brewed from a spiritual vein. In my view, if a place's spiritual energy is dense enough to form spiritual mist, it must possess a spiritual vein. Now that the meat soup has been consumed, the spiritual mist has vanished. And this explanation, that the soup is derived from a spiritual vein, remains the only plausible one." What? This soup is made from a spiritual vein? Where on earth did Tianxing procure a spiritual vein? Exclaimed the elders in astonishment. Could it be that the spiritual vein of our Yi clan's celestial domain has been stealthily simmered by Tianxing? They speculated. Yi Wuyo, who had spoken last, turned pale, and without a moment's hesitation, rushed out of the courtyard. After all, Yi Wuyo was responsible for guarding the spiritual veins. If it were true that Yi Tianxing had indeed simmered one, it would spell disaster for his position as an elder. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The Yi clan's celestial domain has only 3 spiritual veins, and this wretched boy has managed to simmer one. I must see him brought to justice today. Yi Lingquan seethed with fury, his voice rising several notches. He had yet to settle the score with Yi Tianxing over the incident involving the marrow-cleansing liquid used in the hot springs. And now, with the matter of the spiritual vein being turned into soup, he could no longer endure it. At that moment, Yi Tianxing opened the door, rubbing his still sleepy eyes, and emerged in a daze. "Yi Tianxing, you scoundrel, do you intend to bring ruin to the Yi clan?" Yi Lingquan glared at him, barely containing his anger. Initially bewildered from sleep, Yi Tianxing was taken aback by Yi Lingquan's words. How had he squandered anything by merely taking a nap? At that instant, Yi Xian shot Yi Lingquan a glance and calmly remarked, "Lingquan, as an elder of the Yi clan, when will you temper your temper?" He then turned his attention to Yi Tianxing, asking, "Tianxing, where did you acquire the meat soup in the copper pot?" As the clan leader, he would not hastily condemn anyone based solely on conjecture. It was essential to ascertain the truth from the individual present. At this moment, Yi Tianxing realized that the copper pot was utterly empty, cleaner than his own face. "What happened to my soup?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of world was this? Had someone actually stolen the leftover hot pot broth from last night? He had hoped to add some noodles to the remaining soup later. After all, the culinary offerings in this world were rather mediocre, and he was left with only 9 portions of the essence hot pot base, so he intended to conserve it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the assembly of elders, witnessing Yi Tianxing's perplexity, were increasingly convinced that he had boiled the spiritual vein. As for why they did not suspect that someone else had tampered with it, the reason was simple. Only Yi Tianxing could commit such an outrageous act. Fortunately, spiritual veins were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, elite, and divine grades. The Yi clan's domain possessed 3 types: inferior, medium, and superior. The medium and superior spiritual veins were safeguarded by prohibitions, making their extraction impossible. The inferior vein, having recently relocated, had yet to be sealed. Losing a single inferior vein was manageable for the Yi clan. However, it was undeniably the finest aid in the path of cultivation, and its absence would still impact the younger generation's training speed. "Patriarch, we cannot allow Tianxing to continue his reckless behavior. He is now of age. It is time to expel him. Indeed, we initially supported this brat due to his lack of self-preservation. But now that he has attained some cultivation and caused such a calamity, he must be removed," echoed another elder. "I concur. I support this." The elders could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their opinions. Just then, Yi Wuyo, who had just departed, rushed back. "Patriarch, all 3 spiritual veins remain intact. The substance in the copper pot does not belong to our Yi clan." Upon hearing this, astonishment swept across the faces of everyone present. If the spiritual veins of the Yi clan's domain were not boiled, then where had the meat broth come from? Yi Tianxing, already incensed by the theft of his hot pot broth, erupted further at the elders who sought to expel him for no reason. "Each of you is older than I. How can you shamelessly steal my belongings? And you speak of expelling me as if my lineage is easy to bully?" Yi Tianxing glared at the assembly of elders, his expression one of utmost grievance. The elders were rendered speechless by Yi Tianxing's retort. unsure how to respond. Particularly those who had just advocated for expelling him now bore expressions of guilt. Not only had they consumed the young one's broth, but they also sought to cast him out. Guilt washed over them with the realization of their folly. I truly deserve this, they thought to themselves. Understanding the misunderstanding, Yixian promptly shifted the conversation. Tianxing, we have come to Tianxing Peak to assess your cultivation. Now that you are of age, it is time for you to contribute to the clan. Yixian did not inquire too deeply about the origin of the meat soup. For cultivators often harbor their own secrets. Excessive questioning could prove detrimental. Ding. The system has issued a task to complete a cultivation assessment. Ding. Should the host refuse, ding ding will be reduced by 4 centimeters. As Yixian's words echoed, the system's voice resonated within Yi Tianxing's mind. Damn it. Just yesterday, it was 3 centimeters. And now it's 4? Yi Tianxing drew sit inyardly in frustration. Chapter 7. The mirror image of Yi Tianxing. Ding. It's merely 4 centimeters. It doesn't matter. You won't need it anyway. Since the last time the system had berated Yi Tianxing, it seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Previously, it had been susceptible to Yi Tianxing's nonchalant demeanor. Now, however, it had taken to mocking him. Yi Tianxing was particularly sensitive to this. After all, 4 centimeters is a considerable matter for any man to accept. Patriarch, let us begin. I am eager to undergo the assessment, Yi Tianxing declared with conviction. Huh? The others present were momentarily taken aback by Yi Tianxing's demeanor. The Yi Tianxing of old would have certainly declined such an assessment. Why did he seem like a different person today? Perhaps it was due to his exposure yesterday, realizing he could no longer conceal his abilities. The onlookers shared this unspoken thought. Observing this, Yixian wasted no time and retrieved a yellow copper mirror from his storage ring. The copper mirror possessed an ancient charm. Its surface adorned with intricate and mysterious runes that glimmered faintly with ethereal light. This mirror, known as the illusory spirit replication mirror, was a third-grade magical artifact. When cultivators of the nascent soul stage and below infused their spiritual energy into the mirror, an identical figure of the target would slowly materialize within its depths. Subsequently being released, the replicated individual could perfectly mimic the target's cultivation state and combat techniques, serving as an accurate means to assess the younger members of the Yi clan. It is worth noting that due to variations in personal constitution and combat experience, even individuals of the same realm may possess differing strengths. Therefore, the illusory spirit replication mirror stands as the optimal choice for precise assessments without risking harm to the younger generation. Tianxing, you simply need to infuse your spiritual energy into the illusory spirit replication mirror, Yixian instructed as he handed the mirror to Yi Tianxing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianxing accepted the copper mirror, determined to safeguard those 4 centimeters. He promptly infused his spiritual energy into the mirror. As his energy flowed forth, the illusory spirit replication mirror radiated with brilliance. In the next moment, a spectral figure began to materialize from the mirror, gradually solidifying, bearing an identical appearance and aura to Yi Tianxing. Once the mirrored Yi Tianxing fully took shape, the copper mirror shone brightly once more, casting a beam of light upon the ground. The mirrored Yi Tianxing then emerged from the copper mirror, growing larger as he stepped forward to stand before the assembly. The mirror version of Yi Tianxing first cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, then strode directly to the stone table in the courtyard and seated himself. Not only that, but the mirrored Yi Tianxing also picked up the teapot, which had long since gone cold, and gulped it down in one go. Refreshing. The cool tea possessed a unique charm. Wiping his mouth, he murmured to himself. However, his actions left everyone present with their necks craned and eyes wide open, utterly bewildered. This included Yi Tianxing himself. Although he had not tested his own cultivation, he had observed that when a mirror image emerged, it typically inquired whether the original was prepared. If the original responded affirmatively, the mirror image would immediately act, seemingly aware that it existed to assess the original strength. Yet, what was the situation with his own mirror image? Not only did it fail to ask if he was ready, but it also indulged in tea? You lot. Don't think for a moment that I will serve you like a beast of burden. Although I'm merely a mirror image, I possess my own dignity. You think I will work for you? Not a chance. The mirrored Yi Tianxing set down the teapot, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. Goodness, this Yi Tianxing is eccentric enough, but to think that the summoned mirror image is even more peculiar. This is absolutely hilarious. Who would have imagined that the illusory spirit replication realm could produce such a mirror image? Indeed, it is amusing. Yet since mirror images exist to test the original as cultivation, why has this instance of the illusory spirit replication realm malfunctioned? What is going on? Why has it failed? The younger members of the Yi clan outside began to engage in fervent discussion. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Tianxing's proclivity for laziness had already seeped into his very soul. Consequently, when the illusory spirit replication mirror replicated him, this lethargy was also transferred. How outrageous! You are merely a mirror image. How dare you speak to us with such insolence? Yi Lingchuan in the courtyard pointed at the mirrored Yi Tianxing, his breath visibly ragged with anger. He never anticipated that while Yi Tianxing was intent on living a life of ease, the replicated image would share the same attitude. The mirrored Yi Tianxing, however, responded nonchalantly. After all, I am a mirror image. I will dissipate in a short while. What do you do to me? However, there is one thing I must mention. In the future, when you deliver supplies to my original, it would be best if you did it personally. On the previous 2 occasions when you were out, you had that old fellow deliver the supplies, and he greedily kept 8 out of the 10 bottles of cleansing elixir. In addition to the cleansing elixir, he also pilfered a significant portion of various other pills. My original, fearing to offend that old fellow, kept silent about the matter. But I do not intend to tolerate such behavior. The mirrored Yi Tianxing rattled on, his gaze fixed on an elder named Yi Jun among the crowd. Upon hearing these words, Yi Jun's expression shifted, while the other elders furrowed their brows. Yi Tianxing's cultivation resources were allocated according to the elder standards. Had it been a smaller family, they would scarcely be able to provide such abundant resources. If Yi Tianxing remained as indifferent to cultivation as before, even upon learning that the resources for cultivation had been seized by Yi Jun, he would merely face a few reprimands. However, Yi Tianxing demonstrated his prowess yesterday, and that was a matter of significance. Yi Jun, do you have anything to say? Yi Xian's expression was grave as he regarded Yi Jun, his icy gaze causing Yi Jun to tremble uncontrollably. Patriarch, I previously thought Tianxing had no interest in cultivation, and I believe my efforts were wasted on him. Thus I? Yi Jun, shaking, lowered his head and ceased his explanation. Yi Xian let out a cold snort. Humph. You even covet resources meant for the juniors. I shall impose a penalty of 6 months' worth of resources upon you as a warning. Hearing that the penalty was merely a 6-month resource deduction, Yi Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet this incident ignited a grudge against Yi Tianxing. Had Yi Tianxing disclosed his cultivation earlier, he would never have dared to embezzle resources. After all, seizing cultivation resources from one's own juniors is hardly an honorable act, no matter the circumstance. The Patriarch is formidable. I had intended to offer you a cup of tea, but time is of the essence. I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than, with a resounding thud, the image of Yi Tianxing transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. As the mirrored figure of Yi Tianxing vanished, the onlookers regarded him with peculiar expressions, pondering what peculiar thoughts resided in Yi Tianxing's mind that produced such an eccentric replica. Seeing this, Yi Tianxing bashfully stated, "Since we cannot test my cultivation, let us disperse. Consider me as lacking any cultivation." How does that proposal sound? After all, it was the image that disappeared, not his own desire to avoid testing. Chapter 8. Yi Jun above, beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Beep. The host has received a reward, elevating cultivation to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Beep. The host has received a reward, enhancing perception. Note, enhanced perception allows the host to easily evade attacks. The host is now in the mid-stage of Golden Core and can evade attacks from all cultivators below the peak of Divine Transformation. Beep. The host has received a reward, Level Up Mode. Note, Level Up Mode enables the host to contend with cultivators 3 realms higher. For instance, the host, now in the mid-stage of Golden Core, can match a mid-stage of Returning Void with a time limit of 3 minutes, usable once daily. Just a moment ago, Yi Tianxing was conversing with Yi Xian and the elders, and in the next instant, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Enhanced perception? Level Up Mode? Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Tianxing found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Within the entire Yi clan, only the Patriarch was at the mid-stage of Returning Void, while all the elders were at the Divine Transformation stage, and the juniors were even less formidable. Could he truly match the Patriarch with merely the completion of a task? Although it was only for 3 minutes, it seemed rather outrageous. While Yi Tianxing was lost in thought, Yi Xian spoke up. Greetings, Tianxing. As a member of the Yi clan, it was tolerable in the past, but now that we are aware of your cultivation, should you not contribute in some manner? If we do not ascertain the extent of your abilities, how can we assign you tasks? Upon hearing this, Tianxing let out a resigned sigh, knowing that his tranquil days had come to an end. His previous reluctance to cultivate stemmed from a fear of such a situation arising. However, now that his prowess was known throughout the clan, evading responsibility was no longer an option. Very well, I shall proceed, he conceded. Although he wished to remain uninvolved in the clan's chaotic affairs, the Yi clan had nurtured him for 18 years, and he could only take it one step at a time. Clan leader, allow me. Yi Jun stepped forward at that moment. Recently penalized with a 6-month suspension of cultivation resources, he harbored resentment towards Yi Tianxing, and such an excellent opportunity for retribution would not be squandered. Yi Xian merely nodded in response. Having consumed numerous novels and short dramas in his previous life, Yi Tianxing instinctively surmised that Yi Jun intended to teach him a lesson. Why else would he be the first to step forward while the other elders remained silent? Then I humbly request your guidance. Elder Yi Jun, he said with a smile, eager to test his current strength. If it were merely a misunderstanding, he would let it be. However, if he sensed that Yi Jun was indeed intent on harming him, he was equally keen to experiment with the newly acquired advanced mode. Yi Xian and the other elders cleared a space for the two of them. As they took their positions, a sinister smile crept across Yi Jun's lips, while Yi Tianxing wore a faint, ambiguous smile. Tianxing, I perceive your cultivation to be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I shall suppress my own cultivation to the same level to test you. With those words, Yi Jun unleashed an aura indicative of the initial stage of the transformation realm, only to then suppress it to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, charging toward Yi Tianxing. Initially, Yi Tianxing thought to evade Yi Jun's attack using the perception enhancement rewarded by the system. However, upon witnessing Yi Jun suppress his cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he decided not to evade, but to meet the challenge head-on with a punch. Yi Tianxing's audacity only deepened a smirk on Yi Jun's face. Even with his cultivation suppressed, his physique was still that of the initial stage of the transformation realm, an advantage that no ordinary foundation establishment practitioner could withstand. Consequently, Yi Jun channeled his spiritual energy and struck towards Yi Tianxing with an open palm. Unfazed, Yi Tianxing allowed his own spiritual energy to surge around his fist, delivering a forceful blow to Yi Jun's palm. A resounding thud echoed as their fists met. In the next moment, Yi Jun felt an overwhelming backlash, shock coursing through him as his expression shifted dramatically. He staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance, while Yi Tianxing remained firmly in place, unaffected. At this moment, every individual present stood in astonishment, their mouths agape and expressions etched with disbelief. Although Yi Jun had suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, it was unlikely that he could contend with someone in the early golden core stage. Yet, Yi Tianxing had effortlessly thwarted him, causing Yi Jun to stumble back 3 steps. Was Yi Tianxing truly a formidable golden core cultivator? This could not be. Within the Yi clan, the most powerful under 18 had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Having just celebrated his birthday, Yi Tianxing should not have attained the golden core stage. Nonsense. How could he possibly force Elder Yi Jun to retreat if he were not in the golden core realm? Surely, he must be at least in the early golden core stage. The younger generation outside the courtyard began to murmur amongst themselves once again. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Yi Tianxing were now drenched in cold sweat. It was one thing for Yi Tianxing to lack cultivation. Now, not only did he possess it, but he was also in the golden core realm. If he sought to trouble them, their situation would be dire. Concurrently, Yi Jun could hardly believe that he had been forced back 3 steps by Yi Tianxing. His face flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed. Boom! Without uttering a word, Yi Jun elevated his cultivation to the early golden core stage and charged at Yi Tianxing once more. Observing this, Yi Tianxing did not flinch, meeting his advance with a punch. However, this time, the collision did not yield any advantage for Yi Jun. They were evenly matched. Soon they exchanged dozens of blows, leaving everyone present in a state of utter shock once again. Yi Jun had advanced to the early golden core stage, and by strength alone, he was comparable to a mid-golden core practitioner. Yet, how could Yi Tianxing still engage so vigorously? Did this imply that Yi Tianxing's cultivation was at least at the mid-golden core stage? An 18-year-old in the mid-golden core stage. Such an achievement was found only in their clan leader, Yi Xian, throughout the entire Yi clan and even the Yi continent. At that moment, the hearts of all present were filled with profound astonishment. Alongside this shock, Yi Xian and several elders felt a flicker of excitement. Their clan had not produced such a promising talent in over a century. The strength Tianxing exhibited could certainly be nurtured for future leadership. Amidst the astonishment and excitement of the crowd, Yi Jun began to lose his composure, elevating his cultivation to the mid-golden core stage. Nevertheless, Tianxing still managed to hold his ground. Damn it! Yi Jun cursed inwardly, once more enhancing his cultivation. The late golden core stage. The pinnacle of the golden core stage. The early nascent soul stage. Once Tianxing reached the early nascent soul stage, he could no longer withstand the onslaught, resorting to evasion. In Yi Jun's eyes, Tianxing appeared as a nimble loach, eluding capture with ease. Just moments ago, they had fought evenly, yet now, after such a significant elevation in realms, he could barely graze Tianxing's hem. This drove Yi Jun to the brink of madness. I refused to believe it. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Jun roared and unleashed the full force of his original cultivation at the early god transformation stage against Tianxing. The terrifying spiritual energy surged violently around him, causing the ground to tremble and crack, with fissures spreading like a spider's web. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, especially Yi Xian and the elders, who had been contemplating cultivating Tianxing as the future clan leader. If Yi Jun were to incapacitate him, it would not merely be a loss of one individual for the Yi clan. Chapter 9. Everyone in shock. Yi Wan Se Kuntenan Starkinet. He had not anticipated that Yi Jun would resort to violence, completely forgetting that Yi Tianxing was merely a junior. Just as Yi Xian prepared to intervene and save Yi Tianxing, a smile appeared on Yi Tianxing's face. He had long been wary of Yi Jun, and upon witnessing Yi Jun unleash his original cultivation, Yi Tianxing activated his advanced mode. Advanced mode activate. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy emanated from Yi Tianxing, causing the ground to crack even more extensively than before. Although Yi Jun could not discern Yi Tianxing's level of cultivation, he could sense that the spiritual energy radiating from Yi Tianxing surpassed his own, causing his expression to shift dramatically. However, it was too late to withdraw. Yi Jun could only brace himself and unleash a full-force strike infused with the power of an early-stage transformation realm. The spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring tsunami towards Yi Tianxing, rippling the space it traversed. Yi Tianxing grinned and countered with a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yi Jun was struck by Yi Tianxing's fist, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he transformed into a streak of light, becoming a brilliant star in the sky. Just before his transformation, Yi Jun managed to utter 3 words. What the hell? Once again, all present were left in utter shock. To have sent an early-stage transformation realm elder flying with a single punch implied that Yi Tianxing must possess at least mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. An 18-year-old in the mid-stage of transformation realm? Was this a joke? After several moments, everyone remained stunned, gazing blankly at the direction in which Yi Jun had vanished. The courtyard was now eerily quiet, as Yi Tianxing's cultivation had surpassed their understanding. It had been previously stated that only the clan leader, Yi Xian, had achieved the mid-stage of Golden Core at the age of 18. Not a single other individual in the entire Yi continent could compare. Yet, Yi Tianxing had remarkably broken through to mid-stage transformation realm at the age of 18. What an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Was this truly the same Yi clan peak master who only knew how to squander his days? In truth, not only were they bewildered, but Yi Tianxing was also somewhat dazed. After activating his advanced mode, he was concerned about potentially harming Yi Jun, so he had only exerted 30% of his strength. To his astonishment, even that was sufficient to overwhelm Yi Jun, who seemed gravely injured. The most taboo within the Yi clan was fratricide. If Yi Xian and the elders held him accountable for not being gentle enough, would his resources not be subject to confiscation? With their already meager supplies, facing further penalties would mean they would be left to eat dust this year. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Tianxing cautiously addressed Yi Xian, the clan leader. This is not my fault. It was Elder Yi Jun who initiated the confrontation, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. Yi Xian, somewhat dazed, nodded slightly, showing no intention of punishing Yi Tianxing. This allowed Yi Tianxing to breathe a sigh of relief. Tianxing, what is your current cultivation level? Yi Ling Chuan stuttered in astonishment. No one had discerned Yi Tianxing's cultivation earlier, which prompted the inquiry. I am at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Can't you tell? Yi Tianxing replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and his complexion unchanged. The tasks associated with the foundation establishment and golden core stages are entirely different. and he had no desire to undertake any perilous missions. However, his statement shifted the collective gaze of the crowd from shock to disdain. Claiming to be at the peak of Foundation establishment after sending a core formation stage cultivator flying, did they all appear foolish? Yet, the assembled company had long seen through Yi Tianxing's intentions, who did not know the true nature of Yi Tianxing. Hence, they did not delve further into the matter. Nevertheless, in their hearts, they had already concluded that Yi Tianxing was undoubtedly a mid-core formation stage cultivator. Tianxing, previously. The Liu family mentioned the emergence of demon clans near Xianxia City. I intend to send you to investigate. What are your thoughts? Yi Xian inquired, returning to his senses. He and the elders had already settled on the candidates for the mission to Xianxia City. However, given the Liu family's claim of a potential major demon presence in Xianxia City, if the news proved false, it would be manageable. If true, the disciples sent to investigate might not return. Yet, with the demon clans eyeing the borders of Yezhou, they could not risk sending core formation stage cultivators to Xianxia City and had to dispatch others instead. Now, however, the situation had changed. Yi Tianxing had unexpectedly reached mid-core formation stage, providing the Yi clan with an additional cultivator in this realm. Thus, Yi Xian altered the selection for the mission to Xianxia City. Even if Yi Tianxing were not a match for the major demon, escaping would at least be feasible. Beep. Please proceed to Xianxia City to investigate. Completion of the task will yield rewards. Refusal of the task will result in a penalty of a 20-centimeter reduction in height. Before Yi Tianxing could respond, the system's voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Damn it, do I even have 20 centimeters? Yi Tianxing ignored Jursit furiously. Ever since the system discovered a sensitivity to this matter, it had consistently employed it as a form of punishment for each task assigned. In the past, the system had been the one to falter. This time, however, it was Yi Tianxing who felt aggrieved. Not a problem. As a member of the Yi clan, I should contribute to our family. Yi Tianxing thought angrily at the system, though his face bore a mask of righteous determination. This declaration left the assembled individuals momentarily speechless. When had Yi Tianxing become so agreeable? It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Had he been possessed? Otherwise, why had he so readily accepted the task? Moreover, how had his cultivation advanced so significantly? Yet in the next moment, those present realized that Yi Tianxing remained the same Yi Tianxing, untouched by any external forces. Patriarch, what am I to do about my provisions on this journey? Surely, you must provide me with some silver or something of the sort. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, the elders exchanged glances, each bearing a large question mark upon their brows. At the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he had reached a level where sustenance was no longer necessary. Yet, it was precisely this that led them to confirm that Yi Tianxing remained the same individual who sought to live off others. Yi Xian, with a look of exasperation, could not help but interject. Tianxing, you are now at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Ordinary food is of no use to you, and thus, it is quite unnecessary. However, Yi Tianxing was displeased, pouting as he replied, Patriarch, you do not understand. The delicacies of the mortal realm possess a unique flavor that I relish. Without silver, I cannot procure these delights. If I cannot buy them, my mood will suffer, and a foul mood may lead to me losing my way, potentially jeopardizing the task at hand. Yi Lingchuan, enraged, glared at Yi Tianxing and exclaimed, Nonsense! What is this frivolity? Have the spirit stones and cultivation resources provided to you over the years not been sufficient? A mere fraction of those could yield a substantial amount of silver. And yet you still ask us for more? Yi Tianxing, looking rather aggrieved, retorted, I merely seek a little silver. Is that such an unreasonable request? Furthermore, I had intended to save that pot of leftover soup for some noodles in the morning, but you all have taken it away. Surely, I deserve some compensation for that. Do I not? He was not one to suffer in silence. Since he could not refuse the task, he naturally sought to gain some advantage. Chapter 10. The Gathering Spirit Body. Yi Lingchuan, still simmering with anger, suddenly appeared embarrassed when Yi Tianxing mentioned the meat soup. Not only he, but all the elders, including Yi Xian, froze momentarily, their gazes evasively shifting. The spiritual energy contained within that pot of meat soup was immeasurable by mere silver. A soup brewed from a spiritual vein would likely be worth far more than a 5th-grade magical artifact. I believe this is Tianxing's first mission, and having some requests is only natural. I do not possess much silver myself, so if you all could chip in a little, it would be appreciated. Yi Xian awkwardly cleared his throat, then produced a small amount of broken silver from his storage ring. Seeing this, the other elders also took out their meager silver. Subsequently, Yi Lingchuan collected all the silver and handed it to Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing stared blankly at the handful of silver in Yi Lingchuan's hand, utterly bewildered. For the total was hardly substantial despite the collective effort of so many elders. Noticing this, Yi Xian quickly offered an awkward explanation. Tianxing, you know that we cultivators seldom engage with worldly possessions, hence our silver is naturally limited. However, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to earn silver for you in the future, and it will all be yours. How does that sound? In his heart, he was already preparing for Yi Tianxing to become the future heir of the Yi clan. To encourage Yi Tianxing to accept the responsibilities of the patriarch, he had to indulge him. It is essential to indulge, for with Yi Tianxing's character, he would undoubtedly refuse the proposition of becoming the future patriarch of the Yi clan. Consequently, Yi Xian resolved to withhold his intentions from Yi Tianxing for the time being, opting instead to first bring him joy. After all, an 18-year-old in the transformation realm would be nurtured as a prospective heir by any faction. Observing this, Yi Tianxing had no choice but to acquiesce, thinking to himself that even a grasshopper could serve as sustenance. He accepted the fragments of silver from Yi Lingchuan's palm and remarked, "Since I have no pressing matters, I shall now proceed to Xianxia city." With that, Yi Tianxing waved farewell to the assembly and departed from the courtyard. Outside, the younger members of the Yi clan hastily parted to make way for him. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Yi Tianxing lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word, fearful of attracting his attention. Even Elder Yi Jun, who had just entered the early stage of the transformation realm, had been struck aside by a single punch from him, leaving them with little courage to provoke Yi Tianxing further. The patriarch, Yi Lingchuan murmured, has watched Tianxing grow. To elevate him as the clan leader would likely be more challenging than my own ascension to the void-returning realm. Noticing Yi Xian's intention to cultivate Yi Tianxing as the next patriarch, Yi Lingchuan furrowed his brow. Yet Yi Xian remained composed, asserting, "My health is still robust. There is no need for haste. We shall take our time." However, Elder Lingchuan, should you not explain? Tianxing has been under your care since childhood. Have you not noticed any peculiarities in him? This inquiry drew the attention of all the elders to Yi Lingchuan, and some began to speculate whether he had long been aware of Yi Tianxing's extraordinary talents and had intentionally shaped his character to enhance his own chances of becoming the next patriarch. Though the Yi clan has numerous branches, the position of patriarch is attainable for anyone with sufficient talent and cultivation. With Yi Tianxing having reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm at such a tender age of 18, his future as the clan leader seemed nearly assured. Thus, some elders questioned whether Yi Lingchuan, fearing he might lose the opportunity to vie for the patriarchal position, had deliberately stifled Yi Tianxing's potential. Yi Lingchuan, perceiving the elders' suspicions, felt a shift in his expression and hastily defended himself. "This is an injustice. Were it not for that young lady from the Liu family, I might still be unaware of Tianxing's cultivation level. Do not cast blame solely upon me. Did you not also overlook his abilities?" Upon reflecting on Yi Lingchuan's words, the elders found merit in his argument. After all, even the patriarch had failed to discern Yi Tianxing's cultivation, thus alleviating their doubts regarding Yi Lingchuan's oversight. Very well. Does Tianxing not have a fondness for silver and food? When Elder Yi Jun returns, inform him to manage the resources for Tianxing, Yi Xian stated nonchalantly, choosing not to pursue the matter of Yi Lingchuan's negligence further. 5 days later, in a tavern in Warm Sun City, the conversation buzzed. "Have you heard? The Liu family of Xianxia city has severed their engagement with the Yi clan. I have long heard that the peak master of the Yi clan disdained Liu Qingyu, prompting Liu Qingyu to act in anger, only to be defeated by the peak master of Yi, which led to the annulment of their engagement. Please refrain from spouting nonsense. Who does not know that the foremost idler in Yezhou is none other than Yi Tianxing of Tianxing Peak? If he could conquer Liu Qingyu, I would stand on my head and eat dung. Oh dear, why the excitement? We are merely engaging in casual conversation, and we hardly believe that this debauchee could vanquish Liu Qingyu. Indeed, let us change the subject. Yesterday, I heard that Sun Yin from the Su family in Lin City possesses a spirit-gathering physique, and upon discovering this, the young master of the Hidden Moon sect intends to capture her as a furnace vessel. Goodness, a spirit-gathering physique? And it has attracted the attention of the Hidden Moon sect? Yes, it is well known that the young master of the Hidden Moon sect is quite lascivious. Many young women around have suffered, often meeting a grim fate after he has had his fill of them. given that Su Nian possesses a spirit-gathering physique. Her future seems dire indeed. It is said that in an attempt to curry favor with the Hidden Moon sect, the Su family planned to offer Su Nian to the young master, but upon learning of this, she secretly fled the Su family. And now, both the Su family and disciples of the Hidden Moon sect are in pursuit of her. As the patrons in the inn discuss this, they cannot help but sigh, their hearts filled with sympathy for Su Nian's plight. Nearby, a young man indulging in lavish feasting heard the chatter and furrowed his brow. This individual was none other than Tianxing, who had arrived at the inn while traveling. He had been leisurely enjoying all manner of delicacies along the way. Little did he expect to hear a tale that seemed pulled straight from a novel. He had heard of the spirit-gathering physique, a constitution that cannot cultivate but passively absorbs spiritual energy at 100-fold the rate of ordinary cultivators. If discovered by a cultivator, those with a favorable fate might lead a stable life, while those with an unfavorable fate could be drained dry in bed. It is often said that when heaven closes one door, it opens a window. Yet, the spirit-gathering physique cannot cultivate, making self-protection impossible, a truly lamentable fate. Tianxing, sigit in sympathy. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, there is no need for sympathy. For the spirit-gathering physique is a superior cultivation aptitude. However, due to its uniqueness, it requires a different cultivation method, provided the proper method is found. The cultivation speed will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Just as Tianxing lost himself in thought, the system's voice resonated again, startling him. He quickly wiped his mouth, dropped some coins, and prepared to flee. This pesky system never spoke without reason. It surely intended for him to undertake some task, likely pertaining to the spirit-gathering physique. If he delayed further, he might be compelled to accept another mission. However, just as Tianxing stepped out of the inn, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Detection of a spirit-gathering physique in close proximity to the host. Please accept the spirit-gathering physique as a disciple. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be granted. Ding! Should you refuse the task, you shall be shortened by 20 centimeters. Are you ever going to stop? For the first 18 years, you threatened me with tribulations, and now you dare to threaten my very essence? Moreover, what a chaotic system you are. What an array of nonsensical tasks you assign. Tianxing, both furious and helpless, could only grumble a few words to vent his frustration. In novels, the systems typically either specialize in taking on disciples or enhancing cultivation, yet his system was quite the opposite. Just a few days prior, it had insisted he enter the Grand Hall or compelled him to complete a cultivation assessment, and today it had transformed into a disciple-collecting mechanism. If this were a story, one would fear that readers would not buy into it. Beep. Since the host is dissatisfied with this punishment, I shall assist in changing it. Beep. Should you refuse the task, the host will earn the stench of infamy achievement. Note, the stench of infamy means for a millennium. Your body will emit an unbearable odor, detectable within 100 miles. Goodness, is this how one employs the idiom stench of infamy? This time, Tianxing's anger intensified, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the system. The punishment was too mortifying, leaving him no room for compromise. He then inwardly questioned in irritation. Where is the gathering spirit body? How can I recruit a disciple without a specific location? No sooner had he spoken than a filthy young girl gradually materialized before his eyes. The girl appeared frail, her hair a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest. Her clothes tattered and soiled, making her look like a little beggar. Behind her trailed several youths, the leader of whom called out nonchalantly, Sun Yin, stop running. If I wanted to catch you, I would have done so already. I prefer the proactive ones. It would spare you some suffering. Upon hearing these words, the girl's face turned ashen, her steps increasingly unsteady, and she stumbled, falling directly at Tianxing's feet. I will not return to the Hidden Moon sect with you, she declared, on the verge of tears, though her gaze still reflected a stubborn defiance. The youth, now thoroughly impatient, replied, since you dislike being proactive, do not blame me for being impolite. When I capture you, I will ensure that all disciples of the sect experience the essence of the gathering spirit body. With that, he signaled to his companions, who understood and approached the girl with malicious intent. Witnessing this scene, a surge of fury ignited within Tianxing. In broad daylight, how could such shameless individuals openly bully a vulnerable girl and utter such repugnant words? This sort of scenario was typically confined to novels and short dramas, where he would often critique the cliché plots. Yet, Now it unfolded before him in reality. Any person with a modicum of justice would find it unacceptable. Most importantly, through the dialogue between the two, Xianxia had already discerned that the girl at his feet was Sun Yinyan, the one possessing the gathering spirit body. How could he tolerate such humiliation directed at his future disciple? You wretched scoundrels! So many of you bullying a mere child. Is there no humanity left among you? Xianxia exclaimed as he helped Sun Yinyan to her feet, his gaze icy as it swept across the youths before him. He discerned that among the youths, only the leader possessed the cultivation of late foundation establishment, while the rest were merely at the initial stage. Thus, he felt no need for politeness. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The leader sneered disdainfully, having recognized Xianxia as an ordinary individual. Who are you? Why not ask your mother? What concern is it of mine? Xianxia retorted, pulling Sun Yinyan behind him, responding with even greater arrogance than the leader. You seek death. Dispose of him, the leader commanded, his face pallid with fury. Upon receiving the order, the other youths hastened their steps, rushing towards Xianxia. However, before they could react, Xianxia made his move. Bang! Crack! A series of crisp sounds echoed, and the charging youths collapsed to the ground, clutching their lower bodies. Drenched in cold sweat, two of them even fainted from the pain. Hiss! The male onlookers instinctively crossed their legs. It was no jest. A blow to the family jewels was unbearable for any man, cultivator or not. Witnessing the plight of those individuals, it seemed they would never dare to act again. The leader's pupils constricted, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Xianxia. Though he had not discerned Xianxia's cultivation level, the fact that he had incapacitated the initial stage disciples indicated that his prowess surpassed their own. Kid, I am the young master of the Hidden Moon sect, and they are all disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Are you not afraid of incurring our wrath? The leader, trembling with fear, invoked the name of the Hidden Moon sect in an attempt to intimidate Xianxia. Xianxia, uninterested in further discourse, moved once more. A howl. In the next moment, the leader found himself on the ground, clutching his lower body and emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Without a backward glance, Xianxia took Sun Yinyan and returned to the inn. Owner, please prepare another room for me, along with hot water, and purchase a suitable outfit for her. Xianxia instructed, gesturing towards the disheveled Sun Yinyan. Sir, you just struck the young Master Qinsho of the Hidden Moon sect. Warm Sun City is under their influence. You should leave swiftly, the innkeeper, disapproving of Qinsho's actions, kindly advised. Xianxia nodded and ascended to the second floor with Sun Yinyan. Your name is Sun Yinyan, is it not? Given your current state, the hot water is ready. You should wash up, and the clothes will arrive shortly. I will be just outside. Call for me if you need anything, Xianxia said gently. Sun Yinyan gazed at Xianxia with a look of poignant vulnerability, as if trying to discern the true intentions of her savior. However, having evaded the pursuit of the Hidden Moon sect for days, she had traversed through squalid places, resulting in an unbearable itch. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure of the hot water, she nodded softly in agreement and entered the room to bathe. At that moment, the attendant arrived with the new garments, presenting them to Xianxia. Xianxia entered the room to fetch his clothes, then retreated outside to stand guard at the door. Within less than half an hour, Sun Yinyan opened the door. At that moment, she had changed into a new outfit, appearing as though she had transformed into a different person. Xianxia finally beheld her true visage. Her brows resembled distant green hills. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and a delicate blush graced her fair complexion, making her resemble a charming young lady of refined grace. Have you finished washing up? Xianxia inquired with a smile. Sun Yinyan yently nodded, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, he proceeded to express his intentions. Yinyan, I perceive that you possess a unique constitution. You are undoubtedly a promising candidate for cultivation. How would you feel about becoming my disciple? Xianxia said with a beaming smile. Chapter 12. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinyan's expression shifted to one of wariness, and she instinctively took a few steps back. It was common knowledge among ordinary folk that a gathering spirit body could not cultivate, yet here stood her savior, claiming she was an excellent candidate for cultivation. This led her to suspect that Xianxia harbored intentions akin to those of other cultivators, seeking to deceive her into becoming a furnace. Brother, I cannot cultivate. If you wish to take on a disciple, you should seek someone else, Sun Yinyan replied, feigning calmness. It wasn't that she was unaware, rather, She had been deceived before and was now fearful. Every practitioner who discerned her gathering spirit body sought to use her as a furnace. Had it not been for the later declaration from the Hidden Moon sect that she was the young lord's, she would likely have found herself in a precarious situation. Thus, Sun Yinyan's demeanor was one of vigilance as she declined him. Tianxing, noticing her reluctance, became anxious. The mere thought of his own foul odor, detectable within 100 miles, was unbearable to him. What does it matter if you cannot cultivate? I assure you, even if you lack the ability to cultivate, I will still regard you as my disciple and protect you from any harm, he declared earnestly. Seeing Tianxing's sincerity, Sun Yinyan's heart began to waver. After all, he had saved her. Had he not intervened, she would have been captured by the Hidden Moon sect. This realization eased her caution somewhat. You're not going to take me as a furnace, are you? Sun Yinyan probed cautiously. Tianxing nodded emphatically. I would never allow you to be treated as a furnace. If anyone dares to harm you, regardless of who they are, I will eliminate them without hesitation. After struggling with her thoughts for a brief moment, Sun Yinyan suddenly knelt before him. Master, please accept my humble bow, she implored, as she knelt and performed 3 respectful bows. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the task. Reward: 1 volume of Gathering Spirit Technique. Note: this technique is suitable only for the Gathering Spirit body. The host should not casually bestow it upon others. Ding! Congratulations. The host has completed the task. Reward: late-stage golden core cultivation. Ding! Congratulations. The host has completed the task. Reward: a 3rd-grade life-bound magical artifact, the Demon Slaying Sword. The Demon Slayer Sword is the only artifact in the world capable of ascending in rank through the vanquishment of demonkin. When the dragon pattern on the blade turns entirely red, it signifies the possibility of elevation. Note: in this realm, artifacts and elixirs are categorized into 9 ranks, with rank 1 being the lowest and rank 9 the highest. Additionally, a master artifact is intrinsically superior to an ordinary one by 1 rank and, upon nourishment, will inevitably awaken sentience. Thus, it is imperative for the host not to conflate master artifacts with ordinary ones. After the system elucidated the rewards, Tianxing distinctly sensed the presence of a sword within his dantian. However, seeing that Sun Yinyan remained kneeling on the ground, he refrained from hastily inspecting it and instead assisted her to her feet. Oh dear, rise quickly. You shall henceforth be my disciple, Tianxing, he said with a smile. Master, where shall we go now? Sun Yinyan inquired, her defenses seemingly lowered after a formal acknowledgement of him as her teacher, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Tianxing had contemplated their next steps while she was bathing and replied, I have some matters to attend to that may involve peril, so I intend to escort you back to the Su family first. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall return for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinyan's countenance paled instantly. Master, may I not return to the Su family? She implored. Tianxing noted the evident fear in her demeanor, furrowing his brow slightly. It was apparent that the Su family had resorted to selling their daughters for gain, instilling such dread in her that she felt compelled to flee. Yet, he was uncertain of the dangers that awaited him in Xianxia City as he embarked on this mission for the first time, lacking experience and feeling ill-equipped to bring Sun Yinyan along. With this in mind, Tianxing concluded that returning to the Su family would be the most prudent course of action, as the outside world posed even greater threats. Do not fear, Yinyan. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall stand up for you, he reassured her. He had already devised a plan to negotiate with the Su family. Should they attempt to relinquish Sun Yinyan, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. After all, they were merely a family that traded their daughters for prestige. Deserving no courtesy whatsoever. He had little doubt that they would refrain from handing Sun Yinyan over to the Hidden Moon sect. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Sun Yinyan nodded gently, for she had been away from the Su residence for several days and longed to see her father. All right then, let us depart, she replied. With that, Tianxing led her away from the inn. As they exited the establishment, the young master of the Hidden Moon sect and his disciples had long vanished without a trace. I expected them to retaliate like in the novels. Yet they've all fled, Tianxing murmured quietly to himself. What he did not realize was that the young master of the Hidden Moon sect was not foolish. Knowing he could not prevail, he would naturally choose to ensure his own safety before seeking vengeance. Once they left the warmth of the sunlit city, Sun Yinyan occasionally glanced at Tianxing, her expression betraying her hesitation to speak. Observing this, Tianxing asked, What is it? Is there something amiss with my face? Master, why don't you take me flying? This way is so slow, Su Nianyan inquired, finally summoning the courage to voice her doubts. Although she lacked cultivation and could not discern the prowess of the young master of the Hidden Moon sect, she had heard that he was at the late foundation establishment stage. It was common knowledge that one could fly using a sword at that level. Given that Yi Tianxing had defeated the young master, Qin Shou, his abilities must surely surpass those of Qin, implying he too could soar through the skies. Yi Tianxing scratched his head awkwardly, his mind racing before he replied earnestly, "To read 1,000 volumes of books is not as valuable as traveling 1,000 miles. To travel 1,000 miles is not as enriching as encountering countless people. I am in the midst of my own training. If I were to fly on my sword, I would see no one and thus learn nothing. Moreover, had I truly taken to the skies, I might never have encountered you, nor saved you." So Nianyan nodded, somewhat understanding, yet still feeling that something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Observing her lack of further inquiries, Yi Tianxing discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. It was not that he was unwilling to fly. Rather, he harbored a fear of heights. At the Golden Core stage, one had completely transcended reliance on external aids and could soar freely. Yet the very thought of flying high above, gazing down into an abyss, made his legs weak. What if he mismanaged his spiritual energy and fell? The notion of flying on a sword was even more daunting. Should he lose his balance, he would not only suffer the system's punishment, but might even harm himself gravely. However, to preserve his image as a master, Yi Tianxing would never divulge this fear to Su Nianyan. Chapter 13. Has your Su family always been so passionate? Half a day later, in Xianxia City, at the Su family residence, the atmosphere was unusually bustling. The spacious courtyard, typically open, was now filled to capacity with people summoned by the head of the family. Su Xing, upon returning from an errand, he learned of his daughter's disappearance and, in a flurry of worry, dispatched search parties. After a full day without any news, his anxiety escalated, prompting him to summon all members of the Su clan from their respective duties back to the residence to aid in the search for Su Nianyan. "You are all aware that my daughter is missing, and calling you back was a desperate measure. It has now been 2 days since Nianyan's disappearance, and I implore you to search diligently and bring her back." Su Sheng addressed the assembly, his expression grave and urgent. He understood his daughter's unique constitution. With each passing moment, the danger increased, and thus his urgency grew. After all, she was his only daughter. "Rest assured, we will certainly find the young lady," spoke the eldest elder of the Su family. Su Xing nodded. "Let us depart." Just as his words echoed, a guard from the Su family hurried into the courtyard, exclaiming, reporting to the head of the family, "I have just received word that the young lady has appeared in Warm Sun City, and the young Master Qin Shou of the Hidden Moon sect has also made his presence known there." The guard's remarks instantly darkened Su Sheng's countenance. In recent days, he had been seeking a force capable of sheltering his daughter, and it was only yesterday that he ventured out for this very purpose. Yet upon hearing that Qin Shou had set his sights on Su Nianyan, none of the forces he approached dared to wade into this murky water, all refusing to see Su Sheng, fearful of incurring the Hidden Moon sect's wrath. Who would have thought that, having departed for just a day, Qin Shou could no longer restrain himself? "Qin Shou, how dare he touch my daughter? I shall see him perish." In a fit of emotional turmoil, Su Sheng's spiritual energy surged violently around him, akin to an uncontrollable blaze. However, he soon regained his composure. After all, as the head of the Su family, he possessed only the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, while any elder of the Hidden Moon sect would easily surpass him in power, and the sect leader was at the nascent soul stage, far beyond his reach. Yet, the thought of his daughter being insulted by Qin Shou compelled Su Sheng to take a deep breath and address the crowd. "Esteemed friends, my daughter is in peril, and as her father, I cannot afford to retreat. Even if it means confronting the Hidden Moon sect head-on, I will rescue Nianyan. However, given the formidable nature of the Hidden Moon sect, this venture is fraught with danger. Should anyone fear retribution, you are welcome to leave Xianxia City now and seek refuge beyond the influence of the Hidden Moon sect. I, Su Sheng, shall bear no grudge against you." His words cast a heavy silence over the courtyard, with even the sound of breathing becoming audible. The reputation of the Hidden Moon sect was thunderous, and to oppose them was akin to a moth flying into a flame. They understood that the Su family was truly facing annihilation. Yet soon after, the elder of the Su family spoke first. "Our family's ancestral teachings are rooted in unity. Let it be known that I will not stand idly by if even a guard's daughter is wronged. let alone the head of the family's own child. At that moment, the second elder of the Su family added, "Indeed, if we cannot protect our kin, what purpose does the Su family serve?" Following the affirmations of the two elders, others began to echo their sentiments. "I fear not the Hidden Moon sect. I too shall go to rescue the young lady. Though I'm not of the Su family, my life was saved by them, and my life belongs to the Su family. Should anyone dare to harm the young lady, even if I cannot kill Xianxia, I shall incapacitate him. Yes, let us rescue the young lady and bring Xianxia to justice." Someone in the crowd shouted the final words, igniting the Su residents like a powder keg, stirring everyone into a fervor. "Rescue the young lady. Bring down Xianxia. Rescue the young lady. Bring down Xianxia." Su Shang gazed upon his loyal kin and guests, his eyes glistening with emotion and fervor. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, "Excellent! With you brave souls of the Su family by my side, what have I to fear? Let us set forth to warm Sun City, reclaim Yinyan, and ensure that Xianxia pays in blood for his transgressions." However, just as the members of the Su family prepared to journey to warm Sun City, a youthful voice rang out at the entrance of the Su residence. "Yinyan, has your Su family always been so impassioned? Why does it resemble a pyramid scheme? I couldn't quite catch what you were all shouting. Do you know what it was?" The youth in question is none other than Tianxing, who was returning home with Su Yinyan. From a distance, he could already hear the thunderous shouts emanating from the Su residence. However, the specifics of their exclamations were lost to him amidst the uproar. By the time he approached the entrance to listen intently, the commotion had subsided. Su Yinyan, equally perplexed, shook her head and remarked, "I have no idea either. Some uncles and elders who rarely visit the Su family have all returned today." Having resided in the Su household for 18 years, she had never encountered such a situation and was genuinely curious about the unfolding events. All the members of the Su family overheard the exchange between the two and turned their gazes toward the grand entrance. When they laid eyes on Su Yinyan, they were momentarily frozen, each grappling with an indescribable emotion. They were filled with righteous indignation, resolutely preparing to confront the moon-hidden sect in a fight to the death. Yet, here was Su Yinyan returning with a young man, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The sensation was akin to being brimming with adrenaline, ready to face death, only to be abruptly informed that such a fate was unnecessary. The pent-up fervor surged within them, yet they found no outlet, rendering the experience profoundly strange. "Where have you been, you wretched girl? Did I not instruct you not to leave the Su residence?" Su Shang was the first to regain his composure. Dashing Tawar Sun Yanyan, having previously heard whispers of the Su family's intentions to sell their daughter for glory, Tianxing instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Su Yinyan upon witnessing Su Shang's fierce demeanor. "Who are you to speak to my disciple in such a manner?" Tianxing inquired bluntly. Addressing Su Shang as old man, Su Shang's face flushed crimson with rage at being referred to in such a manner. "You insolent brat! Who do you think you are, claiming Yinyan as your disciple? Do you take me for a fool?" His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Tianxing, a surge of spiritual energy from his early golden core stage threatening to erupt, signaling his readiness to strike at any moment. It was one thing for his daughter to be coveted by those cultivators, but now this young man, devoid of any spiritual aura, dared to deceive his daughter. How could he possibly tolerate such an affront? Everyone knew that a spirit-gathering body could not cultivate. This so-called disciple was merely a ruse to ensnare his daughter as a furnace for alchemy. "Master, this is my father, the head of the Su family." Su Yinyan interjected hastily, tugging at Tianxing's sleeve as tensions escalated. However, upon realizing that this old man was indeed Su Yinyan's biological father, Tianxing retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Su Shang had no time to evade and was sent flying several yards, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "I had intended to discuss matters with you, but given your attitude towards Yinyan, I find it unnecessary." Tianxing remarked it coldly. His purpose for visiting the Su family was to ensure Su Yinyan's well-being. However, upon being met with Su Shang's derogatory remarks towards her, he felt no obligation to show restraint. Tianxing resolved to teach the entire Su family a lesson, intending to employ an iron-fisted approach to compel their submission, thereby preventing them from handing Su Yinyan over to others once he departed. Chapter 14. How deceptively similar. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on your own family?" Upon witnessing this, the members of the Su family erupted in fury, unleashing their respective auras as they charged toward Tianxing. In an instant, The Su residence was filled with the tumult of spiritual energy and the clamor of battle cries. Sun Yinyan stood behind Yi Tianxing, utterly bewildered. How could a mere introduction of her father lead to such violence? Just as she was about to intervene, Yi Tianxing interrupted her. Yinyan, wait here and watch as I teach them a lesson. With that, he too surged forward to confront the Su family. As the clash commenced, the Su family members swiftly surrounded Yi Tianxing, intent on overpowering him. However, they soon realized something was amiss. The young man Sun Yinyan had brought back was no ordinary individual. His cultivation exceeded theirs. Before many could comprehend the gravity of the situation, they were left in a daze as comrades began to fall like dominoes around them. Enraged, the Su family's grand elder shouted at Yi Tianxing, "How dare you act so recklessly in the Su residence? You seek death." With those words, he gathered spiritual energy into a fireball in his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Tianxing. Yet, in a swift motion, Yi Tianxing dashed forward and lightly flicked the grand elder's forehead. The elder felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward like a rag doll. Observing this, the second elder brandished a large blade and charged at Yi Tianxing with ferocity. Unperturbed, Yi Tianxing sidestepped and casually slapped the back of the second elder's blade. The elder's arm went numb, and the blade flew from his grasp as he was sent sprawling by a kick from Yi Tianxing. The flying blade landed precisely in front of the grand elder, causing him to tremble in fear. In a matter of moments, the strongest members of the Su family had lost their combat capability. What had begun as a group assault on a single individual had transformed into a lone warrior against a multitude. After just a few breaths, not a single member of the Su family was left standing. They lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Oof. This is the consequence of bullying Yinyan. Yi Tianxing surveyed the fallen members of the Su family, his heart swelling with satisfaction. In his previous life, he had only read novels or watched short dramas where protagonists were mistreated by their families, only to find a powerful ally who would help them exact revenge. Experiencing this firsthand was quite exhilarating. At that moment, the members of the Su family, lying on the ground in fear, gazed at Yi Tianxing with a mixture of terror and astonishment. How could one individual take on so many, including the family head and two elders at the early Golden Core stage? What kind of power did he possess? Meanwhile, Sun Yinyan looked up at the imposing figure of Yi Tianxing with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never imagined her master could be so formidable, easily defeating so many members of the Su family. The excitement had not yet subsided when Sun Yinyan suddenly realized that those who had fallen were all members of the Su family, including her own father. "Master, these people are my relatives. Why do you strike them?" Sun Yinyan rushed to stand before Yi Tianxing, her eyes slightly reddened, displaying a hint of anger on her face. Upon witnessing Sun Yinyan's demeanor, Yi Tianxing instantly conjured a scene reminiscent of a short play. The Su family, in their desire to curry favor with the Hidden Moon sect, intended to offer Sun Yinyan to Xianxia. What merit was there in protecting such family? Yet, Sun Yinyan remained oblivious. Believing the Su family had her best interests at heart, even counting the money after selling her off, was this not a quintessential example of emotional manipulation? With this thought in mind, Yi Tianxing patted Sun Yinyan's shoulder and said, "Yinyan, you are still young and do not understand the adult world. I will resolve this matter for you. No one from the Su family will dare to bully you again." Sun Yinyan was bewildered by Yi Tianxing's words. What was he talking about? Why had the Su family ever bullied her? "Master, no one is bullying me," she began to explain, but Yi Tianxing interrupted, "Enough. I am your master. You need not worry about anything. If the sky were to fall, I would hold it up." After this, Yi Tianxing pulled Sun Yinyan behind him, his gaze sweeping over the fallen members of the Su family. "I have brought Yinyan to the Su family today to convey two messages. First, Yinyan is now my disciple. If any of you dare to bully her, it shall not merely result in your downfall. Second, I have some unfinished business and will be absent for a while. During this time, Yinyan will remain with the Su family. Should I return to find that you have handed Yinyan over to the Hidden Moon sect, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath upon your family." At these words, everyone was taken aback. When had they ever bullied Sun Yinyan? When had they ever intended to hand her over to the Hidden Moon sect? "You are talking nonsense. She's my daughter, my blood. Who in the Su family would dare to bully her? Hand her over to the Hidden Moon sect? That is utterly absurd. If Yinyan were to delay her return any longer, we would be the ones seeking to confront the Hidden Moon sect." Su Sheng stood up from the ground, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Yi Tianxing. "Ah, you are putting on quite the act. Spare me your theatrics." Yi Tianxing scoffed, entirely unconvinced by Su Shang's words. If what Su Shang said were true, why had Su Nyanyan appeared so frightened at the prospect of being brought back to the Su family? Trembling with rage, Su Shang pointed at Yi Tianxing, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, Su Nyanyan could no longer tolerate Yi Tianxing's antics and stepped directly in front of him. "Master, if you continue this absurdity, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my master." Tears welled in her eyes, her voice tinged with desperation. She felt a mix of anger and helplessness, bewildered by her master's stubbornness. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tianxing froze in place. He never anticipated that Su Nyanyan had been manipulated by the Su family to such an extent. Despite his efforts to stand up for her, she still sided with them. "Nyanyan, my dear disciple, I truly wish the best for you. Reflect on this. Your previous fear of returning to the Su family speaks volumes, does it not?" Yi Tianxing implored earnestly, attempting to awaken Su Nyanyan from her delusions. Su Nyanyan stamped her foot in frustration. "That was because Qianxia has been pressuring me to join the Hidden Moon sect. My father, in his attempts to protect me, has sought help from every nearby faction. I cannot bear to see him toil on my behalf, nor do I wish to bring trouble to the Su family. Hence, I chose to leave home." Upon hearing her words, Yi Tianxing felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Could it be that I misunderstood?" he thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that made him wish to vanish. Su Nyanyan glared at him. "Master, my father and the elders have treated me well. They have never bullied me. Who have you been listening to?" Yi Tianxing's gaze darted about, unable to meet her eyes, rendered speechless. "Curse it. If only I had watched fewer short dramas and not filled my head with nonsense," he cursed internally. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Su Shang's fury ignited. "You little brat, where do you come from? Not only have you deceived my daughter, but you've also injured so many. Even if your cultivation is high, your audacity is unparalleled." Su Shang glared fiercely, wishing he could give Yi Tianxing a couple of hard slaps. "Nyanyan, wait for me at home. I will return shortly," Yi Tianxing said to Su Nyanyan before turning his gaze back to Su Shang. "Forgive me, Su family head, it seems I have misunderstood. My mother is calling me home for dinner, so I must take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianxing vanished from the spot. By the time everyone realized what had happened, he had already fled 800 meters from the Su residence. In his view, having unintentionally assaulted someone amidst their anger, any explanation he could offer would be futile. It was better to slip away unnoticed. At least he now knew that the Su family had no intention of handing over Su Nyanyan, which relieved him. What a scoundrel. He hits someone and then runs off. Does he have no shame? Yi Tianxing's actions only fueled Su Shang's rage further. Had he not known he was outmatched, he would have chased after him. "Nyanyan, what is the name of that scoundrel? Where did you bring this fool from?" Su Shang's face flushed red with anger, his chest heaving. "I haven't asked my master's name yet, but he saved me in Warm Sun City," Su Nyanyan said softly, recounting her experiences there. "Oh, so this scoundrel is the one who rescued you?" Upon hearing that his daughter had been saved by Yi Tianxing, Su Shang's anger diminished considerably. "Su Nyanyan nadit slightly. If it weren't for my master, I would have been captured by Qianxia by now. Then perhaps this scoundrel isn't entirely bad, though I do wonder what his true intentions are in taking you as a disciple." Su Shang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It was perplexing to take on a disciple unable to cultivate. Who could fathom such a decision? However, if it were truly for Su Nyanyan's gathering spirit body, the attitude of that scoundrel seemed quite the opposite. "Master, don't just stand there. We should tend to the injured first." The elder of the Su family interrupted Su Shang's contemplation. It was at this moment that Su Shang recalled that many had been wounded. "When that fool returns, I must demand clarity," he muttered under his breath, then began directing the uninjured cultivators to assist the injured members of the Su family. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing had long since departed from Xianxia City, hastening towards Xianxia City. During this journey, he discreetly attempted to fly through the air. However, once he ascended beyond a meter above the ground, his legs began to weaken. With no other choice, he resorted to low-altitude flight, or rather, skimming the ground. Initially, Yi Tianxing was indifferent to the notion of flight. Even without it, he felt it would not matter. Yet now that he had an apprentice, he could not simply fabricate excuses every time he was queried. Thus, he endeavored to acclimatize himself to the sensation of flying. Although he flew at a low altitude, it was still considerably faster than walking, and by nightfall, he arrived at the outskirts of Xianxia City. When Tianxing entered the city, daylight had already broken. Goodness, why are there so many people in Xianxia city? He exclaimed, astonished at the throngs filling the streets. Just as he pondered this, an angry voice erupted from the middle of the street. You dare to touch my woman? Are you seeking death? Turning towards the commotion, Tianxing beheld a somewhat stout young man fiercely guarding a stunning woman behind him, glaring menacingly at a youth adorned in an opulent purple robe. The young man in the purple robe stood with arms crossed, a mocking smile playing upon his lips, clearly dismissive of the stout youth. It's a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in your woman. Come now, let us have some fun. He beckoned nonchalantly to the stout youth. You seek death. Attack, commanded the stout youth to his surrounding guards. Yet, instead of advancing, the guards displayed expressions of panic. Young Master Chun, that person is Gao Tianyang, the heir of the Gao family. We cannot provoke him. One guard whispered urgently in the stout youth's ear. Undeterred, the stout youth shouted at his guards. I don't care. No one touches my woman. You've been paid, so you must do your duty. The guards exchanged incredulous glances. With the one who had spoken earlier scoffing, Chun Zhuang, don't think you can act arrogantly just because you are the heir of the Chun family, S Merchant Association. If you wish to court death, that's your affair, but don't drag us down with you. With that, the guard led the others away from the scene. Gao Tianyang, witnessing this, doubled over in laughter, pointing at Chun Zhuang with derision. Oh, I thought someone was being audacious. Turns out it's just the heir of the Chun family, S Merchant Association. But what does that matter? You have only a handful of worthless silver. Do you dare provoke a family of cultivators? Do not presume too much about the Gao family. Even a mere trifling clan would be beyond your reckoning, Chun Zhuang seethed, his entire being trembling with rage as he shouted at Gao Tianyang. I care not for your identity. To lay hands upon my woman is to court death. With that declaration, Chun Zhuang charged directly at Gao Tianyang. Gao Tianyang regarded the clumsily approaching Chun Zhuang with a mocking expression, making no move to evade him. Just as Chun Zhuang was about to make contact, Gao Tianyang delivered a swift kick. Bang! Chun Zhuang was sent flying, fortuitously landing back at the very spot from which he had charged. Zhuang, the enchanting woman hastily helped Chun Zhuang to his feet, her face etched with concern. Ru Yan, do not fear. I am unharmed. Chun Zhuang reassured the woman named Ru Yan. Upon hearing the name Ru Yan, Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is she the Ru Yan of legend? Could she possibly be of the Lu lineage? Tianxing instinctively conjured up vivid images in his mind. However, he quickly shook his head, dispelling those errant thoughts. Having recently experienced a debacle concerning the Su family, he realized he could not rely on his past experiences to interpret this world. Chun Zhuang, I offer you an opportunity. If you lend me your woman for 3 days, I shall return her to you unscathed. Should you refuse, do not blame me for the consequences that befall her, Gao Tianyang sneered, looking down upon Chun Zhuang with an expression of contempt. To him, Chun Zhuang was merely an incapable waste, while he himself was a cultivator in the mid-foundation stage, easily able to handle an ordinary person. As for the Chun family's trading association, Gao Tianyang dismissed it entirely. Even if such a mundane establishment spread across the entirety of Yi Prefecture, it remained a mere worldly entity, easily extinguished by any cultivating family. Chapter 16. I shall take this on. Ru Yan, you must leave. I shall bear this burden, Chun Zhuang said, his calmness returning as he recognized the inevitability of the impending conflict. The woman named Ru Yan's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head. I will not leave. Even in death, I wish to remain by your side. Seeing their resolute defiance, Gao Tianyang's expression darkened. Since you are so obstinate, do not expect me to show mercy. With that, Gao Tianyang unleashed the aura of a mid-foundation stage cultivator. Those gathered to witness immediately sensed that he was prepared to engage seriously. Alas, these two unfortunate souls have crossed paths with the young master of the Gao family. This Gao Tianyang has gone too far. Is there truly no one capable of putting him in his place? You do not hail from Xianxia city, do you? Gao Tianyang's father had passed away early, leaving his grandfather, the current head of the Gao family, to spoil him without restraint, thereby fostering his arrogant demeanor. Ah, how unfortunate for this pair of devoted young lovers. The onlookers lamented, yet out of fear for the Gao family's influence, none dared to intervene. Everyone, I, Chun Zhuang, possess little else but an abundance of gold. Whoever can restrain this beast shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, and if someone can incapacitate him, I shall grant them 100,000 taels. In desperation, Chun Zhuang resorted to offering a substantial bounty, hoping for assistance. However, the majority of onlookers were cultivators who had no use for gold, and thus, none stepped forward. Moreover, who would dare to confront the young master of the Gao family on their own territory? That would be tantamount to courting death. Yet amidst the crowd, one pair of eyes gleamed green with ambition. It was Yi Tianxing. Is it true? You possess 100,000 taels of gold? Yi Tianxing emerged from the throng, his gaze fixed on Chun Zhuang like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Seeing someone step forward, Chun Zhuang was elated and nodded vigorously. Absolutely. As long as you can incapacitate Gao Tianyang, the 100,000 taels will be yours, without a single coin withheld. Yi Tianxing shook his head. You must first provide me with the gold, for how can I trust you not to deceive me? Without hesitation, Chun Zhuang waved his hand, and several chests of gold appeared on the ground from his storage ring. Yi Tianxing, wary of the possibility of counterfeit coins, began to inspect the gold, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Where did this lad come from? He truly dares to challenge Gao Tianyang? One murmured. What can he do? I sense no spiritual energy emanating from him. Another exclaimed, could it be he is so desperate that he is gambling on Gao Tianyang's restraint? As the whispers circulated, Yi Tianxing finished his examination of the gold. I shall take on this task, he declared, securing the chest within his storage ring, his face beaming with delight. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in their conflict. Such scenarios were commonplace, and even if he disapproved, it seemed unnecessary to offend others over irrelevant matters. However, the allure of gold changed the equation entirely. One could play the hero while reaping rewards, a most agreeable endeavor indeed. Yet, Gao Tianyang was momentarily thrown off by Yi Tianxing's unexpected appearance. It was only upon hearing Yi Tianxing's voice that he regained his composure. Gazing at Yi Tianxing, he regarded him as an ignorant fool. You presume to, before Gao Tianyang could complete his sentence. Yi Tianxing executed a devastating kick that struck with precision at Gao Tianyang's vital point. The resulting scream echoed like that of a castrated boar, startling the birds perched upon nearby rooftops into flight. All present were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide and jaws nearly touching the ground. They had sensed no spiritual energy from Yi Tianxing, assuming him an ordinary individual. Little did they anticipate his remarkable speed, which left the crowd unable to comprehend the event unfolding before them. Brother, when I said incapacitate, I meant his cultivation, not his manhood, Chun Zhuang exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Yi Tianxing, affected by the constant threats from the system, found his thoughts clouded. Thus, whenever he struck, his primary target was invariably the opponent's vital point. Upon hearing Chun Zhuang's intention to incapacitate Gao Tianyang's cultivation, Yi Tianxing chuckled. Isn't it merely a matter of extinguishing one's cultivation when one takes payment to resolve another's troubles? A trivial task. With that, he effortlessly lifted Gao Tianyang and delivered a punch directly to his dantian. Gao Tianyang, struck by this dual assault, succumbed to unconsciousness without even a cry of agony. Chun Zhuang gazed at Yi Tianxing in astonishment, amazed that he had summoned such a formidable individual who acted with such remarkable efficiency. Zhuang, quickly escort this young master to the Lu family. If we tarry, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Just as Chun Zhuang was taken aback, Ru Yin beside him urged him hastily. Oh, yes, let us hurry to the Lu family. Chun Zhuang nodded, grasping Ru Yan's hand as they dashed forward. Noticing their destination, Yi Tianxing followed closely behind. However, after a short distance, Chun Zhuang began to wheeze heavily, unable to continue running due to his physical condition. Fatty, why are you running so fast if you can't keep up? Yi Tianxing asked, perplexed as he caught up with Chun Zhuang. Big brother, you just incapacitated the young master of the Gao family. They must have received word by now. Our only chance of survival is to seek fortune with the Lu family. The Lu family is known for their integrity and is the only clan capable of contending with the Gao family. If we explain our predicament clearly, we might just preserve our lives, Chun Zhuang explained, bending over and gasping for breath. Yi Tianxing, upon hearing this, grew even more puzzled and inquired, aren't you fearless of death? Why the sudden trepidation? If survival is your goal, why not simply flee the city earlier instead of heading towards the Lu family? Chun Zhuang rolled his eyes at Yi Tianxing. I fear not for myself, but I do not wish for Ru Yin to come to harm. Besides, neither of us possesses any cultivation. Escaping the city would be of no use. A mere practitioner from the Gao family could easily apprehend us both. It dawned on Yi Tianxing then, realizing he had overlooked this detail, The couple lacked cultivation, rendering any escape from the pursuit of practitioners impossible. "Fear not, tread slowly. I shall protect you both," he confidently assured them. His spirits were buoyed, relieved that he would no longer have to worry about financial woes in the immediate future. Moreover, given Gao Tianyang's earlier transgressions, assisting this couple seemed only just. "You'll protect us?" But the head of the Gao family is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Even if you could incapacitate Gao Tianyang, how could you possibly contend with the head of the Gao family? Chen Zhuang was skeptical of Yi Tianxing's claims. Yet he found himself too fatigued to run any longer, forcing himself to plod onward. Yi Tianxing, uninterested in further explanations, continued to trail behind them. Chapter 17, Yi Tianxing, Master of Tianxing Peak. What's going on? Why are there so many people so early in the morning? Observing the increasing throng on the street, Yi Tianxing found himself engaging in a perplexed soliloquy. It was still quite early, the day only just beginning to illuminate, and it was unusual for so many people to be present. "Brother, are you unaware? The previous head of the Liu family, who is the father of the current patriarch, has just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. These people have come to offer their congratulations." Chen Zhuang interjected at that moment. Yi Tianxing's realization dawned upon him. No wonder there were so many. It was for this reason. The trio fell into silence as they continued their journey toward the Liu estate. After a while, Chen Zhuang seemed to have made a resolute decision and turned to the delicate Ru Yan beside him. "Ru Yan, this visit to the Liu family presents an opportunity. If it comes to it, I will accompany you down." Upon hearing this, Ru Yan's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, her hands clasping tightly around Chen Zhuang's arm. "What are you saying? Even without me, you must continue to live well. It is only when you thrive that I can find happiness." At that moment, Chen Zhuang's own eyes tinged with moisture, yet he refrained from speaking further. In his heart, he had already resolved that wherever Ru Yan ventured, he would follow, even unto death. Yi Tianxing, trailing behind, felt a chill run down his spine at the emotional exchange and couldn't help but interject. "You two needn't act as though you were facing a parting of life and death. I have pledged to protect you, and I will. If it comes to it, I shall escort you out of the city. Should the Gao family dare to act against you, I will incapacitate them all." Chen Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tianxing. "Brother, do not boast. The Gao family is not one to provoke lightly, and our concerns lie beyond this. You do not understand." Yi Tianxing, exasperated, retorted, "What could I possibly not comprehend? Is it not simply that Ru Yan's beauty has drawn the covetous gaze of Gao Tianyang? By incapacitating Gao Tianyang, the Gao family will undoubtedly seek retribution, and at that point, we can negotiate. If an agreement is reached, we settle our grievances. If not, we will handle it as it comes. What is so difficult to grasp? Zhuang, how can you speak to your savior in such a manner?" Ru Yan chided, pinching Chen Zhuang. "I have provided my share as well." Chen Zhuang rubbed his abdomen where she had pinched him, a look of grievance on his face. "Young master is a cultivator. Does he truly need the 10 million taels of gold? He surely disapproves of Gao Tianyang's actions, thus he assists you. Perhaps he fears you might feel inadequate in protecting your woman, and so he offers help under the guise of compensation. How can you be so ungrateful?" Ru Yan, shedding her previous delicate demeanor, now chastised Chen Zhuang with a serious expression, her gaze akin to that of a parent addressing a wayward child. This time, Chen Zhuang refrained from retorting and lowered his head in submission. Yi Tianxing, overhearing, felt exceedingly awkward. Generally, cultivators indeed do not require money. Yet he aspired to enjoy the pleasures of life. But without funds, how could one revel in such joys? Nevertheless, with his image so grand in the eyes of these two, he felt no inclination to clarify. "My apologies, young master. Zhuang did not mean to be disrespectful just now. Our earlier conversation was not fueled by concern for the Gao family." He expressed his confusion, stating that I had been poisoned. In an effort to help me detoxify, Zhuang sought out renowned physicians, ultimately sacrificing his own physique to test various antidotes. When Zhuang discovered that conventional doctors could not alleviate my affliction, he resolved to seek assistance from sects or families skilled in cultivation. However, we are merely ordinary individuals. Even with the wealth of the Chun family as commerce, those practitioners would not deign to assist us, resulting in a lack of help. Undeterred, Zhuang tirelessly accompanied me in my search for medical aid over the years, yet we faced repeated setbacks, often unable to even gain entry. Consequently, we altered our approach, choosing to visit sects or cultivation families during their celebratory events, thus securing at least a chance to seek treatment. Yet, even in the past 2 years, when we managed to gain entry, no one was willing to aid in my detoxification. As Ru Yin recounted the events, walking alongside, Yi Tianxing could not help but feel moved. It turned out there was such a backstory behind their bond, explaining their deep affection for one another. Very well. Upon our arrival at the Liu family, I shall speak on your behalf and see if they might extend their assistance. Yi Tianxing resolved to help the two, though he was uncertain if the Liu family would honor his request. Thus he refrained from making any absolute promises. The two, upon hearing this, did not take it seriously. After all, the Liu family was a premier power in Yizhou, making it implausible for a young man of their age to hold any influence. Thus, they merely assumed Yi Tianxing was boasting, especially as he had just claimed he would dismantle the Gao family. Soon, the trio arrived at the Liu family estate. Despite being termed an estate, the Liu family's grounds were vast, spanning the area of 4 streets. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with activity. Guests lined up outside, each bearing an array of congratulatory gifts, eager to ensure they did not appear stingy in the eyes of the Liu family. The 3 joined the end of the queue. Congratulations! Elder Liu has advanced to the initial stage of the Yuan-Ing realm, elevating the Liu family to new heights, exclaimed a guest at the front as they entered, addressing the steward receiving gifts. You are too kind. Please do come in, replied the steward, gesturing for the guests to proceed. This exchange continued for nearly half an hour. Yet the line before Yi Tianxing had barely made any progress. Observing the sea of heads ahead, Yi Tianxing could no longer tolerate the wait. I did not come here to deliver gifts. What is the point of this line? He muttered, striding directly toward the Liu family entrance. Chen Zhuang and Ru Yin's expressions shifted dramatically at this sight. Yi Tianxing was their savior. They could not bear to see him offend the Liu family by cutting in line. Tension gripped their hearts as they hurriedly pursued him. Have you no eyes? Can't you see we're all in line? A Liu family guard blocked Yi Tianxing's path, regarding him with disdain. Just as Yi Tianxing was about to respond, Chen Zhuang seized his arm. My apologies. My friend is unfamiliar with the customs. We shall join the line immediately. Chen Zhuang, while pulling Yi Tianxing, attempted to bring him back. I'm not here to offer gifts. I seek your family head. Allow me entry. Yi Tianxing brushed aside Chen Zhuang's hand, maintaining an air of calm as he regarded the guards. The guard scoffed. Many come daily claiming urgent matters for the family head. If you wish to enter, queue patiently and cease this prattle. His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of all present, who turned their gazes toward Yi Tianxing. Who is this young man? So ignorant of decorum? Regardless of his identity, he appeared to be nothing more than a naive youth, lacking discernment. Perhaps he imagines this place to be his own home. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, began to relish the unfolding drama. The steward of the Liu family, noticing the commotion, approached directly. Impudence. Today marks a momentous occasion for the patriarch's father. Guests are to be treated with respect. How dare you speak thus? The steward reprimanded the guard sternly. The guard, chastened, lowered his gaze and returned his post. The steward then turned to Yi Tianxing, inquiring with a friendly demeanor. May I ask which faction you represent, young friend? Unlike the guard, he was astute enough to recognize that anyone bold enough to cut in line at the Liu family gathering must possess some backing. I am Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak, Yi Tianxing replied nonchalantly. His self-introduction left everyone present momentarily speechless. Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak? Could he be the infamous wastrel of the Yi clan? Yet, it was said that Yi Tianxing seldom ventured beyond his doorstep. What brought him to the Liu family today? As the realization dawned on those gathered that the individual before them was the rumored Yi Tianxing, murmurs of speculation erupted. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the Liu residence. Clad in an ice-blue gown, the woman possessed a breathtaking beauty that radiated an aura of aloofness. Hello, it's good to see you again. May I enter? Yi Tianxing waved at her. The woman was none other than Liu Qingyu, who had recently annulled her engagement with Yi Tianxing. Have you come to the Liu family regretting our broken engagement? If you truly have remorse, I might reconsider. Liu Qingyu said coolly. Upon their first meeting, she had found Yi Tianxing quite handsome and intriguing. Were it not for her impending role as the head of the Liu family, where her betrothed could not be of ordinary standing, she would not have opposed the union. Moreover, upon realizing that Yi Tianxing possessed cultivation, her thoughts of annulling the engagement had dissipated. After all, aligning with the Yi clan, coupled with her own abilities, would only benefit the Liu family. Most importantly, she harbored no aversion to him. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Tianxing would take the initiative to break off their engagement, leaving Lu Qingyu with an unprecedented sense of dismay. This had caused her to be restless and unmotivated in all her endeavors since the annulment. Upon encountering Yi Tianxing once more, a surge of complex emotions flooded my heart. Though I maintained a facade of icy composure, Yi Tianxing, in a state of bewilderment, had anticipated the conclusion of this matter. How could it persist? Miss Lu, do we not agree? If I win, the engagement is off. You cannot be untrustworthy, he lamented. Their exchange immediately ignited a tempest of whispers among those present. Goodness, is the rumor true? It was indeed Yi Tianxing who initiated the dissolution of the engagement? Of course. Did you not hear their conversation? This is quite a revelation. I believed it was the esteemed Miss Lu who had called off the engagement. But does it not matter? The crucial point is that Yi Tianxing has triumphed over Lu Qingyu, which implies his cultivation must be at least at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. What is happening? Was it not said that Yi Tianxing lacked any cultivation? Indeed, it was rumored that he possessed no aptitude for cultivation, preferring a life of idleness. How then does he exhibit cultivation? A frenzy of speculation erupted among the crowd. Until now, two narratives had circulated regarding the engagement's dissolution. One maintained that Lu Qingyu, as the future head of the Lu family, would never condescend to unite with a man who eschewed cultivation for a life of complacency. Thus she opted to end the engagement. The alternative tale suggested that Yi Tianxing held Lu Qingyu in disdain, prompting her to challenge him to a wager. Should he defeat her, she would consent to the annulment. However, the latter version seemed almost fantastical, as it was common knowledge throughout Yizhou that the Yi clan had a peak master who was deemed a good-for-nothing. Consequently, most believed the first narrative to be the truth. Yet, who could have predicted that the most implausible version was, in fact, the reality? Lu Qingyu's face flushed slightly, not from embarrassment, but from anger. Just as she was about to inquire as to the reason for this turn of events, the head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanba, made his entrance. Tianxing, I did not expect to see you descend from mountain. Today, there are many guests. Let's discuss matters later. Please come inside, he greeted, smiling as he beckoned Yi Tianxing forward. Yi Tianxing nodded with a smile. Very well. May I bring these two friends with me? He gestured toward Chen Zhuang and Ru Yan behind him. Since they are friends of Tianxing, they are most welcome, Lu Yuanba replied with a grin, leading the trio into the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu donned a cold expression as she attended to the guests in line. At this moment, Chen Zhuang and Ru Yan were utterly bewildered, barely aware of how they had entered the Lu residence. They had never imagined that their savior was the very master of the Tianxing Peak, rumored to be a slothful, good-for-nothing. Given the number of guests at the Lu residence today, Lu Yuanba ensured the three were comfortably settled before attending to the visitors. Seated at the banquet table arranged in the Lu family's courtyard, Yi Tianxing experienced his first feast in this world, taking in everything with wide-eyed curiosity, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Brother, are you truly the master of Tianxing Peak? Chen Zhuang felt as though he were in a dream, unable to believe this reality. Yi Tianxing picked up a tempting pastry and, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Of course it's not true." What? Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's response, Chen Zhuang's expression instantly changed. If it were discovered that someone was impersonating a member of the Yi clan, let alone the master of Tianxing Peak, the Lu family would be finished. Beside him, Ru Yan helplessly tapped Chen Zhuang's forehead, saying, "Are you foolish?" The head of the Lu family personally came to welcome him, and the young lady of the Lu family clearly recognizes Master Yi. How could it be false? Realizing he had been tricked, Chen Zhuang was not angry. Instead, he eagerly asked, "Brother, can you help Ru Yan with her poison?" Yi Tianxing shook his head while chewing. "I cannot detoxify or treat illnesses. But once the Lu family is finished with their affairs, I can ask them to take a look." Receiving a definitive reply, Chen Zhuang was so excited he nearly jumped. "Thank you, brother." Although renowned physicians in the secular world are helpless against Ru Yan's poison, it does not mean that practitioners from aristocratic families lack solutions. After all, the gap between ordinary people and practitioners is significant. Just as Chen Zhuang was reveling in his excitement, the sky suddenly darkened. A group of cultivators descended from the heavens. Among them were four individuals carrying an open sedan chair, upon which sat a young man, slumped and seemingly incapacitated. Leading them was an elder clad in a billowing black robe, his gaze as dark as if it could draw water. "Who has crippled Tianxing? Show yourself." The elder bellowed, his peak golden core aura surging like a tumultuous tide. The terrifying presence made everyone in the square shiver, their gazes instinctively drawn skyward. "Who is this?" so audacious as to disrupt the Liu family's joyous occasion? Brother, where are you from? That is the head of the Gao family, Gao Ji. Did you not see that his grandson, Gao Tianyang, has been crippled? He must be here for revenge. Revenge? Did someone from the Liu family cripple Gao Tianyang? Who knows? However, Gao Ji's blatant arrival at the Liu family today surely promises a spectacle. Is it not a disturbance? If your grandson were crippled, you might be even angrier than the head of the Gao family. The crowd in the square began to murmur among themselves. Initially, Chun Zhuang and Ru Yin turned pale upon seeing the elder and the young man, but the presence of Yi Tianxing beside them offered a semblance of reassurance. Master Gao, today is a day of great celebration for the Liu family. Is it appropriate for you to cause such a ruckus? Liu Yuanba flew in from the Liu estate, confronting Gao Ji in midair. Someone has crippled my grandson. According to my subordinates, he has fled to your Liu estate. Should I not seek revenge for my grandson? Gao Ji said, his expression grim as he gazed at the limp Gao Tianyang in the sedan chair, frowning deeply. Master Gao, today my Liu family is hosting a grand banquet in celebration of my father's breakthrough. Would it not be prudent to show my family some courtesy? Liu Yuanba has long harbored disdain for the Gao family's actions. Furthermore, he is aware of the misdeeds attributed to Gao Tianyang and does not believe anyone would unjustly cripple him, given that all present today are guests. Allowing Gao Ji to harm a patron within my Liu family would only serve to mock our inability to protect our visitors. Show your Liu family courtesy? Gao Yi scoffed. If it were your daughter who had been incapacitated, would you still speak so lightly? Liu Yuan's expression darkened. Gao Ji, your family has long been arrogant and overbearing. If your grandson had conducted himself properly, he would not have incurred such misfortune. Do not forget, my father is now at the initial stage of a nascent soul, while you remain at the pinnacle of the golden core. If you insist on taking action, you will be declaring war against the Liu family. Gao Ji trembled with indignation, glaring fiercely. And what of it? My grandson has been crippled, the Gao family's lineage severed. Even if your father were to intervene today, I shall still seek vengeance upon the one who has harmed my grandson. At that moment, Gao Tianyang, slumped in the palanquin, spotted Yi Tianxing and Chun Zhuangrian, who were indulging in pastries. Grandfather, it is they. They deserve death. Quickly, avenge me. Gao Tianyang pointed at the three with a gaze filled with malice and rage. The crowd turned to follow his finger, and some of the unfamiliar cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. Who are these three young individuals? Dare they disable the scion of the Gao family? While their identities remained a mystery, it was clear that misfortune awaited them, even if the Liu family sheltered them now. What happened once they left? What does it matter outside? Do you see that one eating pastries? He is the master of Tianxing Peak. Does the Gao family dare to touch him? What? The rumored waste has actually crippled the Gao family's young master? Was he not without cultivation? The master of Yi Peak seldom descends from the mountain, and the news we hear is often mere hearsay. Perhaps it is all false. Not quite. If the news were false, the Yi clan would have clarified it long ago. How could they allow rumors to tarnish their master's reputation? Let us not debate this. Let us instead observe how Gao Ji concludes this matter. The guests who had come to offer their congratulations whispered among themselves. And soon the truth became apparent. The one who had disabled the Gao family's young master was indeed the master of Tianxing Peak. Well, daring to cripple my grandson, you seek death. Upon learning the identity of the assailant, Gao Ji's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and the aura of his peak golden core stage radiated around him. Liu Yuanba, upon realizing that it was Yi Tianxing who had incapacitated Gao Tianyang, was initially taken aback, then mockingly addressed Gao Ji, since you were so eager to act. I shall not dissuade you. However, allow me to remind you that one among these three is named Yi Tianxing, the master of Yi clan's Tianxing Peak. Gao Ji had intended to act, but upon hearing this, the ferocity in his expression froze, and the aura he had just unleashed diminished significantly. The Yi clan is not only the foremost family in Yi Prefecture, but also regarded as heroes in the hearts of all within the realm. Without the Leaf clan guarding the borders, it is feared that the Demon clan would have long since breached the defenses of Leaf Continent. Thus, upon learning that it was the leader of the Leaf clan as Tianxing Peak who had injured his grandson, he found himself at a loss. Old Deng, did you not vow to end my life? Come forth. Leaf Tianxing remarked provocatively, wiping his hands after indulging in pastries. Gao Ji, already troubled, was instantly ignited by a surge of murderous intent at this taunt. Leaf Tianxing, how dare you cripple my grandson? Once you depart from the Liu residence, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Goi zetet invardlith. though the assembly was too numerous for immediate action. Who said he must act now? As soon as Tianxing left the Lu family, he could easily find a desolate place to strike. Who would ever know it was he? Yet, despite such thoughts, a grimace betrayed his true feelings. Since this was the doing of the peak master of the Leaf clan, it was evident that his grandson had erred, and he certainly would not shield him. He deserved every bit of it. However, Tianxing could not trust Gao Ji's words, as he had sensed the latter's murderous aura. Just as he pondered how to deceive Gao Ji into rendering him incapacitated, an aura emanating from an early-stage nascent soul rose into the sky. In the next moment, an elder clad in blue robes appeared in midair. "We welcome you, Senior Lu." The guests present, sensing the elder's presence, recognized him as the previous head of the Lu family, Lu Jiang, and spoke in unison. However, Lu Jiang did not respond to the crowd. His gaze fixed in one direction, brows furrowed in concern. "Father, what is it?" Lu Yuanba inquired, puzzled. "Take everyone away." Lu Jiang replied gravely, glancing at Lu Yuanba. Lu Yuanba was momentarily stunned, as he had no understanding of what was transpiring. "Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the reconnaissance mission. Reward, cultivation level, peak golden core. Beep. Reward, 1 resurrection pill. Resurrection pill. As long as the body remains intact and the death does not exceed 3 days, revival is possible. Note, the resurrection pill is a product of the system, with no rank." Tianxing was bewildered. How had he completed a mission without doing anything at all? Moreover, what was this resurrection pill? Was it not absurd? He had never heard of a pill that could revive someone, to come back to life within 3 days of death. Even in novels, such exaggeration was unheard of. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly manifested from afar. When everyone sensed this presence, it abruptly appeared above the Lu family. The unexpected turn of events left all present in shock, their gazes drawn skyward. They beheld a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, his countenance stern, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity, suspended in the void. Who is this person? How does he possess the aura of mid-stage divine transformation? Could it be that a certain faction has come to celebrate Senior Lu's breakthrough? Are you foolish? Did you not see this man's expression? He certainly does not appear to be here for congratulations. Just moments ago, Senior Lu instructed the head of the Lu family to lead us away. Could it be that our enemies have come to confront us? Chapter 20. The Plan of the Demon Clan. Is indeed the Demon Clan, or perhaps a greater demon? Suddenly, someone in the Lu family's plaza shouted, sending the crowd into chaos. The classification of the Demon Clan strength is rather vague, generally divided into lesser demons, greater demons, clan leaders, and demon kings. Lesser demons possess cultivation levels ranging from the initial to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while greater demons range from the initial to the peak of the divine transformation stage. Clan leaders are at the initial to peak of the void return stage. And as for the demon king, no one knows what cultivation level they possess. Since the Leaf continent has never witnessed a demon king, the exact level remains a mystery. It seems the Leaf family is quite cautious, as they have not dispatched any divine transformation cultivators to Xianxia City. At that moment, the middle-aged man at the forefront, a greater demon of the demon clan, spoke up. "What is the true intention of your clan? Why have you come to the Lu family?" Lu Jiangfei, the most powerful among those present, asked gravely as he approached the greater demon. It was imperative that he maintain control of the situation, especially since they were in the Lu family estate. "I shall not conceal it from you. My arduous endeavor to infiltrate the Leaf continent is aimed at sowing chaos, preventing the Leaf family from safeguarding their borders. That day will mark the moment when my demon clan breaches the Leaf continent." The greater demon confidently responded to Lu Jiang's inquiry. "Goodness, are the demon clan members truly so dim-witted as to reveal their plans so openly?" Tianxing could not help but scoff. Coincidentally, the greater demon caught wind of Tianxing's remark and turned his gaze towards him. "You human brat, do you truly believe my demon clan is so easily deceived? The divine transformation cultivators of the Leaf family are on par with my greater demons. Should the Leaf family dare to send a divine transformation cultivator to Xianxia City, I shall immediately march to the borders of the Leaf continent. In such a case, the absence of a divine transformation cultivator at the Leaf family's borders will certainly render them no match for my demon clan. Even if they refrain from dispatching a divine transformation cultivator to Xianxia City, it matters not, for I can simply appear as I did today, creating turmoil across the Leaf continent." At this revelation, All present became acutely aware of the demon clan's intentions, their faces reflecting sheer terror. The mid-stage divine transformation was simply beyond their capacity to confront. Furthermore, the fact that the greater demon had openly stated his plans indicated his intent to ensure that none present would leave alive. Duanba, quickly escort the others away from the Lu family. Take as many as you can and relay the news to the Leaf family. Lu Jiang commanded, his aura erupting with the energy of the initial stage of the nascent soul as he struck towards the greater demon. Simultaneously, several cultivators who had long wished to flee seized the opportunity to escape. However, in an instant, boom, the greater demon unleashed the oppressive aura of the mid-stage divine transformation the moment Lu Jiang made his move. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, the bodies of all present became immobilized. Many, possessing weaker cultivation, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The most unfortunate were the members of the Gao family. Suspended in midair, were enveloped by this sudden, overwhelming pressure and plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Among them, the most unfortunate was Gao Tianyang, the young master of the Gao family. He had already been rendered powerless by Yi Tianxing and was severely injured. Now, he plummeted from a great height, meeting a tragic end. Tianyang, Gao Ji cried out in despair, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot anguish. Yet he found himself unable to move an inch, no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, under the immense pressure of the formidable demon, Lu Jiang unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the demon's head. Faced with this attack, the demon merely scoffed, making no attempt to evade. He raised his arm to effortlessly deflect the blow. Is that all you've got? The demon mocked, swiftly darting around Lu Jiang like a bolt of lightning. Lu Jiang, refusing to underestimate his opponent, exerted himself with every strike but could not even graze the demon's attire. The onlookers in the square, immobilized by fear, were engulfed in despair upon witnessing this spectacle. It was evident to them that the demon was merely toying with Lu Jiang. With Lu Jiang being the strongest among them, if he could not prevail, what hope did they have for survival? Amidst the collective hopelessness, one individual remained rooted in place, wearing a bewildered expression. It was none other than Yi Tianxing, who realized that the oppressive aura emanating from the demon had no effect on him whatsoever. What is happening? System? I am at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Why am I unaffected? Yi Tianjing questioned in confusion. Ding. The opponent perceives you as an ordinary person. Far too weak. The pressure is not directed at you. What the hell? Yi Tianxing nearly erupted in expletives upon hearing the system's explanation. So, in the eyes of the demon, he was merely invisible? He wasn't even worthy of being targeted by the pressure? Ding! Detection of host being overlooked. Mission triggered. Defeat the demon of the demon race. The system issued a new mission, this time without any mention of punishment. Damn it! I accept this mission. Yi Tianxing felt a profound insult. Even without the system's threat, he was determined to take on the task. It was simply too belittling. Being overlooked when he had no cultivation was one thing, but now, as a being comparable to a transcendent master, how could he tolerate such disregard? Yi Tianjing, why are you just standing there? While my grandfather holds him off, hurry back and inform the Yi clan about the demon race's plans. Lu Qingyu, unable to move, urgently alerted him. Escape? I'm gonna take him on. As soon as Yi Tianxing's words left his lips, the demon, having had its fun, abruptly halted, raising its hand to unleash a black surge of spiritual power. This energy shot forth like a black meteor, its velocity unmatched, striking Lu Jiang in an instant. Lu Jiang had no time to evade. He was sent hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lu Jiang slammed into the square, creating a deep crater in the solid ground, dust swirling and debris scattering. Lu Jiang lay at the bottom of the pit, his fate uncertain. It was over. Everyone present had long recognized that Lu Jiang was no match, yet they were taken aback by the vastness of the disparity. As Lu Jiang succumbed to the might of the great demon, they seemed to glimpse their own impending doom. However, in the midst of despair, Yi Tianxing inhaled deeply and directed a fierce tirade at the demon soaring above. Foolish creature, have you become so arrogant as to wreak havoc on our human territory? If you possess any courage, come down. I challenge you to a duel. Today, I shall force you to reveal your true form, and if not, I will ensure you suffer. Yi Tianxing's vehement outburst nearly suffocated him, as he unleashed every vulgarity he could muster. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and since he was terrified of heights, he had no choice but to provoke the demon into descending. The onlookers, initially enveloped in despair, were rendered speechless. They had witnessed individuals courting death before, but none had done so with such reckless urgency. If even Lu Jiang had fallen, what audacity did Yi Tianxing possess? Chapter 21. A sword to vanquish the great demon. Brave young human, such audacity is commendable. In my 2 centuries of existence, you are the first to dare insult me. The great demon remarked, narrowing its eyes at Yi Tianxing, who had the gall to be rated. A mere mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy, had the audacity to scorn it. This was utterly unexpected. 200 years, and still living? You are indeed the first to insult me. Should you come down, I would be the first to beat you into submission, Yi Tianxing retorted, hurling insults with abandon. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. The demon, with an impassive expression, waved its hand. Instantly, 5 lesser demons surged forward, diving towards Yi Tianxing. Noticing that the great demon remained aloft while sending its minions to engage, Yi Tianxing furrowed his brow in concern. He feared that the demon might discern his true capabilities, and should it choose not to descend, it would spell trouble for him, given his acrophobia. Nevertheless, with the lesser demons now charging at him, he had no choice but to reveal his strength. As Yi Tianxing contemplated his strategy, the 5 lesser demons descended rapidly. He feigned panic, hastily raising his hands to unleash a protective barrier that appeared tenuous at best. The lesser demons converged upon him, launching a relentless assault. To an outsider, it seemed that with a moment's miscalculation, he could easily lose his life. Yet, after a brief interval, Yi Tianxing seized the opportune moment, striking with swift, concealed yet formidable energy attacks that accurately targeted the vital points of the lesser demons. They collapsed instantaneously, devoid of life. Yi Tianxing, taking advantage of the situation, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath as though he had expended every ounce of his strength. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate that you were also a cultivator, the great demon said, surprise etched on its face upon witnessing the fall of its subordinates. What is the matter? Are you afraid of your grandfather now? Those who possess wisdom should swiftly take their own lives. Otherwise, when my grandfather regains his composure, he shall undoubtedly send you to accompany these 5 beasts, Yi Tianxing declared, his voice heavy with exertion. 5 foundational realm creatures have drained you of all your spiritual energy. What do you possess to kill me? I reiterate, since you seek death, I shall oblige. As he spoke, the great demon descended leisurely from the skies, advancing step by step towards Yi Tianxing. At that moment, Yi Tianxing lowered his head, his lips curling into a sardonic grin, resembling a battle-hardened deity. He had feigned weakness all this time, waiting for the demon to approach, and it appeared his plan had succeeded. Just as the demon drew near, Yi Tianxing suddenly lifted his gaze. Advancing beyond limits, activate. Demon-slaying sword, emerge. A brilliant radiance erupted from Yi Tianxing as the demon-slaying sword materialized in his grasp like a comet from the heavens. The vivid dragon patterns on the blade shimmered with an ethereal glow, instilling in the great demon a palpable sense of peril. Realizing the impending danger, the demon attempted to flee, only to discover that an invisible yet immensely powerful force had ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile despite his frantic struggles. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in his eyes as he desperately channeled his spiritual energy, striving to escape the bizarre restraint. In an instant, Yi Tianxing closed the distance, raising the demon-slaying sword high. The dragon patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, emitting a resonant dragon's roar. Accompanied by a thunderous bellow, "Die for me!" Yi Tianxing unleashed a relentless strike. Boom! The sword cleaved the great demon in 2, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. Even in death, the demon could scarcely believe that this human boy, whom he had once dismissed as insignificant, possessed the power to vanquish him. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward. Initial stage of transformation realm cultivation. System notification. Reward for the host. Ancient fist technique, Dragon Fist. Dragon Fist. The pinnacle of martial arts. Practitioners of the Dragon Fist are enveloped by the ethereal image of a true dragon, enhancing their defense while bestowing upon their strikes the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. As the system's voice faded, Yi Tianxing found himself imbued with knowledge of the Dragon Fist's intricacies and techniques. Satisfied, he nodded. At last, he possessed a skill to wield. After receiving the system's rewards, Yi Tianxing spat disdainfully upon the demon's lifeless body. "Pa, what pretense is this before me? Were it not for my acrophobia, I would have dispatched you long ago. In uttering these words, Tianxing recalled the 36 stratagems of Blue Star. It appeared that his ancestors had not deceived him, even without familiarity with the stratagems. He had executed this maneuver with such finesse. Wait, was this truly one of the stratagems? Which one could it possibly be? No one could fathom the intricacies of Tianxing's mind. Having just vanquished a formidable demon, he found himself ensnared in contemplation of the 36 stratagems. How could a mid-stage transformation realm demon perish so easily? If the master of Yi Peak could slay such a demon, did that not imply his prowess surpassed even that realm? Surely, he had wielded his innate treasure, which appeared to be of the third tier. Evidently, the rumors had been unfounded, and we had all been misled. The onlookers, astonished, gazed at Tianxing as if beholding an unparalleled prodigy. As the foremost family in Yi province, the actions of the Yi clan were scrutinized by the powers within the region, and any hint of disturbance would swiftly become common knowledge. Tianxing had only just come of age, and his discussions regarding a matrimonial alliance with the Lu family were well known. Consequently, everyone present was acutely aware that Tianxing was merely 18 years old. To defeat a mid-stage transformation realm demon at such a tender age, wielding an innate treasure no less, was nothing short of monstrous. It was not merely unprecedented. It was conceivable that there would never be another like him. Setting aside his cultivation, the possession of an innate treasure was beyond the reach of an 18-year-old cultivator. Such treasures were inherently rare, and the characteristic of awakening spiritual intelligence necessitated considerable time for refinement. Even if the innate treasure had yet to awaken its intelligence, it would still possess a certain sentience. Thus, to establish a bond with an innate treasure, one would need to nurture it with spiritual power, akin to cultivating a friendship. This process, at the very least, would take 50 years. Yet, Tianxing was merely 18, which implied that even if he had begun refining it from birth, it would still be implausible. Not only was his cultivation exceedingly formidable, but to possess an innate treasure at this age was astonishingly prodigious. Lu Qingyu, observing the seemingly contemplative Tianxing, revealed a complex expression. No wonder Tianxing found her lacking. Such strength rendered her utterly unworthy. Had she known, she would never have sought to annul their engagement. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Regret washed over Lu Qingyu as she reflected on her decision to withdraw from the engagement. Yet, considering Tianxing's prowess, she could not help but smile self-deprecatingly, understanding that even had she not sought the annulment, hope would still have been futile. Meanwhile, the head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanba, regarded the pondering Tianxing and could not suppress a bitter smile. He had previously dismissed Tianxing as a mere idler, expressing his adamant refusal to allow his daughter to wed such a person. Yet, it now appeared that he might have been the true idler in Tianxing's eyes. Chapter 22. The Ascension of the Demon-Slaying Sword. I, as a representative of the Lu family, extend our profound gratitude to Master Yi for saving our lives. At that moment, Lu Jiang, having crawled out of the deep pit at some point, bowed deeply to Tianxing. We all thank Master Yi for his life-saving grace. The assembly soon regained their composure and collectively expressed their gratitude to Tianxing. He remained absorbed in his thoughts regarding which stratagem from the 36 he had just employed, startled by the chorus of voices that erupted around him. Once he regained his composure, Tianxing waved his hand nonchalantly, declaring, "It's merely a trifling matter. My purpose in coming to Xianyang City is to address these demon tribes." While he feigned calmness, outwardly appearing serene, his inner turmoil was akin to a tempest. The chorus of gratitude from the crowd surged within him like a powerful tide, revealing the exquisite pleasure that accompanies the act of rescuing others from peril. He felt a sudden swell of vanity overcoming him. At that moment, Tianxing finally comprehended why, in his previous life, some individuals dared to assist the elderly. He had once thought them foolish, but now it seemed that this profound sense of fulfillment compelled them to disregard the risks involved in offering their help. Ye Fengzu, I have heard of your passion for gourmet food, yet today's banquet was disrupted by the demon tribes. I intend to host another feast tomorrow, and I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence, Lu Jiang said, bowing slightly to Tianxing before addressing the guests in the square. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay at the Lu residence and join us in our revelry. The prowess demonstrated by Tianxing had already left a profound impression on everyone present. With the opportunity to curry favor, they were not inclined to depart just yet. Consequently, All present readily accepted the invitation, and Tianxing, too, consented. His lifelong aspiration was to savor the world's delicacies, and since Lu Jiang had made such an offer, it would be foolish to decline. Truly impressive. Let us return, Tianxing remarked, gazing at the demon-slaying sword in his hand. However, upon releasing the sword, it did not return to his dantian as expected. Instead, it shot forth like a streak of light, hovering above the 5 small demon corpses. Immediately, the sword emanated a brilliant glow, and an eerie force radiated from its blade, resembling invisible hands that relentlessly extracted the essence from the demon corpses. The essence transformed into threads of blood, frantically surging into the demon-slaying sword. In the blink of an eye, the 5 demon corpses had been reduced to desiccated husks. At this moment, the dragon patterns on the sword were stained crimson, exuding a faint scent of blood. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend this bizarre spectacle, the demon-slaying sword soared towards the corpse of the larger demon. The essence from this larger demon was even more potent, and the sword voraciously absorbed it. As the essence flowed in, the dragon patterns on the blade became completely stained red, transforming the sword into a bloodthirsty weapon, its blade radiating a fierce light. Suddenly, the sword's aura intensified, dazzling the spectators to the point of discomfort. Once the brilliance faded, the once red dragon patterns returned to their original state, and the sword flew back to Tianxing's dantian. 4th grade? Good heavens! It truly is 4th grade. What kind of natal treasure can absorb essence to increase its grade? A voice in the crowd exclaimed, and this remark sent waves of fear rippling through everyone present. Who could predict whether Tianxing might, in his quest to elevate his natal treasure, drain the essence from everyone around him? You have misunderstood. This sword of mine is called the Demon Slayer Sword, which solely absorbs the essence of the demon race, much like how they absorb our essence to cultivate their powers. Do not misinterpret this, I implore you. Tianxing, observing the expressions and dialogues of those around him, swiftly offered clarification. Upon hearing his explanation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, yet their astonishment only deepened. A treasure capable of absorbing essence to enhance one's rank was unprecedented, utterly revolutionizing their understanding of such artifacts. Their gazes returned to Tianxing, now infused with not only reverence, but a heightened curiosity. They were eager to uncover the myriad secrets of Tianxing, who had long been labeled as someone living off the spoils of others. I have just recalled that there's an unresolved matter. Tianxing's tone shifted as his gaze fell upon the trembling figure of Gao Ji, the head of the Gao family, cowering on the ground. Gao Ji, sensing Tianxing's scrutiny, was gripped by terror, shivering uncontrollably as he lay there feigning death. Thankfully, he had not provoked Tianxing directly, otherwise, he believed his fate would have been sealed. Gao Ji's heart raced with trepidation, for prior to the emergence of the demon race, he had contemplated eliminating Tianxing. The appearance of the demons had compelled Tianxing to reveal his formidable strength, thereby allowing Gao Ji to evade disaster. Had circumstances been different, it would have been his own demise. Yet, Tianxing had already sensed the concealed murderous intent emanating from Gao Ji, and he would not let him off easily. Gao family head, I am a person who harbors a profound fear of death, making me particularly sensitive to intentions of malice. I sense that you intended to kill me just now. I believe we ought to discuss this matter, Tianxing stated as he approached Gao Ji, crouching down to regard the man who lay motionless on the ground. At this pronouncement, Gao Ji's body trembled even more violently. Why Fengzhu? You must be mistaken. I had no intention of killing you, Gao Ji stammered, lifting his head with trepidation, his heart racing. He thought that as long as he denied it, Tianxing might refrain from taking action. However, Tianxing shook his head. Gao family head, as I mentioned, I have a deep-seated fear of death. What if I did not misinterpret your intent? Furthermore, I have incapacitated your grandson, leading to his current demise. I find it hard to believe that you harbor no resentment towards me. Gao Ji realized that there was no escaping this ordeal, and with a resolute grit of his teeth, he stood upright. Fengzhu, my grandson coveted your friend. This fate is his own doing. Since you do not believe me, I shall forfeit my cultivation as an act of contrition. As he spoke, Gao Ji summoned his spiritual energy and struck fiercely at his own dantian. The sound of a sharp crack echoed, and in an instant, his complexion turned as pale as paper, his cultivation dissipating like a torrent unleashed. Fengzhu. Now you must believe me, Gao Ji said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and looking at Tianxing with sincerity. Yet, Yi Tianxing remained cautious. Despite the old man's self-inflicted punishment, he still felt uneasy. Nevertheless, since Gao Ji had not overtly acted against him, he found it difficult to justify an unwarranted act of violence. Since the head of the Gao family has expressed his sincerity, let this matter rest. However, I shall ensure that the Liu family keeps a watchful eye on your Gao family. Should you dare to commit any further transgressions, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yi Tianxing rose, refraining from further troubling Gao Ji, who, naturally, dared not utter a word and quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Master Yi, the Liu family will monitor the Gao family from now on. If the Gao family dares to act recklessly again, my Liu family will annihilate them without the need for your intervention. Liu Jiang declared with righteous fervor. Chapter 23, Nangong Shui. With the great demon slain and Gao Ji's cultivation rendered null, the Liu family began to clean the scene and tend to the injured cultivators affected by the demon's oppressive aura. Yi Tianxing became a distinguished guest of the Liu family. During his 2-day stay, he indulged in extravagant feasts, achieving immense satisfaction both in palate and spirit. Though the dishes were mediocre, they were a marked improvement over his previous meals. It was only after the banquet concluded on the following day that Yi Tianxing took his leave. Master Yi, this is the enlightenment lotus. Consuming it in times of cultivation stagnation will grant you greater insights, Liu Jiang stated as he stood at the entrance of the Liu residence, presenting the carefully prepared gift to Yi Tianxing. This was the Liu family's most treasured possession, and although Liu Jiang had hesitated to part with it, the lives of his entire clan seemed to outweigh such concerns. However, upon noticing Liu Jiang's pained expression, Yi Tianxing smiled gently. Senior Liu, you are too kind. This is of no use to me. It is better that you keep it. Liu Jiang's face betrayed his embarrassment upon seeing Yi Tianxing refuse the gift. This was the only item of significance the Liu family could offer, and it was unexpected that it would be disregarded. Brother, thank you for allowing the Liu family head to save Rian. The poison within her has now been completely purged. These 10 boxes of gold are my tribute to you. Just then, Chun Zhuang squeezed through the crowd, producing 10 boxes of gold from his storage ring and presenting them before Yi Tianxing. Observing this, Liu Yuanba, who stood behind Liu Jiang, could not help but mock, little fatty, if Master Yi looks down upon the enlightenment lotus, do you truly think he would value mere gold? A trifling material of the mundane world? Yet, before Liu Yuanba could finish his sentence, Yi Tianxing swiftly accepted the 10 boxes of gold into his storage ring, his speed betraying a fear of anyone attempting to claim them. Good brother, you are loyal. When you come to Tianxing Peak, I shall treat you to a feast. Yi Tianxing exclaimed, draping his arm around Chun Zhuang's shoulder, his face alight with joy. His cultivation was a gift from the system, rendering the enlightenment lotus of little use to him. However, gold could procure a wealth of splendid items, granting him the freedom to indulge his whims. To put grandly, he could live as a lavish spendthrift, and a wealthy one at that. At this moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. The enlightenment lotus that Liu Jiang had just offered, if converted into gold, could scarcely be matched by 1,000,000 boxes of gold. Yet, Yi Tianxing accepted the gold as though he had scored a tremendous bargain. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianxing bid farewell to the crowd and departed from the Liu residence. The leader Yi was particularly humble. While others soared through the skies, he preferred to walk, a testament to his understated nature. Among those watching him leave, someone commented, unwittingly catching Yi Tianxing's attention, causing his cheeks to flush and his pace to quicken. Once he was out of sight, he dared to take to the air, battling his fear of heights, a source of great embarrassment for him. He resolved to conquer this phobia, no matter the cost. In the city of Xianxia, a figure clad in a black robe stood at the center of the Su family's courtyard. This stern-looking middle-aged man exuded the aura of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was none other than Qin Feng, the leader of the Moon Hidden Sect. Beside him stood a young man, Qin Shou, the junior leader of the Hidden Moon Sect, who had been rendered powerless by Yi Tianxing. Behind them loomed dozens of disciples from the Hidden Moon Sect, their eyes fixed menacingly on the Su family. The Su family, confronted by this sudden display of force, wore expressions of grave concern. They had anticipated the Hidden Moon Sect's vengeance, but had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Qin Feng, your son publicly insulted my daughter. She was merely saved by a kind-hearted individual. Must this debt be laid at the feet of the Su family? Su Sing, knowing his words might be futile, still mustered the courage to respond. Qin Feng's expression darkened. What do you mean by insult? My son's interest in your daughter is a blessing for her. If she were to obediently accompany him back to the Hidden Moon sect, would my son be rendered powerless? Fury coursed through Su Shang, his body trembling as he glared at Qin Feng and retorted loudly, "What nonsense you speak! In broad daylight, you speak of abducting a maiden with such audacity." Seeing Su Shang dare to speak to him in such a manner, a cruel glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Ignorant fool! Before his words had fully left his lips, he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of black spiritual energy that shot towards Su Shang like lightning. Su Shang, merely at the early stage of Golden Core, stood no chance against the early stage nascent Soul Qin Feng. The spiritual blade pierced through Su Shang's chest, blood splattering forth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly succumbed to the ground, filled with regret. From within the confines of the house, Sun Yinyan witnessed her father fall and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Father! Her eyes, now red with tears, rushed uncontrollably toward his lifeless body. The Su family, witnessing their patriarch's murder, were consumed by grief and rage, their eyes ablaze as they charged at Qin Feng and his followers, determined to fight to the death. "Let's fight! Avenge our leader!" The battle cries echoed throughout the Su residence. Qin Feng looked upon the advancing Su family members with disdain, a smirk gracing his lips. A swarm of deluded ants. With a grand gesture, he unleashed a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that surged forth like a relentless tide, instantly propelling all members of the Su family away. The sound of blood being coughed up resonated frequently, and in just a fleeting moment, every member of the Su family lay gravely injured upon ground. "Kill everyone except for that spirit-gathering body," Qin Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling his disciples to take action. "Stop!" A voice rang out, filled with righteous indignation. "As cultivators, how can you bully the weak so mercilessly? What difference is there between you and beasts?" At that moment, a graceful figure hurriedly entered through the gates of the Su family, blocking the advance of the disciples from the Hidden Moon sect. All eyes turned towards this striking silhouette, clad in a form-fitting white outfit that accentuated her slender figure. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her skin fair as snow, and her bright, resolute eyes radiating an innate nobility. This lady was Nangong Shui, the Empress of the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom bordered the Leaf Continent, and she had secretly ventured to Leaf Continent seeking assistance from the Yi clan. However, the Yi clan, steadfast in their refusal to interfere in worldly conflicts, had denied her plea. Consequently, she encountered this horrific scene on her return journey. Through dialogue, Nangong Shui had gleaned the gist of the situation. The audacity of the Hidden Moon sect to commit such heinous acts against the Su family in broad daylight for their own selfish desires was utterly abhorrent. Even if the Su family were not subjects of her northern kingdom, she could not turn a blind eye to such malevolence. Upon seeing Nangong Shui, the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect instinctively recoiled, akin to mice spotting a cat, and even Qin Feng found himself taking several steps back. Chapter 24. The unhinged Yi Tianxing. While the crowd did not recognize Nangong Shui, their trepidation was well-founded. Any cultivator could discern the faint golden aura surrounding her, a symbol of fortune and the mark of a sovereign. Those graced with great fortune, although unable to cultivate themselves, were not to be trifled with by mere cultivators. The most dreaded consequence for practitioners is the karmic backlash. Those blessed with immense fortune seem to be favored by the heavens. Should one knowingly provoke such an individual, the repercussions are far beyond what a cultivator could endure. The lesser consequences might include chaotic spiritual energy during cultivation, making it impossible to break through barriers, or even a regression in their abilities. The graver outcomes could involve divine retribution, such as being struck by lightning while walking or having their magical artifacts inexplicably explode. In short, to provoke one favored by fortune is to forfeit any hope of a smooth cultivation journey. Of course, this admonition applies solely to cultivators. It is precisely for this reason that one rarely encounters practitioners in any dynasty. Otherwise, Nangong Shui would not have traveled such a great distance to seek the Yi clan's aid. Why, as an empress, are you not residing in your palace, but instead venturing to Leaf Continent? Qin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. With a cold smile, Nangong Shui replied, "It is none of your concern, but I shall intervene in today's events. Father, help me exact revenge. Even if I cannot find that beast who has wronged me, the entire Su family must be eradicated." Qin Shou stood nearby, gritting his teeth and shouting, his face marred by an expression of deep resentment. Upon hearing these words, A flicker of malevolence crossed Qin Feng's features. As a sinister plan began to take shape in his mind, he understood that striking directly at Nangong Shui would surely invoke the wrath of fate, jeopardizing his own cultivation. However, this did not preclude him from biding his time. "Fear not, I shall ensure their demise," he declared. "The Empress is but a fragile mortal, deprived of sustenance. Her strength will wane. We shall wait and see how long she can endure. The moment she falters or collapses, I shall act." A malicious smirk spread across Qin Feng's face as he dismissed the great wielder of destiny with contempt. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a day had elapsed. As Qin Feng had predicted, Nangong Shui's body was on the brink of collapse. Her frailty was not merely a result of this brief interval, but stemmed from her haste. She had gone 3 days without food or drink. "Empress, you must leave," the elder of the Su family implored weakly. "We will manage our affairs. Do not let us burden you." The second elder echoed this sentiment, stating, "Indeed, the Su family will resolve its own matters. We beseech you to depart, Empress. I proclaimed half a day ago that this matter is under my control. As long as I draw breath, none shall harm you," Nangong Shui replied, gritting her teeth and struggling to maintain her composure. Her unwavering resolve touched the hearts of all the Su family members, save for Sun Yin, who remained lost in sorrow over her father's death, oblivious to her surroundings. The haunting image of her father's fall overshadowed her thoughts, ensnaring her in profound grief. "Go. Do not linger here to await your demise. Empress, please leave for our sake. It is not worth your sacrifice," urged the Su family members, desperate for her to depart. Yet, Nangong Shui appeared impervious to their pleas, steadfastly positioning herself before the Su family, her determination unwavering. "You are all doomed, yet you still concern yourselves with her. How utterly laughable." Qin Feng's malevolent grin deepened, his eyes alight with scorn. "Empress, I wonder how much longer you can endure this charade. Do not allow your own downfall to be a futile endeavor in saving others. That would indeed be a grand farce." Nangong Shui paid no heed to Qin Feng's taunts, resolutely standing her ground. As a wielder of great fortune, her willingness to endure for the sake of an unfamiliar family stirred profound emotions among the Su clan. Witnessing this, the elder of the Su family summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "The Su family is grateful for the Empress's selfless aid. We implore you to depart." This declaration sent ripples through the assembly, prompting the entire Su family to unite in a chorus. "We beseech you, Empress, to leave the Su family." The cries of over 100 members of the Su family reverberated throughout the entire Su estate. Not only that, but even the onlookers outside the Su mansion, both commoners and cultivators, could hear them clearly. They understood the impending doom facing the Su family, and a sense of unease settled in their hearts. In recent years, the Hidden Moon sect had become increasingly tyrannical. Who could say that they would not be the next to face such a fate? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the gates of the Su residence. "What are you all shouting about today? Is it regarding the departure of the Empress? Have you changed your slogans?" Tianxing strode into the Su family grounds, a smile still gracing his face. However, upon seeing Sun Yin kneeling before Su Shang's lifeless body, his expression darkened instantly. Who did this? Tianxing's voice was chillingly cold, causing the temperature within the Su estate to drop several degrees. Just days ago, Su Shang had been cursing him, calling him a scoundrel and a brat. And now he lay dead. Sun Yin remained unresponsive for a long while, but upon hearing Tianxing's voice, her vacant gaze finally focused. "Master, they kill my father. I want them all to accompany him to the grave," she shrieked. Although she was uncertain of Tianxing's cultivation level, she believed that he could single-handedly defeat her entire family. Thus she clung to him like a lifeline, hoping he would avenge her father's death. At her words, Tianxing's rage ignited instantly. Coincidentally, he spotted Qin Shou, whom he had incapacitated in Warm Sun City, and immediately comprehended the situation. Boom! Tianxing's spiritual energy surged violently, an aura of terror radiating from him like a tempest. Damn it! Tianxing was nearly consumed by fury, his body hurtling towards Qin Shou like a cannonball. Had he known this would transpire, he would have killed Qin Shou rather than confiscate his instruments of crime. Consequently, he felt responsible for Nian Yin's father's death, a burden of guilt weighing heavily upon him. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Though he could not discern Tianxing's exact cultivation level, he sensed imminent danger within Tianxing's aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng darted forward like a specter, positioning himself in front of Qin Shou. "You brat! Do not act recklessly," Qin Feng bellowed, thrusting his palms outward as a black spiritual energy shield formed before him. However, while the shield absorbed Yi Tianxing's attack, Qin Feng was still sent flying, landing beside Sun Yanyan. Chapter 25. In the next life, be a good person. As Qin Feng hit the ground, turmoil erupted within him. Though he could not gauge Yi Tianxing's cultivation, he had confirmed through their earlier skirmish that Yi Tianxing was at least at the initial stage of the transformation realm. When had the Su family aligned themselves with a cultivator of such caliber? But there was no time for Qin Feng to ponder, for Yi Tianxing was already charging towards his son. Yet, Yi Tianxing had made the first move. It was too late to protect Qin Shou now. In a moment of desperation, Qin Feng turned his attention to Sun Yanyan beside him. "Should you dare to harm my son, I shall take the life of your disciple," he declared, gripping Sun Yanyan's neck with a fierce intensity, directing his voice towards Yi Tianxing. "Try to lay a finger on her." Yi Tianxing, equally resolute, had firmly grasped Qin Shou's neck, his expression dark and foreboding. A chill ran through Qin Feng. He recognized in Yi Tianxing's gaze that he was not jesting. Should he truly act against Sun Yanyan, it would spell doom for his own son. "Master, do not concern yourself with me. They killed my father. Avenge him for me." Though struggling to breathe, Sun Yanyan mustered all her strength to voice this desperate plea, her eyes brimming with sorrow and indignation, yearning for vengeance for her father. Yi Tianxing's heart tightened at her words. Though their acquaintance was brief, he understood that Sun Yanyan was a considerate and kind-hearted child. To utter such vengeful words indicated the depth of her hatred for these adversaries. "Very well, I shall grant your wish," Yi Tianxing responded without a moment's hesitation. Who could endure witnessing their father's death? "Kid, your disciple's life is in my hands. Do not act recklessly." Xianxing Yi Tianxing's acquiescence. Qin Feng tightened his grip on Sun Yanyan's throat. This was Yi Tianxing's first encounter with such a dilemma, leaving him utterly at a loss. Yet he knew that negotiating with foes was akin to seeking solace from a tiger. Suddenly, a wild laughter erupted from Yi Tianxing. "Ha ha, reckless? Your son publicly insulted my disciple, and my refraining from killing him was already a gesture of mercy. Yet you? Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also took the life of my disciple's father, and now you dare to threaten me?" With that, Yi Tianxing exerted his strength, his grip resembling iron as it constricted around Qin Shou's neck, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Crack! Qin Shou's eyes bulged in terror and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that, under the threat to Sun Yanyan's life, Yi Tianxing would still dare to take his life. As Yi Tianxing carelessly discarded the lifeless body onto the ground, Qin Shou breathed his last. "No, my son." Qin Feng let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice laden with despair and fury. "You dare to kill my son? I shall have your disciple pay the price." With eyes aflame, Qin Feng prepared to employ the same method to end Sun Yanyan's life. Yet at that moment, Yi Tianxing fixed his gaze on Qin Feng with unwavering determination. "Should you dare to take my disciple's life, I shall annihilate your entire family. Be it your parents, grandparents, or any distant relatives, none shall be spared. Moreover, I will not hesitate to eradicate any disciples or elders of your sect, nor even the gatekeepers." As he spoke, Yi Tianxing felt the need to amplify his threat, laughing maniacally. No, that is still insufficient. I shall also eliminate every parent, grandparent, or spouse of every single person in your sect. Those whose identities I can uncover shall meet the same fate. The lives of these individuals rest squarely on your shoulders. When the time comes, await their vengeance in the underworld. The disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, already trembling in fear from the aura emanating from Yi Tianxing, found themselves paralyzed with terror. Upon hearing such words, their faces drained of color, and their legs quaked in fright. Even Qin Feng was shaken by Yi Tianxing's fervent declarations, his pupils constricting in shock, causing him to loosen his grip on Sun Yanyan slightly. This was the moment Yi Tianxing had been anticipating. Noticing the slight relaxation in Qin Feng's hold, he immediately summoned all his strength to ensure Sun Yanyan's safety. Activate overlevel mode. Draw the demon-slaying sword. With a thunderous crash, the atmosphere around him surged, and the sword materialized in his grasp. By the time Qin Feng realized what was transpiring, it was already too late. The demon-slaying sword had pierced his throat. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as he attempted to speak, only to cough up torrents of blood. "Be a good person in your next life." With that, Yi Tianxing withdrew the sword, and Qin Feng's body collapsed with a resounding thud. Yi Tianxing slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, his icy stare seemingly capable of freezing their very souls. "Now it is your turn," he intoned, his voice a chilling whisper. Pale and terrified, the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect attempted to flee. However, with a mere thought, the demon-slaying sword shot forth from his hand like a streak of light. Slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, it darted among the disciples, blood splattering in arcs, accompanied by their anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, every disciple was left lifeless on the ground. Having completed his grim task, Yi Tianxing retracted the sword, scooped up Su Nianyan, and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, the members of the Su family and the onlookers outside the Su residence stood frozen as if under a spell, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Qin Feng, the leader of the Hidden Moon sect and a formidable figure in the early stages of the nascent Soul Realm, had been a force to be reckoned with in the surrounding area. The disciples, accustomed to wielding power due to Qin Feng's backing, had never faced opposition. Yet today, Yi Tianxing had dispatched him with such ruthless efficiency, taking down both him and his arrogant disciples. This scene unfolded like a fantastical tale, leaving the Su family and the gathered crowd momentarily unable to comprehend the reality before them. "Master, my father's funeral has not yet been arranged. I cannot leave." Su Nianyan struggled in Yi Tianxing's embrace, yearning to return to her father. This action nearly sent Yi Tianxing into a panic. Moments earlier, in his fervor to save Su Nianyan, he had exchanged harsh words with Qin Feng to find an opportunity for her rescue. Yet, as emotions swelled, he had lost sight of the gravity of the situation. Now that he had saved her, his immediate thoughts turned to annihilating the Hidden Moon sect, seeking vengeance for Su Shang. Thus, he seized the opportunity before the time limit of the advanced mode expired, carrying Su Nianyan to seek revenge on the Hidden Moon sect. However, once Yi Tianxing regained his composure, he realized that in a fit of impulsiveness, he had soared to great heights, and with Su Nianyan in his arms, his legs suddenly weakened. "Nianyan, please calm down and quickly tell me the location of the Hidden Moon sect. I will eradicate it for you, sparing the Su family from future retribution," Yi Tianxing said, forcing a facade of calmness. Upon hearing this, Su Nianyan ceased her struggles. "Yes, the Hidden Moon sect has been rampant in this region, causing many families to shatter. Today, not only must I avenge my father, but I must also seek vengeance for those harmed in this vicinity." Su Nianyan clenched her small fist, her eyes ablaze with the fire of revenge. Chapter 26, Annihilation of the Hidden Moon Sect. With Su Nianyan's guidance, they arrived above the Hidden Moon Sect in less than 2 minutes. During this time, Yi Tianxing kept his eyes closed throughout the flight, primarily due to the discomfort of the altitude. Before landing, he mustered the strength to observe the terrain of the Hidden Moon Sect, noting its proximity to the mountains and the absence of nearby inhabitants, which eased his mind. "Who dares to intrude upon the gates of the Hidden Moon Sect? Are they seeking death?" shouted the disciples stationed at the entrance as soon as they landed. Yi Tianxing ignored the disciples and turned to Su Nianyan, saying, "Nianyan, stand back and watch. I shall avenge you." With that, he directed a powerful punch toward the Hidden Moon Sect. Dragon Fist. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fist, manifesting as a 5-clawed golden dragon, formed purely of spiritual power, roaring forth. This golden dragon exuded a radiant brilliance, its scales shimmering like precious stones, and it surged toward the Hidden Moon Sect with a cataclysmic force. Initially, the imposing and sturdy mountain gate of the sect crumbled like fragile eggshells, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Following this, the power of the 5-clawed golden dragon swept through the entire Hidden Moon Sect like a relentless tsunami. In mere moments, the once mighty and imposing Hidden Moon Sect was utterly transformed. All that remained was a desolate wasteland. The inhabitants within were needless to mention, having been obliterated into dust by the force of that single punch. Witnessing such destruction, Yi Tianxing nodded in satisfaction, gaining a clearer understanding of his strength at the initial stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Just in time, Yi Tianxing noted as he realized the time for the advanced mode had elapsed. If I had relied solely on my cultivation at the initial stage of the God Transformation realm, it would have taken considerable time to eliminate the Hidden Moon Sect. Now, however, I have saved myself a great deal of trouble. Su Nianyan gazed at Yi Tianxing, who had avenged her her eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined her master to be so formidable. With a single sword strike, Qin was vanquished, and now, with merely a punch, the expansive hidden moon sect lay in ruins. However, the thought of her father's demise caused Sun Yinyan's gaze to dim swiftly, and tears like pearls welled up in her eyes. "Master, please take me home. I must prepare for my father's funeral." Her lips trembled slightly, and she could no longer hold back the tears cascading down her cheeks. Seeing this, Tianxing gently patted Sun Yinyan's shoulder. "Death is irreversible. May you find solace in your grief." Yet before Tianxing could finish his words, he suddenly recalled the resurrection elixir he had received as a reward from a system. "Yin, perhaps your father can still be saved. Let us return and see." He grasped her arm and began to lead her back. However, Sun Yinyan could not bring herself to believe it. She had witnessed her father's death at the hands of Qin. Yet, she lacked the spirit to argue. Bowing her head and allowing Tianxing to guide her back to the Su family estate. During this journey, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Why was Tianxing not flying them back, but instead walking? Nevertheless, with her father just deceased, she had little inclination for conversation and permitted him to lead her. By the time they arrived at the Su residence, dusk had begun to settle. The morning hall was already arranged, white paper money rustling in the wind, and the spirit banners fluttered in the night breeze, casting a somber atmosphere over the Su family. The household was enveloped in sorrow, with some weeping softly while others shed silent tears. "Father." Sun Yinyan rushed towards the coffin containing Su Sheng, her tears flowing anew. Tianxing followed closely behind, approaching the coffin to examine Su Sheng's body. Upon discovering a small puncture wound in the chest, his brow furrowed. He recalled that the conditions for the resurrection elixir require the body to be intact. System, is the resurrection elixir effective if there is a small wound on the body? Tianxing inguidet sidenti. Beep. As long as there are no severed limbs or a relocated head, it is effective. Relieved by the confirmation, Tianxing produced the resurrection elixir and placed it into Su Sheng's mouth. The onlookers from the Su family, though puzzled, remained silent. For Tianxing's prowess spoke for itself. Sun Yinyan, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at Tianxing, her expression clearly questioning his actions. With a reassuring smile, Tianxing, Genti, Ruflet, Hadheuv. "Do not worry, your father will soon awaken." No sooner had he spoken than Su Sheng abruptly sat up in the coffin, bewildered as he examined his chest. "Am I not dead?" His words startled everyone present. Had the family head not perished? What was happening? "I just saw the young lady's master seemingly give the family head a pill." "Nonsense. What kind of pill can bring someone back from the dead?" "I personally confirmed that the family head had indeed passed away. However, I seem to have witnessed the young lady's master administering a pill to the family head, who subsequently awakened. I saw it too, and as more and more people claimed to have seen it, the members of the Su family, who had been bowing their heads in mourning, gazed at Tianxing with astonishment. They were familiar with the term resurrection, but who had truly witnessed it? Yet, Tianxing had miraculously revived their family head with a single pill, shattering their preconceived notions. The Su family members regarded Tianxing with a mix of reverence and disbelief, while Sun Yinyan, her face streaked with tears, stared in shock at Su Sheng, who had just sat up. "See, I told you your father would come back to life soon," Tianxing said with a triumphant smile. In his eyes, having acquired such a potent pill so early in his quest was a remarkable fortune. The rewards to come could only be more abundant. From that moment on, Tianxing found himself less resistant to the system's tasks. Previously, he had merely feared death, using the pressures of his past life as a justification for his lethargy. Now, however, with the system's rewards enabling him to engage with cultivators in the early stages of tribulation, he felt invincible. After all, the strongest in Yizhou was only at the mid-return void stage, and he was the head of the Yi clan. Setting aside other regions, within the confines of Yizhou, Tianxing had become an unrivaled entity. "What is happening? Why am I alive?" Su Seng exclaimed, noticing that the small hole in his chest had vanished, and that he had inexplicably returned to life. Chapter 27. The infuriated Tianxing. The Su family members were still reeling from the shock of what Tianxing had administered to Su Sheng. However, upon hearing Su Sheng's inquiry, the elder of the Su clan was the first to respond, rushing forward with excitement. "Family head, it was the young lady's master who saved you." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng turned his gaze towards Tianxing, his mind filled with questions. He distinctly remembered having died. How could it be said that Ninian's master had saved him? Elder, what exactly transpired after my death? Su Sheng asked, bewildered. The elder of the Su clan recounted the events concisely. It appears that our Su family is not destined for demise, as we have the assistance of an empress. Su Sheng laughed heartily. Yi Tianxing stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What empress? I was the one who saved the Su family. How does this involve an empress? You old fool. I saved the entire Su clan, including you. Yet you credit it to some empress. Have you no sense of gratitude? Yi Tianxing's expression was one of displeasure as he looked at Su Sheng, who was seated in the coffin. You young rascal, you are my daughter's master. Saving me and the Su family is your duty, is it not? Furthermore, I have yet to settle the score with you for the beating you gave to my entire family a few days ago. Let us consider us even. Su Sheng, equally displeased, retorted a couple of sentences before leaping out of the coffin. His frustration was not directed at Yi Tianxing. Rather, it stemmed from the thought of his daughter, whom he had raised for 18 years, leaving with someone else, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his heart. After listening to the elder of the Su family recount the events that would unfold after his demise, he was certain that Yi Tianxing genuinely sought the best for his daughter. Why else would he save the Su family? Even if he had saved them, there was no necessity for him to produce such a precious elixir capable of bringing the dead back to life for his sake. Although he remained unaware of Yi Tianxing's true identity and background, he understood the extraordinary value of such a life-restoring potion. Thus, Su Sheng had already come to accept Yi Tianxing. However, acceptance did not alleviate the discomfort of knowing his daughter was to be taken away. Unbeknownst to Su Sheng, Yi Tianxing was exceedingly vexed. He had saved the entire Su family and even bestowed upon Su Sheng the only resurrection elixir he possessed. Yet, instead of gratitude, Su Sheng had the audacity to claim they were even. Were it not for Su Nianyan's sake, he would have gladly given Su Sheng a piece of his mind. Nianyan, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought, Su Sheng called out to his daughter, who stood motionless. Having witnessed her father's death and then his miraculous revival, Su Nianyan's emotions fluctuated wildly, soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of joy, leaving her unable to believe that this was reality. Father, I feel as though I am in a dream. I am so frightened that this is merely an illusion, and when I awaken, you will be gone again. Su Nianyan gazed at Su Sheng, her voice trembling slightly. Foolish girl, are you scared? Look at me. I am perfectly fine now, Su Sheng said tenderly as he enveloped Su Nianyan in his arms, gently stroking her forehead. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. The revival of the Su family patriarch brought immense joy to the household, prompting the immediate dismantling of the mourning hall in favor of a celebratory feast, enveloping the entire Su family in a jubilant atmosphere. After 18 years, I still cannot adjust to the absence of streetlights. Yi Tianxing mused as he wandered through the back courtyard of the Su residence, having satisfied his hunger and thirst. With the gentle breeze caressing him, he gazed up at the moon, which was many times larger than that of Blue Star, and was momentarily reminded of his own home. No golden nest nor silver den could compare to his humble abode. He still possessed a mortgaged house back on Blue Star, though he wondered what had become of it. Yet, he swiftly suppressed his homesickness. After all, without parents or family, his passing would go unnoticed, and here he found himself with ample food and drink. Stifling a yawn, Yi Tianxing prepared to return to the room that had been arranged for him in the Su residence. However, as he entered a small courtyard, he spotted Su Nianyan seated at a stone table, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in white, who was indulging in pastries from her plate. Yi Tianxing had noticed this exquisite lady upon his arrival at the Su residence. Captivated not only by her beauty, but also by the faint golden glow that emanated from her, he was profoundly intrigued by the golden glow emanating from the woman. Previously, due to matters concerning the hidden moon sect, Yi Tianxing had given it little thought. However, upon encountering it again, he found himself unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Master, isn't my sister beautiful? Look how captivated you are. Su Nianyan playfully beckoned him. Yi Tianxing's face flushed as he approached the stone table and seated himself opposite the woman. Master, this is the Empress of the Northern Kingdom, named Xianxia. I must tell you, it is thanks to the Empress today that the Su family was able to delay for so long. Otherwise, by the time you arrived, the Su family might have been lost. Su Nianyan's eyes squinted into crescent moons, clearly expressing her delight. It dawned on Yi Tianxing that this was the woman referred to by Su Sheng and the Su family's elder as the Empress. He now understood the source of the golden glow surrounding Xianxia. He was aware that a ruler carried great fortune, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand, which had led to his earlier confusion. Your Majesty. Tianxing imitated the gestures he had seen on screen, bowing respectfully to Nangong Shui. Upon noticing this, Nangong Shui quickly rose. Please, Senior, there is no need for such formality. Let's sit. Why are you indulging in pastries in the back courtyard? I did not see you at the meal earlier, Tianxing inquired, his face etched with curiosity. I must confess, I left the palace without permission. To save time, I did not eat and fainted from hunger. Upon waking, I felt quite famished and requested Sister Su to fetch some pastries. Nangong Shui explained with a gentle smile, taking a seat on the stone bench. I apologize, Empress Sister. I completely forgot about that. I will fetch you some food right away, Sun Yinyan exclaimed, hastily darting out of the small courtyard. Earlier, when Nangong Shui had asked her to bring some food, she had instructed the servants to prepare pastries for her to nibble on. However, in the midst of their conversation, she had neglected this task. With Sun Yinyan gone, only Tianxing and Nangong Shui remained in the courtyard. Initially, Tianxing had intended to return to his room for a nap, but recalling that it was thanks to Nangong Shui's intervention that he had arrived in time to avoid calamity, he felt hesitant to leave and chose instead to keep her company. Observing Nangong Shui daintily nibbling on the pastries, Tianxing found himself at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Your Majesty, you mentioned earlier that to save time, there was a particular matter at hand? He ventured, seeking to alleviate the tension. Chapter 28. Returning to the Yi clan. Nangong Shui set down her pastry, letting out a resigned sigh. What you may not know, Senior, is that I sneaked out of the palace to seek assistance from the Yi clan. I have recently discovered that the Southern Kingdom seems to be harboring numerous cultivators who have been attacking our soldiers along the border and draining their blood. Under normal circumstances, cultivators do not engage in conflicts between nations, as one careless misstep could entangle them in the web of fate. Thus, I harbor grave suspicions that the Southern dynasty has clandestinely allied with the demon race, for it is only the demons who remain unscathed by the influence of destiny. Yet, the Yi clan believes that the Northern dynasty is merely too weak, using the demons as a pretext to deceive them into offering assistance, and they have thus refused. Nangong Shui did not conceal the truth, but rather articulated the situation candidly. Upon hearing this, Tianxing was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Nangong Shui had come to Yizhou seeking the aid of the Yi clan. I have faith in your Majesty's character. Should the Northern dynasty find itself in dire straits, you may use this communication stone to summon the Yi clan. If they refuse to assist, instruct the individual to deliver the stone to me. Tianxing retrieved a communication stone from his storage ring and presented it to Nangong Shui. Were it not for Nangong Shui, the entire Su family, including Sun Yinyan, might have fallen victim to treachery, prompting Tianxing to extend his aid. However, Tianxing did not possess a communication stone himself, as the only one he had was gifted by Yi Lingchuan. Consequently, he could only offer Nangong Shui the communication stone that allowed contact with Yi Lingchuan. At this revelation, Nangong Shui was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she regained her composure. May I inquire which faction you belong to, esteemed senior? She asked cautiously, taking the communication stone while her gaze remained fixed on Tianxing. I am Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak of the Yi clan, he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name, Nangong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. As the empress of the Northern dynasty, neighboring Yizhou, how could she not have heard of Tianxing? In her understanding, he was a reclusive individual, indifferent to cultivation, merely biding his time. Yet today, she witnessed him effortlessly annihilate the Hidden Moon sect, who would believe him to be a mere waste. Nonetheless, Nangong Shui quickly reconciled this contradiction within herself. Just as her royal family sometimes feigned ignorance to survive, it was wiser to play the fool than to lose one's life. Master Yi, I did not realize you had been concealing your strength. It appears everyone has underestimated you, Nangong Shui exclaimed with excitement. With the assistance of a Yi clan, she was certain that the Northern dynasty would overcome its tribulations. Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. Underestimation is of no consequence. I am indifferent to such trifles. Dinner is served. Just as he spoke, Sun Yinyan returned to the courtyard, accompanied by several servants bearing steaming dishes filled with aromatic delicacies. Observing this, Tianxing refrained from further interrupting their meal, offering a courteous nod before retreating to his quarters. The following morning, The members of the Su family gathered at the entrance of the Su residence to bid farewell to Yi Tianxing and Sun Yinyan. "Where has Your Majesty gone?" Yi Tianxing inquired, scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of Nangong Shui. "Sister departed shortly after dinner last night. She mentioned that there are numerous matters in the palace requiring her attention and asked me to convey her regards to you." Standing beside Yi Tianxing, Sun Yanyan replied softly. Yi Tianxing nodded slightly. At the entrance, Su Shang wished to convey something to Sun Yinyan, but found himself at a loss for words. For 18 years, Sun Yinyan had never been apart from him, and now he had to watch his daughter leave with Yi Tianxing, filling his heart with a profound sense of reluctance. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Yinyan, when you're out there, please take good care of yourself and heed your master's advice." With her eyes glistening, Sun Yinyan nodded. "I will be obedient. I will return to see you when I have the time." Yi Tianxing, unable to endure the somber atmosphere, interjected, "Enough of this like it's a parting of life and death. Once Ninian becomes a cultivator, her lifespan will naturally extend, and you will have more opportunities to meet." With that, Yi Tianxing took Sun Yinyan and departed from the Su residence. Su Shang watched their receding figures, his heart beginning to pray that Yi Tianxing's words were true. As long as his daughter had the ability to protect herself, he, as her father, could rest easy. It was not until the two had completely vanished that Su Shang led the Su family members back into the estate to attend to the day's matters. However, during this time, Su Shang felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, unable to recall what he had overlooked. "Master, if you miss the young lady, we can go see her in a few days," the elder of the Su family comforted, noticing Su Shang's unease. "Oh no!" Su Shang suddenly sprang to his feet from his chair. He had finally remembered what he had forgotten. He had no idea who Sun Yinyan's master was, their identity, or their faction. If he wished to see his daughter in the future, where would he even begin to search for her? Yet, it was too late to ponder this, as Yi Tianxing had long since taken Sun Yinyan out of sight. Days passed, and Yi Tianxing began to introduce Sun Yinyan to the neighboring Yi City. "Yinyan, this is Yi City. You can come here whenever you wish to buy something. This area sells clothing, and over there they sell meat." As he guided her through the city, Yi Tianxing indulged himself in a shopping spree, particularly acquiring various kinds of meat. Once they had gathered sufficient supplies, Yi Tianxing led Sun Yinyan back to Tianxing Peak. "Master, will we be living here from now on?" Sun Yinyan inquired, unsure of her surroundings, but deducing from Yi Tianxing's familiarity that this was indeed their new home. Yi Tianxing nodded. "Indeed, we will reside here. Descending from the southern side of the peak leads to Yi City, while the northern side leads to my family." He continued, "Now, I will take you to meet the clan leader and inform him that I have taken you as my disciple." With that, Yi Tianxing guided Sun Yinyan down the northern slope of Tianxing Peak. This was particularly important as the Yi clan had many rules, especially regarding outsiders. To join the clan, one must have the clan leader's consent to prevent the infiltration of demon tribes disguised as humans. As they journeyed along, Sun Yinyan curiously glanced around. Her inquisitive nature piqued by everything she encountered. Having grown up in Xianxia City, she had never ventured beyond its borders, with her farthest experience being a previous escape to the neighboring Nuanyang City to avoid burdening the Su family. Master Yi is back." The excitement surged as they approached the edge of the Yi family's celestial domain, where Yi Tianxing's presence drew a growing crowd. Each individual greeted him with utmost respect, a stark contrast to the past, as the tale of Yi Tianxing's prowess in defeating Yi Jun had spread throughout the clan. Yi Jun, an elder of the Yi family with early-stage transformation capabilities, had proven no match for Yi Tianxing, instilling a newfound reverence among the members who once mocked him. "Everything is well." Yi Tianxing responded with a genial nod, feeling a swell of pride, especially with Sun Yinyan by his side, satisfying his vanity immensely. Chapter 29. Competing for Attention. "Master, you are truly remarkable." Sun Yinyan gazed at Yi Tianxing with adoration, her eyes sparkling like countless stars. She was unaware of the significance of his family, yet the vastness and number of its members hinted at considerable influence. The respect shown by the clan's youth only deepened her admiration for her master. "Well, your master is, after all, of elder rank." Yi Tianxing walked with a newfound confidence, his expression radiating pride. Meanwhile, news of Yi Tianxing's return reached the elders, prompting them to abandon their tasks and head to the Golden Leaf Hall, eager to greet him. Their interest stemmed not only from the anticipation of his ascension as the future clan leader, but also from a pressing concern regarding the emergence of demon tribes near Xianxia City. Given their watch over the borders, any infiltration by the demon race within Yezhou would spell serious trouble. Before long, Yi Tianxing arrived at the Golden Leaf Hall with Su Nianyan in tow. Typically, the journey from Tianxing Peak to the hall would require 2 to 3 days on foot. However, Yi Tianxing fortuitously encountered a clan member riding a spiritual beast, who willingly offered him a ride, thus saving them considerable time. Clan leader, I have returned, and the mission is successfully accomplished, Yi Tianxing announced as he reached the center of the hall, playfully saluting Yi Xian. Rascal, you've already surpassed the age of propriety, yet you still behave so recklessly. Elder Yi Lingchuan reprimanded him upon witnessing his unrefined greeting. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Tianxing unharmed brought him relief, not solely due to Yi Tianxing's status as the future clan leader, but also because of the deep bond forged from having raised him since childhood, which surpassed his connections with others. The clan leader, known as Su Nianyan, is my disciple and will be living with me from now on. Yi Tianxing, accustomed to such matters, paid no heed to Yi Lingchuan's words and instead introduced Su Nianyan. Upon realizing that the esteemed figure before her was the clan leader of her master's family, lowered her head nervously, wishing to pay her respects yet hesitant to speak. The assembly in the grand hall, intrigued by the sudden appearance of a young girl, began to scrutinize Su Nianyan closely upon hearing that Yi Tianxing had taken her as a disciple. To their astonishment, the collective gaze of the attendees sharpened as they discerned her true nature. Good heavens! A gathering spirit body? Indeed, it is a gathering spirit body. Several elders could not contain their surprise. It is known that a gathering spirit body is a prized vessel for cultivators, with the sole drawback of a lifespan akin to that of ordinary humans, rarely exceeding a century. Yi Xian, with a faint smile, remarked, I did not expect that this outing would yield such a treasure, a gathering spirit body. Since the clan leader has recognized her, there is no need for any convoluted investigation into her identity. The demon race does not produce gathering spirit bodies, Yi Tianxing added with a chuckle. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, stating, no need for inquiries, she may join the Yi clan. Upon hearing the name of the Yi clan, Su Nianyan's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, which startled those present. What is it? Yi Tianxing was equally taken aback by her reaction and inquired, is this truly the Yi clan, the foremost family in Yi province? Master, are you a member of the Yi clan? Su Nianyan estamed, her face a mask of disbelief. Though she had suspected her master belonged to a powerful family, she never imagined it would be the illustrious Yi clan. Realizing he had neglected to inform Su Nianyan of his identity, Yi Tianxing chuckled and clarified, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak. The individuals present in this hall are all elders of the Yi clan, and the one seated in the main position is the clan leader. As Su Nianyan listened to Yi Tianxing's introduction, her eyes widened further, sparkling like two brilliant gems. She felt as though she were in a dream, having become a disciple of the Yi clan, and moreover, her master was the renowned Yi Peak master, reputed to lack cultivation and merely seek a life of ease. However, a thought struck her. If her master indeed possessed cultivation, why were there rumors claiming otherwise? Amidst her astonishment, she pondered silently. Tianxing, since Nianyan is a gathering spirit body, it would be futile for you to take her as a disciple. Why not have her become my granddaughter-in-law? At that moment, Elder Yi Wuyo, who oversaw the spiritual veins, inquired with a smile. Yet, no sooner had Elder Yi Wuyo spoken than Yi Jun, who harbored animosity towards Yi Tianxing, interjected. Tianxing, my grandson will come of age in 2 months. Why not allow your disciple to wed him? With these remarks, the grand hall erupted into chaos. Tianxing, although my son has reached the age of 100, he remains vigorous and is on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Allow your disciple to become my daughter-in-law. How absurd. Do you wish for an old bull to graze on tender grass? Tianxing, my lineage boasts exceptional talents. Your disciple may choose freely whom to marry. Elders with unmarried sons introduce their sons, and those without sons or grandsons introduce their direct descendants. Ultimately, they desire for Yi Tianxing to relinquish Su Nianyan to them, which has left Yi Tianxing utterly exasperated. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Nianyan could not contain her tears. Yi Tianxing frowned in concern. Enough. Can't you see that Nianyan is crying? He bellowed, and the hall fell silent instantly. He quickly turned to Su Nianyan, his expression filled with worry. Nianyan, what troubles you? Have they frightened you? Su Nianyan shook her head, remaining silent, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Yi Xian squinted at Su Nianyan, his intuition hinting at her thoughts, and he inquired, Nian, do you wish to avoid causing trouble for Tianxing, hence your silence? Su Nian remained mute, but nodded slightly. Do not be afraid. Share your concerns with your master. Within the Yi clan, no one dares to provoke him. Yi Xian, sensing he had guessed correctly, smiled in reassurance. What are you discussing? I failed to comprehend. What is the matter? Yi Tianxing's head was filled with questions. Upon hearing the clan leader speak, Su Nian finally stammered between sobs. Master, you saved me and my Su family. I wish to follow you for life and have no desire to marry. However, they're all elders, and I fear that refusing them may bring trouble to you, which would be unfortunate. Hearing this, Yi Tianxing felt a surge of warmth within his heart. He had not anticipated that Su Nian would contemplate such matters. Ding! The system has detected the disciple's predicament. Please support your disciple and reassure her. Chapter 30. Do not touch my disciple. After understanding Su Nian's thoughts, Yi Tianxing initially intended to inform the elders that his disciple could act as she pleased without interference. However, upon receiving a new task, he chose to adopt a stern demeanor. I will say this only once. Whether Nian is my closed-door disciple is unknown, but she is my open-door disciple and the eldest senior sister of Tianxing Peak. If anyone dares to force Nian into unwilling actions, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, Yi Tianxing cast a dark glare across the elders in the hall. He knew that as long as he opposed them, they would not dare to trouble Su Nian. Nevertheless, given that the system had issued a task, he felt compelled to feign anger and express his stance to reassure Su Nian. Yi Tianxing, are you being unreasonable? How can you speak to the elders in such a manner? Yi Jun had long harbored a grudge against Yi Tianxing. Upon witnessing his refusal to hand over Su Nian, he seized the opportunity to teach Yi Tianxing a lesson, aiming to humiliate him in front of the gathered assembly. He was not alone in this sentiment. Several elders echoed his sentiments. Tianxing, as a junior, your mind is still immature. How can you possibly guide your disciples? They chided. Indeed, your disciple is a spirit-gathering body, incapable of cultivation. Is it truly necessary for you to confront us over one disciple? In their minds, Yi Tianxing had always been the playful, carefree youth who would merely banter back but would never dare to speak to them in such a tone. Consequently, although no overt disrespect was voiced, their words carried an undertone of displeasure. Su Nian, acutely aware of this, instinctively clutched the hem of Yi Tianxing's garment, tears streaming down her face once more. She never anticipated that the so-called foremost family of Yezhou would covet her spirit-gathering body, differing only in their lack of overt threats or forceful demands. Yi Tianxing gently patted Su Nian's shoulder and surveyed the elders within the hall, his voice cold and resolute. First, I am the Peak Master of Tianxing Peak, of equal standing with you esteemed elders. Do not speak of juniors in such a dismissive manner. Second, while I cannot ascertain my own maturity, I am certain of one thing. Should anyone compel Nian to do anything against her will, I shall confront them. As his words resonated, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to a roiling sea of flames, and his imposing presence escalated dramatically. He abruptly turned and unleashed a powerful punch towards the hall's exit. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his fist, coalescing into a fearsome, five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon, radiant with shimmering energy reminiscent of flowing starlight, roared forth, launching itself outside the hall. The golden dragon soared swiftly, breaking through the hall's doors and ascending into the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the golden dragon erupted in mid-air, a dazzling spectacle akin to fireworks, yet imbued with a disquieting force that radiated outward. This unexpected display caused the elders below the mid-stage of the transformation realm to pale in shock, as they realized that a strike of such magnitude would spell certain death for those at the early stage and severe injury for those at the mid-stage. Su Nian was momentarily entranced, forgetting her tears as she gazed in astonishment at the lingering remnants of spiritual energy in the air outside the hall. At that moment, silence enveloped the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere frozen in time. Yi Tianxing reveled in his accomplishment, intent on conveying to these elders that should they desire to seize his disciple, they ought to carefully consider their own capabilities. System, what is the meaning of this? Has this not fulfilled the task? Yi Tianxing pondered internally, unable to suppress his curiosity. In the past, upon completing a task, the system would promptly dispense rewards. Yet, despite the passage of several breaths, the system remained unresponsive. Was it possible that this display was insufficient? However, the system did not respond. And Yi Tianxing was utterly oblivious to which aspect had gone awry. Tianxing, these individuals are, after all, elders of the Yi clan. It is inappropriate for you to openly issue threats. At this moment, the great elder of the Yi clan, Yi Zhu, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. Moreover, Yi Zhu unleashed a formidable pressure emanating from the pinnacle of the transformation realm, intending to suppress Yi Tianxing. His actions were not driven by Yi Tianxing's refusal to surrender Sun Yinyan, but rather for the future of the Yi clan. As a member of the clan, one must adhere to the clan's regulations, preserving its order and dignity. To behave so recklessly in the Grand Hall was, indeed, excessively arrogant. How could such a person possibly assume leadership of the Yi clan in the future? Thus, Yi Zhu deemed it necessary to admonish Yi Tianxing. Feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, Yi Tianxing displayed not a hint of fear. In that instant, he activated his transcendent mode. Great Elder, they seek to seize my disciple. I not justified in protecting her? Yi Tianxing inquired with an air of nonchalance. Observing this, Yi Zhu's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Yi Tianxing would remain unaffected by his oppressive force. I did not say that protecting your disciple is wrong, but rather that your arrogance is excessive and may lead to future misfortunes. Just like now, you wish to assert your strength, but the prerequisite is to be sufficiently powerful, and you still fall short before me. Upon concluding his words, Yi Zhu intensified his pressure once more. This time, the force surged like tangible waves, crashing upon Yi Tianxing in relentless succession. The air within the hall seemed to crackle under the weight of this power. The elders present felt the terrifying pressure, and beads of cold sweat instantly formed. The pinnacle of the transformation realm was indeed fearsome. Even those not being targeted found it difficult to breathe, some elders silently pondering. Seeing Yi Tianxing remain silent and still, Yi Zhu assumed he had been cowed into submission by his oppressive force and chuckled. I merely wish to convey that while you may act with impunity within the clan, outside, should you provoke someone stronger than yourself, the consequences may not be favorable. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tianxing was contemplating why his task had yet to be accomplished and paid little heed to the pressure. However, he soon devised a solution. Great Elder, words unshared are better left unsaid. I reiterate, anyone who dares to harm my disciple shall face my wrath. Should anyone harbor such intentions again, I shall withdraw from the Yi clan and establish my own dominion. With that, Yi Tianxing grasped Sun Yinyan and made it apart. By the heavens! Yi Zhu, who had previously worn a smile, was instantly on his feet, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Tianxing could still move. What was happening? Not only Yi Zhu, but everyone present was rendered speechless. How could Yi Tianxing remain unscathed by the pressure of the pinnacle of the transformation realm? Yi Xian, who had been observing Yi Tianxing, was also taken aback to witness that even the great elder was unable to subdue him. However, he was aware that Yi Tianxing would not withdraw from the Yi clan. His words were merely a facade to protect his disciple. Thus, he spoke, Tianxing, cease your antics. From now on, Sun Yinyan shall be your disciple. Should anyone dare to compel her to undertake tasks against her will, the clan rules shall apply. Seeing Yi Tianxing attempting to depart, Yi Xian called out to him directly. Chapter 31, Is This Thing Poisonous? Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Beep. The host has received a reward, elevating their cultivation to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Beep. The host has acquired the Gathering Spirit Sword technique. Beep. The host has received a third-grade magical artifact, the Gathering Spirit Sword. As Yi Tianxing completed the task, the system dispensed the rewards. It appeared that the strategy of withdrawing from the Yi clan was indeed effective. However, this time, the rewards seemed to have little to do with him. Yi Tianxing, Muset Silently. The Gathering Spirit Sword technique and the Gathering Spirit Sword were evidently designed to complement the Gathering Spirit Divine Art. This indicated that the system's rewards had solely enhanced Yi Tianxing's cultivation, while the remaining two were prepared for Sun Yinyan. Nonetheless, Yi Tianxing found it acceptable. He had been perplexed about how to instruct Sun Yinyan, and now, with both the technique and the sword, many troubles were alleviated. Clan leader, Ninian is the senior sister of Tianxing Peak. Considering her status, could you extend some privileges? Yi Tianxing paused in his departure, turning to face Yi Xian with a sycophantic smile. Yi Xian felt somewhat exasperated. The Gathering Spirit body could not cultivate and was still in need of cultivation resources. Wasn't he that absurd? However, to placate Yi Tianxing, Yi Xian reluctantly replied, since the Yi clan acknowledges her identity, and considering she is your disciple, her treatment naturally cannot be on par with that of an ordinary disciple. How about this? 3 vials of essence cleansing liquid each month, and other elixirs at 3 times the amount given to regular disciples. Upon hearing this, Tianxing's eyes brightened like light bulbs. 3 vials of essence cleansing liquid. Such treatment was reserved for those below the elder level. Even among the clan's disciples, few enjoyed such privileges, let alone those recruited from outside the clan. Thus, Tianxing was exceedingly pleased. Then it's settled. I must teach Nian how to cultivate. So I shall take my leave. Tianxing, fearful that Xian might renege on the agreement, hurriedly grasped Su Nian's hand and exited the grand hall. The commotion within the hall had already drawn a crowd of clan members outside, who parted to make way for Tianxing as he emerged. Tianxing, brother. A young girl among the throng waved at him. Hearing the call, Tianxing turned to see it was Ling, and he could not help but smile faintly. Ling, did you not practice today? I did, but upon hearing the commotion from the Golden Leaf Hall, I rushed over. I did not expect you to be so formidable. That golden dragon was truly impressive. Ling gazed at Tianxing with admiration, entirely oblivious to the reasons behind his newfound prowess. Just in time to find you. Come with me to Tianxing Peak. We shall live together from now on, Tianxing said with a smile. Initially, he intended to seek out Ling at her cultivation location to discuss the matter. But now this turn of events has conveniently simplified things. After all, Nian is a girl, and cohabitation could pose certain challenges, with Ling present. They can look after one another. Since he no longer resists the system's tasks, and the punitive heavenly tribulation has been lifted, allowing Ling to relocate to Tianxing Peak is of no consequence. Remarkably, without even inquiring about the heavenly tribulation, Ling readily acquiesced to Tianxing's request. In her eyes, although Tianxing is not her biological brother, they're the last remnants of their lineage, and thus, Ling unconditionally trusts him. Subsequently, Ling soared through the skies on her sword, while Tianxing and Su Nian rode a spirit beast back to Tianxing Peak. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Golden Leaf Great Hall. What was the situation? How could the Grand Elder's oppressive aura have no effect on Tianxing? Could it be that Tianxing is a transcendent being? Impossible. Did they not witness the golden dragon unleashed earlier? Its power could at most be attributed to the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. How could that be implausible? What if Tianxing had not exerted his full strength? A multitude of elders fervently expressed their opinions. Yet no matter how fervently they debated, they could not fathom how Tianxing managed to disregard the Grand Elder's oppressive aura. Enough. Silence. Grand Elder Yizhu rapped the table. At his command, the hall fell into silence. Yizhu continued, the last time I visited Tianxing Peak, I was in seclusion, but I heard that you all consumed some spirit vein soup. Based on this alone, it seems Tianxing possesses secrets unknown to us. Yet, some of you have absurdly speculated that Tianxing is a transcendent being. Is that not a display of utter folly? At this juncture, Xian nodded slightly. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. Tianxing indeed harbors his own secrets, perhaps possessing a treasure that allows him to resist oppressive forces. As for being a transcendent being, that is mere fantasy. Let us not forget, Tianxing has just come of age. An 18-year-old transcendent being is beyond the realm of possibility, even for a reincarnated immortal. Furthermore, I sense that punch he delivered was executed with full force. I can ascertain he is currently in the early stages of the divine transformation realm. Our previous assumption of him being in the mid-stage was erroneous. Xian's reasoning resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. After all, an 18-year-old transcendent being has never appeared in the annals of cultivation history in the entire Yi continent, rendering it utterly astonishing and hard to believe. Wait, why are we speculating on his cultivation level? Shouldn't we be clarifying the situation in Xianyang City? Yi Lingchuan exclaimed, almost forgetting the matter at hand. Yixian waved his hand dismissively. Tianxing has just returned. Let him rest for a few days. After all, he just mentioned that he has successfully completed his task, which should only involve a few minor demons. 2 hours later, at the Yi clan's heavenly domain, Tianxing Peak, Tianxing gazed at the array of pitch-black dishes before him, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Nian and Ling, their faces flushed crimson, hung their heads, scarcely able to utter a word. After Tianxing returned to Tianxing Peak with 2 companions, he bestowed upon Su Nian the Gathering Spirit Technique, the Gathering Spirit Sword Technique, and the Gathering Spirit Sword. Subsequently, he presented Ling with several vials of marrow-cleansing elixir, which brought great joy to both women. Originally, Tianxing intended to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate their achievements. However, the two women insisted on taking over the cooking, reasoning that they wished to repay Tianxing for his generous gifts. The dark concoction on the table was the result of their culinary efforts. Tianxing's lips twitched, and his heart ached at the sight. He had intended to create a grand meal, selecting only the finest ingredients, yet had resulted in this unappealing dish. Although he had recently acquired newfound wealth, he remained cautious, mindful of the possibility that such fortune might not last. Brother Tianxing, I am a cultivator and do not require food. This is my first time cooking, Xianxia said, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed. Master, you know I am a young lady of the Su family. I can simply express my desires for food. Su Nianyan added, her voice barely above a whisper. Ye Tianjing, seek hit in resignation. All right, I suppose I shall take over. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 32. The meeting in the Golden Leaf Hall. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Nianyan not only practiced the Gathering Spirit technique, but also grasped the fundamentals of the Gathering Spirit sword technique. Xianxia was not far behind. After Tianxing provided her with several more vials of marrow-cleansing elixir, her cultivation level reached the peak of foundation establishment. Beyond these personal advancements, a piece of news within the Yi continent sparked widespread commotion. Have you heard? The master of Tianxing Peak, Tianxing, actually slew a formidable demon at the Lu family in Xianyang City. Indeed, I have heard, and he cleaved it in two with a single sword strike. I was informed that the demon was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. How could Tianxing, who seemed only to indulge in idleness, suddenly become so powerful? Idleness? Have you ever seen a waste of space among the Yi family? These rumors are likely exaggerated fabrications. For these 5 days, discussions of such nature echoed throughout every corner of Yi continent. As the setting sun cast a golden hue over Tianxing Peak, Tianxing languidly reclined in a rocking chair atop the peak's secluded annex, savoring the gentle evening breeze while contemplating what to prepare for dinner. Master, I've broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. At that moment, Su Nianyan joyfully burst from her room. Splendid. Since you have achieved such a feat, I shall prepare a celebration for you tonight, Tianxing replied with a smile. As he pondered his evening meal, he decided to bring out his treasure hot pot base and treat them to a delightful hot pot dinner. Hearing the commotion, Xianxia also emerged from her room. Nianyan, that is quite impressive. You've advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment in just 5 days? Xianxia inquired with a look of astonishment. Su Nianyan nodded. Indeed, ever since I began practicing the techniques imparted by my master, the path of cultivation feels remarkably effortless, devoid of the previous struggles I faced. How extraordinary! It took me over a decade to ascend from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Xianxia expressed with envy. The mere fact that one could cultivate a spirit-gathering physique was astonishing enough, but the rapidity of the cultivation process left her utterly amazed. Tianxing, witnessing their conversation, boasted, "What is the big deal about breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment in just 5 days? When I first commenced my practice, I instantly transitioned from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of foundation establishment." You're exaggerating. Xianxia rolled her eyes, completely skeptical of Tianxing's claims. Transitioning instantaneously from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of foundation establishment was a feat even a reincarnated immortal would find implausible. To break through to the foundational stage, certain preconditions must be met, namely, one's physical constitution and the ability to perceive spiritual energy. To put it plainly, for an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation, they must first undergo body tempering, which is a stage within the cultivation process. Only with a sufficiently robust physique can one absorb external spiritual energy. Otherwise, the body of an ordinary person would be unable to withstand the onslaught of spiritual force. Once the physique meets the required standards, one can then enter the stage of qi cultivation, perceiving and absorbing spiritual energy. Thus, Xianxia found it utterly implausible that Tianxing could claim to have instantly ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. All right, I concede to my embellishment. Tonight, you can cultivate after dinner, Tianxing declared as he rose from the rocking chair, stretching leisurely while making his way to the kitchen. Simultaneously, the scene shifted to the Golden Leaf Hall within the Yi clan's celestial domain. Yi Xian had recently summoned all the elders. The news of Yi Tianxing slaying a mid-stage divine transformation beast with a single sword strike had reached the clan. I have just received word regarding the incident in Xianxia City. You must have heard about it as well. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yev one, inwided, his brow furrowed, eager to hear the elder's opinions. He never anticipated that a formidable beast would appear in Xianxia City, particularly one at the mid-stage of divine transformation. Historically, the intruders into Yizhou were typically minor beasts, as their cultivation levels range from the initial stage to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, rendering their fluctuations in spiritual power too weak to detect without close proximity. However, a formidable beast is different. Their cultivation levels span from the initial stage to the pinnacle of divine transformation, exhibiting substantial fluctuations in spiritual energy. Even at a distance, they would be discernible. Yet, they had been guarding the borders of Yizhou without noticing the entry of such a beast, which posed significant complications. If one could enter, then two could follow. And should the demon clan coordinate their efforts from within and without, the entire Yizhou, including the Yi clan, would be plunged into irretrievable chaos. Moreover, there was an outrageous revelation. Yi Tianxing had managed to slay a mid-stage divine transformation beast with a single strike. Just days prior, Yi Xian had firmly stated that Yi Tianxing was at the initial stage of divine transformation. He never expected the truth to surface so swiftly. To slay a mid-stage divine transformation beast, one would need to be at least at the late stage of divine transformation. Yet, who could possibly believe that an 18-year-old could achieve such a feat? Clan leader, I believe we must first investigate the clansmen stationed at the border to determine if there are any spies from the demon tribe among our Yi clan. Yi Lingchuan calmly analyzed. Indeed, in addition to scrutinizing the clansmen on duty, we should also examine whether there are any unnoticed vulnerabilities at the border. The demon tribe's ability to silently infiltrate a formidable demon is no mere coincidence, Elder Yizhu added, stroking his beard with a serious expression. Beyond what the two elders have mentioned, I believe a thorough investigation within the territory of Yezhou is also warranted. It is possible that the demon tribe has already been scheming in the shadows, implanting numerous informants. We must root out these hidden dangers to ensure the safety of Yezhou. Another elder, with a grave demeanor, remarked while stroking his chin. The other elders nodded in agreement, and the hall was soon filled with a flurry of discussions as everyone exchanged views on countermeasures. Once the discussions had settled, Yi Xian raised his hand to signal for silence. As the hall quieted, Yi Xian spoke. Let us put the matter of the demon tribe aside for now and discuss Yi Tianxing. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence, with no one knowing how to respond. An 18-year-old in the late stage of the transformation realm. This was no longer a mere fantasy. It was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Yet, the undeniable fact that Yi Tianxing had slain a formidable demon compelled belief. If Yi Tianxing's cultivation had truly reached the late stage of the transformation realm, he would rank among the top 5 in the clan's power hierarchy. However, the absurdity of it all was striking. For 18 years, everyone had known Yi Tianxing as a gluttonous slacker, living a life of indulgence and idleness, akin to a useless wastrel. Yi Tianxing even had the audacity to claim he was deficient in 2 areas, and that he was lacking in this and that. The existence of such a person, thriving under their very noses for 18 years without anyone detecting an anomaly, was more terrifying than a horror story. After all, cultivators require breakthroughs, do they not? Any cultivator's breakthrough would surely cause fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energies. Yet, they felt nothing unusual. Seeing that no one was willing to speak, Yi Xian decided not to press further and waved his hand. Let us disperse. Speculating like this is unproductive. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit Tianxing Peak to inquire. Chapter 33. Another spiritual vein? Early the next day, Yi Xian arrived at Tianxing Peak, accompanied by several elders eager to ascertain Yi Tianxing's true cultivation level and to uncover the specifics of the events in Xianxia City. However, as soon as they entered the residence at the peak, they were met with an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy, manifesting as dense spiritual mist. Have they cultivated another spiritual vein? What on earth is happening? Where did Tianxing acquire so many spiritual veins? Is this really the time for such considerations? Quickly, find a pot. While some elders were still in shock, others, quick to react, had already begun searching for cookware. They had previously tasted the benefits of the spirit pulse soup, with just a sip able to significantly enhance their cultivation. If they were to indulge in another couple of sips, they might even achieve a breakthrough. However, unlike the last time, the assembly of elders was not merely distracted. They were actively searching for the source of the ethereal mist, their gazes now fixated upon a stone table in a separate courtyard. Upon discovering the very copper pot from their last gathering resting atop the table, the elders rushed forward with fervor. Xian had initially intended to scold them, but upon witnessing the scene, he realized that if he delayed, he might end up with nothing. Thus, he swiftly dashed forward. Damn it! You've already had a couple of sips. Leave some for me. Leave some for you? What about me? Last time, you had 3 sips and what did I say then? The elders were in a chaotic frenzy, grappling over the precious soup. As the elders became embroiled in their soup battle, Tianxing emerged from his chamber, yawning. What on earth is happening so early in the morning? Is it impossible to get any sleep? He grumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The sight of the elders engrossed in their soup skirmish was utterly chaotic. Yizhu was nearly knocked over by a fellow elder, almost losing his spoon in the process. You fools! I'm a grand elder. If you continue this, we shall have unresolved matters. Another elder, indifferent to his outburst, reached out to snatch the spoon, declaring, Let me finish my drink first, and then we'll see who the grand elder is. Thus, Tianxing stood there stupefied, watching the spectacle unfold, his mind racing. Had the scene been similar when his own hot pot broth was pilfered? Due to the abundance of elders, the broth was quickly depleted, with each person managing only a couple of sips. This time, Yiweo was not fortunate enough to lay claim to the copper pot as it was seized by the highest-ranking Yixian. The farce finally came to an end once Yixian had licked the pot clean. Boom! 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 Waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the elders who had partaken in the soup, signaling their breakthroughs. I have reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Me too. I've also broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Several elated elders laughed joyously. Break through my foot. Is this theft so brazen? Tianxing, finally regaining his composure, exclaimed in frustration. His cultivation had been a reward from the system, so he had felt nothing during the hot pot feast. It wasn't until last night when Sun Yin and Yi Ling Er, after enjoying their meal, remarked on the potency of the hot pot's spiritual energy and the signs of a potential breakthrough that he realized the true efficacy of the soup base gifted by the system. The previous theft of his leftover broth was undoubtedly related to its effects. He had planned to use the remaining broth to prepare noodles for the 2 women that morning. But now, they had been consumed by this unruly gathering. A group of elders found themselves in an awkward predicament, their gazes shifting toward Yixian. Tianxing, do not hold it against them for their gluttony. This soup is exceedingly tempting for cultivators like them. Yixian calmly set down the copper pot, his demeanor unruffled as he explained. Patriarch, that pot is cleaner than I could ever manage. How can you accuse them of being greedy? Tianxing retorted with a hint of irritation. Yixian could no longer maintain his composure, his face flushing crimson. Tianxing, where did this soup come from? Is there any left? Yixian inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he sought to change the subject. What do you mean? I only have 2 portions in total, and you've already pilfered them. There's none left, Tianxing replied warily. He was left with only 8 portions of the spirit broth base, which he intended to keep for himself. Oh, if it's gone, then it's gone. It matters not. Ye wan wavit dismissive. Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. Given his earlier tone, it was evident that Yixian had not had his fill and was still hoping for more. Why then, upon hearing it was all gone, did he not press further? By the way, we are already aware of the situation in Xianxia City. We came here to inquire about what transpired there, Yixian said, successfully diverting the conversation back to his purpose. Upon hearing this, Tianxing recalled the plans of the demon clan and responded, I had almost forgotten. The demon clan intends to infiltrate the territory of Yezhou, creating chaos behind our lines, compelling the Yi clan to dispatch personnel to resolve the disturbances. This would enable them to exploit any weaknesses at the borders. As these words were spoken, the expressions of all present grew grave. If what Tianxing said was true, then Yezhou was certainly not facing just one major demon. Yet, they were unsure of the current number of major demons within the demon clan, and thus did not dare send cultivators of the transformation stage to investigate. However, if they did not act, chaos would surely ensue within Yezhou. Yet, if they sent out personnel, how would they guard the borders? In the midst of this mental turmoil, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from a room in the side courtyard. Everyone could sense that someone had broken through, and it was a breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, they recalled that only 3 individuals resided at Tianxing Peak. One was Yi Linger at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Another was Su Ninian, who could not cultivate. And the last was Yi Tianxing, who, then, had achieved a breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. As they pondered this mystery, the door to the room swung open. "Master, I've broken through again." Su Ninian emerged from the room, her face alight with excitement. Upon seeing so many people in the courtyard, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Greetings, Patriarch." "Greetings, esteemed elders," Su Ninian said, approaching the assembly and bowing respectfully to Yi Xian and the elders. Yi Xian and the elders were initially taken aback upon recognizing Su Ninian, their eyes widening in astonishment as if they had witnessed an extraordinary event. The fact that a gathering spirit body could not cultivate was well known among all practitioners. However, it is astonishing that Su Ninian has now begun to cultivate, shattering their conventional understanding. Even more outrageous is her advancement to the mid-foundation stage, especially considering that she has only been in the Yi clan for a mere 5 days. It is almost inconceivable for even the most gifted disciples to ascend from an ordinary mortal to the mid-foundation stage within such a short span of time, let alone someone with a spirit-gathering physique. Chapter 34. The Northern Kingdom's plea for help. How could you possibly be cultivating? Yi Xian was unable to grasp this reality. Stammering as he spoke, he was certain that Su Ninian possessed a spirit-gathering physique, which traditionally could not cultivate, and yet she had managed to reach the mid-foundation stage in just 5 days, an unheard-of feat. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, Su Ninian hesitated to respond immediately. Instead, glancing at Yi Tianxing, she understood that the spirit-gathering physique was incapable of cultivation, leading her to suspect that the technique Yi Tianxing had provided her was extraordinary, perhaps even holding secrets she could not divulge without his consent. Noticing her uncertainty, Yi Tianxing smiled slightly. "Is it truly so surprising that one can cultivate? The spirit-gathering physique is indeed special, and while it is true that common techniques cannot be practiced, I happen to possess a method suitable for cultivation by a spirit-gathering physique, which naturally enables cultivation." At Yi Tianxing's explanation, all eyes turned toward him in unison. 2 spiritual veins were being refined, and he possessed a technique that allowed even a spirit-gathering physique to cultivate. Was this truly the Yi Tianxing of the Yi clan? Was it possible that he had resorted to theft due to his superior cultivation? Most of the elders present entertained this thought. After all, Yi Tianxing rarely descended the mountains. How could he suddenly acquire so many treasures? There might indeed be even more rare artifacts yet unseen. "Tianxing, have you taken a thievery?" Yi Xian could not help but voice his suspicions. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes dramatically. "Clan leader, do I appear to be that sort of person? It is you all who have pilfered the remnants of my hot pot broth. Not once, but twice. I have yet to settle that score." Yi Xian's face flushed, and he cleared his throat before responding. "Ahem, let us consider that matter past. Everyone has their own secrets, and I shall not pry further. However, we are eager to know your current level of cultivation. Are you at the late stage of the transformation realm, or perhaps at its peak?" Yi Tianxing paused for a moment, then replied with utmost seriousness, "I am at the mid-foundation stage." He understood that revealing his true cultivation level would compel the elders to assign him even more perilous tasks. It was far better to feign ignorance. Even if they suspected his strength, they would remain uncertain about his exact capabilities, rendering the tasks less hazardous. It is worth noting that Yi Tianxing's mindset remained rooted in the belief that there are always greater beings beyond his comprehension. Despite being nearly certain of his unmatched prowess within the Yi continent, he still preferred to exercise caution, for life is singular and precious. You previously claimed to be at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet upon your return, you have regressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yi Tianxing spoke with an air of solemn absurdity, inciting Yi Lingchuan to utter his customary exclamation in frustration. "Elder Lingchuan, must you always treat nonsense as your mantra? Outside, one's cultivation is self-bestowed. What I declare is simply the reality, is it not?" Yi Tianxing pushed the boundaries of his folly to the utmost, rendering Yi Lingchuan speechless as he pointed at him, unable to articulate a single word. "Ding! It has been detected that in 3 days, the Northern Kingdom will face a joint assault from the Southern Kingdom and the demon race. Please, host, proceed immediately to provide assistance." The voice of the system suddenly echoed in Yi Tianxing's mind, momentarily startling him. The next instant, Yi Lingchuan's communication stone chimed. "Senior, I am Nangong Shui, the Empress of the Northern Kingdom. Currently, we are under attack from the Southern Kingdom and the demon race. I implore you for support." Yi Lingchuan furrowed his brow and retrieved his communication stone. Support for what? Did I not make myself clear? The affairs of your mundane realm are of no concern to the Yi clan. Furthermore, do not continually use the demon race as a pretext. We have fortified our borders, and it is impossible for any demons to infiltrate. You must resolve your own grievances. Yi Lingchuan spoke curtly into the communication stone. In his view, Nangong Shui was well aware of the Yi clan's enmity with the demon race and was attempting to deceive them into aiding the Northern Kingdom under the guise of a demon threat. Yet, he was no fool. He would not be easily convinced. Hearing Nangong Shui's voice, Yi Tianxing seized the opportunity to undertake his mission and snatched Yi Lingchuan's communication stone. This sudden action startled everyone present, as Yi Tianxing's speed was astonishing, leaving them utterly unprepared for such a maneuver. Even in a state of unpreparedness, they should have sensed something amiss, yet they did not. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the current situation? Yi Tianxing addressed the communication stone. Li Dadye, I have just received word that the Southern Kingdom has declared war on us. If we do not surrender within 3 days, they will obliterate the Northern Kingdom. While we do not fear their military strength, our spies in the Southern Kingdom have reported the presence of demons among their ranks, who have drained the blood of many innocents for their cultivation. This confirms that the Southern Kingdom has allied with the demon race, compelling me to seek aid from the Yi clan. Nangong Shui, upon recognizing Yi Tianxing's voice, spoke urgently, as if grasping a lifeline. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing's brow furrowed in concern, and he replied, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall proceed immediately. Excellent. I will personally lead the charge to the southern border of the Northern Frost Empire. At that time, Leader Yi, you may join me at the southern border. After Nangong Shui conveyed her message, the line fell silent. Clan leader, you have also heard, there are demons lurking in the Northern Kingdom. And since Nangong Shui saved my disciple's family, I must go. I entrust Linger and Nian Nian to your care, especially Nian Nian, should anyone dare to harm her. They shall not escape my wrath upon my return. After Yi Tianxing finished speaking, his figure instantaneously transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the Northern Kingdom like an arrow released from its bow. During these 5 days, Yi Tianxing had not been idle. He had been secretly overcoming his acrophobia, and now there were signs of improvement. Wasn't this absurd? How could there be demon clans in the Northern Kingdom? It was as if he were being manipulated without even realizing it. Yi Lingchuan shook his head helplessly. If Yi Tianxing had not been so swift, he would have considered bringing him back. This matter could not be rashly concluded. What if demons truly appeared? Let us not forget that a major demon had recently emerged in Xianxia City. Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Lingchuan, his expression unusually grave. He had learned of the demon clan's plans from Yi Tianxing and understood the complexity of the situation. The Yi family guarded the northern borders of Tianyuan continent. If they faltered, other borders would undoubtedly be affected, potentially plunging the entire continent into chaos wrought by the demon clan. The clan leader was indeed correct. The affairs of the demon clan could be significant or trivial. We must approach them with caution. Let us return to the Golden Leaf Hall and deliberate on how to expel the demon clan lurking within Yezhou. The Grand Elder, Yi Zhu, shared the same thought as Yi Xian and promptly took flight towards the Golden Leaf Hall. Upon witnessing this, the others swiftly departed from the courtyard. Chapter 35. The army approaches 3 days later at the southern border of the Northern Kingdom. The howling winds and swirling dust created an atmosphere thick with tension, as if even heaven and earth were shaken by it. The army of the Southern Kingdom surged forth like a black tide, sprawling across the mountains and fields towards the southern border of the Northern Kingdom. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of soldiers clad in black armor, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, resembling a sea forged from steel. Your Majesty, the Southern Kingdom has indeed come. You must leave quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. If you perish, who will seek vengeance for us? On the city wall, a general clad in armor spoke urgently to Nangong Shui beside him. This general, named Guan Yu, was the foremost military commander of the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom is my life. Anyone who dares to harm its people must tread over my corpse, Nangong Shui replied. Equally adorned in royal armor, her gaze unwavering as she faced the tide of the Southern Kingdom's army, devoid of any fear. Your Majesty, the enemy has already allied with the demon clan. Why persist? An elderly man, standing behind Nangong Shui, implored anxiously. This scholarly official was Zhou Liang, the chief of the civil officials of the Northern Kingdom. Although cultivators typically avoided those with great fortune, the demon clan was different. They could cultivate by absorbing human blood. Thus, as long as they did not personally slay those bearing great fortune, it had little effect on them. For this reason, Zhou Yang perceived Nangang Shui's actions as a march towards death. Well, the demon clan, I have already summoned reinforcements. As long as we buy some time, help will arrive to deal with the demons. Nangang Shui's gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Despite her words, a twinge of concern lingered in her heart. After all, who could predict whether Tianxing would arrive in time? And even if he did, what if the opposing demon clan proved to be more formidable? Zhou Yang, observing Nangang Shui's unwavering determination, let out a resigned sigh. Even with reinforcements, what difference would it make against the demons? He shook his head and turned to Guan Yu. Old Guan, prepare a suit of armor for me. Guan Yu was taken aback and queried, what business do you, as civil official, have in this fray? Surely it would be wiser to strategize within the city. With the demons intervening, do you think a strategy is even necessary? Although if there's a strategy, it is simply to fight desperately. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, he suddenly tore at his sleeves. In an instant, his voluminous robe was rent asunder, revealing a physique of solid muscle, each sinew bulging like tempered steel, pulsating with untold strength. The frail image of the elderly man vanished, replaced by that of a formidable warrior. The onlookers, including Nangang Shui, Guan Yu, and the soldiers on the city wall, shared identical expressions of astonishment. It is worth noting that Zhou Yang was a venerable elder, having reached the venerable age of 90, even 5 years senior to Guan Yu. At such an age, coupled with such muscle, who would not be taken aback? Lord Zhou, Guan Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Zhou Yang's muscle surpass his own. Do not be astonished. Were it not for my mediocre talent, I might have become a practitioner of the body refinement realm in my youth. Nonetheless, even without that title, I am not someone to be easily underestimated, Zhou Yang asserted confidently. Then why did you not become a military general? Nangang Shui inquired, voicing her curiosity. With a carefree laugh, Zhou Yang replied, I chose the path of scholarship to engage in calm discourse with those fools. To learn martial arts was to compel those fools to communicate with me in tranquility. Otherwise, how could His Majesty believe I have survived as a senior official for 3 dynasties? However, since the demise of your father, I have refrained from engaging in combat. Today's opportunity is perfect. I wish to experience the camaraderie of fighting alongside the soldiers. Having lived for 90 years, that is sufficient, more than enough. Zhou Yang's voice resonated powerfully, echoing like a great bell upon the city walls, clear to the soldiers stationed there, and even those at the city gates. Many who had initially contemplated retreating from this seemingly fatal battle were galvanized by Zhou Yang's words. There was a saying among their ranks, the fear of death is an instinct inherent to all living beings. But the ability to suppress that instinct is the hallmark of a hero's will. Previously, they had found this sentiment difficult to grasp, yet today, upon hearing Zhou Yang's impassioned declaration, they seemed to truly comprehend its profound meaning. I never imagined that as a mere military general, I would be fortunate enough to fight alongside the foremost civil official. Even death would be worthwhile. To uncover Lord Zhou's secret before my demise is indeed a treasure. For the sake of the Northern Dynasty, I shall fight to the end. These fervent cries seemed to ignite the flames of morale, and in an instant, the entire defensive line of the Northern Dynasty surged with fervor. The soldiers' eyes blazed with passionate resolve, having cast aside all fear. Meanwhile, the armies of the Southern Dynasty were pressing in. The ruler of the Southern Dynasty, Xiang, sat majestically atop a splendid chariot drawn by 8 pure white steeds. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his demeanor stern and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. As if he could see through the hearts of men. This man was none other than the formidable demon, Xianxia. Lord Xiang, if we conquer the Northern Dynasty, will you truly bestow upon us all its territories? Xiang inquired cautiously, feeling a sense of unease he could not articulate. For the allure of the Northern Dynasty was undeniably great. Xianxia nodded slightly, assuring him, rest assured, our demon clan values our promises. Our sole aim is Yizhou, which borders the Northern Dynasty. Thus we require your assistance in concealing our identity after the annexation of the Northern Dynasty, allowing us to infiltrate Yizhou with ease. Upon hearing Xianxia's repeated assurances, Xiang felt his doubts alleviate somewhat. Yet, having navigated the treacherous waters of political machinations for many years, He was acutely aware that allying with demons was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Nevertheless, the temptation of unifying the realm was simply too enticing to resist. After all, exchanging Yizhou for the unification of the Southern Dynasty seemed a fair trade, especially since those cultivators from Yizhou have always looked down upon us mortals. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Xianxia ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming allure. Before long, his chariot arrived at the gates of the Northern Dynasty's border. Nangong Shui, the 3-day period has elapsed. Do you choose life or death? Xianxia rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed upon Nangong Shui standing atop the city gate. Chapter 36, The Clash of Armies. Those not of my kin harbor different intentions. Xianxia, do you not comprehend this simple truth? Nangong Shui shouted vehemently from atop the walls, the wind tousling her hair, yet failing to diminish the resolve and indignation in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. He had never divulged his alliance with the demon clan. After all, the enmity between demons and humans was profound and unyielding. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation and could invite the wrath of neighboring nations. Nangong Shui, you speak nonsense. Knowing you cannot match me in strength, you resort to slander? Xianxia retorted furiously, his gaze fixed fiercely upon her. It was my subordinates who, during their recent training, failed to conceal their identities, so spare me your bravado. Unless you eliminate everyone here, the truth will not remain hidden. At this moment, Xianxia spoke softly beside Xianxia, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. What? Upon hearing these words, Xianxia felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Initially, he believed that with the assistance of the demon clan, there was no need for significant effort. Simply eliminating the officials of the Shuai dynasty would suffice. He assumed that the soldiers of the Shuai dynasty would naturally surrender and serve his interests. However, the current predicament dictated that if he did not silence those who could expose his clandestine dealings with the demon clan, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. The thought of his grand plan to expand his forces by hundreds of thousands collapsing felt like a dagger to his heart. Yet, having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. In that case, I implore you, Lord Xiong and your subordinates, to assist me in conquering the Northern Kingdom. Xianxia gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. However, Xianxia merely shook his head, saying, have you ever seen a place in battle that reveals its trump card immediately? Let your men engage first. If they falter, I shall lend my aid. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia felt as though he had been deceived. Though he could not pinpoint the deception, Xianxia, being at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, possessed the power to annihilate hundreds of thousands with a mere flick of his fingers, requiring no soldiers from the Southern Kingdom to engage in combat. Yet now, Xianxia insisted that his men take the lead, which filled Xianxia with a sense of frustration. Nevertheless, with no turning back, he steeled himself and commanded all soldiers. He might order, immediately breach the city gates, leaving no survivors. Kill. The soldiers of the Southern Kingdom echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Witnessing this, Nangong Shui felt no fear. She too issued a command. All soldiers, heed my order. Defend the city gates with your lives. Guan Yu, receive the order. Zhou, receive the order. The two promptly knelt on one knee, then sprang to their feet, beginning their coordinated efforts. Archers, prepare. Upon my command, release your arrows. Guan Yu shouted to the archers who had long been poised atop the city walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At Guan Yu's command, rows of arrows flew like locusts toward the southern soldiers below. The southern soldiers raised their shields in defense, yet many still fell to the ground, pierced by arrows, their screams echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Zhou led a group of soldiers to maneuver boulders. Men, muster your strength, and let these rascals taste the might of our boulders. The soldiers united in effort, pushing massive stones off the city walls. The boulders cascaded down rapidly, crashing into the ranks of the southern soldiers, instantly toppling a large number, resulting in a scene of chaos and carnage. As Xianxia watched his troops fall one after another under the rain of arrows and rolling stones, he felt a surge of desperation. They had fought for so long without even reaching the city gates. How could they possibly prevail? He had assumed that with the support of the demon clan, there would be no need to bring siege engines or battering rams. After all, breaching the city gates was merely a matter for Xianxia to decide with a wave of his hand. Yet he could scarcely fathom that Xianxia was merely standing by, coldly observing as his soldiers fell into pools of blood. Lord Xiang, if you do not take action, how can we hope to win this battle? At this moment, Xiang was seething with anger, though it was evident that he was suppressing it. Xianxia glanced at Xiang with indifference. Is there not still a multitude left? Why the haste? Once their arrows and stones are exhausted, an opportunity will present itself. Upon hearing this, Xiang could no longer contain himself. Xianxia, those who have fallen are my men. We had an agreement. You were to assist me in seizing the Northern Empire, and in return, I would help conceal your identity. But now, since you refuse to act, I shall withdraw my troops. With that, Xiang rose to issue the order to retreat. Xianxia, recognizing that Xiang had reached his limit, slowly raised his right hand. With a flick of his finger, a dark stream of spiritual energy shot forth like a meteor, aimed directly at the Northern Empire's border gate. This force traveled with astonishing speed, traversing the distance in the blink of an eye, and struck the massive gate with tremendous impact. Boom! The gate, once formidable, shattered into countless pieces under the onslaught of this terrifying power, crumbling like fragile parchment at Xianxia's slightest touch. The soldiers behind the gate had no time to react before this sudden surge of spiritual energy tore them apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. A thick cloud of smoke and dust rose from the gate, enveloping the area and obscuring the horrific spectacle within. Though the acrid scent of blood wafted on the wind, reaching distant noses, the soldiers of the Southern Empire, witnessing this sight, were initially stunned, but soon erupted into cheers. The gate is breached. Charge! The morale of the Southern Empire surged, and all soldiers surged toward the gate like a tide. Old Guan, I will block the gate. You continue directing the archers. Zhou Yang, seeing that the demon clan had finally made their move, understood that the moment had come and resolved to block the gate, hoping to slay at least one enemy. Guan Yu wanted to join him, but directing the archers to fend off the enemy's entry was equally crucial, so he called out, Lord Zhou, go without worry. If death comes, take a few more with you. Meanwhile, upon seeing the gate breached, Xiang's expression softened slightly. Lord Xiang, do not waste any more time. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. He wished to prevent further sacrifices among his men, particularly as he noticed a muscular elder below the gate, fighting valiantly, dispatching foes with each punch. If this continued, many more would surely perish. Do not be hasty. Observe how many have already perished. Such waste is disgraceful. With that, Xianxia waved his hand, and suddenly, nearly 100 small demons flew in from the distance. These diminutive creatures varied greatly in appearance. Some resembled dwarfs, with short, stout limbs, while others sported wings, sharp fangs, and fearsome visages. They howled like a pack of ravenous wolves, rushing onto the battlefield with unrestrained fervor. Yet, these little demons did not hasten to breach the city gates. Instead, they descended upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground with frenzied zeal. They swarmed, prostrating themselves upon the corpses, and began to voraciously drink the blood, creating a scene reminiscent of a gruesome feast. What are you doing? You were summoned to assist me in the southern realm. A general from the south, unable to tolerate the sight, attempted to question the little demons, but before he could complete his sentence, he was treated as fresh prey. In an instant, chaos reigned upon the battlefield. The soldiers of the south, paralyzed by fear, gazed at these indiscriminate little demons, momentarily forgetting their offensive. Their advance halted. Chapter 37. The Regret of Xiang. Xianxia, you never intended to genuinely collaborate with me, did you? Xiang's gaze was fixed on Xianxia, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. He had felt deceived before, though he was unaware of the nature of the deceit. Now, witnessing the indiscriminate attacks of these little demons, the truth dawned upon him. Xianxia's initial reluctance to engage was clearly a ploy to ensure that both the southern and northern dynasties would suffer mutual devastation, allowing these demons to indulge in a feast of blood. In the eyes of my kind, you are no different from livestock. To discuss collaboration with you is nothing short of absurd, Xianxia scoffed. Were it not for the proximity to Yezhou, he would have had no qualms about slaughtering and feasting without restraint, fearing only the attention of the Yi clan. Now that his plan had succeeded, even if Yezhou discovered the casualties among the northern and southern dynasties, they would merely perceive it as a consequence of war between the two nations, leaving him no need to maintain the facade. Realizing he had been duped, Xiang, filled with rage, unsheathed his sword and lunged at Xianxia. Xianxia neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he raised his left hand slightly, pinching the blade with 2 fingers, effortlessly immobilizing Shang Wanxiang's attack. Although you are favored by great fortune, I cannot kill you. However, that does not preclude me from eliminating those around you. Should you dare to strike at me again, do not expect any mercy, Xianxia remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. With a gentle twist of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed as the once lethal sword shattered into 2 pieces. Shang Wanxiang, discarding the broken blade, collapsed onto the war chariot, fully aware that both his own men and those of the Northern Dynasty would likely become sacrifices to the demon's insatiable thirst for blood. A tidal wave of regret engulfed Shang Wanxiang. He loathed his own foolishness and his credulity towards the demons. Meanwhile, the battlefield remained a scene of utter disarray, as the little demons ravenously consumed the blood of the fallen. Once nearly 100 of them had drained all the deceased soldiers into desiccated husks. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, and without hesitation, they lunged towards the living soldiers. These little demons were agile, darting like phantoms through the throngs, leaving a trail of anguished cries in their wake. The soldiers of the southern and northern kingdoms, who had been locked in a standoff, instinctively drew together in the face of common threat from the demon horde. They brandished their weapons, striving to fend off the onslaught of the diminutive fiends. However, these lesser demons possess cultivation levels at least at the initial stage of foundation establishment, rendering them far beyond the capabilities of these mere mortals. Old Guan, take his majesty away. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Zhou Yang had somehow burst forth from the city, shouting fervently. Hearing this, Guan Yu gritted his teeth and responded loudly. Lord Zhou, hold on. Once I ensure his majesty's safety, I shall return to accompany you to the underworld. With that, Guan Yu grasped hold of Nan Gongxue, intending to depart. Yet, Nan Gongxue forcefully shook off Guan Yu's hand and swiftly drew her sword. General Guan, I am the sovereign of the Northern Kingdom. How can I flee in the face of battle? She declared, resolute in her determination to confront the demon forces alongside her soldiers. Guan Yu, his forehead vein throbbing with urgency, implored, Your Majesty, if anything were to happen to you, the Northern Kingdom would truly be doomed. These fiends are far too formidable for you to contend with. Nan Gongxue understood this truth. However, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of her soldiers drained to mere husks, she found herself unable to accept the atrocities committed by these demons. To flee in such a moment would haunt her for the rest of her life. Thus, even against the demon horde, even knowing the futility of her resistance, she remained steadfast in her resolve to not retreat. Though Nan Gongxue did not vocalize her thoughts, Guan Yu discerned her intent. Just as he prepared to incapacitate her and escort her away, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a swift whoosh, a flying sword adorned with dragon patterns hurtled through the air, moving as swiftly as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it plunged into the throng of lesser demons. The fiends, engrossed in their sanguinary feast, had yet to react before the sword, akin to the scythe of death, began to reap their lives. Within mere moments, a third of the diminutive demons fell to the sword's onslaught. Those struck by the blade instantly withered, their lifeblood drawn forth like threads, emitting chilling cries of agony. As their essence was siphoned away, the dragon patterns on the sword's body gradually turned crimson, the color spreading from the tail like a living flame, inching toward the dragon's head, as if filling it with a certain energy. The onlookers on the battlefield were left in stunned silence by this sudden spectacle. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Nan Gongxue's eyes, as she vaguely surmised the identity of the sword's master. Guan Yu, too, momentarily set aside his intention to render her unconscious. The arrival of the flying sword transformed the expression of the demon commander, Xianxia, who had been reveling in the sight of his minions feasting. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the blade. Who could it be? Xianxia rose abruptly, his gaze fixated on the sword that continued to mercilessly slay his subordinates. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared above the battlefield, and a flying sword slowly descended into the hands of the young man. It was Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak from the Yi clan. Yi Tianxing furrowed his brows and replied to Xianxia. Having previously encountered a great demon in Xianyang City, coupled with the enhanced perception granted by his system rewards, Yi Tianxing immediately discerned that despite Xianxia's human-like appearance, he was indeed a mid-stage demon of the transformation realm. What? A member of the Yi clan? Xianxia was taken aback, his face betraying a wary expression. If he were merely facing a member of the Yi clan, he would not have reacted so. The main concern was that he could not ascertain Yi Tianxing's cultivation level, and the long sword in his hand radiated an aura of extreme danger, which inevitably made Xianxia feel apprehensive. "Oof, I shall deal with you shortly." Yi Tianxing snorted coldly, his figure darting like lightning towards the group of lesser demons. The sword of demon slaying in his grasp blazed with brilliance, resembling a blazing sun suspended in the sky. The red light of the dragon pattern on the sword became increasingly resplendent, illuminating the entire battlefield. The lesser demons, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to scatter and flee. However, Yi Tianxing's speed was too swift, leaving them with no avenue of escape. In no time, the remaining lesser demons lay sprawled on the ground, transformed into lifeless husks. The dragon pattern on the sword, having absorbed the essence of numerous lesser demons, glowed with a fierce red light, nearly overflowing. Thud, thud, thud. On the battlefield, both soldiers and generals from the southern and northern dynasties, upon witnessing Yi Tianxing eliminate the remaining lesser demons in an instant, uniformly knelt down. The sound of kneeling echoed like a wave, rising and falling in unison. "Thank you, Master Yi, for eradicating the demon tribe." The crowd collectively shouted, their voices resonating through the heavens. Their act of kneeling was not for themselves, but for their respective nations. Had it not been for Yi Tianxing's intervention, it was likely that the citizens of both the southern and northern dynasties would have faced dire consequences after their downfall. Thus, this gesture, while imbued with relief from their narrow escape, was more an expression of gratitude towards Yi Tianxing for saving the people of both nations from calamity. Chapter 38. The Demon Leader, Neo Shisan. Yi Tianxing nodded towards the kneeling generals and soldiers. He then disregarded Xianxia, extending his formed sword directly to the city wall, arriving before Nangong Shui. "Your Majesty, I have arrived late," Yi Tianxing said with a tone of self-reproach. Although the corpses of those drained by the lesser demons were not his doing, witnessing such a multitude of lifeless bodies filled him with guilt. Had he arrived sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. "Master Yi, do not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault, but rather the mischief of the demon tribe. I implore you, do not let them escape." Nangong Shui naturally bore no ill will towards Yi Tianxing. Were it not for him, it was likely that everyone present would have been slaughtered by now. Yi Tianxing nodded slightly. "Rest assured, the Yi clan has an irreconcilable enmity with the demon tribe. They shall not be spared." In this lifetime, his parents met their demise at the hands of the demon clan. Thus, regardless of whether Nangong Shui spoke of it or not, he would not spare the demons. After exchanging pleasantries with Nangong Shui, Yi Tianxing soared directly towards Xianxia. "Your Majesty, how do you know Master Yi?" Incredulity marked Guan Yu's expression as he continued. "Furthermore, I have heard that Yi Tianxing of the Yi clan in Yezhou is a good-for-nothing who merely eats and waits for death. What is the situation now?" Previously, he had also listened to Nangong Shui mention reinforcements, but like Zhou Liang, he believed that even if there were reinforcements, they could not possibly contend with the demon clan. However, he never anticipated that the reinforcements Nangong Shui spoke of would be from the Yi clan. "During my days of disappearance, I sought help from a Yi clan in Yezhou. Unfortunately, they dismissed my plea, believing I was deceiving them. However, fortune smiled upon me as I unexpectedly saved Master Ye's disciple, which ultimately led Master Yi to agree to assist the Northern Kingdom." Nangong Shui spoke candidly, recounting the events. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing confronted Xianxia, his expression frigid as he inquired, "Why are there so many demons present here? How did you come to be here? Speak clearly, and I may grant you a swift end." Xianxia, wary of Yi Tianxing's formidable prowess and the demon-slaying sword in his grasp, refrained from making a rash move, instead feigning calmness as he replied, "So you are Yi Tianxing? You dare to participate in the war between our nations, unafraid of being entangled in the fate and consequences of the rulers of both realms?" Yi Tianxing did not respond, but merely chuckled coldly. "Do not attempt to divert the topic. Should you remain silent, I shall make your existence a living torment." He harbored no fear of fate or consequences, as his cultivation was bestowed by the system, not earned through arduous training. As long as he continued to complete tasks, rewards would follow, and stagnation in his prowess was a concern he could dismiss. "Ha ha ha! You think you can make me suffer? You underestimate me, Xianxia." With that, Xianxia crushed a blood-red jade stone that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. As the stone shattered, a dense fog of blood swiftly enveloped the area, swirling with an eerie aura. Once the blood mist began to dissipate, a towering figure, enveloped in a rich crimson, spiritual energy, gradually emerged. This figure had the body of a man and the head of an ox, with eyes that blazed like torches, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. So, you are Yi Tianxing? This is the avatar of our demon clan leader, Niu Shisan. You speak of making me suffer? Let us see who truly suffers. Ha. A triumphant expression adorned Xianxia's face, though a flicker of trepidation lingered in his eyes due to Niu Shisan's presence. Niu Shisan, when did you summon me? The entity inquired. Commander, it is as follows. Xianxia recounted the events that had transpired. Oh, the people of the Yi clan have actually followed us here? Niu Shisan's gaze fell upon Yi Tianxing, who stood frozen in place, mistakenly believing him to be paralyzed by fear. Little did he know, Yi Tianxing was astonished by Niu Shisan's name and appearance. A being with the form of a man and the head of an ox, capable of speech, and named Niu Shisan. Any traveler from another world would be utterly astounded. After all, such a scene could previously only be witnessed in the dramas of the Blue Planet. The faces of everyone present were now ashen with fear. They were mere mortals, unable to discern the cultivation level of Niu Shisan. Yet they were aware that he was the leader of the demon clan. The leader's cultivation was at least at the initial stage of the Void Return Realm, an existence so terrifying that he might not be something Yi Tianxing could contend with. In their understanding, only the patriarch of the Yi clan had reached the Void Return Realm, and they had never heard of any other cultivator breaking through to such heights. Niu Shisan observed Yi Tianxing, who stood frozen in place, and increasingly believed that he had intimidated him with his imposing aura. With confidence, he declared, having killed nearly 100 of my demon kin, you should take your own life. Otherwise, when I make my move, it won't be so painless. At that moment, Yi Tianxing finally regained his senses. He scrutinized Niu Shisan from head to toe and inquired, are you at the Void Return Realm? Indeed, although this avatar is only at the initial stage of the Void Return Realm, my true self is at the late stage. If you are wise, you will end your own life swiftly. Niu Shisan was perplexed by Yi Tianxing's sudden question, but responded, the initial stage of the Void Return Realm is sufficient. It is just right to test whether the enhancement of perception has any effect on the demon clan. Yi Tianxing mumbled quietly to himself. Previously, the system had not elaborated much on the function of perception enhancement, only mentioning it during his mid-stage Golden Core level, stating that with enhanced perception, one could evade attacks from cultivators below the peak of the God Transformation Realm. In essence, it meant transcending two major realms, the nascent soul and God Transformation. Now, as Yi Tianxing stood at the mid-stage of the God Transformation Realm, he was eager to discover whether this enhancement would scale with his own cultivation or if it was strictly limited to evading attacks from those below the peak of the God Transformation Realm. Regardless, if it came to it, he could always activate his ability to contend with higher-level foes. Human brat, what are you dawdling for? Don't think you can stall for time. Hurry up and take your own life. Niu Shisan, noticing Yi Tianxing's inaction, could not help but express his impatience. Fool, you think I'll just end my life because you say so? Come and strike me. If you can hit me, then I might just let you. Yi Tianxing retorted with a disdainful gesture, patting his backside before soaring into the sky. How dare you mock me? You seek death. Enraged, Niu Shisan's blood-red spiritual energy surged furiously, and he launched himself like a cannonball towards Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing had long been prepared. As Niu Shisan charged at him, he effortlessly evaded the fierce strike. Chapter 39. The Unknown Conspiracy of the Demon Clan. Niu Shisan was momentarily stunned. Despite this avatar being at the initial stage of the Void Return Realm, the human boy had managed to evade his attack. Impossible. How could you avoid my strike? Niu Shisan stood suspended in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. Of course I would evade. Would I let you kill me otherwise? Keep going, you foolish cow. Yi Tianxing provocatively beckoned Niu Shisan with a finger. He could sense that Niu Shisan was not exerting his full strength. Before he could ascertain whether the enhancement of perception correlated with the elevation of cultivation, he was reluctant to activate the advanced mode. A reckless endeavor. First style of barbaric charge. Brace yourself. Niu Shisan bellowed in fury, and suddenly, a colossal crimson bull's head materialized before him. Moo! The resounding bellow echoed as the enormous blood-colored bull's head seemed to possess life, exhaling 2 jets of blood mist from its nostrils, surging towards Yi Tianxing with a force akin to a tidal wave. However, despite the swiftness of the bull's head, Yi Tianxing was swifter still. Just as the blood-colored bull's head was about to collide with him, he deftly pivoted, lightly tapping the void with his toes and elegantly evading the assault. The bull's head grazed past the hem of his garment, sending ripples through the surrounding space that reverberated with a low hum. Is that it? Is that truly the infamous barbaric charge? I have withstood the fire ring. Tianxing continued to taunt, though he had begun to grasp the situation. Moo! I shall slay you. Xianxia, incensed, expelled two thicker jets of blood mist from his nostrils and charged directly at Tianxing. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows, yet Xianxia could not even graze the edge of Tianxing's attire. During this time, Tianxing also discerned the predicament. While the enhancement of perception allowed him to evade swiftly, it rendered him incapable of mounting a counterattack. After all, there is a significant disparity in their levels of cultivation. His energy was entirely devoted to evasion, making retaliation a daunting task. I shall kill you. After a prolonged exchange, Xianxia, unable to even brush against Tianxing's garment, was seething with rage, akin to a frenzied bull, his attack speed intensifying. At this moment, Tianxing had assessed the situation sufficiently. He was disinclined to squander any more time and activated the advanced mode directly. Boom! Tianxing's aura surged dramatically as he launched a punch towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia's pupils constricted sharply as he sought to evade the strike. Alas, Tianxing's speed was too formidable. He was utterly unable to escape. Bang! In the next instant, Xianxia's head erupted. Simultaneously, his body disintegrated into shimmering stardust, dissipating into the air. Leader Xianxia, witnessing this scene, felt his legs turn to jelly in terror. At that moment, he yearned to flee, yet he dared not move an inch. If a mere punch could annihilate someone at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, what hope did he have as a mid-stage God transformation cultivator? The faster he moved, the swifter his demise would likely be. The others present also displayed expressions of shock. They were but mortals and could not discern Xianxia's cultivation level. Yet he had openly declared himself to be at the initial stage of the Void Return realm. And now he lay dead? This reality surpassed their comprehension. Whispers had circulated that Tianxing was merely a worthless layabout. How could a mere waste demolish a manifestation of someone at the initial stage of the Void Return realm with a single punch? Additionally, it was rumored that among the surrounding cultivation families and sects, only the head of the Yi clan had broken through to the Void Return realm. Yet, if Tianxing could vanquish Xianxia, did that not imply that his cultivation must be at least at the Void Return realm? The world has become exceedingly chaotic, to the extent that many cannot discern the line between truth and falsehood. I am left with a query. How did you traverse the borders of Yezhou to arrive here? After dealing with the creature known as Xianxia, Tianxing landed on the war chariot and inquired of Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Xianxia turned pale, his entire body trembling with fear. I cannot speak of it, he replied, panic evident in his eyes. Observing his distress, Tianxing did not press him urgently, but instead focused on Xianxia's hands. The being you refer to as Xianxia is a bull demon. So, you, Xianxia, must be a bear demon? I wonder what the taste of your bear paws might be. Tianxing remarked, saliva nearly escaping his lips. In his previous life, he had heard of the delicacy known as bear paw, yet he had never had the opportunity to try it, as it required considerable effort to obtain. This time, it seemed he might have the chance. Watching Tianxing swallow hard, Xianxia felt his spirit nearly leave him. Please spare me, my lord. I have merged with this body. Even if you were to sever my hands, they would still be the hands of this body, not bear paws. His voice quivered in fear at the prospect of Tianxing's wrath. Merged? Tianxing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the notion that a human could merge with a demon. A thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps the demons could silently cross the borders guarded by the Yi clan precisely because of this fusion Xianxia spoke of. If a demon were to merge with a human body and did not reveal its true nature, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish between man and demon. Tianxing had recognized Xianxia as a demon upon his arrival, thanks to the enhanced perception granted by his system rewards. However, under normal circumstances, if a demon wished to infiltrate the border, as long as it merged with a human body, the guards of the Yi clan would be none the wiser. I care not for that. Who can ascertain whether your words are true or false? If you do not clarify how you enter the border, not only shall I sever your bare paws, but I shall not spare your feet either. Tianxing had formed a general hypothesis in his mind, yet he was aware that it might not be accurate. Thus he resolved to seek further clarification. Xianxia trembled more violently under the threat. A desire to divulge the truth to Yi Tianxing flickered in his mind. However, in that fleeting moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and an expression of utter terror crossed his face. Strange red threads, as if alive, emerged from within him, swiftly spreading across his entire being. In the next instant, these crimson threads, akin to well-trained blades, pierced directly into his heart. Thud! After the red threads penetrated his heart, Xianxia collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Yi Tianxing gazed upon Xianxia's lifeless form, his brow furrowing in concern. He recalled the elders of his clan speaking of these red threads. A unique restriction of the demon race. This was a safeguard to prevent the exposure of their secrets. Should one entertain related thoughts, the restriction would trigger, claiming their life. It appears that the demon clan is exercising extreme caution regarding this matter. The secret crossing through the borders of Yezhou undoubtedly pertains to a significant conspiracy. Reflecting on this, Yi Tianxing could not help but let out a sigh. It seems my good days may soon come to an end. Ever since his parents perished in battle, Yezhou and the demon clan had enjoyed 18 years of peace. However, with the demon clan now stirring restlessly, even his desire to remain passive and complacent was rendered impossible. After all, the Yi clan guards the borders of Yezhou, and for the demon clan to seize Yezhou, they must first eliminate the Yi clan. As a member of the Yi clan, Yi Tianxing could not stand idly by. Master Yi, I was wrong. The demon clan is indeed, as Nan Gongxue said. Those not of our race harbor different intentions. At that moment, Xiang, who had been slumped in the war chariot, knelt before Yi Tianxing, tears streaming down his face. Previously, he had colluded with the demon clan, believing he could wield their power to dominate. Yet he had nearly brought devastation upon the innocent. Chapter 40, Tianwu City. What does it matter to no one is in the wrong? Can you truly face the soldiers of the Southern Dynasty who fought and bled for you? Before Yi Tianxing could speak, Nan Gongxue had, unbeknownst to him, arrived at the front of the war chariot, glaring at Xiang. I have wronged those fallen soldiers. I deserve to die. Xiang seemed to have made a resolute decision. He stood, wiping the tears from his face, and directed his gaze towards Yi Tianxing. Master Yi, I am uncertain of the demon clan schemes, but I do know that the nearly 100 minor demons led by Xianxia had previously transformed into humans, only to revert to their original forms for reasons unknown. Out of curiosity, I had someone investigate discreetly. It appears there is a time limit for the fusion of demons and humans. Once that time elapses, the bodies of the fused humans begin to decay. These minor demons, fearing exposure in Yezhou before their bodies could rot, hastened to the Southern Dynasty. Beyond this, I am not privy to any further information. I hope this news proves useful to you. After speaking, Xiang's gaze shifted once more to Nan Gongxue. Nan Gongxue, since I have committed such grave errors, I entrust the Southern Dynasty to you. I hope you will treat its citizens kindly. Having imparted his instructions, Xiang picked up the broken sword from the war chariot step, decisively dragging it across his neck. With a sickening sound, as blood gushed forth, Xiang collapsed onto the war chariot. Nan Gongxue gazed upon his lifeless body, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. Although he had brought this fate upon himself, he was once a sovereign, and witnessing his tragic end evoked a profound reflection on the unpredictability of life. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You will manage the rest, I trust. Yi Tianxing harbored a lingering sense that the demon clan was orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Yet his mind felt inadequate. He resolved to return and report to the clan leader, perhaps shedding light on the situation. Nan Gongxue promptly nodded. Rest assured, Master Yi. I will handle matters here appropriately and will not waste your time. Very well. I shall take my leave. With a farewell, Yi Tianxing soared towards the direction of Yezhou. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the support mission. Reward. Cultivation level elevated to the late stage of the divine transformation realm. Ding. The host has been granted the art of alchemy. Note. The art of alchemy is exceedingly intricate to prevent the host from attempting reckless concoctions. The system has automatically generated an alchemy interface. Should the host wish to engage in alchemy, it suffices to place the medicinal materials into the alchemy interface. Currently, the host is only capable of refining first-grade elixirs, with a proficiency of 11,000. What on earth? Am I playing a legend here? Is this not a world of fantasy? How was there even a proficiency level? After hearing about the rewards, Yi Tianxing, while flying, could not help but grumble. However, the most pressing matter now was to relay the intelligence back to the Yi clan. Thus he refrained from delving into the intricacies of alchemy, and instead flew with all his might towards the direction of Yezhou, heavenly domain of the Yi clan. Tianxing Peak. Master, you're back, Su Ninian exclaimed upon seeing Yi Ling descending from the mountain and returning to the courtyard, rushing over like a jubilant bird, linking her arm with Yi Ling. Oh dear, must you call me master? Didn't I say so? Just call me Ling. We three will have our own discussions. Yi Ling pouted, displaying a displeased expression. Noticing Yi is discontent, Isu Ninian quickly corrected herself. Understood. Yi Ling nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Lingya, what were you doing down the mountain? You seem to be in quite a hurry, Su Ninian inquired curiously. Nothing much, really. Recently, Yezhou seems to be rather unsettled, with many demon clans appearing, so the clan leader dispatched several younger members to patrol and investigate within Yezhou. Yi Ling recounted her reason for descending. Oh, are we going as well? Su Ninian asked. Yi Ling shook her head. The clan leader worries about our safety if we venture out, especially since Tianxing brother asked the leader to look after us before he left. The leader fears provoking master, so we are not permitted to go. However, Yi Ling chuckled and continued. A little while ago, to earn some silver for Tianxing brother, I learned that the Green Forest mountain range has many medicinal herbs. We could go there to gather herbs and earn some silver. It should pose little danger. Upon hearing that they could go out, Su Ninian's eyes instantly sparkled. Great. Let us go earn silver from master. Without a second thought, Su Ninian agreed. She had spent several days at Tianxing Peak with little to occupy her time aside from cultivation, and she was quite restless. Thus, the prospect of venturing out filled her with delight. All right, then let us depart now. Yi Ling grasped Su Ninian's hand as they left Tianxing Peak. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing had already returned to Yezhou. However, as he passed through a city, he did not rush back to the Yi clan. Instead, he succumbed to temptation and lingered there, for this city was named Tianwu City. Yi Tianxing had previously studied the culinary delights within Yezhou, and Tianwu City is renowned for its distinctive cuisine. Most of the eateries in Tianwu City utilize spiritual beasts as ingredients, with ordinary livestock being rather rare. Previously, it was mentioned that practitioners do not place significant emphasis on their diet. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, they can essentially practice fasting. Thus, no practitioner would squander time hunting spirit beasts for sustenance, and very few engage in such activities. This has led to Yi Tianxing never having tasted dishes made from spirit beasts. Therefore, when passing through Tianwu City, he would not let this opportunity slip by, as it was merely a meal and would not delay his return to the Yi clan to deliver intelligence. Waiter, the bill, please. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yi Tianxing wore a look of profound satisfaction. Esteemed guest, your total comes to 53 taels of silver and 10 low-grade spirit stones, the waiter exclaimed with a broad smile. Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, why are there two forms of currency for the bill? The waiter explained with a grin. Most taverns in Tianwu City are jointly operated by mortals and practitioners. The practitioners are responsible for hunting spirit beasts, while the mortals manage the taverns, each fulfilling their needs. This has always been the custom in our Tianwu City. Yi Tianxing nodded in understanding, chuckling, how intriguing. After settling the bill, he exited the tavern. However, just as he was about to take flight, he heard a familiar voice echoing from a distance. Dare to touch my woman. Are you seeking death? Curiosity piqued. Yi Tianxing followed the sound and saw a crowd gathered at a nearby street corner. Among them, a young rotund man dressed in opulent attire was angrily pointing at a group of individuals, while a sorrowful woman stood beside him. Recognizing the pair, Yi Tianxing realized it was Chun Zhuang and Ru Yan. Not long ago, Chun Zhuang had gifted him a considerable sum of gold, leaving a lasting impression on him. The group being confronted by Chun Zhuang was led by a middle-aged man, who regarded Chun Zhuang with disdain. With a physique like yours, how dare you challenge us? The Wei family vanished overnight, leaving only this woman. My Lord S. Manor is investigating this matter. Do you dare to defy the Lord's intentions? You speak nonsense. We have only just returned to Tianwu City. How can we be responsible? Is a Lord S. Manor allowed to bully people? Chun Zhuang retorted loudly. The middle-aged man sneered. Your protectiveness towards Wei Ruyan only reinforces my suspicion that her family's disappearance is linked to her. Perhaps you are an accomplice, since you refuse to admit it. Come with me to the Lord S. Manor. With that, he gestured for his guards to step forward. At that moment, Yi Tianxing suddenly appeared before Chun Zhuang and Wei Ruyan. Brother, this is not right. I just heard that the Wei family vanished overnight, but that does not necessarily imply death. Why are you so certain my friend is an accomplice? Yi Tianxing's gaze turned to the middle-aged man, his expression adorned with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of panic, though he quickly concealed it. Do not continue this futile wrangling. I am Dong Qingyi, the head of the City Lord's Guard, tasked with investigating the disappearance of the Wei family. Since you are associated with these two, you shall accompany us, Dong Qingyi declared with unwavering conviction. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing, Chen Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with fervor, Elder brother, Ruoyan is a member of the Wei family. After the Liu family assisted her in detoxification, she intended to return with joyful news, only to discover upon her return to the Wei residence that everyone there had vanished. According to the neighboring residents, the Wei family disappeared overnight. We intended to report this to the City Lord's office to ascertain the situation, but those officials are incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. They have deemed Ruoyan suspicious, insisting on taking her back to the City Lord's office. We have just arrived in Tianwu City. How could Ruoyan possibly be deemed suspicious? Elder brother, you must advocate for us. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing's brow furrowed tightly. Fatty, your girlfriend's family has likely met with a tragic fate. Prepare yourself for the harsh truth, he uttered, delivering a rather cruel remark. No, that cannot be. Not a single corpse has been found in the Wei family. Perhaps they have merely encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Wei Ruoyan replied, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling slightly. Deep down, she harbored an inkling that something terrible had befallen her family. Yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. However, Yi Tianxing's words felt like a death sentence for the entire Wei family, a reality she found unbearable. Delay no longer. Come with us. Dong Qingyi, anxious about attracting more attention, hastily gestured for the guards behind him to escort the three away. Just as Chen Zhuang attempted to speak, Yi Tianxing interrupted, Go with them. I wish to see what tricks they can employ. Elder brother, the city lord of Tianwu City is named Sun Shangwu, a cultivator reputed to possess peak foundational strength. He is quite esteemed in Tianwu City. Although he is a practitioner, he holds no disdain for ordinary people. Rather, he ardently promotes harmony between cultivators and common folk. Under his governance, Tianwu City has flourished into a harmonious dwelling for both cultivators and ordinary citizens, earning him widespread respect. Concerned that Yi Tianxing might act excessively in their defense, Chen Zhuang quietly briefed him on the city lord's background. Yi Tianxing nodded slightly, hoping fervently that the reality would differ from his apprehensions. Soon, the three were led by Dong Qingyi to a side chamber within the city lord's estate. At that moment, seated in the main position of the chamber was an elderly man, unmistakably the city lord Sun Shangwu, as described by Chen Zhuang. What progress has been made in the investigation? Sun Shangwu inquired calmly, his gaze fixed upon Dong Qingyi. Dong Qingyi promptly stepped forward, respectfully stating, City Lord. The three individuals are highly suspect in the Wei family's disappearance, particularly Wei Ruoyan, as the only member of the Wei family to have appeared. She must be connected to the family's vanishing. Sun Shangwu nodded. If that is the case, then the matter is nearing its conclusion. Wei Ruoyan, dissatisfied with her family's arranged marriage, secretly conspired with two accomplices to eliminate the members of the Wei family and conceal their bodies elsewhere. She then returned under the pretense of ignorance, attempting to evade suspicion. Dong Qingyi, prepare the documents immediately to conclude this case. These three shall be dealt with according to the law. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuang and Wei Ruoyan felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies frozen in disbelief. They had said nothing, yet the case was closed with such haste. Sun Shangwu, known for his integrity and aversion to evil, had maintained the peace and harmony of Tianwu City under his stewardship, earning the respect of all. Yet today, why was he so quick to conclude the case, denying them even the chance to defend themselves? City Lord Sun, what do you mean by this? My entire family has vanished, and instead of aiding in uncovering the truth, you accuse me of being the murderer. Is this the conduct expected of a city lord? Wei Ruoyan cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face as she confronted Sun Shangwu with a voice hoarse from emotion. Chen Zhuang, trembling with rage, echoed her sentiments. City Lord, you cannot wrongfully accuse the innocent. You were not like this before. Do you not fear the disappointment of the citizens of Tianwu City upon learning of your judgment? Sun Shangwu cast a cold glance at the two. As the City Lord, I have passed countless judgments. How could I wrong you? The evidence is indisputable. Dong Qingyi, take them away. As Chen Zhuang saw Dong Qingyi move to act, he attempted to speak further, but was halted by Yi Tianxing, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Enough, There is no need to explain to them. With that, Tianxing summoned the demon-slaying sword from his dantian. Upon seeing the sword, Sun Shangwu's expression shifted dramatically. A fourth-grade innate treasure? Fear gripped Sun Shangwu as he beheld it. Not only him, but all those present in the side hall exhibited expressions of terror, having sensed the peril emanating from a sword. Not necessarily. It might soon transform into a fifth-grade treasure. Tianxing replied coldly, his intent clear. With a swift motion, the sword transformed into a streak of light, darting through the side hall. Dong Qingyi and the guards had no time to react before the demon-slaying sword mercilessly claimed their lives. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating the entire side hall with its iron scent. Yet, the sanguine aroma dissipated swiftly, for the sword, akin to a ravenous beast, consumed the spilled blood greedily, its dragon patterns gradually turning crimson, hinting at an impending elevation in grade. Within mere moments, apart from Tianxing and his companions, all others had been reduced to desiccated corpses. Having dealt with those in the side hall, the demon-slaying sword seemed insatiable, soaring out of the room. The next instant, the city lord's manor was filled with the echoes of anguished screams. Sun Shangwu, his eyes wide with terror, stammered, "Why you are using dark sorcery? How dare you wield such an evil artifact within the city lord's manor? Do you not fear divine retribution?" Yet Tianxing merely scoffed, retorting, "You demon race can drain the blood of my human kin for your cultivation. Must I then refrain from consuming your vital essence?" In Chapter 42, convening a meeting, Tianxing, having engaged with the demon race on several occasions and possessing enhanced perception from system rewards, immediately recognized Dong Qingyi as a member of the demon clan upon their first encounter. Not only Dong Qingyi, but also the guards he brought along were of the demon race. Furthermore, with Dong Qingyi's initial slander of Wei Ruyan, Tianxing had already concluded that the Wei family had suffered at the hands of these demons. However, the presence of so many demons led him to suspect that the city lord must have noticed something amiss, prompting his conjecture that the lord's mansion had been infiltrated by the demon race. Nevertheless, the matter could hold varying degrees of significance, and Tianxing refrained from hasty conclusions, choosing to accompany them to the lord's mansion. To his dismay, upon arrival, he discovered that everyone within the mansion was indeed of the demon race, including Sun Shangwu, who occupied the main seat. "Who are you?" Sun Shangwu exclaimed, taken aback by the youth's ability to discern his true identity, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He and Dong Qingyi were of equal cultivation levels, both at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and with Dong Qingyi having been effortlessly slain by the youth, he realized escape was beyond his reach. "Peak master of Tianxing Peak, Tianxing," he replied nonchalantly to Sun Shangwu. "What?" Upon hearing the name, Tianxing, Sun Shangwu's countenance drained of color, his eyes wide with terror. The news of Tianxing's slaying of a mid-stage transformation demon had long circulated throughout Yi province, and Sun Shangwu had certainly heard of it. However, he never anticipated such misfortune would befall him so swiftly. The exchange between the two was overheard by Chun Zhuang and Wei Ruyan, who now grasped the gravity of the situation. With reddened eyes, Wei Ruyan glared furiously at Sun Shangwu, demanding, "Did you murder all 132 members of the Wei family?" Sun Shangwu, filled with dread, quivered before her inquiry, stammering, "WA family members discovered my subordinates practicing blood-draining cultivation and reported it to me. To silence them, I had no choice." His words trailed off, yet the implication was clear to all three present. "I will kill you." Confirming her suspicions, Wei Ruyan's eyes blazed with fury as she lunged towards Sun Shangwu without hesitation. "Ruyan, calm yourself. He is of the demon race. Let my brother handle this," Chun Zhuang implored, restraining her while his own eyes burned with rage, wishing fervently to rend Sun Shangwu to pieces. Witnessing their profound despair, Tianxing's gaze turned as sharp as an icy blade directed at Sun Shangwu. "Do you bear any restrictions upon you?" he inquired with an impassive expression. Uncertain of the purpose behind the question, yet gripped by fear, Sun Shangwu nodded. In that instant, as he ascended, Tianxing unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Sun Shangwu emitted no cry of anguish. He simply exploded like a balloon inflated to its limit, the sound echoing in the silence of the room. Within the confines of his body lay the band of the demon clan. Tianxing, realizing that he could glean nothing further, opted for a decisive course of action. At that moment, the demon slayer sword returned to him, its dragon patterns having faded. Yet the sword now emanated a more profound and antiquated aura than before. It was evident that after absorbing the blood of the demon, The sword had ascended to a higher grade. With a mere thought, Yi Tianxing summoned the now 5th grade life treasure back into his dantian, subsequently departing the city, Lord S. Manor, with the 2 companions. Brother, thank you. Were it not for you, I would have been unable to avenge Ru Yen, and we both might have met our end here. Chun Zhuang, cradling the sobbing Wei Ru Yen, expressed with a sorrowful countenance. I had previously given you all my gold, and I haven't had the chance to return to the Chun family's commerce to retrieve more. Once I've comforted Ru Yen, I shall visit the commerce to procure some as a proper token of gratitude. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. Even if it were not for the 2 of you, I would not have spared those demons upon encountering them. You should tend to your girlfriend first. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Yi Tianxing transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the Yi clan. He had initially wished to offer some words of comfort, having shared a bond with them, yet he realized that such matters must be processed individually. Words would serve little purpose. It was better to grant them some private space. Throughout his journey, Yi Tianxing wore a grave expression, deeply engrossed in thought regarding the demon's intentions. A recollection surfaced in his mind. The great demon from Xianxia City had mentioned that their infiltration into Yizhou was to coordinate an internal and external assault. Yet, the current situation seemed inconsistent with that notion. Typically, demons bore restrictions within them. If the great demon had spoken the truth, they would have long suffered backlash. Thus, it was clear that the demon clan harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Yi Tianxing pondered this matter until he returned to the celestial domain of the Yi clan. Clan leader, all elders of the clan, hurry to the Golden Leaf Hall. I must convene a meeting. Upon entering the celestial domain, he unleashed his spiritual power, his voice resonating like thunder, causing an echo throughout the realm and leaving the ears of all present ringing. The elders, caught in their various tasks, were startled, their initial annoyance swiftly replaced by concern upon sensing the unusual tone of Yi Tianxing's call. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they abandoned their duties and hurried towards the Golden Leaf Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Yi Xian and the assembled elders were already awaiting him. Tianxing, what transpired? Why have you summoned us? Yi Xian inquired with immediate concern. Relying on your cultivation to direct our meeting now. Are you? You better have a valid reason. Otherwise, I shall ensure the clan leader punishes you. Before Yi Tianxing could respond, Yi Jun, who harbored animosity towards him, interjected. Yi Tianxing chose to disregard Yi Jun's interruption and recounted the events of his journey. As he concluded, an almost palpable silence enveloped the hall. The weight of the information shared rendering it so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The magnitude of the revelations was indeed overwhelming. In the Southern Kingdom, nearly 100 small demons had yet to transform into human form. Furthermore, there were instances where demons, having merged with humans, remained undetectable. Ultimately, the Lord's Manor of Tianwu City had become a lair for these demons. Every piece of information indicated that the borders they guarded were virtually non-existent. How else could these demons have infiltrated? How could they remain unnoticed after merging with humans? Was there a time constraint on this fusion? Tianxing, is what you said true? Yi Xian inquired, his expression grave. Yi Tianxing nodded. I have confirmed that a formidable demon named Xianxia in the Southern Kingdom is indeed in human form. If not for my heightened perception, I might not have realized he was a great demon. This critical information regarding the merging of demons and humans was divulged to me by the monarch of the Southern Kingdom in his dying moments. Given his situation and status at the time, I believe he had no reason to deceive me. Upon hearing this, everyone's demeanor grew serious. If this were true, it posed a significant problem. Unless we unravel how the demons and humans are merging, it is likely that the southern continent harbors hidden demon spies everywhere, making it nearly impossible to defend against them. Yi Weio expressed his deep concern, just as Yi Tianxing was about to ask the elders for their strategies. The system's voice caused his expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 43, The Divine Sword Sect. Ding, Sun Yinyan and Yi Ling'er are in danger in the Green Forest Mountains. The host is requested to provide timely rescue. Completing the task will yield rewards. Upon receiving this task, Yi Tianxing had no time to discuss strategies. He swiftly dashed out of the hall, heading straight for the Green Forest Mountains. Where is Tianxing going? One elder in the hall wondered, observing his departure. Judging by his expression, it seemed something urgent had arisen, but he refrained from speaking, believing Yi Tianxing could resolve it himself. Let us continue discussing the demon situation, Yi Lingchuan suggested. However, upon mentioning the demons, an uneasy silence fell over the hall once more. without understanding the means by which demons merged with humans. They had no way to guard against them. After a long pause, Yi Wuyo, who was overseeing the spirit veins, finally spoke up. Perhaps we should temporarily seal off the borders. This would at least ensure that demons cannot infiltrate the southern continent. Yet, this suggestion was quickly dismissed by the other elders. That won't do. There is a city of humans and demons located between the demon habitats and the borders of the southern continent, home to many cultivators and common folk. What will happen to them if we seal the borders? Indeed, there are numerous spies among the citizens of the human-demon city. If we prevent them from entering the Yi clan, we will surely alienate them. However, Elder Weo's point was not without merit. If we do not seal the borders, even more demons may infiltrate. This is unacceptable. The borders must not be sealed. We must think of other solutions. Several elders exchanged views. Yet no one proposed a viable strategy. After a prolonged silence, Yi Lingchuan suddenly had an epiphany and addressed the assembly of elders. I conceive a notion. We might attempt to capture several members of the demon race who have fused with humans in order to investigate the nature of their fusion. This could potentially lead us to a means of distinguishing whether an individual is indeed a demon. Upon the proposal's revelation, the elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps this truly is a viable strategy. Yi Xian nodded slightly and remarked, "Let us proceed as Elder Ling Chuan suggests. However, do not stray too far, lest the demon race become privy to this plan and launch a large-scale assault on our borders." Yizul, the Sacred Sword Sect, the Martial Arts Plaza. Elder, I have just received alarming news. A cultivator has suddenly entered the territory of our Sacred Sword Sect and is rapidly approaching our sect skies. A disciple of the Sacred Sword Sect hastened to the elder, who was instructing disciples in the plaza, breathless with urgency. "Calm yourself. What a disgraceful display. Go inform the sect master and the other elders. I shall confront this individual first," the elder commanded, taking flight towards the heavens above the Sacred Sword Sect. Upon reaching the sect's aerial domain, he indeed sensed someone speeding towards their location, prompting a disdainful snort. "I shall see who possesses such audacity. Do they not comprehend that the skies over the Sacred Sword Sect are a no-fly zone?" Moments later, a young man arrived above the Sacred Sword Sect. He was none other than Yi Tianxing, who was hastily en route to the Green Forest Mountains. "Who dares to trespass upon the Sacred Sword Sect? Are you unaware of our regulations?" The elder of the Sacred Sword Sect, emanating the aura of a peak golden core cultivator, obstructed Yi Tianxing's path. "Esteemed senior, you have misunderstood. I am merely passing through in haste to rescue someone and have no intention of intruding upon your esteemed sect," Yi Tianxing replied, despite his urgency, with a tone of politeness. The Sacred Sword Sect is among the foremost powers in Yizhou, and the sect master, Ling Yu, has achieved the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Yi Tianxing was well aware of this fact. Were it not for the existence of the formidable Yi clan, the Sacred Sword Sect would undoubtedly hold significant sway in Yizhou. Passing through? Surely you jest. Do you not possess the wit to fabricate a more plausible excuse? Who in Yizhou's realm of cultivation is unaware that our Sacred Sword Sect forbids the flight of outsiders? You think a mere claim of passing through will suffice? Given the recent frequent appearances of the demon race within Yizhou, the elder harbored suspicions that Yi Tianxing might indeed be one of them, prompting his ignorance of the sect's flight restrictions. "I truly am on a mission to save lives. My sister and disciples have encountered peril in the Green Forest Mountains. I humbly request your understanding, esteemed elder," Yi Tianxing continued to explain courteously, though a flicker of impatience began to surface within him. "Unacceptable. You must accompany me back to the Sacred Sword Sect." The elder's demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for concession, and the oppressive aura emanating from his peak golden core cultivation intensified. In his eyes, the greater the reluctance to return with him, the more suspect the individual became, to the point where he had already classified Yi Tianxing as a member of the demon race. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yi Tianxing realized that reasoning was futile. It was time to resort to force. "How dare you test my patience?" He soared forward and delivered a swift slap to the elder. The speed of the strike was so astonishing that the elder had no time to react. Before he could even register the pain, he was propelled towards the ground like a cannonball. At that moment, Yi Tianxing's thoughts were solely occupied with Sun Yinyin and Yiling. After subduing the elder, he intended to take flight, but suddenly, a group of individuals ascended from below, obstructing his path. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a purple gold robe, his gaze piercing as he fixed his stare on Yi Tianxing. "I am Ling Yu, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect." to wreak havoc within my domain. Do you not regard my sect with due respect? Tianxing, now thoroughly exasperated, charged forward and slapped Ling Yu. The impact sent Ling Yu plummeting to the ground like a meteor, leaving the remaining elders and disciples in stunned disbelief. The esteemed sect master, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, could not withstand even a single strike from his youth. Was this a jest? Should you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for the consequences. Tianxing's eyes glowed red, his spiritual energy surging wildly, resembling a ferocious beast roused to fury. The individuals standing in his way were paralyzed with fear, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Although they could not discern Tianxing's cultivation level, they knew he was not someone they could provoke. Sect Master, are you all right? Oh dear. Sect Master, why are you lying there in broad daylight? Sect Master, do not sleep here. Return to your quarters to rest. The crowd that had confronted Tianxing scrambled to attend to the fallen Ling Yu. As for the young man who had injured both their sect master and the elder, let anyone who dared to intervene do so. With their sect master incapacitated, they lacked the courage to act recklessly. Seeing no one obstructing him, Tianxing wasted no time and swiftly flew towards the direction of the green forest mountains. Sect Master, how are you? Should we pursue him? The audacity of that scoundrel was intolerable. He dared to lay hands on the sect master and could not be allowed to escape unscathed. The members of the Divine Sword sect surrounded Ling Yu, their expressions now transformed into one of fury, clamoring to seek retribution against Tianxing. Get lost. I know all of you too well. You talk of pursuing him, yet where is your courage to act? Ling Yu exclaimed, covering his slightly swollen cheek, seething with anger. Sect Master, who is this person? He appears quite young, yet possesses formidable prowess. The elder, having approached at some point, similarly pressed his hand against his swollen cheek. Ling Yu shook his head, remarking, "It is evident that they are not here for our Divine Sword sect. Otherwise, this would not merely be a trivial matter. Let us consider this incident closed and ensure it remains undisclosed, for it would be quite embarrassing." Chapter 44. The three brothers of the demon clan in the depths of the green forest mountains, three diminutive demons with pig heads and human bodies, sat upon a stone. Before them lay three unconscious young women. Pig brother, pig second, our fortune is quite remarkable. In this desolate wilderness, we have encountered three lovely maidens, exclaimed the smallest of the demons, brimming with excitement. Pig third, how dare you say such a thing? Retorted pig second with irritation. If it were not for your insatiable thirst for human blood, we would not have been pressed for time to find a human for fusion, and we would not be hiding here in fear of discovery. Feeling aggrieved, pig third lowered his head. I did not anticipate the fusion process to be so swift. It has only been a few months, and now we must seek new bodies. At that moment, pig brother scolded the two. Enough of your bickering. Although these three women have consumed the fusion pill, we must wait for 2 hours before we can merge with them. If we alert the nearby cultivators, it will spell disaster for us. Bah! In this remote wilderness, who could possibly come here? Pig brother is merely scaring himself, mumbled pig third quietly. Who says no one will come? Just as pig third finished speaking, Tianxing emerged from behind a tree, his expression grim. Upon arriving at the green forest mountains, he had quickly discovered Sun Yinyan, Yi Linger, and an unfamiliar woman. However, seeing the three women unconscious left him hesitant to act, as he feared that pressing the small demons might trigger the demon clan's restrictions, leading to the demise of the three demons and putting the women in peril. Yet, this concealment inadvertently revealed to him the method by which the demon clan fused with humans, and he also grasped the reason for the women's faintness. The three demons were startled by Tianxing's voice. Pig brother reacted the fastest, springing up from the stone, fists clenched, adopting a posture of vigilance. Pig second and pig third also rose, warily watching Tianxing. How did you manage to approach us so silently? Pig brother glared at Tianxing, prepared to strike at the slightest provocation. Speak, how can we awaken them? Tianxing gestured towards the three women, refraining from addressing pig brother's inquiry. He understood that questioning would yield no fruitful answers, for past experiences had taught him that any improper thoughts from the small demons could activate the demon clan's restrictions. Nevertheless, upon seeing the unconscious women, he resolved to attempt an inquiry. Pig brother snorted disdainfully. We are bound by principles. We would never betray our kind. Pig third chimed in, indeed, we will not divulge that the dissolution pill can neutralize the effects of the fusion pill. Upon hearing this, both Tianxing and pig brother turned their attention to Pig 3rd. "Why are you all staring at me? Am I wrong?" Pig 3 inquired, perplexed. Sensing something amiss, Pig 1 and Pig 2 engaged their minds momentarily, yet could not discern any fault, redirecting their gaze towards Tianxing. Tianxing initially anticipated Pig 1 and Pig 2 would reprimand Pig 3, but to his astonishment, they spoke in unison. "Pig 3 is correct. We will certainly not divulge your secret." Tianxing found himself utterly bewildered by the trio of little demons. What kind of thought process is this? Moreover, why are the demonic restrictions not activated? However, upon observing the 3 little demons adorned with pig heads, he felt a sense of clarity. Perhaps these 3 pig-headed beings were entirely oblivious to their own revelation. Thus the restrictions were rendered ineffective upon them. After all, the restrictions would only activate if there was an intent to leak secrets. Considering their utter foolishness, Tianxing declared, "I will grant you a swift end." Summoning the demon-slaying sword, he prepared for action. At the sight of the demon-slaying sword, the 3 little demons nearly prostrated themselves on the ground, for they sensed a perilous and terrifying aura emanating from it, causing their very souls to tremble involuntarily. Before they could even process their fear, the sword transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly among the trio. In an instant, a flash of crimson light appeared, and the 3 little demons were severed into numerous pieces without so much as a scream. Their spilt essence, drawn by some mysterious force, was inexorably absorbed by the demon-slaying sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword drained the life force from the 3 little demons, and a faint red glow appeared at the dragon patterns on its hilt. Subsequently, the sword quivered slightly before soaring back into Tianxing's dantian. Having resolved the matter with the 3 little demons, Tianxing hastily opened the alchemy page. Although he had never studied this alchemical interface, the system had imbued him with the names of all medicinal concoctions in this world when he received the reward. Presently, he was aware of every elixir's name, but remained ignorant of the required materials and their effects. Fortunately, he recalled that the dissolution pill was classified as a first-tier elixir, which he could indeed concoct. Thus, he needed only to locate the necessary ingredients for the dissolution pill on the alchemy page to revive the 3 women. However, as he perused the alchemy page, his expression shifted dramatically. He had stumbled upon the effects of the fusion pill. The fusion pill induces immediate unconsciousness upon consumption. After a duration of 2 hours, should a demon intrude in a specific manner, it would merge with the consumer, sharing the same body. The fusion would persist for 3 months, after which the fused body would decay, necessitating the demon to seek a new vessel. If no fusion occurs within 1 day, the physical body of the consumer would also deteriorate directly. In essence, if he could not concoct the dissolution pill within a single day, the 3 women lying unconscious on the ground would perish. Tianxing understood that he could not afford to delay any longer and urgently began to search for the materials required to brew the dissolution pill. Time slipped away unnoticed as Tianxing, drenched in sweat, finally stumbled upon the materials required for the dissolution pill. Damn it, so many components just for a first-grade elixir. Why on earth isn't their search bar? Tianxing couldn't help but curse, intending to return to the Yi clan with the 3 women. Just then, a young man suddenly shouted, "Who are you? Where do you intend to take them?" Chapter 45, You Scoundrel. Release those 2 girls. The youth was an outer disciple of the Divine Sword sect, named Li Zhongrui, who had ventured to the Green Forest mountain range in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. He had heard that Lin Shuang, the sect leader's most favored disciple, sought to learn the art of alchemy, but wished to avoid wasting the sect's resources. So she had come to the mountains in search of the most common herbs. Naturally, upon receiving this news, Li Zhongrui could not let such an opportunity slip away. After all, as an outer disciple, the occasions he had crossed paths with Lin Shuang were few and far between. He planned to feign a chance meeting with her in the mountains, hoping that fortune would favor him not only with her affection, but perhaps even a chance to become the sect leader's direct disciple. However, the vast expanse of the Green Forest mountain range proved daunting, and after searching for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Lin Shuang. Just as he was about to give up, he discovered Lin Shuang lying unconscious, accompanied by 2 other women who also appeared to be in a daze. Without a second thought, he rushed forward. Initially, Li Zhongrui was hesitant, knowing that Lin Shuang was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If she had been subdued, how could he, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, possibly be her match? Yet, Upon noticing that the man guarding the three women exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, his courage surged. Tianxing, engrossed in his search for the materials, was startled by Li Zhongrui's sudden outburst. "What business is it of yours where I take them?" he retorted, somewhat irked by the interruption. "Of course it is my concern. One of them is my senior sister. You should leave at once." Li Zhongrui replied fiercely, drawing his sword. Though his demeanor was menacing, inwardly he was elated. With all three women unconscious, he realized he could act as he pleased, even if he dared not touch Lin Shuang. The other two women were strikingly beautiful, one with delicate features and the other with an elegant oval face and enchanting eyes. The prospect of an encounter with either of them was indeed enticing. Imagining himself not only rescuing Lin Shuang, but also embracing beauty on both sides, Li Zhongrui envisioned a glorious future as the sect leader's favored disciple, surrounded by lovely companions. Unaware of Li Zhongrui's thoughts, Tianxing, upon hearing him claim acquaintance with one of the unconscious women, replied, "Since she is your senior sister, you may take her." As he spoke, he reached out to lift Su Nyin and Yiling. "You scoundrel, release those two girls." Li Zhongrui could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away, and he lunged at Tianxing with his sword drawn. Tianxing, incensed by the misunderstanding that he was a lecher, nearly resolved to end Li Zhongrui's life. However, upon realizing that the latter was acting out of goodwill, he restrained himself. "Get lost. Tianxing admonishit, delivering a decisive kick towards Li Zhongrui." The latter was sent sprawling, rolling away like a ball, his sword flying from his grasp. "Why, you are a cultivator?" Li Zhongrui stammered, scrambling to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Tianxing. He had sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Yi, believing him to be an ordinary person. Yet the force of that kick revealed otherwise. "Does it matter whether I am a cultivator? Hurry and take your senior sister and leave. Do not waste my time," Tianxing declared, effortlessly lifting the two women in his arms, intent on departing for the Yi clan. However, Li Zhongrui moved swiftly to block his path. "Lecher, you shall not take them away. I am Li Zhongrui, a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Surrender them, and I might let you off lightly. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling for help." With that, Li Zhongrui produced a communication stone. Although he understood he was no match for Tianxing, he believed that the name of the Divine Sword sect would intimidate him. After all, the Green Forest Mountains were not far from a sect. A mere summons would bring fellow disciples to his aid in an instant, leaving Tianxing with no escape. Of course, he intended this merely as a threat. Summoning sect members would ultimately jeopardize his own plans. Initially, Tianxing had no intention of engaging with such a fool, but upon hearing Li Zhongrui's name, he reconsidered his departure. "Your name is Li Zhongrui?" Tianxing asked, seeking confirmation, suspecting he had misheard. "Indeed, I am Li Zhongrui of the Divine Sword sect. If you are wise, you will release the two women. I can show mercy this once," Li Zhongrui boasted, a hint of arrogance creeping into his expression, believing that Tianxing was cowed by the sect's reputation. "And what if I refuse to let them go? Not only will I not release them, but your senior sister shall not leave either. What will you do then?" Tianxing countered, his resolve firm. In the Blue Star realm, the name Li Zhongrui was nearly universally recognized. Although he did not know the unconscious woman, he had no intention of handing her over. Furthermore, if Li Zhongrui claimed to be from the Divine Sword sect, it was certain that the unconscious woman was also a disciple of the sect, further solidifying his decision to remain. The Divine Sword sect was far closer than the Yi clan, and rescuing a disciple of the sect surely warranted a request for materials for a dissolution pill, which was not unreasonable given that it was merely a first-grade elixir and its materials were not particularly rare. "You!" Li Zhongrui exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Tianxing, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Tianxing would be intimidated by the Divine Sword sect's name. Yet here he was, not only refusing to leave, but also preventing him from taking away Lin Shuang. What was to become of his plans? Li Zhongrui's gaze was fixed intently on Tianxing, his mind incessantly weighing the pros and cons, unable to confront the man before him, and with Lin Shuang beyond his reach. He realized that any further delay would completely ruin his plans. If he summoned help, at least he could save Lin Shuang, ensuring her gratitude. At worst, he could forego his desires for the day. With this thought in mind, Li Zhongrui gritted his teeth and shouted into the communication stone, "Master, the sect leader's eldest disciple, Lin Shuang, has been incapacitated by a lecherous scoundrel deep within the Green Forest Mountains. Hurry and rescue her while I hold off this ruffian." Upon finishing, he withdrew the communication stone and turned his gaze back to Tianxing. "I have summoned my master. You would be wise to leave quickly. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you won't even have the opportunity to escape," Li Zhongrui said with a smile. He still harbored a flicker of hope. If he could frighten Tianxing away, he could swiftly depart the green forest mountains with the three women. In that case, he would not only indulge himself, but might also earn Lin Shuang's eternal gratitude. Perhaps the sect leader, in a moment of elation, would even take him as a personal disciple. Yet, Tianxing merely set down the two women, crossed his arms, and stood quietly, awaiting the unfolding events. Unappreciative fool. Seeing that Tianxing showed no intention of departing, Li Zhongrui's last shred of hope dissipated, and his expression soured. Chapter 46. The Refinement of the Dissolution Pill. After a while, witnessing Tianxing's steadfastness, Li Zhongrui grew increasingly anxious. "You scoundrel! My master is an outer sect elder, having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. If you do not leave immediately, I shall ensure my master renders you incapable of further misdeeds." Li Zhongrui, fearing that his master would soon arrive, attempted to intimidate Tianxing. Besides Lin Shuang, the two unconscious women were also breathtakingly beautiful. His lust had overtaken his reason, and he feared that if he were denied his desires, he would regret it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Tianxing perceptibly caught the unmasked greed and lust glimmering in Li Zhongrui's eyes, and a wave of revulsion surged within him. "It appears my decision to remain was indeed prudent. If you continue to prattle, I shall first render you incapable." A cold glint flashed in Tianxing's eyes as he cast a glance at Li Zhongrui. Li Zhongrui, instantly terrified, stumbled back several steps, cold sweat pouring down his face. He almost forgot that the strength of his opponent was far beyond what he could contend with. Moments passed, and suddenly a voice boomed from the sky nearby. "Who dares to harm my disciple? Come forth and pay with your life." In the next instant, several elders from the Divine Sword sect descended, enveloped in overwhelming spiritual power. Leading them was Ling Yu, Lin Shuang's master and the sect leader. He was the one who had just spoken. Having been incensed by the slap he received earlier and learning of his beloved disciple's plight, he had rushed over. The other elders were equally frustrated, for the sect leader and the chief elder had been humiliated in their own territory, and who could endure such indignation? Upon learning that Lin Shuang was in peril, several elders, who were at a loss for an outlet for their frustrations, hastily followed suit. However, as soon as they landed, they were struck with astonishment upon discovering that the lecher referred to by Li Zhongrui was none other than Tianxing. Ling Yu and the other elders froze in place, their expressions rendered rigid. A fleeting look of panic flickered in their eyes, and their bodies felt as if ensnared by invisible cords, rendering them immobile. Just an hour prior, Tianxing had dealt a resounding slap to both Ling Yu and the Grand Elder. Who would have thought they would encounter him again so soon? Li Zhongrui, upon witnessing not only his master's arrival, but also that of the sect leader and several other elders, could not contain his smug laughter. With the sect leader and elders present, any assault on my senior sister would be met with dire consequences. Tianxing admitted chaket koldi, retorting. Who will meet their end remains to be seen. His gaze shifted towards Ling Yu and the elders. "Is she one of her divine sword sect?" he inquired, pointing to the unconscious Lin Shuang. Ling Yu swallowed hard. "Yes, she is my disciple. I am unaware of how Shuanger might have offended you. If she has erred in any way, I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf." These words left Li Zhongrui wide-eyed in disbelief. How could the usually imposing sect leader show such deference to the youth before him? "Sect leader, this scoundrel knocked out my senior sister. Shouldn't we stand up for her?" Li Zhongrui stammered. Smack! Before he could finish, one of the elders, Zhao Buzhong, who was also Li Zhongrui's master, delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Wretch, what rank does this friend hold? How could you even imply such disgraceful acts? Speak such nonsense again, and do not blame me for expelling you from the sect." Zhao Buzhong's slap was delivered with considerable force, sending Li Zhongrui spinning. In truth, Zhao Buzhong was uncertain whether Tianxing had indeed knocked out Lin Shuang. But it was evident that Tianxing was not someone they could provoke, and he could not allow his foolish disciple to exacerbate the situation. Dazed, Li Zhongrui clasped his stinging face, his eyes swimming with stars, and lowered his head, silenced. It was then that Tianxing spoke up. "You have misunderstood. I did not strike her down. She merely ingested a fusion pill. As I mentioned before, I am here to save her. One is my sister, and the other is my disciple. Yi Tianxing recounted the events that had transpired, and as Ling Yu and the elders listened, their expressions turned grave. Now I see. We have misjudged you. I extend my apologies, Ling Yu said, bowing respectfully to Yi Tianxing. The reason for their newfound trust in Yi Tianxing was simple. Given his formidable strength, he had no need to deceive them. Thus, they deemed his words to be largely credible. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Yi Tianxing. What? Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak? Ling Yu and the other elders' eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing his name. The tale of Yi Tianxing slaying a great demon had long since circulated throughout Yizhou, and they were well aware of it. Unexpectedly, the youthful individual before them, possessing terrifying strength, was none other than the legendary master of Tianxing Peak, known for his indolent lifestyle. So you are Master Yi. It is an honor to finally meet you. Ling Yu hastily bowed again, his demeanor growing even more respectful. The other elders followed suit, their faces awash with reverence. Meanwhile, Li Zhongrui, hiding in the shadows, felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him upon hearing the name Yi Tianxing. He nearly fell to the ground in shock, unable to fathom that he had just been so disrespectful to the master of Tianxing Peak, branding him a lecher. At that moment, his heart was filled with fear and deep regret, wishing he could slap himself. However, a flicker of relief remained within him, for he had not outwardly expressed any inappropriate thoughts regarding Master Ye's sister and disciples. Those were merely fantasies in his mind. Otherwise, he would have already met his ancestors by now. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yi Tianxing sought to address matters at hand. Master Ling, I require over a year's worth of 7-leaf grass, fire spirit fruit, and fire spirit liquid. These 3 ingredients are essential for concocting the dissolution pill. If you could procure 3 portions for me, I will assist your disciple in dispelling the properties of the fusion pill. With the misunderstanding cleared, Yi Tianxing wished to waste no time and directly stated the materials needed for the dissolution pill. I have them right here. These 3 ingredients were not particularly rare. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu promptly retrieved 10 portions from his storage ring. There is always a risk of failure in alchemy, so I have prepared 10 portions. Master Yi, please take these. Let us return to the Divine Sword sect to proceed with the alchemy. Ling Yu handed the 10 portions to Yi Tianxing and then picked up Lin Shuang, eager to return to the Divine Sword sect. No need, just wait a moment. Yi Tianxing replied as he accepted the materials and immediately opened the alchemical interface. With a thought, the materials in his hand vanished, only to reappear within the alchemical interface moments later. In a matter of mere breaths, the successfully concocted dissolution pills materialized in the corresponding storage of the alchemical page. Chapter 47. The Guilty Yi Tianxing. All done. Yi Tianxing retrieved 3 dissolution pills from the alchemical storage and administered them to the unconscious trio. This action left everyone present utterly bewildered. It is well known that alchemy requires a furnace and a considerable amount of time. Even the most basic pills necessitate several hours to produce. Yet, Yi Tianxing had neither a furnace nor expended much time. How could he have concocted the dissolution pills? The thought that Yi Tianxing might have already possessed the pills and deceived them regarding the materials never crossed their minds. These 3 ingredients could be found even in the mundane world, abundant and readily available, rendering any deception unnecessary. However, why was Yi Tianxing's alchemical speed so astonishingly swift? This was entirely inconsistent with their understanding of alchemical principles. As the crowd remained in a state of confusion, Lin Shuang gradually began to regain consciousness. As Su Ningyan and Yi Linger remained completely unresponsive, a wave of concern washed over Yi Tianxing. Just as he contemplated assessing the situation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward. Cultivation level elevated to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward. Ice Soul Sword Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward. Frost Condensing Sword. Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. The rewards confirmed that he had indeed rescued the 2 women, yet they remained unconscious. At that moment, Lin Shuang fully awakened, springing to her feet as she exclaimed, "Quickly take Ningyan and leave. I will hold them off here." A powerful aura emanated from Lin Shuang, indicative of her mid-foundation establishment stage, and her voice resonated loudly, startling those still in a daze. Yi Tianxing's thoughts were consumed by the 2 unconscious women, and he hurried to check on them. However, before he could crouch down, Yi Linger rolled over on the ground, murmuring, "Oh dear, Sister Lin Shuang, let me sleep a little longer." She spoke without even opening her eyes. "Exactly. We've been cultivating for days. Let us indulge in a brief reprieve," Sun Yinyan added sleepily, snuggling closer to Yi Ling'er and finding a comfortable position. Yi Tianxing was utterly dumbfounded. He had feared something was gravely wrong, only to discover that the two young women were simply sound asleep on the ground. Regaining his composure, Yi Tianxing's expression darkened significantly. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the demon clan, how could they still have the audacity to slumber? At that moment, Lin Shuang sensed something was amiss. Upon noticing her master and the elders had arrived, she was about to inquire about the situation when Ling Yu, the sect master of the divine sword sect, swiftly covered her mouth. "Do not speak," he urged, terrified of what Lin Shuang might reveal, especially given the ominous look on Yi Tianxing's face. They were not equipped to handle whatever had transpired. "Everyone get up." Yi Tianxing, his face a mask of displeasure, hoisted the two women upright. "Who is it? How bothersome." Yi Ling'er, clearly irritable from being awakened, glared at Yi Tianxing upon opening her eyes. However, the sight of his darkened countenance instantly jolted her into alertness. At that moment, Sun Yinyan also regained consciousness. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing, she finally remembered that she was not at Tianxing Peak. "Master," she murmured, her gaze cast downwards as if she were a child caught misbehaving. Meanwhile, Yi Ling'er looked at Yi Tianxing in surprise. "Brother Tianxing, why do you look so grim? And what brings you here?" Yi Tianxing did not respond to Yi Ling'er's inquiry. Instead, he sternly demanded, "What is going on with you two? Why are you not at Tianxing Peak? Do you not realize how dangerous this place is?" Yi Ling'er, perplexed and somewhat irritated, retorted, "Brother Tianxing, what kind of attitude is that? I have heard that this place is abundant in herbs. In order to exchange some silver for you, I specifically came here with Ling'er to gather medicinal plants, yet you scold us." Yi Ling'er pouted, seemingly aggrieved beyond measure. Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two young girls had ventured to the green forest mountains for his sake. "Do you not realize how perilous this place is? You were nearly harmed by those little demons. Had I not arrived in time, you would have been merged with them." Upon learning that the two girls had come for him, Yi Tianxing's demeanor and tone softened considerably. "What little demons? Master, what are you talking about?" Sun Yinyan raised her head, a look of utter confusion adorning her face, completely unaware of the unfolding events. "Did you not encounter any little demons?" Now, it was Yi Tianxing's turn to be perplexed, for Sun Yinyan's expression did not suggest deception. "What little demons? We were merely gathering herbs and ended up confused and trapped. We did not see anything," Sun Yinyan replied. "Is this truly a matter of the supernatural? Could those three fools have used some sort of drug?" Yi Tianxing sipijulatit inyardly. At that moment, however, Lin Shuang could no longer restrain herself. She pushed aside Ling Yu's hand and addressed Yi Tianxing. "Senior, Ling'er and Yinyan are indeed unaware of the circumstances. While they were foraging, they encountered the sleepy flower, and it was due to the flower's pollen that they fell asleep. I noticed they had succumbed and kept watch over them, only for 3 Peak Foundation establishment little demons to suddenly appear. I was no match for those little demons and was captured. Subsequently, one of them fed me a pill, and I lost consciousness." Lin Shuang recounted the events. It was then that Yi Tianxing finally understood. No wonder the two girls had slept so soundly. It was indeed due to the sleepy flower. "But wait, how do you know my sister and disciple?" Yi Tianxing inquired, sensing Lin Shuang's familiarity with the two girls. Lin Shuang smiled lightly. "In truth, Ling'er and I have been acquainted for some time. I enjoy alchemy, so I often seek out common herbs for practice. During that time, Ling'er would frequently gather herbs to earn some silver, and since I often found myself in need, I would buy her herbs, leading to our familiarity over time." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing's face instantly reflected a sense of guilt. Had it not been for Lin Shuang, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the silver Ling'er had previously given him was earned through her herb-gathering efforts. He had always assumed that Yi Ling, being a practitioner, could easily earn some silver. "Tianxing Ji, I wish to eat the hot pot you make." Just as Yi Tianxing was engulfed in guilt, Yi Ling'er spoke up. "Very well, let's return at once." Yi Tianxing, unsure how to make amends to Yi Ling'er, felt a surge of relief upon hearing her desire for hot pot. He scooped up both Yi Ling'er and Sun Yinyan in his arms. "Master Yi, please take care." Upon seeing Yi Tianxing about to leave, Ling Yu hurriedly said respectfully. Yi Tianxing nodded, saying, "By the way, that person named Li Zhongrui is not to be trusted. You should be cautious." With that, Yi Tianxing embraced the two women and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. leaving Ling Yu and Lin Shuang standing in place. Li Zhongrui, initially believing that he had concealed his sinister intentions, was certain that Yi Tianxing would spare him. However, upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, his face turned ashen, and his legs quivered slightly from fear. He understood all too well that since Yi Tianxing had deliberately mentioned him to Ling Yu, his fate was now sealed. Ling Yu, perplexed as to how Li Zhongrui had offended Yi Tianxing, immediately discerned from Li Zhongrui's expression that he must have engaged in some unsavory conduct. I never expected our divine sword sect to harbor such a wretch, he exclaimed. Zhao Badong, he is your disciple, and I entrust him to you. With that, Ling Yu departed Green Forest Mountain with Lin Shuang, followed closely by the other elders, leaving only Zhao Badong and Li Zhongrui behind. Zhao Badong, indifferent to Li Zhongrui's plight, wasted no words and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards him. Li Zhongrui's dantian was shattered, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Zhao Badong did not spare him a glance as he hastened after Ling Yu and the others. Just then, a shadowy figure slowly materialized before Li Zhongrui, taking him away. Chapter 48. The Invitation, Yi Clan's Celestial Domain. Tianxing Peak. You two wait here. I shall first seek out the clan leader. Upon my return, I will prepare a hot pot for you. Yi Tianxing brought the two women back to the villa, his face adorned with a smile, a stark contrast to his earlier grim demeanor. All right, the two women replied in unison. As Yi Tianxing turned to leave the villa, his expression darkened once more. He had already informed the clan leader to take care of the two women before his departure. Had it not been for his system, he feared the two might have already fallen prey to the little demons. He now wished to inquire of the clan leader. Having begun serving the Yi clan, why was he unable to ensure the safety of his sister and disciple? Having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, Yi Tianxing's speed had markedly increased, allowing him to arrive at the Golden Leaf Grand Hall in a short time. However, upon arrival, he found not a single elder, nor the clan leader in sight. Where have they all gone? He inquired of a passerby outside the hall. Master Yi, the clan leader and the elders have gone to the Hall of Inquisition. The young Yi clan member replied respectfully. Upon hearing the words Hall of Inquisition, Yi Tianxing's brow furrowed in concern. What could have transpired that necessitated the presence of the clan leader and all the elders? Sensing that something was amiss, he swiftly flew towards the Hall of Inquisition. When Yi Tianxing arrived at the Hall of Heart's Inquiry, he beheld a dozen individuals standing in the center, with Yi Xian seated in the main position, his expression solemn as he scrutinized the group. The elders surrounding him wore furrowed brows, lost in their thoughts. Among the individuals in the center, one stood out remarkably, an elderly man, clad only in his skin, his muscular physique resembling formidable rock formations, exuding an intimidating presence. This man was none other than Zhou Yang, the foremost civil servant of the Northern Kingdom. Although Yi Tianxing was unfamiliar with Zhou Yang's name, he had encountered him at the borders of the Northern Kingdom and recognized him as a subordinate of Nangong Shui. Senior, what trouble have you found yourself in? Yi Tianxing inquired with curiosity as he stepped into the hall. He had previously witnessed Zhou Liang bravely confronting a minor demon with nothing but his mortal form, leaving a lasting impression on him. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing, Zhou Yang's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Master Yi, please come to my aid. I am Zhou Liang, the premier civil servant of the Northern Kingdom. We have met before at the southern border of the Northern Kingdom. I have come here on the orders of the Empress to deliver an invitation to you. The southern and northern kingdoms have unified, and the Empress, overwhelmed with duties, cannot attend in person. She wishes to invite you to witness this grand moment of unification. However, to my dismay, an elder from your clan named Yi Jun accused me of being a demon and has had me brought here for questioning. No matter what I say, they refuse to believe me. Zhou Yang recounted the circumstances with an air of profound grievance. What is the meaning of this? Yi Tianxing's expression darkened upon hearing this, suspecting that Yi Jun had intentionally targeted him. To him, it seemed that Yi Jun, unable to confront him directly, resorted to bullying those associated with him. Yi Jun, upon being named, trembled in fear, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Master Yi, there has been a misunderstanding. We are investigating demons that have infiltrated the land of Yezhou. This Zhou Liang, over 90 years old, is not a practitioner and bears an unusual physique. This is clearly illogical. You may inquire with the clan leader. These individuals are all apprehended suspects. I truly had no intention of opposing you, Yi Jun hastily clarified, anxious that any delay might lead to further misunderstanding. especially given Yi Tianxing's recent display of power within the Golden Leaf Hall. He recognized that even a single golden dragon might overwhelm him, and he had long abandoned any thoughts of undermining Yi Tianxing, preferring instead to fulfill his duties as an elder. Yet, Yi Tianxing remained skeptical of Yi Jun's words and turned his gaze toward Yi Xian. Only when Yi Xian gave a slight nod did he become convinced of Yi Jun's sincerity. "I'm truly astonished by your lack of vigilance in apprehending individuals," Yi Tianxing remarked with irritation. Subsequently, without seeking the consent of Yi Xian or the elders, he released everyone in the hall except for Zhou Liang. Foolishness. These individuals are highly suspicious. We have yet to interrogate them thoroughly. Why have you released them? Yi Lingchuan, witnessing Yi Tianxing liberate the apprehended suspects, expressed his frustration with his habitual retort. However, Yi Tianxing paid no heed to Yi Lingchuan's words. Instead, as the suspects were departing, he obstructed an elderly man in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. "The others may leave, but you shall not," Yi Tianxing stated coolly. "Why can they depart while I remain?" The elder's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, quickly replaced by a facade of calmness. Yi Tianxing refrained from engaging in further dialogue with the elder, retrieving a dissolution pill from the alchemical warehouse and forcefully placing it into the elder's mouth. The elder's eyes widened in shock, attempting to resist, but finding himself powerless to struggle. The dissolution pill melted upon contact, releasing an extraordinary medicinal force that spread throughout his body. Instantly, the elder's form began to tremble violently, his face contorted in anguish. "What have you given me?" he bellowed, his voice laced with fear. Chapter 49. You celebrate too soon. Yi Tianxing regarded the elder with an icy stare, offering no response. The elder's body appeared to be pulled by an unseen force, as if something within was surging beneath his skin. Suddenly, the elder's body swelled, his garments bursting apart. With a sickening sound, it was as though a blade had sliced through his chest, and a black mist erupted forth. The mist coalesced into a diminutive figure resembling a bat-headed imp, while the elder, now a lifeless corpse, crumpled to the ground. As the imp materialized in the grand hall, several elders sprang from their seats, intent on capturing the creature. Yet, Yi Tianxing was swifter. Before the elders could reach him, he summoned the Demon Slayer sword, which pierced the imp's throat. Once the sword had drained the imp's essence, it returned to Yi Tianxing's Dantian, a 5th grade innate treasure. The elders had initially intended to reprimand Yi Tianxing for hastily slaying the imp without interrogation. However, upon witnessing the sword absorb the imp's essence and return to Yi Tianxing's Dantian, their intended scolding morphed into astonishment. It is well known that the higher the quality of an innate treasure, the more arduous it is to refine. While treasures of the 3rd grade or lower might require 50 years, a 5th grade treasure demands at least a century. Yet, Yi Tianxing is merely 18 years old. How has he acquired a 5th grade innate treasure? With his concealed cultivation, access to techniques that allow the gathering of spiritual energy, and now the emergence of a 5th grade innate treasure, the series of events compelled the elders to regard Yi Tianxing as if he were an anomaly. "I have dealt with the demon race. They possess restrictions that render it nearly impossible to extract useful information," Yi Tianxing explained, believing the elders were reproaching him for the imp's demise. However, the elders had long since dismissed the incident, their hearts filled solely with envy. Excluding Zhou Liang, the youngest among those present was already over 100 years old, while Yi Tianxing was merely 18. At such a tender age, he possessed a 5th grade innate magical treasure, whereas some of them had not even managed to acquire one, let alone refine it. For a cultivator, this was an aspiration that seemed utterly unattainable. "Yi Tianxing, what was that elixir you just used? Did it truly summon the little demon with just a single dose?" Yi Xian inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Tianxing, curiosity illuminating his eyes. Until now, the attention of the crowd had been captivated by the 5th grade magical treasure, and only now did they recall the extraordinary elixir Yi Tianxing had presented. If such a potion could be mass-produced, wouldn't it render both great and lesser demons utterly visible to anyone who ventured into the borders of Yi Prefecture? Unitioli, Yi Tianxing harbored good avanges against everyone. And in a fit of pique, he ignored Yi Xian, opting instead to engage Zhou Liang, who stood frozen in place. "My apologies, Lord Zhou. The clan leader and these elders tend to indulge in frivolity. I hope you do not take offense." Yi Tianxing spoke as if he were an elder, offering an apology on behalf of those present to Zhou Liang. He held great respect for Zhou Yang, fully aware that the confrontation with the little demon was likely to end in death. Still dared to stand against it with a mortal form, something he himself could not muster the courage to do. Possessing memories from his past life on Blue Star, he did not feel a strong sense of belonging to this world. In the face of true danger, he would undoubtedly be the first to flee. Of course, were he on Blue Star fighting for his country, he would dare to take risks despite his fear of death. However, in this realm, he preferred to abstain. Lord Yi, you must not say such things. You have not only saved the citizens of the Northern Dynasty, but also those of the Southern Dynasty. If you apologize to me, it would be a great disservice to my old self. Zhou Yang interjected hastily, a look of alarm crossing his face. Yi Tianxing, however, shook his head helplessly. Lord Zhou, there is no need for such humility. Our mistake in apprehending the wrong person is ours alone. Not humble, not humble, Zhou Yang insisted, producing an invitation from his bosom. Lord Yi, the Empress cordially invites you to attend the grand ceremony marking the unification of the two dynasties. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Very well, I shall certainly attend, Yi Tianxing replied with a smile, accepting the invitation and personally escorting Zhou Yang to the entrance of the Great Hall. Once Zhou Yang departed, Yi Tianxing's demeanor shifted dramatically. With onlookers gone, he turned to Yi Xian and said, Clan leader, I wish to inquire. Earlier, I specifically requested that you take care of my sister and disciples. Yet what transpired? Had I not arrived in time, they would have been assimilated by that little demon. I had been indifferent before, which I understand you tolerated, but now I am acting on behalf of the Yi clan. Why is it that my family lacks protection? Yi Xian had initially intended to clarify the nature of the elixir in Yi Tianxing's possession, but the sudden change in Yi Tianxing's expression left him momentarily speechless. However, it did not take long for Yi Xian to regain his composure, his face etched with guilt. Indeed, this was my oversight. The recent affairs within the clan have been numerous, and upon learning of the demon tribe's infiltration into the territory of Yizhou, my thoughts have been solely focused on fortifying our defenses against them. Nevertheless, I assure you, such an incident shall not occur again. Upon hearing the clan leader's assurance, Yi Tianxing's expression softened considerably. After all, he could not take any drastic measures against the clan leader, since Yi Xian made a promise in front of so many elders. His stance was at least commendable. Seeing this, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. Nowadays, Yi Tianxing harbored too many secrets, but for Yi Xian, regardless of what those secrets entailed, they ultimately served the benefit of the Yi clan. Thus, aside from the matter concerning the demon tribe, the most crucial task for Yi Xian was to cultivate Yi Tianxing into the future leader of the Yi clan. Tianxing, what kind of elixir did you just present? It is of utmost importance to us. With it, we need not worry about the demon tribe infiltrating the borders again. Yi Quan's tone shifted, his expression turning grave as he inquired. Yi Tianxing did not hold back and divulged everything he knew. Upon hearing his words, the faces of all present lit up with joy. Who would have thought that the dissolution pill could counteract the demon tribe's fusion technique? Indeed, and furthermore, the dissolution pill is a first-grade elixir, which significantly reduces costs. We need not worry about an overwhelming influx of individuals crossing the borders, making it unaffordable. Now that we understand how to counteract it, we can refine more of these pills. As soon as anyone enters our territory, we shall have them consume one. Let us see how the demon tribe dares to act. The elders in the hall expressed their excitement, relieved that a long-standing issue could finally be resolved. However, despite the elation among the elders, Yi Qingzhu, the elder in charge of the clan's alchemy hall, found herself in an awkward predicament. She had never heard of either the fusion pill or the dissolution pill, let alone the recipes for them. Esteemed elders, you are celebrating a tad prematurely. I cannot craft the dissolution pill, Yi Qingzhu stated, her tone laced with embarrassment. The assembly of elders fell silent at her remark, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 50, Absurd. Surely not. Elder Qingzhu, how can it be that, as a fifth-grade alchemist, you cannot produce a first-grade elixir? Ye un quistin skepticalu. Ye vingzu, shot ye hun a disaproving gadans. What do you know? Without the recipe, how can I refine it? Even for a first-grade elixir, a recipe is essential. Otherwise, even with knowledge of the necessary materials, success is unattainable. Yi Lingchuan interjected, since it is a first-grade elixir, the recipe should not be difficult to procure. Perhaps we should send someone to seek it out now? Yet Yi Qingzhu shook her head. I cannot speak for recipes of other grades. But if we are seeking a comprehensive source for first-grade recipes, it must be my alchemy hall. If we do not possess it, It is highly unlikely that anyone else does. Moreover, and most importantly, I have never heard of the fusion pill or the dissolution pill. Where else can we search? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the elders transformed from joy to disappointment, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Yi Qingzhu, a fifth-tier alchemist, had claimed she had never heard of the dissolution pill. Thus, their hopes of finding it seemed futile. Yet, Yi Xian did not display any signs of dismay. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Yi Tianxing. Tianxing, since you managed to procure the dissolution pill, acquiring more should pose no challenge, correct? As the clan leader, Yi Xian's thoughts encompassed a broader perspective. If Yi Tianxing possessed the pill, he must surely know its source. Yi Tianxing nodded. I do not know the formula, but I can concoct it. Please prepare 1,000 portions of the 7-leaf grass, fire spirit fruit, and fire spirit liquid. He was not lying. The alchemical interface provided by the system did not include the formula, only the materials and their effects required for the creation of the elixir. As long as he placed the ingredients into the alchemical interface, the potion would materialize effortlessly, leaving Yi Tianxing genuinely unaware of the formula itself. Upon hearing this declaration, everyone present gazed at Yi Tianxing in astonishment. What was happening? Yi Tianxing could refine pills? Yet, if he could, why would he claim ignorance of the formula? However, it soon dawned on them that perhaps Yi Tianxing was reluctant to disclose the formula to others, intentionally feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, no one dared voice this suspicion aloud. Since the revelation of Yi Tianxing's cultivation, his demeanor had grown increasingly assertive. The last thing they wanted was to provoke his displeasure, lest he utter threats of leaving the clan. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu longed to obtain the formula for the dissolution pill, but with Yi Tianxing unwilling to share, she was left with little recourse. Thus, she took out a communication stone to inform the disciples of the alchemy hall to prepare the materials for the dissolution pill. The alchemy hall operated with remarkable efficiency. Before long, a disciple arrived at the hall of reflection, presenting a storage ring to Yi Qingzhu. Once the disciple departed, Yi Qingzhu meticulously examined the contents of the storage ring. Tianxing, this is precisely 1,000 portions. You will have to endure some hardship in the near future. The stability of Yi Prefecture rests upon you, she said, handing the storage ring to Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing accepted the storage ring, assuring her, rest easy. After promising Yi Qingzhu, he stood still, seemingly engrossed in examining the materials within the ring. Yi Xian assumed Yi Tianxing was merely assessing the contents and paid it no mind, addressing the gathered elders instead. Esteemed elders, it appears the demon clan is scheming some plot. We must refrain from leaving the territory of Yi clan's celestial domain to prevent any border issues that could hinder our response. The elders nodded in agreement. And then the Grand Elder, Yi Zhu, spoke first. I believe we must intensify our search within Yi Prefecture. With the dissolution pill in hand, we can rest assured against the demons from outside. However, those that infiltrate our territory remain a hidden danger. At this juncture, Yi Lingchuan concurred. The Grand Elder is correct. Once Tianxing has refined the dissolution pill, those conducting searches within the territory should also carry some. Otherwise, we cannot discern whether they are demons. And should we encounter suspicious individuals, we will be powerless. He wished to avoid a recurrence of today's incident, having apprehended a multitude of individuals. Yet only one belonged to the demon clan. Although the innocent bystanders might refrain from voicing their grievances, undoubtedly, resentment brewed within them, tarnishing the reputation of the Yi clan. The elders nodded in agreement, convinced that Yi Zhu and Yi Lingchuan were correct. Thus, it was decided that the elders would refrain from dispatching personnel to search for traces of the demon clan within the territory for the time being. Once Tianxing had concocted the dissolution pills, each elder would take a few upon their departure. After careful consideration, Yi Xian finalized the matter. 1,000 dissolution pills would likely require a significant amount of time. Therefore, I shall assign some personnel to guard Tianxing Peak to prevent any disturbances during the alchemical process. Yi Lingchuan remarked it. Indeed, while it is generally uncommon for anyone to approach Tianxing Peak, it is prudent to notify all branches to avoid disrupting the alchemical endeavors at Tianxing Peak, Yi Qingzhu also suggested. Just as the elders were engaged in their discussions, Yi Tianxing unexpectedly handed the storage ring back to Yi Qingzhu. What do you want this for? Did you not say it contained the materials for the dissolution pills? Yi Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Tianxing's actions, utterly perplexed by their meaning. I have completed the task. They are all in the storage ring. Yi Tianxing replied with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. 1,000 pills completed in the blink of an eye? Are you jesting? Nonsense. Yi Tianxing, Are you becoming increasingly outrageous? Is it entertaining to toy with us like this? Yi Lingchuan exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Even if he lacked the skill to concoct pills, he knew that producing a batch typically required several hours. Yet Yi Tianxing simply stood there for a moment and claimed he was done. Who could believe such a thing? The dissolution pills were crucial for the stability of Yi Zhou, and in Yi Lingchuan's eyes, Yi Tianxing's actions were utterly intolerable. Who is toying with you? If you do not believe me, let Elder Qingzhu take a look at the storage ring. Always with your nonsense, from now on. Do not refer to him as Elder Lingchuan, call him Nonsense Elder instead, Yi Tianxing retorted, his temper flaring. Having contributed, only to receive an undeserved reprimand. Who could accept such treatment? Yi Lingchuan was at a loss for words, his chest heaving with rage. Yi Qingzhu, though skeptical, observed Yi Tianxing's demeanor and doubted he was deceiving them, so she examined the storage ring. However, upon inspection, she gasped in astonishment. 1,006 dissolution pills. How is this possible? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to comprehend the reality before her. She had personally counted the materials for 1,000 dissolution pills. How could Yi Tianxing have produced them in such a brief span? Moreover, the fact that he had conjured an additional 6 was utterly preposterous. It was akin to melting down 1,000 taels of silver and ending up with 1,006 taels, truly absurd, unbeknownst to others. Yi Tianxing had already stored the 6 elixirs he previously concocted in the verdant mountain range within his spatial ring. With the enhancement of perception granted by the system rewards, he could discern the amalgamated forms of the demon species even without the dissolution elixir, rendering the latter of little use to him. Chapter 51, Beneficial Task. Elder Qingzhu, you must be jesting. Indeed, how could 1,000 materials possibly yield 1,006 dissolution elixirs? Are you foolish? Is this a matter of quantity? Do you think it feasible to produce elixirs in such a brief span of conversation? The assembly of elders exchanged remarks, each expressing doubt that Yi Tianxing could concoct over 1,000 elixirs in such a short time. Although dissolution elixirs were classified as first grade, their production could not be so expedient. Moreover, Yi Tianxing had not even produced an alchemical furnace, even if one possessed remarkable speed in alchemy. Who had ever heard of elixirs being produced without a furnace? Thus, the elders believed Elder Qingzhu was merely joking. Observing their incredulity, Yi Qingzhu remained silent, instead retrieving a large cloth bag and subsequently emptied the dissolution elixirs from her spatial ring. With a cascade of sound, over 1,000 dissolution elixirs spilled forth as if they were free, instantly filling the large bag. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, their disbelief rendered mute, and the entire hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Even the typically composed Yi Xian found himself unsettled, his gaze fixated on the bag brimming with dissolution elixirs, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Having lived for centuries, he had never encountered such a sensational event, nor had he even heard of anything akin to it. To produce elixirs without an alchemical furnace, and at such a rapid pace with such an abundance. Was this truly the world he inhabited? Yi Xian felt a sense of disorientation, as though he were trapped in a dream. Elder Qingzhu, those 6 were concocted by me previously. I have no use for them, so please do not misunderstand. Yi Tianxing hastily clarified, seeking to prevent any misinterpretation. Yi Qingzhu nodded, still reeling from the shock. Having immersed herself in the art of alchemy for many years, she understood the arduous nature of elixir production. Even as a 5th-grade alchemist, she could manage no more than 10 first-grade elixirs per furnace. Yet, Yi Tianxing had somehow produced 1,000 in such a brief moment, utterly shattering her perception of the alchemical craft. I have done all that I needed to do. There is nothing more for me here. Ling Er is eager to enjoy hot pot, Yi Tianxing declared before departing the Hall of Reflection with an air of nonchalance. In an undisclosed chamber, Commander, I have conducted an investigation and can now confirm that it was Yi Tianxing, that good-for-nothing from Yizhou, who killed Xianxia and defeated her doppelganger. A middle-aged man knelt on one knee upon the chamber floor, reporting the findings to the demon leader, who possessed the body of a bull and the stature of a man, Bull 13, the very demon who had clashed with Yi Tianxing at the border of the Northern Kingdom. I never anticipated it would indeed be him. Previously, I thought it was merely a namesake from the Yi clan. Niu Shisan let out a cold snort, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. As the esteemed leader of the demon clan, possessing late-stage cultivation of the Void Return Realm, He could not fathom being thwarted by a rumored good-for-nothing who merely languished in idleness. This indignation was unbearable. "Commander, I have further inquiries. It appears Tianxing has departed from the Northern Kingdom, and the Southern Kingdom has been unified under the Northern Kingdom Empress. A grand founding ceremony is to be held shortly. Shall we proceed with our plans?" asked the middle-aged man kneeling before him. After a moment's contemplation, Niu nodded. "This is the territory of the Yi clan, and our infiltration into Yi Prefecture is limited. To exercise caution, it would be more prudent to cultivate our influence outside Yi Prefecture for the time being. The Northern Kingdom's founding ceremony will attract all the ministers, deploy more personnel. Those who can be integrated should be, while those of no value must be eliminated." "Understood, Commander. I shall make the arrangements at once," the middle-aged man replied. Once the man had departed, a fierce glint flashed in Niu eyes as he growled, "Tianxing, you have shattered my avatar and hindered my cultivation. Once I restore my powers, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." "Tianxing, I adore you." At the detached residence of Tianxing Peak, Yi Ling'er embraced Tianxing, her lips incessantly pecking at his cheek. All right, let us eat," Tianxing chuckled, gently pushing her away and serving meat in her bowl with his chopsticks. Just as he was midway through his hot pot, a thought struck him. He had recently received a reward from the system in the form of the Ice Spirit Sword technique and the third-grade treasure, the Frostblade. Since he had no need for cultivation and possessed a life-bound treasure, he decided to gift the Ice Spirit Sword technique and the Frostblade to Yi Ling'er. This was the reason for her exuberance. "Master," Su Ninian watched Tianxing with longing, her lips pouting as if she could hang a vinegar jar. Come, you shall have some too." Tianxing served a generous portion of meat into Su Ninian's bowl. Only then did she break into a smile, cheerfully beginning her meal. As the three savored their food, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Tianxing's mind. Ding! In light of the host gradually accepting the tasks issued by the system, a special mission has been triggered. Ding! Please journey through Yi Prefecture and establish your own endpoint. Upon completion of your travels, a bounty of exquisite culinary seasonings will be awarded. Tianxing could not help but smile upon hearing this task. It seemed the system was not entirely ungracious, recognizing his love for gourmet food and offering a reward task. After some thought, he noted that there was still half a month remaining until the founding ceremony of the Northern Kingdom. This duration was ample for both leisure and travel, so he designated the endpoint as the Northern Kingdom. "Nian Ling'er, do you wish to go out and play?" Tianxing set down his chopsticks, a smile lighting up his face as he looked at the two. Earlier, while preparing the hot pot, he had conversed with both women and learned that their foraging for herbs was not solely for earning silver, but also for the desire to explore beyond the confines of their residence, as daily practice had become rather tedious. Due to this, Tianxing resolved to embark on a journey through Yezhou with the two young ladies, while simultaneously fulfilling his tasks. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, the eyes of the two women sparkled with excitement. "Splendid! Where shall we go?" Yi Ling'er exclaimed, her hands clapping in delight, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "You may choose," replied Tianxing, uncertain of their destination, yet clarifying that their ultimate goal was the Northern Kingdom, where the Empress had invited him to partake in the founding ceremony. Thus, their route would undoubtedly lead them toward the Northern Kingdom. Tianxing had not given much thought to a specific location, preferring to let the women decide. Upon hearing this, Su Ninian joyfully interjected, "Master, traveling to the Northern Kingdom will take us past Xianxia City. I wish to return home and see it." "Very well. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow." Tianxing agreed without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to inform Su Sheng that his daughter was thriving. "Then it is settled. We shall retire to our chambers now for cultivation. While you tidy the dishes," Yi Ling'er cheerfully took Su Ninian's hand, leading her back to their respective rooms. Previously, Yi Ling'er had been focused on protecting Tianxing, which made her cautious about her cultivation. However, upon realizing Tianxing's remarkable prowess, her perspective shifted. Cultivation was no longer merely a duty, but had become a passion. Consequently, Yi Ling'er now refrained from cultivating at night, desiring instead to rest and eat like an ordinary person. Once Tianxing had finished cleaning up, he initially contemplated adding noodles to the meat broth in the copper pot. Yet, recalling the possibility of the clan leader and elders sneaking a drink from the stone table in the other courtyard, he opted to place the copper pot in the kitchen instead. After everything was tidied, Tianxing returned to his own room. Chapter 52. The meat broth has been stolen again the following morning, As dawn broke with a faint light, Tianxing Peak exuded an air of tranquility beneath the morning mist. Along the winding mountain path, a figure stealthily approached Tianxing Peak. Just as this figure slipped past, another soon appeared in its wake. As time passed, dozens of silhouettes emerged, all with a singular purpose: to reach the summit of the mountain. The first figure to ascend the peak cautiously peered into the courtyard before attempting to push open the door. However, before this figure could enter, a second figure materialized. "Elder Qingzhu, what are you sneaking around for?" The second figure inquired in a hushed tone, wary of being discovered. Indeed, the first figure was Elder Yi Qingzhu of the Yi clan's Pill Hall, while the second, discernible in the dim morning light, was a stern-looking elder with an air of gravitas. "Elder Yi Zhu. I have come to discuss alchemical techniques with Tianxing," Yi Qingzhu replied, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "So early? Tianxing is surely still asleep. Wait until he rises to visit him." Yi Zhu spoke while seemingly casually moving toward the door, his eyes occasionally glancing into the courtyard. Yi Qingzhu, fully aware of his intentions, let out a soft snort and remarked, "Elder, if you truly care for Tianxing, why not wait for him to awaken before coming here? Instead, you sneak in like a thief." "Elder Qingzhu, what are you implying?" "Tianxing is practically destined to be the future leader of the Yi clan. As the clan's grand elder, it is my duty to ensure his safety." Having lived nearly 3 centuries, Yi Zhu possessed a thick skin, lying without a hint of guilt. At that moment, dozens of figures stealthily approached. When they all met, they were taken aback, for these individuals were all recognized as elders of the Yi clan. "Ahem, I am merely out for a stroll. Do not misconstrue my intentions." I was sleepwalking and just woke up." "I was indeed sleepwalking, and upon awakening, I decided to take a walk." The elders, feeling guilty, hurriedly concocted excuses. "Enough. Your little schemes are transparent. No one will believe you are not from the same family." Just then, Yi Xian appeared in the air, slowly descending before the door. The elders, upon seeing him, stood awkwardly in place, their gazes averted. Their early arrival was prompted by Tianxing's mention of wanting to prepare hot pot before his departure from the Asking Heart Hall yesterday. The mention of hot pot reminded the elders of the spirit vein soup, prompting them to rise early, intending to consume it for themselves. However, they had not anticipated that everyone else would arrive at the same time. "Stop standing around. I too have come to sneak a taste of the spirit vein soup. Let us not fight over it. Let's share equally to avoid alerting Tianxing. I do not wish to suffer the same humiliation as last time," Yi Xian stated calmly. As if they were engaged in a noble endeavor, his expression devoid of any remorse. He believed Tianxing must possess an abundance of spirit vein broth. After all, in his view, such a precious substance would not be carelessly left on a stone table if it were scarce. If it were him, he would safeguard even the remnants of the spirit vein soup as if it were a treasure. Consequently, Yi Xian was confident that Tianxing had ample reserves, allowing him to speak of sneaking the spirit vein soup without any psychological burden. The elders, seeing their leader's stance, felt their initial awkwardness ease considerably. Subsequently, the group stealthily entered the side courtyard. However, upon glancing at the stone table, they discovered there was no copper pot, prompting Yi Xian and the elders to search frantically. The reason they were convinced the spirit vein soup must still be present was simple. The spiritual mist within the courtyard had not dissipated. This could only mean that the spirit vein soup had been hidden away by Tianxing. Yi Xian and the elders quietly wandered, collaborating to search for the location of the copper pot. Before long, they were discovered by Elder Yi Wuyo, who was tasked with guarding the spirit vein. He has been engaged with spiritual veins for many years, thus he is quite familiar with the soups brewed from them. The first instance of stealing the meat broth was discovered by Yi Wuyo in the kitchen. Upon finding it, Yi Wuyo promptly conveyed the news to the others. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and the elders' eyes instantly brightened, akin to hungry wolves catching a whiff of meat, stealthily making their way towards the kitchen. "This time, let's refrain from fighting. I will serve you all," Yi Xian declared, producing his own spoon and positioning himself in front of the copper pot. Observing this, the others also took out their bowls. In previous instances, many elders had missed out on the soup due to unsuitable drinking vessels, resulting in them losing several mouthfuls. This time, they had all come prepared, not only with spoons but also with bowls. "One spoon for you, one spoon for me," Yi Xian chanted, carefully ladling soup into the bowls of the elders. However, when it came time to serve the third person, Yi Lingchuan, the elders suddenly realized something was amiss. If this was how the distribution was done, wouldn't each elder receive a spoonful, leaving the clan leader with the same? "Clan leader, is this how you distribute? What about fairness? What about justice?" Yi Lingchuan looked at Yi Xian, his lips twitching. Yet, Yi Xian feigned ignorance. When did I claim it was fair? Damn it! Yi Zhu could no longer contain himself, and swiftly produced his own spoon to seize some broth. He had missed out on the spiritual vein soup the first time, and he couldn't afford to lose out again due to Yi Xian's distribution. Hey, don't snatch! Yi Xian exclaimed in alarm, though he dared not create too much commotion, allowing Yi Zhu to scoop a spoonful. Witnessing the great elder's brazen act, the other elders abandoned any notion of waiting in line. In the next moment, chaos erupted in the kitchen. Just like the previous time, the pot of soup was soon emptied. From now on, stealing soup will rely on one's own abilities. No more talk of distribution, Yi Zhu remarked, leaving the kitchen with a disgruntled expression. Exactly. I thought it might be fair this time. How disappointing. Yi Qingzhu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian before exiting the kitchen. As all the elders left, they cast disdainful glances at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was indifferent. Having taken advantage, a few scoldings were of little concern. The previous 2 occasions of drinking the spiritual vein soup had provided him with opportunities for breakthroughs, and this time, he sought to secure a larger share to hasten his progress. He could sense that a breakthrough was imminent. He felt that even being reprimanded was worth it. 2 hours later, Nian Yin, Ling Er, rise and shine. I will prepare some noodles for you. Let us eat and set off. Yi Tianxing called as he opened the door, then proceeded into the kitchen. However, upon witnessing the disarray in the kitchen, his expression darkened immediately. Damn, you old fools. Yi Tianxing knew without a doubt that this chaos was the handiwork of Yi Xian and the elders. Chapter 53, A Passionate Family. Master, why do you have a black face this morning? On the journey to Luoxia City, Su Ninian voiced her inner doubts. It's nothing. A horde of mice has ravaged the kitchen, Yi Tianxing replied nonchalantly as they walked. He had never anticipated that the elders would act in such a despicable manner, pilfering even the leftover soup he had placed in the kitchen. This time, their tactics were even more sophisticated than before, managing to escape detection entirely. Brother Tianxing, why must we walk? Wouldn't flying be faster? Yi Ling'er inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before Yi Tianxing could respond, Su Ninian eagerly interjected, I know the answer. It is said that reading countless books cannot compare to traveling vast distances, as my master once taught me. Is that so? Yi Ling'er, not fully grasping the meaning, nodded in feigned understanding. However, Yi Tianxing's intentions were more straightforward. He was merely fulfilling a system task to explore Yizhou, while flying could also accomplish the task. He believed that, as it was an expedition, it would be remiss to overlook the culinary delights and scenic vistas along the way. Besides, he had calculated that, even walking, they could reach the northern kingdom in half a month. The earlier reasoning about traveling being superior to reading was merely a cover for his own acrophobia. The trio ambled along, pausing intermittently to admire the beautiful scenery and savor the local delicacies, casting aside all their worries. Yizhou, Luoxia City, Sumanxion, Master Su, why must you be so obstinate? You know well the reputation of our half-month pavilion. Do you truly fear we would harm your daughter? Master Su, marrying your daughter into my Lingjian sect would make her the future matriarch. Is that not a splendid prospect? Do not heed their words. Master Su, your daughter will marry eventually. Entering our hidden gate would be the wisest choice. At that moment, various factions gathered before the Su mansion, each vying to persuade Su Sheng to marry his daughter into their ranks. The reason was simple. Previously, when the Yinyu sect was in power, they had proclaimed that no one dared to compete for such a treasure. Now that the Yinyu sect had fallen, these factions had turned their sights on the gifted Su Ninian, a gathering spirit body. My daughter has truly left the Su mansion. I do not even know her whereabouts now. I kindly ask you all to leave, Su Sheng lamented, issuing yet another dismissal. The Su family could ill afford to offend these factions, and their false smiles only added to Su Sheng's distress. He refrained from disclosing that his daughter had become a disciple and departed with her master, for the gathering spirit body could not cultivate, revealing that might lead to disbelief among these individuals. Yet, the members of these factions remained convinced that Su Sheng was merely concealing Su Ninian, and even without mention of her apprenticeship, they doubted she had truly left the Su mansion. Just as they continued to press Su Sheng with their arguments, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out. And you lot think you can lay claim to a gathering spirit body? Get lost. Are you seeking death? The moment these factions heard someone daring to insult their authority, they erupted in outrage. Having already simmered with anger due to Su Sheng's obstinacy, The humiliation of their sect was simply intolerable. However, when the crowd turned to see the newcomer, their expressions changed instantaneously. They did not recognize the young man, but they identified his attire. The golden robe was exclusive to the disciples of the Liang sect, making it evident that he hailed from that esteemed organization. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave. The crowd quickly retreated, their urgency palpable. It is essential to note that the Liang sect is a top-tier power in Yizhou, with their sect leader possessing mid-stage yuan in cultivation, far beyond the reach of these smaller factions. Moreover, following the fall of the Hidden Moon sect, this territory had been designated as the domain of the Liang sect. Even rival elite sects would not dare to act recklessly here, let alone these lesser entities. Su Xing, the young master of the Liang sect, has taken a liking to your daughter. Tomorrow, both the sect leader and the young master will come to propose marriage. And I hope you'll act wisely. After delivering this ultimatum, the youth clad in golden robes departed without a backward glance. Su Shang gazed at the retreating figure of the golden-robed young man, his face etched with worry, as if he could wring water from it. The Liang sect stood as the paramount force in Yizhou, the undisputed overlord aside from the formidable Yi clan. If he refused to yield his daughter, it seemed inevitable that the Su family would face dire consequences. While they might still contend with the Hidden Moon sect, the disparity in power between the Su family and the Liang sect left no room for resistance. With a sigh of resignation, Su Shang appeared to age decades in that moment. Patriarch, there is no need for lamentation. The young lady is still in the Su residence. No matter how formidable the Liang sect may be, they cannot conjure her from thin air. Indeed, the Su family is of little consequence. The young lady is of utmost importance. Now that you mention it, we don't even know where the young lady is, which means she is likely safe. Absolutely. Even if the Liang sect were to interrogate us, we could not divulge her whereabouts, ensuring her safety. Right? And should anyone falter under questioning and consider betraying the Su family, they would have no opportunity. Ha ha ha. The members of the Su family, standing behind Su Shang, spoke with a light-hearted tone, providing him with comfort. Turning to them, Su Shang's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. He understood how rare it was for his family to remain so optimistic and united in the face of such dire straits. Are you all foolish? My concern lies not with Nian Yin, but with you. I am sorry that both Nian Yin and I have brought trouble upon you. Bowing deeply to the members of the Su family, Su Shang remained bowed for a prolonged moment, tears cascading onto the stone floor of the Su residence. Seeing this, the eldest elder of the Su family could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Su Shang has shed tears. What a disgraceful display for a patriarch. However, the grand elder shifted his tone, his expression becoming solemn as he surveyed the members of the Su family. He proclaimed with a resonant voice, no matter the humiliation, we stand as the head of the Su family. We have always been united in purpose, especially in times of peril. He then inquired, do you regret allowing Su Shang to assume the role of family head? The members of the Su family were momentarily taken aback, but soon clenched their fists. Their gazes resolute, and together they shouted in unison, no regrets. The family head is wholly devoted to the Su family, devoid of any selfish motives. How do we possibly regret this? Indeed, without our family head, the Su family would not be where it is today. We shall never regret it. No regrets. No regrets. No regrets. The voices of the Su family members converged, echoing like a thunderous roar throughout the estate. Nian Yin pondered, what on earth is happening with the Su family? I have visited 3 times, and each occasion is more fervent than the last, just as the Su family members were caught in their fervor. Tianxing and his companions entered the gates of the Su residence. Chapter 54 Goodness. Are the people of the Su family unwell? Sun Yanyan, equally astonished, hurried a few steps to join the members of the Su family. Young miss. Upon seeing Su Yin, the members of the Su family greeted her with enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with joy, yet tinged with a hint of concern. Upon hearing of his daughter's return, Su Shang swiftly used his spiritual power to erase the traces of tears from his face. Yin, what brings you back? Su Shang managed to compose himself and turned to Sun Yin with a beaming smile. Father, what were you all shouting about no regrets? Has something happened at the Su residence? Sun Yin did not respond to Su Shang's question, but instead posed one of her own. Su Shang quickly shook his head. Nothing at all. We are quite well. We were merely holding a meeting. Sun Yin felt a lingering sense of unease regarding her father's demeanor. Yet she refrained from probing further. Father, You know my master, so I need not introduce him. This is my master's sister. My master brought us out for leisure, and we decided to visit the Su family. With a radiant smile, Su Nian introduced her companions. Greetings, Uncle Su. Yi Ling'er, ever the well-mannered one, bowed respectfully to Su Sheng, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Oh dear, uncle, since you are Nian's master's aunt, we are of the same generation. Gulme, bring forth the guests. Su Sheng, momentarily casting aside all his worries, instructed the members of the Su family to attend to the trio. Yi Tianxing did not stand on ceremony and led the two ladies deeper into the residence. Shouldn't we inform Nian's master about the matters concerning the Liang sect? Once the entrance was left with only Su Sheng and the Grand Elder, the latter whispered his query. Su Sheng, however, shook his head. It's best not to. The sect leader of the Liang sect is at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and they're a top-tier force in Yizhou, unlike the Inuit sect, which is merely first-rate. If Nian's master learns that the Liang sect has set their sights on her, he might, out of fear of offending them, hand her over. It's better left unsaid. The Grand Elder of the Su family concurred with Su Sheng's reasoning and chose not to pursue the matter further. Tonight, let us graciously attend to Nian and her companions, ensuring their departure by dawn to avoid any encounters with the people from the Liang sect. Su Sheng thoughtfully articulated to the elder beside him. The elder nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Do not worry, I shall promptly instruct the others to refrain from speaking indiscreetly, and we will see them off early tomorrow." As the evening shadows deepened, the Su residence buzzed with vibrant activity. The Su clan had filled the courtyard with an abundance of tables and chairs, laden with sumptuous dishes, while flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of all present. In a remarkable display of unity, the Su family seemed to collectively cast aside the looming crisis they would face the following day, choosing instead to savor what might be their final gathering in such joyous company. Surrounded by affectionate relatives, Su Nian listened intently as the elders recounted amusing tales from her childhood, unable to contain her laughter. Yi Ling'er, too, was swept up in the lively atmosphere, flitting about like a jubilant bird, her melodic laughter echoing through the courtyard. "You little rascal, from now on, Nian will be in your care. Do not return to the Su household unless necessary. However, let me make this clear. Should you mistreat her, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Su Sheng dejlaret citerni, seated beside Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes dramatically, retorting, "Come on. I am, after all, your savior. Must you not treat me with more courtesy?" Initially engaged in conversation with her elders, Su Nian, sensing the tension rising between the two men, swiftly interjected, "Father, what are you saying? Master treats me exceptionally well, not only teaching me the ways of cultivation, but also gifting me with treasures." With that, she produced a third-grade treasure, the Gathering Spirit Sword, from her storage ring and stepped into an open space to demonstrate her sword technique, holding the Gathering Spirit Sword with grace and agility. Su Nian executed her movements, and the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into a tangible mist, bursting forth in a dazzling display that illuminated the dark night as brightly as day. The members of the Su family were initially taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. Preoccupied with concerns about the impending visit from the Liang sect, they had scarcely noticed that Su Nian had indeed begun her cultivation journey. Upon witnessing her performance, they were astonished to realize that not only had she commenced her practice, but she had also remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. By the heavens, I haven't even had a drop of wine, and I've gained this much? I suspect I must be dreaming. Can a gathering spirit body truly cultivate? They murmured among themselves, some still in disbelief, while others began to accept this newfound reality. Su Sheng, however, was utterly bewildered, never having anticipated that his daughter could truly cultivate. "You." Su Sheng gazed at Yi Tianxing, his eyes alight with astonishment and joy, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Oomph. Now you recognize my prowess, do you? Rest assured, Nian will fare far better under my guidance," Yi Tianxing declared with a self-satisfied grin. The revelation that a gathering spirit body could cultivate had surpassed Su Sheng's comprehension, leaving him momentarily speechless. As the wine flowed, the members of the Su family remained enraptured by the delightful revelation that Su Nian could cultivate. Yet, the looming threat posed by the Liang sect cast a shadow over their joy, leaving each of them to retreat to their chambers with a medley of complicated emotions. I sensed an unusual tension from my father and the elders, though I could not quite articulate the source of my unease. Su Ninian lay in her bed, engaging in conversation with Linger, who playfully wrapped her arms around Su Ninian's waist and exclaimed, "Oh, what could possibly be amiss? Surely, it is merely your return that has brought joy." Despite her friend's lightheartedness, a nagging feeling lingered within Su Ninian. She suspected they were concealing something from her, their expressions betraying a hint of concern. "I think you're overthinking it," Linger reassured her. "With Tianxing here, what do you have to worry about? If there is anything amiss, you can always ask your father in the morning. For now, the priority is to indulge in a rejuvenating slumber." Exhausted from a day of play, Linger soon succumbed to sleep. Initially troubled, Su Ninian's thoughts shifted at the mention of Tianxing. Even if the Su family faced difficulties, what of it? With her master present, there was no cause for alarm. Reassured by this thought, her taut nerves finally relaxed, and she gently closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips as she drifted into slumber. Before long, dawn arrived. Damn, are the people of the Su family out of their minds? What manner of farewell is this before the sun has even risen? Tianxing, roused prematurely by the Su family, expressed his frustration with an expletive. Not only Tianxing, but in the adjacent room, Su Ninian and Linger were similarly disturbed from their slumber. "Father, what is the meaning of this? Why are we departing before dawn?" Su Ninian protested, head irritation palpable. Your master has summoned you for a matter of great importance. As a disciple, how can you not consider your master's needs? Su Sheng, noticing Su Ninian's annoyance, quickly countered with a premeditated excuse. Caught off guard, Su Ninian paused, for she recalled Tianxing mentioning that they needed to reach the northern kingdom within half a month to attend the founding ceremony. Remaining in the Su household for too long would indeed pose a problem. Very well, she conceded, lowering her head like a chastised child. At that moment, Linger recalled Su Ninian's earlier words and rolled her eyes. "Ninian, are you foolish? It is evident that your father is deceiving you. There must be something he has not disclosed. Otherwise, even in haste, they would not insist on sending us off at such an early hour." Her words caused Tianxing, standing just outside the door, to furrow his brow as a sudden realization struck him. Su Ninian was a spirit-gathering body. Previously, the surrounding forces dared not act recklessly due to the presence of the Hidden Moon sect. However, with its recent demise at his hands, those forces would no longer harbor any reservations. After departing from the Su residence, it seemed that tranquility had eluded the Su family. "Old Deng, have the surrounding factions been troubling you?" Tianxing inquired, taking a couple of steps towards Su Sheng, his gaze fixed upon him. However, Su Sheng, displaying evident impatience, retorted, "Such kindness met with ingratitude. I feared you would delay matters, which is why I summoned you early. What does this have to do with the surrounding forces?" In his view, the Liang sect represented the pinnacle of power in Yezhou. Even though Tianxing possessed considerable cultivation, he would likely refrain from provoking them lightly. Thus, Su Shang's sole desire was for Tianxing to hasten his departure with Su Ninian, hoping to prevent him from realizing their adversaries hailed from the Liang sect, and thus avoiding any missteps regarding Su Ninian's escape. Observing Su Shang's demeanor, which did not appear to be feigned, Tianxing dismissed his own concerns, opting not to press the matter further. "Master, we still have a journey ahead. Shall we not depart at once?" At that moment, Su Ninian, having quelled her doubts, felt she had been overly sensitive. Tianxing glanced up at the softly brightening sky and nodded. "Since we are already awake, there is little point in returning to slumber. Let's proceed." However, just as the trio was on the verge of leaving the Su residence, the once gentle light of dawn suddenly darkened. A multitude of figures could be seen ascending from the eastern sky, numbering at least 1,000. Their intentions were unmistakable. They were headed straight for the Su residence. The cultivators within the entirety of Xianxia city soon recognized the direction of this formidable assembly and hastened towards the Su residence, eager to ascertain the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the approaching throng, the expressions of Su Sheng and the entirety of the Su family shifted dramatically. "You insufferable brat! Hurry and take Ninian and your sister away. If you tarry, it will be too late." So Sangeri vergently. It was at this moment that Tianxing realized that Su Shang's earlier impatience had been a ruse, one that nearly deceived him. "Wait, I have indeed been misled," he thought. "Old Deng, enlighten me on the situation. I shall assist you." "Assist? Nonsense. Flee. The Su family will hold the line. You must escape as far as you can." Su Shang's anxiety burgeoned as the group of cultivators drew closer to the Su residence. The Su family, akin to a besieged fortress, fixated their attention upon the thousand-strong assembly of cultivators. "Father, we shall not flee. Do explain what is transpiring. With my master here, there is no need to fear them," Su Yin implored hastily. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than the throng of cultivators had already reached the skies above the Su residence. Leading the charge was Lu Meng, the sect leader of the Liang sect, adorned in a golden robe. Beside him stood a similarly clad youth, Lu Gan, his son and the young master of the Liang sect. The two descended slowly into the Su residence, casting their gaze over the gathered Su family, ultimately resting their eyes upon Su Yin. "Ah, how perceptive of you to come out so early to greet us," Lu Gan remarked with a smile. "Who are you? What business do you have in my Su family?" Su Yin inquired, her brow furrowed in concern as she noted her father's reticence to speak. "Are you Su Yin? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Gan, the young master of the Liang sect. Time is of the essence, and perhaps your father has not yet had the chance to inform you, but I have come to the Su residence with the intention of marrying you." Lu Gan's words were courteous, yet his tone bore an undeniable air of authority. Upon hearing this, Su Yin realized the situation. It was indeed due to her spirit-gathering physique. However, before she could voice a refusal, Lu Meng, with an expression of shock, interjected. "How do you possess cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage? Is it not said that a spirit-gathering physique cannot cultivate?" "What?" Lu Gan was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Without Su Yin revealing her own cultivation level, he had no way of perceiving it. Upon hearing Lu Meng declare Su Yin to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Oof. And you call yourself the young master of the Liang sect, yet you are unaware that a spirit-gathering physique can cultivate? Truly embarrassing." Yi Linger, having grasped the purpose of their visit, scoffed, "Little girl, you are rather arrogant, aren't you? How dare you speak to my father in such a manner? However, considering your beauty, I might spare you by allowing you to become one of my concubines." Her words caught Lu Gan's attention. Upon seeing Yi Linger's beauty rival that of Su Yin, his gaze grew increasingly covetous. In his mind, today was indeed his fortuitous day. The lifespan of one at the mid-foundation establishment stage is at least 200 years, meaning he could cultivate with Su Yin for a minimum of 2 centuries. Should she break through, the time would extend even further. Moreover, acquiring a beautiful young lady in addition to that was a stroke of good fortune. How could this not be considered a lucky day? Young Master Lu, both of them have just come of age and are entirely ignorant of matters of the heart. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a couple of years before you propose? Just as Linger was about to retort, Su Sheng hastily interjected. He had remained silent, contemplating a strategy. Confronting them head-on would be futile, so he sought to placate Lu Meng for the time being. As long as Lu Meng agreed and departed, he would arrange for Yi Tianxing to escort the 2 young ladies away from the Su residence, ensuring at least Su Yin's safety. Do you think that is possible? I have summoned all the surrounding factions to witness the union between the Liang sect and your Su family. If your Su family does not consent, where shall I place the dignity of the Liang sect? As Lu Meng spoke, he gestured toward the cultivators above who had yet to descend. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng's expression soured instantly. Just as he was at a loss, Yi Linger spoke up angrily. "Tianxing, this pair of dog father and son are bullying Yin and me, and you are merely going to stand by and watch?" Chapter 56. So fond of exerting pressure? Well, my enjoyment. I am merely assessing the situation. I now have a clearer understanding. It appears to be nothing more than a riled-up dog, Yi Tianxing replied, slowly stepping forward. "Who are you to dare insult this young master? Are you seeking death?" Lu Gan glared at Yi Tianxing, his eyes blazing with fury. As the young master of the Fierce Sun sect, he had always been treated with utmost respect, not only within the sect, but also by the surrounding factions. Never had he experienced such humiliation. At this moment, cold sweat trickled down Su Sheng's brow. He never anticipated that his daughter's master would be so audacious, speaking so brazenly despite knowing his identity. Terrified, he hastily explained, "Young master, please do not take offense. He is the master of Yin. Naturally, upon hearing that she is to be married, he feels quite distressed. I implore you to understand." "Oh, a mere mortal can be the master of my fiancée?" Lu Gan's anger was somewhat alleviated as he scrutinized Yi Tianxing from head to toe before continuing. "For the sake of my fiancée, kneel and bow 3 times, and we shall let this matter rest." Yi Tianxing chuckled at Lu Gan's words. "What are you, a grave? Do you think I would kneel just because you say so? You are courting death." Lu Gan, who had initially been somewhat calmed, instantly erupted in fury, exuding the aura of a foundational cultivator directed at Yi Tianxing. However, before Yi Tianxing could retaliate, Yi Ling'er could no longer tolerate it and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Lu Gan, who had charged forward with great momentum, was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his lower body, Lu Gan screamed in agony, causing everyone present to instinctively clench their legs. At this moment, Lu Meng stood frozen, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to harm his son. When he finally regained his senses, disbelief and wrath filled his eyes. "You dare to touch my son! You are seeking your own demise!" Lu Meng roared like a wounded beast, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his mid-infant soul stage cultivation, enveloping the entire Su residence in a palpable terror. The Su family felt as though an immense mountain had settled upon their chests, their faces turning pale. In an instant, Lu Meng appeared before Yi Ling'er, raising his hand to strike. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with her head, a terrifying pressure surged forth. Bang! 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 This oppressive force descended like the collapse of the heavens, causing the airborne cultivators to plummet to the ground like struck birds, their bodies rendered uncontrollable. Moreover, those gathered around the Su residence, drawn by the spectacle, were similarly ensnared by this dreadful pressure. They felt an invisible yet colossal force bearing down upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down. In that moment, with the exception of the Su family, everyone else lay prostrate on the ground, their cheeks intimately pressed against the earth, utterly immobilized. Is it such a delight to wield pressure? Yi Tianxing advanced a few steps, his expression dark as he crouched before Lu Meng. Daring to touch Yi Ling'er is akin to striking at my very core. Thus, Yi Tianxing not only released his own pressure, but also revealed his cultivation level. Peak of the transformation realm. You are the Yi clan? Lu Meng gazed at Yi Tianxing with a single eye filled with sheer terror, his body trembling with fear. In the entirety of Yizhou, only the Yi clan possessed cultivators at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, which was the root of his dread. Offending a cultivator of that caliber might leave room for negotiation, but to offend the Yi clan was akin to challenging every power in Yizhou. The repercussions were far beyond his capacity to bear. The reason for his singular eye was rather simple. The other half of his face remained firmly pressed against the ground. It seems you are not entirely foolish, but how could you so precisely offend both my disciple and my sister? Yi Tianxing, remarked it, slapping Lu Meng's face with an exceptionally cold gaze. Lu Meng, filled with terror, was so frightened by the slap that he dared not even breathe, stammering, "Elder, I truly had no knowledge of their connection to you. Otherwise, even at the cost of my life, I would not have allowed my son to act so recklessly. I beseech you to spare me this once. The Liang sect is willing to pay any price to make amends." Meanwhile, the members of the Su family stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Sun Yinyan's master was revealed to be a member of the Yi clan, the foremost family in Yizhou and a hero of the land. The fact that Sun Yinyan had become a disciple of a Yi clan member, especially one at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, took the Su family by surprise. He is indeed a member of a Yi clan. It's over for us. At that moment, those cultivators summoned by Lu Meng to witness the union all closed their eyes in despair. They understood that their involvement in this matter had likely irrevocably offended the Yi clan. Let us set aside the consequences for now. But to prevent you and your son from causing further chaos, Yi Tianxing said, rising to his feet and delivering a swift kick to Lu Meng's third leg. Lu Meng's shriek echoed, louder than even Lu Gan's cries. After this, Yi Tianxing surveyed the crowd of individuals prostrate on the ground and spoke coolly. "I am Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak in the Yi clan. The daughter of the Su family head is my disciple. Should anyone dare to bully the Su family in the future, they shall bear the consequences." Yi Tianxing's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. They could scarcely believe that the formidable cultivator before them was indeed Yi Tianxing. "Rest assured, Master Yi, anyone who dares to touch the Su family will find themselves at odds with us. From this moment on, the affairs of the Su family will be the concern of my Lingjian sect. Indeed, the Su family shall be honored guests of my banquet pavilion. Anyone foolish enough to harm them shall find no path of return." Various factions rushed to express their allegiance, fearing that a moment's delay might provoke Yi Tianxing to turn his wrath upon them. "You may leave," Yi Tianxing declared, retracting his oppressive aura. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet and fled in a frantic haste, not daring to linger for even a second. "Master Yi Feng, I am profoundly grateful for your mercy in sparing our lives. It is indeed our folly not to recognize your greatness, and should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to command us. I shall now take my son home to tend to his wounds." Upon learning of Yi Tianxing's true identity, Lu Meng felt no animosity. He simply departed the Su residence with Lu gone. Moments later, only the bewildered members of the Su family remained within the estate. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter with a little demon. "Are you Yi Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak?" Su Sheng, still in disbelief, took a moment to process the revelation that his daughter's master was, in fact, Yi Tianxing. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Sheng, Yi Tianxing exclaimed, "Old Deng, have you lost your senses? Who would dare impersonate a member of the Yi clan in Yezhou, let alone the sole master of the clan?" With these words, Su Sheng finally accepted the reality, his body trembling with excitement. Since the tale of Yi Tianxing slaying a formidable demon had spread, many had realized that he was not the good-for-nothing they had presumed, but rather a cultivator of at least late-stage transformation realm. Yet, judging by his aura earlier, he clearly radiated the strength of a peak transformation realm cultivator. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Previously, due to the ruckus surrounding the annulment of the engagement between the Lu family and the Yi clan, many factions in Yezhou had learned that Yi Tianxing had only recently celebrated his coming of age. Throughout history, which cultivator had ever reached the peak of the transformation realm by the tender age of 18? It was unheard of even to achieve the early stages of a nascent soul realm at such a young age. Thus, it was no surprise that Su Sheng was overwhelmed with joy upon realizing his daughter had secured such a formidable ally. "Master Yi, I entrust my daughter to your care from now on," he declared, brimming with excitement. Previously, he harbored resentment towards Yi Tianxing for taking his daughter away. However, upon discovering Yi Tianxing's true identity, all animosity evaporated, replaced solely by elation. "Please, do not call me Master Yi. Am I not merely a young lad?" Yi Tianxing vistet. It feels rather awkward to suddenly be addressed in such a formal manner. Su Sheng's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond to Yi Tianxing's playful banter. Master, please do not tease my father. The sun has risen. Let us continue our journey." Sun Yin tugged at Yi Tianxing's arm, eager to divert attention from her father. "Very well, let us depart at once," Yi Tianxing replied with a smile, then turned to address the Su family. "Dear friends, may the mountains remain green and the waters flow forever. We shall meet again in due time." Recalling a proverb, he clasped his hands in farewell and, with the Su family's heartfelt send-off, departed the Su residence with Yi Ling'er and Sun Yin in tow. Yezhou, in an undisclosed secret chamber, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments rushed in, his expression frantic. "Commander, trouble has arisen. The Yi clan has somehow acquired dissolution pills, and many of the lesser demons within our Yezhou territory have been captured. Impossible. Only our demon clan knows how to concoct dissolution pills. How could the Yi clan have knowledge of this?" Niu Shisan abruptly exited his meditative state, his eyes wide open, emanating fierce intensity. The middle-aged man trembled in fear and quickly replied, "Could it be that one of our own has leaked the formula for the dissolution pill, which allowed the Yi clan to discover the method for its resolution? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only the leader responsible for concocting the fusion pill knows the formula. No one else is privy to it. Furthermore, both the minor and major demons have been bound by me and the other leaders. Even if they were to perish, they would never utter the words fusion pill or dissolution pill." Niu Shisan outright dismissed the middle-aged man's speculation. "Not so fast. It is also possible that those fools inadvertently revealed something during casual conversation, and the Yi clan overheard them." Niu Shisan suddenly recalled the conditions under which the binding would trigger. If someone was coerced into revealing the secrets of the demon clan, then the binding would activate. However, if it was merely idle chatter without any compulsion, the binding would remain dormant. Realizing this, Niu Shisan promptly declared, "Notify the other leaders to implement Plan B. We must seize the Yi clan's heavenly domain before they locate all of our people." At this moment, however, the middle-aged man appeared troubled. "Leader, while we have indeed taken control of half the forces surrounding the Yi clan's heavenly domain, there are still factions we have not successfully subdued, and the formations have yet to be fully established." After a moment of contemplation, Niu Shisan responded, "Then let some minor demons within the Yi continent intentionally reveal their locations. The further from the Yi clan's heavenly domain, the better. In his view, since the Yi clan had already acquired the dissolution pill, exposure was merely a matter of time. It would be wiser to have some minor demons divert the Yi clan's attention. This would not only redirect their focus, but also buy time to ensure the success of their plans. I will attend to this immediately, the middle-aged man replied before exiting the secret chamber. Time passed swiftly, nearly half a month flew by, and, at this point, Yi Tianxing and the two women had arrived at the border between the Northern Kingdom and Yi continent. There's nothing here. It's not worth exploring. Let us fly over, Yi Tianxing said, recalling his previous visit to this desolate place. Just as the two women were about to agree, they suddenly spotted a group of dozens of individuals sprinting towards them, seemingly fleeing from something. Behind them, a small demon with the head of a crocodile was hounding them, shouting, "Come on, weren't you going to catch me? Why are you all running away?" However, none of the fleeing individuals paid any heed to the small demon. They were solely focused on escaping. The small demon was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, whereas the highest cultivation level among the group was merely at the late stage of chi refinement. The disparity in strength was vast, leaving no room for conversation. Goodness, how the demon clan becomes so audacious? How dare they reveal themselves in broad daylight? Yi Tianxing exclaimed in astonishment at the crocodile-headed demon. In the past, even when demons lurked within Yi continent, they often concealed their identities for fear of being discovered by humans. But now, to flaunt their true forms so brazenly was akin to a bald man carrying an umbrella, utterly reckless. "Tianxing, what are you standing there for? Hurry and help them." Yi Ling tugged at Yi Tianxing's clothing, her expression laced with urgency. Oh, you all stay here and do not wander off." Upon regaining his focus, Yi Tianxing uttered a brief remark before vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the little demon. However, the creature was taken entirely by surprise, colliding directly with Yi Tianxing. Bang! The little demon struck against him as if hitting a solid wall, its massive form rebounding and rolling several times on the ground. "Dare to collide with this lord? Seeking death, are you?" The little demon scrambled to its feet, fuming and looking somewhat comical in its fury. Yet, Yi Tianxing uttered not a single word, summoning the demon slayer sword instead. Whoosh! As the sword glinted with a chilling light, the little demon did not even have time to scream before meeting its demise. After draining the demon's essence, the sword returned to Yi Tianxing's dantian. At this moment, Yi Tianxing felt no inclination to engage in conversation with the demon race. After all, the demons bore a seal within them. Any inquiries would yield no answers. To spare them would serve no purpose, would it? The several dozen individuals who had been fleeing paused, their expressions a mixture of shock as they gazed at Yi Tianxing. Their astonishment stemmed not merely from the fact that he had slain the little demon, but rather from the revelation that he had also drained its essence. Was it not typically the demons who consumed human blood to cultivate? How had the roles reversed? Yi Ziyuan, how did you end up here? In the midst of their astonishment, Yi Ling dashed into the crowd, addressing a young man. The young man, identified as Yi Ziyuan, recognized her and inquired in surprise. "How did you arrive here?" "I came out with Brother Tianxing to attend the founding ceremony of the Northern Kingdom, and we merely passed through here," Yi Ling replied. So was the esteemed Yi Fengzhu who saved us earlier. We were so preoccupied with fleeing that we hardly noticed," Yi Ziyuan said, awkwardly scratching his head. "What brings you here? And who are these people?" Yi Ling pointed to the surrounding qi refinement practitioners. "Well, after Yi Fengzhu concocted the dissolution pill, Elder Wuyo instructed me and several brothers to seek out the demons lurking within the territory of Yizhou. However, we encountered a little demon that did not conceal its identity along the way. My brothers pursued it, but I couldn't keep up and got separated from them. The worst part is that I am only at the chi refinement stage and can't fly, so I ended up lost. These people were whom I met while wandering. They were being chased by the little demon, and I, not knowing what was happening, just ran along with them." Yi Ziyuan did not withhold the truth, recounting the events as they had unfolded. Yi Tianxing, who had been listening intently from a distance, immediately sensed something amiss upon learning about the unmasked little demon. "Why were you being pursued by the little demon?" Yi Tianxing inquired, slowly approaching the group with a furrowed brow. "Reporting to you, my lord. Upon learning that the Yi clan was searching for the whereabouts of the demon race within the territory, we gathered in a collective effort to contribute. It was then that we encountered the creature with a crocodile's head. At that moment, it had not yet revealed its true form, and our suspicions prompted us to consider leading it to locate members of a Yi clan for them to handle. To our astonishment, this little demon discarded its disguise, revealing its true self. We were no match for it, and could only flee in desperation, a young man in the crowd recounted. Tianxing, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head in resignation. This group could not even contend with a mere little demon, yet they aspired to capture members of the demon race. Was this not absurd? Next time, refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Even the weakest of these demons possesses foundational cultivation abilities that far surpass your own. Tianxing recognized their good intentions and refrained from reprimanding them, choosing instead to offer a word of caution. Brother Tianxing, why would these demons choose to reveal themselves? Given their nature, they should be lurking in the shadows. Xianxia interjected, sensing something amiss. They must have acted recklessly. However, that concern does not fall upon us. Let the clan leader investigate. Tianxing surmised that the demons were up to something, yet he was uncertain of the details and chose not to dwell on it. Xianxia nodded and then turned her gaze to Yuan. Can you make your way back on your own? Yuan patted his chest confidently. Of course. I know the way now, so the rest no need to worry about me. Then quickly find a few brothers and return to inform the elders about the events here, so they can bolster their defenses, Xianxia instructed. Rest assured, Sister Linger, I will seek out a few brothers right away. With that, he hurried towards the direction of Yizhou. As the remaining group of individuals recognized that their involvement had concluded, they expressed their gratitude to Tianxing before departing. Let's also take our leave. Once everyone had vacated the area, Tianxing finally spoke. The two women acknowledged his words and followed closely behind him as they soared towards the Northern Kingdom. A day later, at the Northern Kingdom, the Heavenly Offering Altar. The altar is situated at the juncture of the Northern and Southern Kingdoms. Despite being merely an altar, its grandeur rivals that of a royal palace. The structure is assembled from ancient, dark stones, each intricately carved with exquisite runes and mysterious patterns that exude a solemn and dignified aura under the sun's rays. Surrounding the altar is a wide expanse of white jade steps, each broad enough to embrace two individuals, adorned with delicate cloud motifs at the edges. Beyond the steps lies an expansive square, its surface laid with polished bluestone slabs, gleaming and reflecting light, clearly not made from ordinary materials. At this moment, the square was already teeming with a multitude of people. The ministers of the Northern Kingdom, donned in resplendent and uniformly styled ceremonial attire, were meticulously arranged on one side of the square according to their ranks. On the opposite side stood an array of esteemed guests from various regions. Your Majesty, the time is drawing near. The Chancellor of the Northern Dynasty, Zhou Liang, quietly spoke to Nangong Shui, who stood beneath the altar, clad in a dragon robe. Nangong Shui did not respond, but instead gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting someone. At that moment, three figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed gracefully before her. These were none other than Tianxing, Xianxia, and Sun Yinyan. Heavens! The Empress has even invited cultivators. Are these individuals courting death? How dare they associate with one favored by destiny? Hush! Refrain from speaking carelessly. These cultivators are not to be underestimated. If overheard, their lives may be in jeopardy. And you certainly would not wish to endanger your own. The assembled guests began to murmur upon seeing the trio. I recognized that young man. Previously, during my campaign against the Northern Dynasty, I encountered him at the border. He is Tianxing, the savior of both our nations. At that moment, a former soldier of the Southern Dynasty recognized Tianxing, his face alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had heard of the events at the border, but were taken aback by the youth of the cultivator who had saved them. Your Majesty, I hope I am not late? Tianxing inquired with a smile upon landing before Nangong Shui. Not at all. The timing is perfect, Nangong Shui replied, a smile gracing her lips. Then I shall continue. I will observe from the side, Tianxing said, instinctively positioning himself with the two women among the guests. System, I have reached my designated endpoint. Where's my reward? Tianxing found a suitable spot and, noticing the absence of his reward from the system, proactively sought it out. After all, this reward comprised various culinary delights. In a world devoid of computers and mobile phones, Tianxing's sole indulgence lay in food, which he prioritized above all else. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the training task. Beep. The host is rewarded with a box of 15 spices. Beep. The host is rewarded with a bottle of 9 quality essence. Beep. The host is rewarded with a bag of peach blossom seasoning. Beep. The host is rewarded with a bottle of aged vinegar. Just as Tianxing inquired about the system, the rewards resonated within his mind. Upon learning of these items, The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears, and his heart swelled with delight. In this world, aside from salt, there were hardly any seasonings available, and since he lacked the skill to create them, the dishes he prepared had been rather ordinary. Now with these seasonings, he could finally savor exquisite flavors. As the system dispensed the rewards, the grand ceremony commenced. Nangong Shui steadily ascended to the highest point of the altar, surveying the throngs of people in the square. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to recite the founding sacrificial text. Just as she was about to speak, a chilling shriek echoed from the horizon, interrupting her proclamation. Chapter 59. With Master Yi present, all shall tremble. A wave of terror swept through the crowd as they turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a dark cloud looming on the horizon. Nearly 100 fierce demon creatures soaring menacingly towards the altar. Among them, some bore the heads of beasts but the bodies of men, each manifesting unique forms. There were those with wolf heads and human bodies, their fur standing on end like steel needles. Others sported tiger heads, their eyes wide with ferocity, emanating a lethal glare, while the royal insignia etched upon their foreheads radiated an aura of death. A separate faction among the demons had assimilated into human form, adorned in resplendent attire. Had they not mingled with their beast-headed kin, one would never suspect their true nature. Demons. The demons are upon us. The gathering at the altar plaza descended into chaos at the sight of the approaching horde. Even with Master Yi Feng present, panic gripped them. The chief civil official, Zhou Yang, witnessing the turmoil among the crowd, could not help but shout, and his voice proved effective, swiftly restoring calm among the frightened masses. Although most had never witnessed Yi Tianxing's prowess firsthand, tales of his exploits on the battlefield had spread throughout the northern and southern dynasties. Having single-handedly vanquished the demonic leader and numerous lesser demons, such a formidable presence was now amongst them. What was there to fear? As the crowd regained their composure, the nearly 100 demons had already descended upon the square. How foolish! Did you not learn from the last time your entire army was annihilated? Nangong Shui stood atop the altar, her beautiful eyes gazing into the sky at the menacing demons, her desire to eradicate them palpable. Had it not been for their instigation, the northern and southern dynasties would not have suffered such grievous losses. Do not presume that your status as empress grants you the right to speak so brazenly. Should you dare to utter another insolent word, I shall command the slaughter of everyone present. The leading rat-headed demon's eyes gleamed with malice, his voice cutting and shrill. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui could not help but scoff. Kill everyone here? I fear you lack the courage. Chirping with mockery, the rat-headed demon acknowledged her fortune, admitting his hesitation to act against her, yet declared that he could make her witness the deaths of all present one by one. His laughter pierced the air, akin to countless needles stabbing into the eardrums. Then I shall see how you intend to make everyone perish before my eyes. Nangong Shui cast a disdainful glance at the rat-headed demon before turning her gaze to Yi Tianxing. Realizing her intent to provoke him into action, he nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, a faint smile graced Nangong Shui's icy visage. She had witnessed Yi Tianxing's strength firsthand. Even the demonic leader's avatar had proven no match for him, let alone a mere demon. Do you hear? Your empress cares not for your fates. Do not blame me, but rather yourselves for choosing the wrong allegiance. With that, the rat-headed demon unleashed an aura of late-stage transformation. The lesser demons trailing behind him glistened with a bloodthirsty gleam, eager to plunge into the crowd at his command. Brother Tianxing, can you handle so many demons? Yi Ling found herself in an unprecedented situation, her demeanor tinged with trepidation as she clutched the hem of Yi Tianxing's garment with unwavering intensity. Although she was aware that Yi Tianxing had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, the fearsome visages of the demon clan before her were overwhelmingly daunting, especially in such numbers. From the perspective of a young girl, this was not merely a matter of strength. It was an instinctual dread that coursed through her veins. Xianxia, this trial is one you must inevitably face. It would be wise to acclimate yourself. Fear not, for I am by your side, Yi Tianxing reassured her, gently caressing her head as a gesture of comfort. In contrast, Sun Yan exhibited a different disposition. Since the inception of her training, she had yet to engage in combat. Now, with the presence of diminutive demons, her excitement surged as she eagerly inquired, Master, may I join the fray? Yi Tianxing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Yan would not only be unafraid, but would also be eager to participate. Very well. I shall protect you. You may strike at will, he replied without a moment's hesitation, his confidence in safeguarding those around him unwavering. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Human girl, are you unaware that this great demon possesses extraordinarily keen hearing? You wish to engage in battle? Your appearance is rather pleasing. I shall merge with you and indulge to my heart's content. The rat-headed demon let out a shrill, mocking laugh that sent chills down one's spine, filled with derision and lewdness. You ugly monstrosity! You seek death, Su Nian retorted, repulsed by the creature. Without hesitation, she retrieved the spirit-gathering sword from her storage ring. First form of the spirit-gathering sword. Spirit-gathering sword chi. With a commanding cry, the surrounding spiritual energy converged toward the spirit-gathering sword like rivers flowing into the sea, coalescing into a resplendent sword chi that extended nearly 10 feet. With a swift motion of her arm, Su Nian unleashed the sword chi, which shot forth with the force of cannonball, directed straight at the rat-headed demon. Goodness! Tianxing, Gospit, started. He had intended for Su Nian to target the lesser demons, yet she had taken on the formidable one right away. Was this the courage he had bestowed upon her? It felt more akin to a gift from Liang Jingru. The rat-headed demon, confronted with the incoming sword chi, merely scoffed and sidestepped effortlessly. However, while it evaded the fierce onslaught, the unfortunate small demons behind it were not so fortunate. The sword chi, imbued with terrifying spiritual power, swept through like the scythe of death. The first to suffer was a late-stage Foundation establishment fox-faced demon, who, before it could react, was cleaved in two by the sword chi. Nearby, 2 or 3 early-stage Foundation establishment demons met the same grim fate. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 small demons were rendered asunder beneath that formidable spirit-gathering sword chi. Tianxing gazed in astonishment as the remnants of the small demons plummeted from the sky. His eyes widened in disbelief. While the early-stage Foundation establishment demons were one thing, the fox-faced demon behind the rat-headed one was of late-stage Foundation establishment. Was the spirit-gathering sword technique truly this formidable? At this moment, the rat-headed demon was taken aback. He never anticipated that his subordinates could not withstand even a single sword chi of the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Truly useless wretches. It would be better if they were dead. With a cold snort, the rat-headed demon turned its beady eyes towards Su Nian, declaring, Human girl, you possess some skill, but dare to slay my minions? I shall not spare you. Foul creature, you dodged the attack yourself, and yet you blame me? Su Nian retorted fiercely. Moreover, I not only intend to kill your subordinates, but I shall also eliminate you. With that, she unleashed another wave of sword chi. Such arrogance. This time, the rat-headed demon did not evade. Instead, it raised a hand. A massive blood-red hand materialized before him, and with a swift motion, it lunged forward, effectively blocking Su Nian's sword chi. But that was not the end. After neutralizing the sword attack, the blood-red hand surged onward with unstoppable force towards Yiling Air. Seeing this, Tianxing instinctively prepared to intervene, but suddenly a voice resonated from the sky nearby. Who would have thought that the beasts of Yizhou would be even more audacious than those of Qingzhou? As the voice echoed, an elder appeared before the blood-red hand, shattering it with a single punch. Chapter 60, Grand Elder of Yinxiao Sect, Li Qiufeng. The sudden appearance of the elder stunned everyone present, including the demons. From the information conveyed by the elder, it seemed he was not a cultivator of Yizhou, but rather from Qingzhou. Yet, Qingzhou was millions of miles away. How did a cultivator from there suddenly arrive in Yizhou? Who are you? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The rat-headed demon, seeing its blood hand thwarted, spoke with a sharp voice tinged with anger. Qingzhou, Grand Elder of Yinxiao Sect, Li Qiufeng. The elder proclaimed his identity, emanating an aura of peak transformation realm. And I am Wei Zhongliang, the favored disciple of Grand Elder Li Qiufeng from Qingzhou. As Li Qiufeng finished speaking, a young man flew to his side, similarly exuding the aura of peak Foundation establishment. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 2 fools traveling from over 100,000 miles to seek death. This truly broadens my horizons. Remarking on Li Qiufeng's peak transformation realm, the rat-headed demon did not exhibit fear. Instead, it let out a sharp, piercing laugh. Li Qiufeng's gaze scrutinized the rat-headed demon, attempting to discern what confidence it possessed to speak so boldly. In Qingzhou, any demon below the peak of the transformation realm would flee upon encountering him. Yet, The audacity displayed by the nearby demons of Yi Zhou seemed utterly illogical. After observing for some time, without uncovering anything amiss, Li Qiufeng drew his sword, pointing it directly at the rat-headed demon. Very well. I shall see who meets their demise. With that declaration, Li Qiufeng thrust his sword towards the rat-headed demon, while his disciple Wei Zhongliang, without a hint of hesitation, soared towards the horde of lesser demons. Li Qiufeng's swordsmanship was fierce, with flashes of the blade darting like lightning, aimed directly at the vital points of the rat-headed demon. Although the rat-headed demon was somewhat inferior in realm, it skillfully evaded and blocked the strikes with its strange movements and sharp claws. For a time, both combatants exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand, while the clash of spiritual energy illuminated the arena, mesmerizing the spectators below. However, Wei Zhongliang found himself in a dire predicament. Though he had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, he was outnumbered by nearly 100 minor demons, among which were over a dozen at the same pinnacle level. As he entered the fray, he found himself at a disadvantage, constantly on the defensive. Curse it, don't slap my face. You wretched creature, let me catch my breath, and I'll finish you, he exclaimed amidst the chaos. His incessant cursing left the crowd below utterly dumbfounded. While they had initially focused on the battle between Li Qiufeng and the rat-headed demon, their attention was now captivated by Wei Zhongliang's incessant chatter. Was there truly any difference between this and a street brawl? Yi Tianxing stood in shock, never expecting to encounter such a character in this world. One who fought while hurling insults. Master, I must lend a hand. Sun Yin, unable to bear the sight any longer, drew her sword and soared into the throng of demons. Meanwhile, Yi Ling stood frozen, visibly conflicted, but after a brief moment, she gritted her teeth and retrieved her frost condensation sword, joining the battle. The situation above the altar became increasingly chaotic. Li Qiufeng and the rat-headed demon continued their evenly matched duel, while the minor demons began to suffer. Although Yi Ling and Sun Yin were formidable, one at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and the other at mid-Foundation, they would typically struggle against such a horde. Yet, armed with the sword techniques imparted by Yi Tianxing, they overwhelmed the minor demons, leaving them defenseless. The two women attracted the majority of the minor demons, finally allowing Wei Zhongliang a moment to catch his breath. Bewildered by the fierce yet beautiful fighters, he wondered why, despite their similar cultivation levels, he found himself only on the receiving end of attacks. However, the tumultuous situation left him little time for contemplation. Fair maidens, I shall come to your aid. You beasts, brace yourselves for my wrath, he shouted, battling and cursing, causing some minor demons to redirect their attention towards him. Shut your mouth. I'll teach you to chatter, he yelled, his voice ringing out amidst the turmoil. In an instant, the battlefield above the square shifted once more. The two women relentlessly pursued the minor demons, reaping lives, while Wei Zhongliang was left howling in disarray, cursing as he went. Master Yi, will you not intervene? It seems that the young man Wei Zhongliang is on the verge of collapse, inquired Nangong Shui, who had descended from the altar and approached Yi Tianxing. In her eyes, despite Wei Zhongliang's annoying prattle, he was still there to assist, and she naturally did not wish for him to come to harm. Fear not. This lad is equipped with numerous treasures. Though he may appear to be in pain, he is actually unscathed, Yi Tianxing assured. Yi Tianxing had been attentively observing the situation in the sky, fully aware that the youth named Wei Zhongliang posed no real threat. Nan Gongshui, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, Please do not take offense, Master Yi. My concern has led me to speak out of turn, despite my limited understanding of your cultivation matters. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I've been keeping a close watch. There won't be any issues. He had initially intended to prolong the confrontation with the rat-headed demon, allowing Yi Ling and Sun Yin to hone their skills. Otherwise, if he were to defeat the rat-headed demon in a single strike, the smaller demons would undoubtedly scatter, thus thwarting his plans for the two girls' training. However, to his surprise, a figure claiming to be the Grand Elder of Xianxia appeared to assist, prompting him to refrain from intervening. After all, the rat-headed demon was merely at the late stage of the god transformation realm and was certainly no match for Li Qiufeng, who had reached the pinnacle of that realm. As time passed, the rat-headed demon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. The difference in realms was significant, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Human cultivators are nothing but this. The rat-headed demon sneered as it created distance. Yet, this is sufficient to vanquish you. Li Qiufeng, unwilling to grant the rat-headed demon any opportunity, charged forward once more with his sword drawn. Observing this, The rat-headed demon crushed a blood-red jade stone that had mysteriously appeared in its grasp. In the next moment, a dense mist of blood enveloped the area, swirling with an eerie aura. As the mist began to dissipate, a towering figure, bearing a bovine head, emerged from within. Upon seeing this bull-headed demon, Li Qiufeng's expression shifted dramatically, a manifestation of a being in the early stage of the Void Return realm. A demon leader? Li Qiufeng's heart sank as he realized the rat-headed demon had concealed such a formidable trump card, capable of summoning a demon leader at a critical juncture. It is crucial to note that the chasm between the Void Return realm and the God Transformation realm is vast. Unlike the distinction between the late stage and pinnacle of the God Transformation realm, this is the manifestation of a demon leader. Everyone, flee quickly. I cannot withstand this for long. Li Qiufeng decisively shouted to the officials and guests below. Chapter 61. Encountering the manifestation of Bull 13 again. Li Qiufeng's warning elicited expressions of astonishment among the ministers and guests below. They had not anticipated that this seemingly simple bull-headed figure was a demon leader. However, what significance did the manifestation of a demon leader hold? They recalled recent events at the southern border battlefield, where Tianxing had effortlessly dispersed a demon leader's manifestation with a single punch, rendering it a matter of little concern. Let me tell you, this bull-headed figure is the demon leader that appeared at the southern border battlefield a few days ago. During the confrontation, it couldn't even touch Master Ye's garments. Indeed, I was present at the time. I believe it was called Bull 13. This is intriguing. I remember that when a cultivator's or demon's manifestation suffers severe damage, the original body not only experiences significant harm, but also incurs a loss in cultivation. Alas, poor Niu Shisan. He is destined for yet another crushing defeat. Amidst the crowd, some recognized Niu Shisan and began to whisper amongst themselves. Those courtiers and guests unfamiliar with him, upon learning of his identity, could not help but revel in his misfortune. After all, he was merely a vanquished foe of Yi Tianxing. What caused they to feel alarmed? At that moment, Sun Yinyin and Yi Linger had already retreated to the side of Yi Tianxing, summoned by the avatar of Niu Shisan. Master, it is a leader of the demon clan at the initial stage of the returning void realm. What shall we do? Sun Yanyan, devoid of any excitement about battling the demon clan, inquired with a grave expression. Yi Ling remained silent, equally solemn. It is worth noting that only the clan leader of the entire Yi continent had reached the mid-stage of returning void, and he was the sole practitioner in that realm. Now, however, an avatar of a demon clan leader had manifested, and the situation appeared dire. Fear not, for I am here. Yi Tianxing reassured the two with a comforting smile. The two girls, observing his confident demeanor, felt a slight easing of their anxiety, though a shadow of worry lingered in their hearts. After all, they were aware that Yi Tianxing stood at the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, while the demon clan leader was merely at the initial stage of returning void. Meanwhile, Niu Shisan's avatar had successfully coalesced. Did I not say it was unnecessary to summon my avatar? Niu Shisan chastised the rat-headed demon upon its formation. The rat-headed demon trembled in fear, hastily responding, "My lord, I truly cannot contend with this human. Otherwise, I would not trouble you to intervene." Upon hearing this, Niu Shisan fixed his bovine gaze upon Li Qiufeng. Pinnacle of the transformation god realm? How intriguing. I never expected the people of the Yi clan to dare appear before me. In Niu Shisan's eyes, only the Yi clan possessed practitioners of the transformation god realm, thus instinctively categorizing Li Qiufeng as one of them. Li Qiufeng, however, was oblivious to Niu Shisan's words. His mind consumed by the throng gathered at the altar square. "You must flee at once. Did you not hear me? He is the leader of the demon clan." Li Qiufeng had already alerted the crowd, yet none made an attempt to escape. Instead, they all wore expressions of glee, which exacerbated his exasperation, veins bulging on his forehead. Niu Shisan, incensed by Li Qiufeng's disregard, erupted with fury and, disinterested in conversation, launched a fist towards him. "Master, be careful." Wei Zhongliang had long since withdrawn from the aerial skirmish with the lesser demons, and, seeing Li Qiufeng still preoccupied with the crowd, hastily cautioned him. By the time Li Qiufeng registered the impending danger, Niu Shisan's fist was already hurtling towards his face. A flicker of despair crossed Li Qiufeng's eyes. He realized he was doomed. He was already outmatched by a practitioner of the initial returning void stage, and now, divided in focus, he could not hope to defend against such a strike. Yet, just then, a slender hand with long fingers grasped Li Qiufeng, pulling him away. "Vanquished foe, Did you truly believe that merely bearing the name Neo Shursan granted you any superiority? Dare you wreak havoc upon the human realm once more? Yi Tianxing released the stunned Li Qiufeng, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Upon recognizing Yi Tianxing, Neo Shursan's eyes widened in fury, as if the flames of his wrath could incinerate everything in sight. It is you. I shall end your life. Neo Shursan roared with indignation, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. Yet, before Neo Shursan could make a move, Yi Tianxing had already acted. Dragon Fist, a five-clawed golden dragon, forged from pure spiritual energy, erupted from Yi Tianxing's fist with a mighty roar. The dragon shimmered with golden brilliance, its roar echoing through the heavens as if attempting to pierce the sky. The golden dragon, imbued with a cataclysmic force, lunged ferociously towards Neo Shursan's doppelganger. Neo Shursan, taken aback, hastily attempted to defend himself. However, the speed of the five-clawed golden dragon was unparalleled. It was too late for him to react. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Neo Shursan's doppelganger disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether. Having dealt with Neo Shursan, Yi Tianxing summoned the demon-slaying sword. A cold glimmer flashed as the sword, akin to a crimson lightning bolt, first pierced through the body of the rat-headed demon, and then surged towards the swarm of lesser demons. The remaining lesser demons, witnessing this, scattered in terror, creating chaos. Yet, the demon-slaying sword moved with the precision of the Grim Reaper's scythe, weaving through the horde of demons, blood spraying in its wake. As the lesser demons fell one by one, soon, the sword had vanquished all the demons present, with the last of the lesser demons perishing. The demon-slaying sword spiraled in the air, absorbing the essence of the fallen demons until its blade shone with renewed brilliance. The previously faint dragon patterns upon the blade transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Whoosh! As the dragon patterns receded from their luminescence, the sword autonomously returned to Yi Tianxing's dantian. This, Li Qiufeng was left utterly astounded. The leader of the demons at the initial stage of the Void Return realm was obliterated so effortlessly, and the rat-headed demon, how could it have been dispatched with a single strike? Could it be that the one who saved him was at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm? Moreover, what was the nature of that sword? How could it absorb the essence of the demons? Li Qiufeng's mind was filled with astonishment and confusion, his gaze towards Yi Tianxing tinged with newfound reverence. At this moment, Su Ninian and Yi Ling'er also stood with mouths agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief. That was a being at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, while Yi Tianxing was merely at the pinnacle of the God Transformation realm. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Wei Zhongliang, observing Yi Tianxing's ethereal form, felt a tempest of emotions surging within him. He had long inquired and discovered that within the Yezhou realm, only the clan leader, Yi Xian, was at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm. Yet, the rumors spoke of Yi Xian as an old man. What was the meaning of this sudden emergence of a young individual? This was in stark contrast to the information he had gathered. Gratitude swelled within him for the guardian king who had come to their rescue. At this moment, the Empress Nangong Shui respectfully bowed to the airborne Yi Tianxing, expressing gratitude. We thank the Guardian King for your timely rescue. With Nangong Shui leading the way, the others gradually recovered from their astonishment and also offered their salutations to Yi Tianxing in the sky. Hearing these titles, Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, before descending gracefully to stand before Nangong Shui. When did I acquire this title? He inquired, bewildered. Nangong Shui replied with a gentle smile. You have saved the citizens of both nations, and not just once, but twice. I have already conferred with my ministers and appointed you as the guardian king of the Northern Kingdom. She then leaned closer, whispering in his ear, do not fret. It is merely a title. Apart from a monthly stipend of 100 taels of gold, it holds little significance. Nangong Shui had contemplated rewarding him with rare treasures. Yet knowing that Yi Tianxing was a cultivator who would likely disdain mundane riches, she settled on bestowing him with titles of honor. After all, for cultivators, reputation is of paramount importance, and the title of Guardian King aptly fulfills this criterion. It was akin to having nothing tangible, yet being able to offer emotional value. Initially, Yi Tianxing was reluctant to accept, feeling that as a peak master, the title of Guardian King seemed to diminish his stature, making him appear as a mere servant of two families. However, upon hearing of the stipend, his eyes sparkled with interest. With silver in hand, he thought, Why not serve 10 families instead of 2? Then I shall express my gratitude to your majesty, he replied, unable to conceal his delight. A monthly income of 100 taels of gold, coupled with gifts from Chen Zhuang, promised him a prosperous future for centuries to come. Thank you to this brother for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my master might have met a dire fate here, he added. Just then, Wei Zhongliang landed before Yi Tianxing, expressing his heartfelt thanks with a clasped fist. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Is brother what you call him? Li Qiufeng, snapping back to reality, playfully smacked Wei Zhongliang's head, before turning to Yi Tianxing and saying, My friend, please excuse him. My disciple has a penchant for uttering nonsense. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. No matter, it's not truly nonsense. In his view, Wei Zhongliang was merely in his early 20s, and addressing him as a brother was not entirely misplaced. However, Li Qiufeng held a different perspective. What Cultivator had not surpassed a century in age. This esteemed elder, we are grateful for your assistance to the Northern Kingdom. If you do not mind, might you join us at the banquet hosted by the Northern Frost Empire following the coronation ceremony? Nangong Shui inclined her head slightly, expressing her gratitude. Though Yi Tianxing could certainly manage without her, he appreciated the goodwill behind her words, and she was determined not to neglect such kindness. Yet, this remark served as a reminder for Li Qiufeng. Time was of the essence, and he could not linger here any longer. No, my disciple, and I have pressing matters to attend to. We thank the Empress for your generous invitation. Li Qiufeng clasped his hands together, then turned his gaze towards Yi Tianxing. My dear fellow cultivator, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. Without your intervention, both my inept apprentice and I would have faced grave peril. Should you require my aid in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at Xianxia sect. I shall not hesitate to offer my support. With these words, Li Qiufeng swiftly departed the plaza, accompanied by Wei Zhongliang, soaring towards the borders of Yi province. Yi Linger watched the retreating figures of Li Qiufeng and his apprentice, curling her lips in disdain. Xianxia sect is millions of miles away. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. If they truly wish to express gratitude, a gift would suffice. Linger, did you not hear that they mentioned urgent matters? They must be in a hurry and cannot afford to linger, Su Nian interjected, defending Li Qiufeng's actions. At that moment, Yi Tianxing's mind began to race. The direction in which Li Qiufeng and his apprentice flew was indeed towards Yi province, sparking his curiosity about their intentions. However, he quickly dismissed his musings, for the grand ceremony of the founding of the nation was imminent. Whatever they were up to had little bearing on him. Master, why must you leave without allowing me to eat first? Wei Zhongliang protested, his expression one of discontent. You have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm and are unfazed. But I'm merely a novice in the foundation establishment stage. The recent battle has drained my energy. A meal would greatly aid in my recovery. It takes a little time to eat. You are being rather cruel to your disciple. Silence. Li Qiufeng snapped. You possess an abundance of magical artifacts. Yet you cannot compare to 2 young maidens, and you still wish to partake in a feast? How can I lack dignity? It is entirely reasonable to struggle against so many minor demons. Furthermore, those 2 celestial maidens practice extraordinary techniques. It would be abnormal not to falter against them. If I fell short, it is only because you did not teach me adequately, so the blame lies with you. Wei Zhongliang continued his incessant chatter, infuriating Li Qiufeng to the point of wishing to silence him permanently. Be quiet. If you utter another word, I shall toss you from the sky. Qingzhou is currently in peril, and you are preoccupied with food? Each moment spent delaying our journey to the Yi clan increases Qingzhou's danger. Do you not comprehend this simple truth? Li Qiufeng's thunderous rebuke finally compelled Wei Zhongliang to silence. Do you understand the meaning of your silence? Li Qiufeng fumat. How'd I end up with such a useless disciple? I must have been blind when I accepted you. Seeing Wei Zhongliang's silence only fueled Li Qiufeng's ire further. Were it not for their urgent need to travel, he would have certainly taken the time to reprimand his disciple. Master, you just told me to be quiet. Wei Zhongliang replied, feigning innocence. Li Qiufeng. At this juncture, time rewound to the moment when Niu Shisanjin's avatar was obliterated within a hidden chamber in Yi province. Niu Shisanjin spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Not only that, but his cultivation had also significantly diminished. The once imminent breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Void Return realm for Niu Shisan now resembled that of someone who had just ascended to the later stage of the Void Return realm. Yi Tianxing, Yi Tianxing, Yi Tianxing. Niu Shisan roared frantically in the secret chamber. Although he uttered only the name, Yi Tianxing. Anyone present would discern the boundless malice embedded within his words. Once he regained his composure, Neo Shursan gritted his teeth and declared, "I vow not to rest until this grudge is avenged. Yi Tianxing, you shall pay a grievous price for today's events." At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the chamber. Reporting to the leader, the Lord's manor of Linya City has been captured. Now, the entire manor is filled with our demon clan. The middle-aged man conveyed the latest news. Upon hearing this favorable report, Neo Shursan's fury subsided considerably. "Well done. Ensure that the little demons there remain vigilant and do not reveal their identities. Once we secure Xianxia sect and Xingyang City near the Yi clan's celestial domain, the Yi clan will become a turtle in our pot," Neo Shursan advised. The middle-aged man nodded. "Rest assured, leader. With the dissolution pills in the Yi clan as possession, I worry about our people being exposed, so I have instructed them to avoid contact with outsiders, whether from the Yi clan or any other factions." Neo Shursan waved his hand. "That is good. You may proceed with the arrangements. I have just sustained injuries and need to recuperate." The middle-aged man acknowledged and exited the chamber. Chapter 63. The Fiery Demon. After participating in the founding ceremony of the Northern Kingdom and enjoying a sumptuous feast, Yi Tianxing took his leave, citing pressing matters. He was primarily concerned that lingering too long might lead to complications, considering that Nangong Shui was the empress, burdened with immense fortune. For Yi Tianxing himself, it mattered little, as the system would enhance his cultivation. However, the two women had cultivated their powers independently, and he feared they might inadvertently attract the consequences of fortune. This was also why he did not wish to stay for an extended period. "Brother Tianxing, could you explain how you, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, managed to defeat an early-stage void return clone?" On the return journey, Yi Linger clung to Yi Tianxing's arm, persistently shaking him. She had inquired several times along the way, yet Yi Tianxing found himself at a loss for words. In this world, it was nearly impossible for cultivators to challenge those of a higher realm. Of course, this impossibility did not imply that a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator could not defeat one at the mid-stage. Rather, it meant that a pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator could never overcome an early-stage golden core cultivator. When a foundation establishment early stage faced off against a mid-stage counterpart, the former might possess a 40% chance of victory, against a late stage 30%, and against a pinnacle only 10%. However, crossing a major realm was entirely unfeasible, as the disparity between each major realm was as stark as that between an adult and a newborn. One might as well ask how a newborn could possibly contend against an adult. Would they resort to using a squirt gun or excrement as weapons? The reason the two women could triumph over a multitude of lesser demons was that they were only one major realm apart. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques they practiced were bestowed by the system, distinguishing them from ordinary methods, making their victory over the lesser demons rather unremarkable. However, the circumstances surrounding Yi Tianxing were less easily explicable. He certainly could not divulge the existence of his system. That was his trump card, one he had no intention of sharing with anyone in this lifetime. "Linger, if Master chooses not to speak, there must be a rationale behind it. Why do you persist?" At this moment, Sun Yinyin could no longer remain silent, and spoke up for Yi Tianxing. Yi Linger pouted, "But I am merely curious. Aren't you intrigued?" Sun Yinyin shook her head. "What is there to be curious about? Everyone harbors their own secrets. Moreover, the techniques bestowed upon us by Master are formidable enough for us to challenge a group of lesser demons. This alone suggests that Master's cultivation methods are far superior. So it is no surprise that he can surpass realms." Upon reflection, Yi Linger realized this was indeed the case and ceased her relentless questioning. Yi Tianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he was at a loss for how to explain. He had not even activated the Realm Up mode this time. He merely wished to test the power of the Dragon Fist. Who would have imagined that this ancient martial art would be so formidable, capable of obliterating even an early-stage avatar of the returning Void Realm? "Master, since the route back is the same as the one we took here, there is no need to linger, is there? I have not properly cultivated in half a month." Sun Yinyin quickly shifted the topic, eager to prevent Yi Linger from broaching the subject of realm advancement again. Yi Tianxing had originally intended to explore on their return, but aside from a hot spring, Tianxing Peak offered little more than what lay beyond its borders. However, since Sun Yinyin had already spoken, he felt compelled to acquiesce. "Very well, let's fly back." With that, Yi Tianxing took the lead, soaring towards the direction of the Yi family's celestial domain, with the two women closely following behind. The following day, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Yi Tianxing flew ahead, his spiritual energy circulating gently around him, forming a transparent barrier that shielded him from the raindrops. Sun Yinyin and Yi Linger flew on their swords, closely trailing behind him. The rain tapped against their spiritual shield, creating tiny splashes. As the gentle drizzle intensified, the sound of raindrops on the shield grew increasingly dense, prompting Yi Linger to exclaim, "Tianxing Ji, wait. The rain is growing heavier, and I can hardly see anything. Let's find a place to take shelter for a while." Yi Tianxing sighed in exasperation. Being at a lower cultivation level was indeed troublesome. If he were alone, he could return to the Yi family in less than half a day. "There is a valley below. Let us descend and find refuge there," Yi Tianxing suggested. The three swiftly descended into the valley. Surrounded by verdant trees, the valley appeared even more vibrant after the rain's cleansing. Yi Tianxing spotted a cave not far away. "Kulme, let us seek shelter there," he said, leading the way toward the cave, with Sun Yinyin and Yi Linger following closely behind. Upon entering the cave, the three were momentarily stunned. Within its depths, an elderly man with disheveled hair sat cross-legged. His visage was as withered as the bark of an ancient tree, with wrinkles crisscrossing his face as if time had mercilessly kneaded him. Deep-set eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of a wolf prowling through the dark of night, exuding an ineffable air of eeriness. "My apologies for intruding upon your tranquility, esteemed elder. The rain outside is quite torrential, and I, along with my sister and disciple, seek refuge until it abates," Yi Tianxing explained, despite sensing the man was no benign figure. The old man scrutinized Yi Tianxing for a prolonged moment before slowly revealing a sinister smile. "How old are you, young one? What is your name?" "I am Yi Tianxing. Just come of age this year," he replied, feeling uneasy under the elder's gaze, yet responding truthfully as he had not been directly harmed. "Ah, quite commendable. My true name has slipped from my memory, but they refer to me as the Demon Lord Ganglai in Lingus. Such politeness. And your delicate features align well with my aesthetic preferences. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, I suggest you send your sister and disciple away, remaining here to attend to me. Should you satisfy me, I may let you all go." The Demon Lord Ganglai spoke with a smile, his tone deceptively gentle. Yi Tianxing's eyes widened in shock as he processed the implications of the elder's words, momentarily questioning his own hearing. The two women, too, were taken aback, quickly covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. "What do you think of my proposal?" the Demon Lord asked again, noticing Yi Tianxing's stunned silence. "Go to hell," Yi Tianxing retorted, confirming he had not misheard, and his anger erupted as he hurled a punch towards the elder. No man could endure such an affront, least of all Yi Tianxing, who had never even laid hands on a woman, yet found himself insulted by this disheveled old man. However, the Demon Lord remained unperturbed, extending a hand to effortlessly catch Yi Tianxing's furious strike. A jolt of astonishment surged through Yi Tianxing as he realized, upon contact, that this so-called Demon Lord Ganglai was actually at the mid-stage of the void returning realm. The elder's expression mirrored his own surprise. He had assumed Yi Tianxing was merely an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy, only to discover that this punch bore the strength of the divine transformation realm. An 18-year-old at the divine transformation realm? Had the world outside changed so drastically during his centuries-long confinement within the formation? Chapter 64. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Young Yi, I see promise in your abilities. Why not accompany me henceforth? Once I have avenged myself, I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. Regaining his composure, the Demon Lord squinted, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, rendering his gaunt face eerily sinister. This left Yi Tianxing utterly disgusted. He felt a chill surge from his feet to his forehead, as if he had ingested a fly. "You seek death. No wonder." Unable to endure any longer, Yi Tianxing activated his advance mode. With a resounding boom, the moment he unleashed this mode, his aura transformed dramatically. The Demon Lord, Ganglai, sensed the anomaly and his expression shifted, prompting him to unleash the pressure of a mid-level void return realm cultivator. However, it was too late for Ganglai. Yi Tianxing's punch was akin to a barrage of artillery, swift and precise, striking fiercely at the Demon Lord. This blow seemed to coalesce the very forces of heaven and earth. The space around it rippled, as if on the verge of shattering under the immense weight. Gonglia's eyes widened in terror as he desperately attempted to fend off this lethal strike, striving to conjure layer upon layer of spiritual energy shields. Yet, before Yi Tianxing's formidable punch, these shields crumbled like paper, obliterated in an instant. No, Ganglai let out a despairing scream, but it was swiftly drowned out by the thunderous roar that followed. Boom! Yi Tianxing's fist met Ganglai without obstruction, and the demon lord's head burst like a balloon, erupting into a rain of blood and flesh, leaving no trace behind. The cave howled with a fierce wind, a remnant of the terrifying force unleashed, causing Yiling and Su Ninian's garments to flutter violently, nearly unbalancing them. The two women were utterly stunned by the scene before them, their minds blank, as if the entire world had come to a halt. After what felt like an eternity, Yiling trembled, her lips quivering as she stammered, "Tianxing, you are too." She was so astonished that words failed her, unable to find suitable expressions to convey her shock. Su Ninian also wore an expression of disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Initially, the two women found a morbid amusement in Gonglia's taunts, speculating whether Yi Tianxing would comply. After all, the engagement between the Liu family and the Yi clan had been initiated by Yi Tianxing's own withdrawal. They had anticipated him to hesitate. Yet Yi Tianxing acted decisively, proving he had no inclinations towards the same gender. When Ganglai attempted to withstand Yi Tianxing's punch, both women were taken aback, not expecting the elderly demon to endure the strike. However, when he exuded the pressure of a mid-level void return realm cultivator, their faces paled in fear. They believed Yi Tianxing was doomed to fall into Gonglia's grasp. But who could have foreseen that Yi Tianxing would obliterate Gonglia's head with a single punch? A peak stage god transformation cultivator defeating a mid-level void return cultivator was simply absurd. "You wretched creature, you dare to disgust me. You deserve to die." Yi Tianxing produced a handkerchief, incessantly wiping the hand that had come into contact with the fierce demon. "Master, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Su Ninian, regaining her senses, found it hard to believe that Yi Tianxing was merely at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. It simply did not add up. Stammering, she inquired further. "Do not ask. The answer is merely the mid-stage of foundation establishment." He continued, "You have no idea about the elders of the Yi clan, who frequently express concerns over the demonic tribes, causing unrest at the borders, making them reluctant to leave the Yi clan's celestial domain. Consequently, those juniors with slightly higher cultivation are often manipulated like donkeys. Do you wish for your master to be treated as such?" Yi Tianxing tossed the now soiled handkerchief onto the corpse of the fierce demon, choosing not to disclose further details. In truth, he indeed was at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, a fact known to the two women. However, with the system serving as his golden finger, he was merely able to unlock an overlevel mode. "I do not wish for master to be treated as a donkey," Su Ninian, displaying remarkable understanding, ceased her inquiries upon grasping Yi Tianxing's meaning. "Let us depart. I have no desire to remain in this loathsome cave." Observing that the rain outside had lessened, Yi Tianxing felt an urgent need to leave the cave. Yet, as the three emerged, they were confronted with a throng of individuals densely populating the valley, at least tens of thousands by estimation. These people moved with haste, evidently on a journey, their atmosphere tense, with some glancing warily at their surroundings from time to time. The cave where Yi Tianxing and the two women had taken refuge was relatively concealed. The entrance was partially obscured by several large vines and surrounded by numerous boulders. From the valley, it was difficult to notice the existence of the cave without careful observation, allowing the vast troop to remain oblivious to the presence of the trio. It appeared that these individuals were not from a single faction, their furtive behavior raising questions. What could they possibly be up to? Yiling mused, curiously surveying the bustling crowd. Indeed, with such a multitude and their heightened vigilance, could they be plotting something nefarious? Su Ninian too was intrigued. "Shall we follow them to find out?" Yi Tianxing, accompanied by the two women, trailed at the rear of the crowd. He discerned that among the three leaders, two were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, while one was at the early stage of the core formation. Such a formation surely indicated a significant matter at hand, piquing his curiosity further. Initially, the trio stealthily followed, but upon realizing that their route coincided with the path back to the Yi clan, they decided to reveal themselves. After all, it was uncomfortable to follow others surreptitiously. If their paths aligned, they might as well observe openly while on the move. On the third day, one of the leaders could no longer tolerate the pursuit. Being followed by 3 unknown individuals for several days would raise suspicions for anyone. Young friends, I am Gui Chen, the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. You have been tailing us for 3 days. Is there something you wish to discuss? Gui Chen approached from the back of the crowd, wearing a seemingly amiable smile. Yet beneath that smile lay an undercurrent of scrutiny and wariness. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the initial stage of the transformation realm would not fear the trio of Tianxing. He could discern that 2 of them were merely at the foundation establishment stage, and one even lacked any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, given the current peculiar circumstances, he found it prudent to exercise caution. This esteemed elder has misunderstood. We are merely traveling companions, fortuitously on the same path, not pursuing you. Tianxing replied with a premeditated justification. Chapter 65, The Spirit Herb Pavilion. Oh, traveling together? In that case, let us proceed as one. It will be beneficial to look out for each other, Gui Chen said with a smile. He did not entirely trust Tianxing's words, but seeing that the trio's cultivation was not formidable, he decided to allow them to accompany him on the journey. In Gui Chen's eyes, the 3 had yet to clear their suspicions. It was preferable to have them close rather than lurking in the crowd, causing mischief. Should they harbor ill intentions, it would be wise to remain vigilant. Then we are grateful, esteemed elder, Tianxing accepted without hesitation. Thus, the ranks of the tens of thousands grew by 3. In the ensuing 2 days, the trio trailed behind Gui Chen and the other 2 leaders. Though they claimed to be traveling together, it felt more akin to surveillance. The more they acted this way, the more peculiar it seemed to the trio. With 2 at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and 1 at the initial stage of the transformation realm, their formation was formidable enough to roam freely across Yezhou, rendering such vigilance unnecessary, as if they were guarding against something. By the 3rd day, the trio gleaned the situation from Gui Chen's words. It turned out that this multitude was migrating en masse to evade pursuit. The Xianxia Valley was dominated by 2 major factions, or rather, it was home to only these 2 forces. One was Gui Chen, the initial stage transformation realm master of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, who had invited Tianxing and his companions to travel together. The other was the Chu family, led by the peak nascent soul cultivator Chu Jingyan, who was also one of the leaders. The final leader, Lu Jingxuan, also at the peak nascent soul stage, was a rogue cultivator with amicable ties to both factions. And upon learning of their need to escape, he chose to accompany them from Xianxia Valley. Uncle Lu, are your pursuers truly that formidable? 2 peak nascent soul cultivators and 1 initial transformation realm cultivator cannot withstand them? During a rest in a forest, Yilinger could no longer contain her curiosity and pose her question. After several days of interaction, everyone present had lowered their guard against Tianxing and his companions, and Yilinger's vivacious personality had fostered camaraderie with the 3 leaders. Lu Jingxuan smiled slightly. Even 10 more would not suffice to stop them. What? Who exactly are they? Why are they so powerful? Yilinger inquired in astonishment. That would be a question for your Uncle Gu. After all, he is the one who has caused everyone to relocate, Lu Jingxuan said with a mischievous grin directed at Gui Chen. Do not speak recklessly. This has nothing to do with me. You are merely spreading rumors. Gui Chen shot Lu Jingxuan a glare before proceeding to clarify. 3 centuries ago, a malevolent force emerged in Lingyue Prefecture, committing unspeakable atrocities in its insatiable quest for cultivation resources. Upon learning of this, the revered ancestor of Lingqiao Pavilion devoted the full strength of the sect to vanquish the fiend. However, the demon's formidable power proved insurmountable, rendering the ancestor unable to defeat him. In a desperate bid, the ancestor sacrificed his life to summon a sealing array, imprisoning the demon within Lingqiao Pavilion. Before his demise, he entrusted the array stone to the then sect leader, warning that should the stone shatter, it would signal the imminent release of the demon, urging them to devise a means to eliminate him. Yet, following that battle, Lingqiao Pavilion was gravely weakened. Rather than vanquishing the demon, mere self-preservation became a daunting challenge. With no alternatives, the sect leader relocated Lingqiao Pavilion to Yezhou. Gui Chen did not withhold any information, revealing all he knew. However, a perplexing question arose. If the demon was sealed, why had self-preservation become such a concern? Tianxing, who had been listening intently, discerned the issue in Gui Chen's words. With a sigh of resignation, Gui Chen explained, in its prime, Lingqiao Pavilion secured its position as the leading force in Lingyue Prefecture. largely due to the presence of our ancestor, a formidable early-stage void return cultivator. However, upon the ancestor's fall, the factions beneath him, in their ambition to claim the title of supreme power, began to harbor ill intentions. At that time, Lingqiao Pavilion was already severely weakened, and to safeguard the sect, the leader chose to relocate to Yezhou. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinyan's eyes filled with tears. The ancestor of Lingqiao Pavilion had saved Lingyue Prefecture, yet instead of gratitude, the factions turned against them during their time of vulnerability, a truly despicable act. Yi Ling, indignant, exclaimed, "These people are utterly wicked. The ancestor sacrificed himself for their sake. How could they act in such a manner?" Gu Yichen shook his head in dismay, saying, "The human heart is a complex thing. When faced with personal interests, many forget their moral obligations. Fortunately, since our arrival in Yezhou, we have found stability in Kikayegu for many years." Yi Tianxing, still sensing something amiss, inquired, "If Lingqiao Pavilion has relocated to Yezhou, then even if the demon were to break free, he should be unable to locate you, correct? Furthermore, why did the Chu family also migrate alongside Lingqiao Pavilion, given that it is your sex affair?" At this, the head of the Chu family, Chu Jingyun, interjected, "Young one, as an ordinary mortal, you may not grasp that cultivators can track targets through their aura. Should the demon detect the aura of Lingqiao Pavilion's disciples, locating the sect would merely be a matter of time. Moreover, since my family practices the techniques of Lingqiao Pavilion, we are effectively considered part of it. Even if the Chu family were to disavow this connection, the demon would not spare us. Will we simply wait for death?" Yi Tianxing then realized his oversight. As they were all disciples of the same master, their auras were indeed akin. If the demon sought revenge, it would be peculiar for him not to pursue Lingqiao Pavilion. The ancestor of Lingqiao Pavilion was a figure of early-stage void return. If even such a powerful being could only seal the demon, it was evident that the fiend would be a formidable adversary indeed. Sun Yin furrowed her brows and articulated her thoughts. Yi Ling, however, cast a disdainful glance at her. What is there to be troubled about? With brother Tianxing around, it's merely a matter of a single punch. At that moment, Sun Yin recalled that 3 days prior, Yi Tianxing had vanquished a mid-stage void return realm adversary in a cave. Indeed, there was nothing formidable to contend with. Nodding in agreement with Yi Ling-er's sentiment, she felt reassured. Yet, the 3 team leaders, upon hearing Yi Ling-er's words, could not help but smile faintly, dismissing the young girl's remarks as mere folly. After all, how could an ordinary person confront a fledgling demon of the void return realm, let alone a demon? Even an average cultivator would struggle, wouldn't they? Then, are you suggesting that your migration is aimed towards the Yi clan? But what give you the confidence that the Yi clan would take you in? Yi Tianxing, having grasped the context, had already surmised that these individuals sought refuge with the Yi clan. Or rather, it was a conclusion one could reach merely by thinking it through, as the Yi clan alone among the entire Yi continent had a clan leader of the void return realm. Chu Jingyun smiled faintly. "We recently learned that the Yi clan is acquiring large quantities of materials for refining dissolution pills. Thus, both I and Head Gu have gathered 1,000,000 portions of materials for this purpose, believing the Yi clan would assist us." He continued, "Of course, even if the Yi clan declines, we shall still offer the alchemical materials. The turmoil caused by the demon race in Yi continent is of greater significance than the safety of our 2 families." Just as Chu Jingyan finished explaining, Gu Yichun, the head of the Spirit Her Pavilion, interjected urgently, "We have rested long enough. Let us hasten our departure. If the demon catches up to us, we will be unable to deliver the materials to the Yi clan." Yi Tianxing found Chu Jingyun and Gu Yichun to be commendable. Their desire for the Yi clan's protection, coupled with their willingness to contribute 1,000,000 portions of materials to aid the clan against the demon race's chaos, was a rare and noble sentiment. Moreover, the Spirit Her Pavilion had fallen from the pinnacle of the first power in Lingyu continent. Yet they continued to uphold righteousness in the face of the demon's pursuit, which was truly admirable. As the group prepared to continue their journey, the system's voice resonated in Yi Tianxing's mind. Chapter 66. Can your brother fly? Is he a cultivator? Ding. The Spirit Her Pavilion's noble intentions have been detected. Please assist them in eradicating the demon. Upon completion of the task, a reward will be granted. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the task. Reward. 1 Spirit Gathering Array card. Ding. The Spirit Gathering Array card has been issued. Please check the system warehouse for details. Spirit Gathering Array card. This card allows for the concentration of spiritual energy in a designated area to be amplified 100-fold, lasting for 100 years, thus enhancing cultivation speed. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tianxing was utterly bewildered. How had he completed a task without any effort? This defied logic. Moreover, it contradicted his understanding of the system. Previously, tasks were issued by the system, and only upon their completion did rewards follow. What was the situation now? Tianxing. They have already departed. Shouldn't we follow them? As Yi Linger observed that Gu Yichen and the others continued their journey, while Yi Tianxing remained rooted in place, she inquired, "Master, shall we not follow? In the event that the fiend appears, your assistance would be invaluable." At that moment, Su Ninian, filled with urgency, echoed her sentiment. She had initially assumed that Yi Tianxing, upon grasping the intentions of these individuals, would prefer not to accompany them, hence her anxiety. The Lingqiao Pavilion had made significant contributions to both Lingyue Prefecture and Yi Province, and Su Ninian was determined not to let such a sect fall into decline. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent for Yi Tianxing to stay close. Otherwise, should the fiend locate them, it would spell doom for the thousands present. The mention of the fiend suddenly sparked a realization in Yi Tianxing, prompting him to stride towards the main group. The two women, witnessing this, were instantly filled with joy and hurried to follow. They had feared that Yi Tianxing had decided to abandon these individuals, but it appeared he was indeed inclined to offer his aid. "Excuse me, Gu Pavilion Master, what is the name of the fiend you mentioned?" Yi Tianjing interjected Gu Yishan, his expression earnest. "I am not entirely sure of the name, but I recall the previous Pavilion Master referring to him as the Fiend Ganglai in Lingyue Prefecture." "Why do you ask?" Gu Yichen responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. Upon hearing this name, Yi Tianxing was both amused and exasperated. This revelation validated his earlier suspicions. He had been puzzled as to why he had completed a task without any exertion. It turned out that he had already vanquished the fiend before even receiving the assignment. Yet, what sort of system would issue tasks in such a manner? Such narrative twists were rarely depicted in novels. As the system dispensed rewards, Yi Tianxing pondered why he had completed the task without any effort. Suddenly, the keywords Lingyue Prefecture and Fiend coalesced in his mind, leading him to connect the dots to the Fiend Ganglai, whom he recalled was associated with Lingyue Prefecture. Coupled with the system's confirmation of task completion, Yi Tianxing surmised that the Fiend Ganglai was indeed the very fiend Gu Yichen spoke of. After all, in recent times, aside from the demonic races, he had only dispatched one cultivator above the void return stage. "System, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Is this how you conduct your tasks?" If the screenwriters back on Blue Star were to witness this, they would have a new theme to explore, Yi Tianxing mused internally. In his previous life, he had never encountered such an outrageous system in either novels or short dramas. However, the system paid him no heed, vanishing post-reward distribution. The two women, upon hearing the name Fiend Ganglai, widened their eyes in astonishment. "That perverse individual is the Fiend Ganglai?" Yi Lingya exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The coincidence was staggering. Su Ninian, equally incredulous, could scarcely believe that the aberration they had encountered 3 days prior was the very fiend Gu Yichen had mentioned. "What is the matter with you three?" Gu Yichen inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Yi Linger chuckled, "Uncle Gu, there is no need for you to relocate. 3 days ago, that demon was vanquished by my brother with a single punch." However, Gu Yichen was not inclined to believe the words of a mere girl and replied, "Little girl, do you have any idea of the demon's cultivation level? Even our ancestor could not defeat him back in the day, and now his powers must have ascended even further. How could your brother, an ordinary person, possibly achieve such a feat?" Lu Jingchuan could not help but chuckle, saying, "Little girl, your jest is rather grand. We should hasten our journey. Encountering that demon would be quite troublesome." It was evident that they were wholly skeptical of Yi Linger's claims. Observing this, Yi Tianxing chose not to offer any explanations, instead addressing the two girls. "You two stay with them for now. I shall return shortly." With that, Yi Tianxing transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. This action left everyone present, save for the two girls, utterly astounded. "Your brother can fly? Is he a cultivator?" Gu Yichen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Jingchuan and Chu Jingyun wore expressions of shock as well. After spending 3 days in Yi Tianxing's company, they had failed to detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. What was happening now? "Who said my master is not a cultivator?" "The demon you speak of was slain by my master," Su Ninian proclaimed proudly, her chest puffed out. "Do not jest about such matters. That demon was at the early stage of the Void Return realm 300 years ago, and he has likely advanced to the mid or late stages by now. Even if your brother is a cultivator, he would still be no match for him. Gui Chen remained unconvinced by Sun Yinyan's words and continued to lead the group forward. Although the revelation of Yi Tianxing being a cultivator surprised him, it did not imply that he could defeat a demon of the Void Return realm. This infuriated the two girls. Yet they guessed that Yi Tianxing must be seeking the corpse of the demon and ceased their arguments, following closely behind Gui Chen and his companions. Without the two girls in tow, Yi Tianxing moved with remarkable speed, and before the others could exit the forest, he had already returned. Look, this is the demon you referred to? Ganglai. Yi Tianxing tossed the corpse before Gui Chen and the others, crossing his arms defiantly. Child, do not recklessly present a corpse and claim it to be Ganglai. Do not delay our journey, Lu Jingchuan remarked, now somewhat impatient. As a peak nascent soul cultivator having to entertain these youngsters, this is indeed Ganglai, and, as the peak master of Tianxing Peak, would I have any need to jest with you? Yi Tianxing retorted with irritation. What? You are the peak master of Tianxing? The trio, upon hearing that the corpse belonged to Ganglai, were not particularly fazed, but upon learning that he was the peak master of Tianxing Peak, they stood frozen, their expressions as though they had been chiseled from stone. Chapter 67. Is he truly dead? Gui Chen and his companions held no doubts regarding Yi Tianxing's words. Recently, he had gained considerable fame in Yezhou, and being a member of the Yi clan, who would dare impersonate him? Moreover, although they had not inquired about Yi Tianxing's name, Yi Linger consistently referred to him as Brother Tianxing. Based on the information presented, it is clear that the young man before them is none other than Yi Tianxing, the esteemed leader of Tianxing Peak. They had not anticipated that the rumored master of Tianxing Peak would appear in this very place. So, do you believe it now? My brother has no time to deceive you old men, Yi Linger remarked with a proud expression. Gui Chen's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to Yi Tianxing. Master Yi, I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for such formalities. Now that the demon has been dealt with, you may return. Upon hearing this, Gui Chen appeared troubled. The demon Ganglai had reached the early stage of the Void Return realm over 300 years ago. Even if Yi Tianxing had slain a formidable beast mere months prior, it was inconceivable that he could contend with Ganglai. Yet, he dared not voice his objections. After all, even if Yi Tianxing were not of the Yi clan, he was undeniably capable of vanquishing mid-stage god transformation realm beasts, a feat Gui Chen could not provoke. Master Yi, this is no time for jest. If the demon Ganglai pursues us, we will be doomed, said the solitary cultivator Li Jingchuan, furrowing his brow. Unlike Gui Chen, he was not concerned with decorum, as the lives of two friends and thousands of others were at stake. Am I jesting? You keep speaking of demons, yet the corpse of the demon lies right here. Does no one recognize it? Ye Tianxing exclaimed in frustration. Had it not been for the need to prove Ganglai's demise, he would not have wished to approach the grotesque corpse at all, yet no one among the throng seemed to recognize it. Allow me to take a look. I participated in that battle long ago. At that moment, an elderly man, nearly unable to stand upright, approached slowly. Indeed, how could I forget you? Elder Chun, please. See if this person is the demon Ganglai, Gui Chen said, slapping his forehead before hastily assisting the elder. Yi Tianxing could not help but gaze at the elder, noting that he was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It was a rarity to see someone of such advanced years at this stage, whether in the novels of his past life in Blue Star or in this reality, which piqued his curiosity. The elder soon reached the corpse of Ganglai. The lack of a head is inconsequential. I recall the demon Ganglai bore a black lotus mark on his arm. I cannot recall if it was the left or right arm. Please, roll up the sleeves and have a look. The elder, known as Chun, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyan promptly rolled up the sleeves on either side of the corpse. To their astonishment, a vividly detailed black lotus mark was etched upon the left arm, its patterns clear and its hue dark and mysterious. Upon confirming the presence of the black lotus mark on the corpse, Gui Chen and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. The demon Ganglai is truly dead? Gui Chen gazed incredulously at the lifeless body. At this moment, both Chu Jingyun and Li Jingchuan also found it hard to believe. Upon hearing that the demon pursuing them had met his demise, the members of the Chu family and Ling Chao Pavilion found it difficult to believe their ears. The formidable demon, Ganglai, had once been at the early stage of the Void Return realm, Now, after 3 centuries, even if he had not advanced to the late stage, he must have surely reached the mid-stage. Yet, he had been slain by Tianxing in such a manner that they struggled to accept the reality. It was known that the only one in the entire Yi continent at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm was the patriarch, Xian. If it were indeed Tianxing who had dispatched Gang Lai, what level of cultivation did Tianxing possess? Gu Yichen swallowed hard. Master Yi, how did this demon meet his end? Before Tianxing could respond, Linger shot a glance at Gu Yichen and said, Uncle Gu, didn't I just mention that my brother crushed his skull with a single punch? How could you forget so easily? Oh, right, his head is gone, Gu Yichen replied. Still dazed, his thoughts in disarray, standing before the headless corpse as he pondered on its demise. However, this realization enabled him to accept the truth, and he could not help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. Had they known that the demon Gang Lai was already dead, they would not have bothered with the relocation. Master Yi, we were blind to the truth and doubted your words. I sincerely apologize, Gu Yichen said, bowing deeply to Tianxing. Please rise, Master Gu. I have yet to set up the spirit tablet, so there is no need for such formalities, Tianxing said, stepping forward to assist Gu Yichen to his feet. He had felt quite angry earlier, as he had declared that he had already killed the demon, yet they remained skeptical. But now, with the corpse confirming Gang Lai's identity, Tianxing's ire had dissipated considerably. Chu Jingyun, smiling, attempted to lighten the mood. Old Gu, the demon is dead. We can return to Xianxia now. However, is there something we have forgotten? Yes. Gu Yichen, now assisted by Tianxing, quickly produced a storage ring. Master Yi, this contains materials for 300,000 refining dissolution pills. Please accept this humble offering. With that, Gu Yichen handed the storage ring to Tianxing. I shall not be modest then, Tianxing replied with a slight smile, accepting the ring. Given the demon clan's infiltration into Yi continent, any amount of dissolution pills would be invaluable, and he saw no reason to feign politeness. Master Yi, you have saved both Lingqiao Pavilion and the Chu family. In the future, should you require assistance, just send word, and we will not hesitate to come to your aid, Gu Yichen said, bowing deeply once more to Tianxing. There's no need for such formalities. Consider these materials as a token of gratitude. Since the demon is dead, you may return with your people, Tianxing said, once again helping Gu Yichen to his feet. Gu Yichen clasped his hands together. Master Yi, travel safely, and until we meet again. Chu Jingyun and Li Jingchuan also offered their respectful gestures. Tianxing nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then took to the skies with Linger and Sun Yinyan, heading towards the direction of the Yi family's celestial domain. Gu Yichen and the others stood in place, watching as they gradually faded from view. As the figures of the three gradually faded and disappeared into the ether, Gu Yichen withdrew his gaze, exclaiming, The young master, Yi possesses remarkable strength at such a tender age. It is indeed a blessing for Yi Zhou. Chu Jingyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Master Yi present, the demonic tribes within Yi Zhou have certainly met their match. Li Jingchuan chuckled. We must not lag behind. Let us hasten back to Xianxia to gather more materials for the dissolution elixir, contributing to Yi Zhou. The three exchanged knowing smiles before retracing their steps alongside the members of Lingqiao Pavilion and the Chu family. Chapter 68. What? He's only 18? Due to Linger and Sun Yinyan's relatively low cultivation levels, their flight was not swift, and it was not until the following day that they returned to Tianxing Peak. Master, what is the meaning of this? After half a month away, why has the spiritual energy in the courtyard become so dense? Upon entering the courtyard, Sun Yinyan was startled by the overwhelming spiritual energy, causing her to stammer. Linger also sensed the anomaly and exclaimed in surprise, Tianxing, what have you done? Why is the spiritual energy here so much richer than outside? Tianxing smiled faintly. It's nothing extraordinary. I merely set up a grand gathering formation. The concentration of spiritual energy here is now 100-fold that of the outside. Just before arriving at Tianxing Peak, he had utilized the gathering formation card provided by the system in the courtyard of Tianxing Peak. However, he had not anticipated its effects to manifest so swiftly. Upon realizing it was the gathering formation, Linger and Sun Yinyan suddenly shrieked. Ah! The sound startled Tianxing, making him wonder if they had just returned from a nature call. Have you two lost your minds? He asked, clutching his chest and casting a disapproving glance at the two girls. Tianxing, you are truly incredible. To have acquired the gathering formation is remarkable. If only we could obtain a spiritual vein, wouldn't our cultivation speed soar? Linger exclaimed excitedly, flailing her arms in joy. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes. As delightful as that sounds, you two have spent the past half-month indulging in leisure rather than cultivation. Now, go and resume your training. Upon hearing this, the two girls nodded and returned to their respective rooms. They had indeed been engrossed in revelry rather than rigorous training. With the spiritual energy in the courtyard now 100 times that of the outside world, they were eager to test just how much their cultivation speed could improve. Once the two girls had retreated to their chambers, Yi Tianxing settled at the stone table in the courtyard and opened the alchemy interface. He then proceeded to input the 3 million materials for the dissolution elixir, which Gu Yichen had entrusted to him, into the alchemy interface all at once. Instantly, the alchemy interface blazed with light as various materials spun and fused rapidly, emitting an enchanting glow. As the light flickered, the quantity of dissolution elixirs in the system warehouse began to surge uncontrollably. Although Yi Tianxing usually relied on this miraculous alchemy interface to achieve near-instantaneous results, the sheer volume of materials this time was overwhelming. It took a full quarter of an hour to complete the refining of 3 million dissolution elixirs. Concurrently, his alchemical skills advanced to the 5th tier. What is happening? Previously, refining 1,000 pills elevated me to the 2nd rank. Yet this time, after refining 3 million, I have only ascended to the 5th rank. Yi Tianxing gazed at his proficiency, now at 15 million, feeling profoundly dissatisfied. He had anticipated that 3 million dissolving pills would elevate his alchemical skills to the 9th rank. Yet upon witnessing this proficiency, he realized that even reaching the 6th rank would be a Herculean task. The current interface indicated that no proficiency could be gained from 1st and 2nd rank pills any longer. The materials for 3rd rank and above were, in comparison to the 1st and 2nd ranks, entirely a different realm. Even if the Yi clan were to be entirely depleted, achieving a proficiency of 1 million seemed a distant dream. With a resigned sigh, Yi Tianxing pondered his predicament. However, he quickly recognized the oddity in his newfound motivation. When had he become so driven? Hadn't his motto always been to languish and await death? Regardless, the well-being of the Yi clan was paramount to his continued existence. He resolved to address the matters of the demon clan first. Shaking his head to dispel his errant thoughts, he soared towards the Golden Leaf Hall. The disciples within the clan quickly noticed Yi Tianxing soaring above the heavens of the Yi domain and hurriedly informed the elders of each lineage. Upon learning of Yi Tianxing's return and his journey to the Golden Leaf Hall, the elders set aside their respective tasks and hastened towards the hall. What is the matter with our elders? Every time the clan leader visits the Golden Leaf Hall, they rush after him in a frenzy. Could there be secrets we are unaware of? You know nothing. It is said the clan leader is the future patriarch, so naturally, the elders would be concerned. You're equally ignorant. I have heard that the clan leader possesses a broth brewed from spiritual veins, which enhances the elders' cultivation each time they partake. They must be seeking to curry favor with him. You are all mistaken. The dissolving pill, you know, that was refined by the clan leader, and the elders are undoubtedly imploring him to refine more, as the previous 1,000 were insufficient. Within the Yi domain, as the number of clansmen was vast, the information they received varied, leading each to believe their version was accurate. When Yi Tianxing arrived at the Golden Leaf Hall, he found Yi Xian and several clan leaders already present, along with an elderly man and a young one. The elder was seated in the guest position, while the youth stood beside him. Yi Tianxing immediately recognized them as Li Qiufeng and Wei Zhongliang, the master and disciple he had encountered in the Northern Kingdom. Yi Tianxing remembered that Li Qiufeng was the grand elder of the Qingzhou Yinshao sect. What brings you here? What are you doing here? Yi Tianxing and Wei Zhongliang exclaimed in unison, astonished. Slap! Just as Wei Zhongliang finished speaking, Li Qiufeng gave him a sharp rap on the head, causing him to wince in pain and clutch his head. What a lack of decorum. How can you address a fellow cultivator so? Li Qiufeng shot a glare at Wei Zhongliang before turning to Yi Tianxing with a beaming smile. To my surprise, fellow cultivator, you also belong to the Yi clan. What a remarkable coincidence. Previously, due to time constraints, I hadn't the opportunity to adequately express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Li Qiufeng remarked with a respectful gesture. Senior, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort, Yi Tianxing replied, reciprocating the gesture towards Li Qiufeng. Yi Xian and the other elders of the Yi clan were taken aback to discover that Yi Tianxing was acquainted with Li Qiufeng, particularly at the mention of the latter's life-saving gratitude. After all, Li Qiufeng was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. How could Yi Tianxing possibly possess the strength to save him? In the eyes of Yi Xian and the other elders, while Yi Tianxing was indeed extraordinarily gifted. It seemed implausible that he could achieve the void return stage at the tender age of 18. Thus, no one entertained that notion. Most speculated that Yi Tianxing's cultivation level was around the late transformation stage. May I inquire, elderly, is there some misunderstanding between you? How could Tianxing possibly be your savior? Moreover, he has only just reached adulthood. Referring to him as fellow cultivator appears somewhat inappropriate. Yi Xian interjected. The term fellow cultivator is primarily employed among practitioners, typically used by peers or those of similar age when addressing one another. Therefore, upon hearing Li Qiufeng address Yi Tianxing in such a manner, Yi Xian found it rather peculiar. What? He is merely 18 years old? Li Qiufeng's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Yi Xian's words. Having witnessed Yi Tianxing obliterate a demon leader's avatar, he had assumed that Yi Tianxing's age was considerably greater. After all, cultivators have various means to alter their appearances. However, he never fathomed that Yi Tianxing was only 18. Chapter 69. The purpose of coming to the Yi clan master. Look, a few days ago, I referred to him as my brother. I was not mistaken, was I? He is only 18, so what is wrong with me calling him brother? In the midst of Li Qiufeng's astonishment, his disciple, Wei Zhongliang, spoke up with a look of grievance. Hearing Wei Zhongliang's words, Yi Tianxing nearly burst into laughter. He had never encountered such a peculiar individual. The matter had occurred several days prior, and yet he was still bringing it up, utterly fearless of repercussions. Just as Yi Tianxing contemplated this, the suddenly aware Li Qiufeng stood and delivered a sharp knock to Wei Zhongliang's head. For heaven's sake, is this the time for such discussions? Look at him, and then look at you. Li Qiufeng skulda. To possess such terrifying cultivation at the age of 18 is a talent that transcends mere genius. Li Qiufeng, having lived a long life, had encountered numerous talented cultivators, yet none had ever compared to Yi Tianxing. Upon glancing at his own disciple, whom he deemed useless and overly talkative, Li Qiufeng felt increasingly vexed. The comparison was indeed akin to heaven and earth. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to resist casting another glare at the head-clutching Wei Zhongliang. Elderly, there is no need to be incensed. Tianxing's cultivation talent indeed surpasses ordinary understanding. Even we were astonished upon discovering it. One cannot compare him to your disciple, or even to ourselves. Yi Xian quickly smiled and attempted to smooth things over, his words imbued with pride. Such a young cultivator at the divine transformation stage would surely evoke admiration from any clan leader or sect master. Li Qiufeng, well aware of this truth, did not take offense when Yi Xian claimed he could not compare to Yi Tianxing. Instead, he marveled at 18. Being capable of obliterating the avatar of a lowly demon lord with a single punch is truly remarkable. I, at that age, was still toiling to break through to the Golden Core stage. The emergence of such a prodigy in the Yi clan is indeed enviable. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and the elders, who were initially basking in their pride, all stood up in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Yi Xian widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Li Qiufeng. Elderly, are you saying that Tianxing shattered the demon lord's avatar with a single punch? How is that even possible? Previously, he had speculated that Yi Tianxing's cultivation was likely at the early divine transformation stage. But after hearing rumors of Yi Tianxing slaying a formidable demon with a single sword strike, he and the other elders had conjectured that his power must be at the later stages of divine transformation. Yet, now Li Qiufeng claimed that Yi Tianxing had destroyed the demon lord's avatar with a mere punch, implying that his cultivation was at least at the mid-return to void stage. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. A young man at 18 reaching the late divine transformation stage is already astonishing. If he were truly at the return to void stage, what would that mean for their centuries of diligent cultivation? Observing the elders in their state of disbelief, Li Qiufeng inquired, "What is the matter, everyone? Are you not aware of the deeds of young friend Yi at the borders of the Northern Kingdom?" He assumed they were already informed of Yi Tianxing's exploits, as the emergence of a demon lord's avatar near Yi province was a significant event that Yi Tianxing would undoubtedly report. Little did he know that Yi Tianxing had just returned to the Yi clan's celestial domain and had never mentioned this matter. Furthermore, even had he not just returned, he would have deemed it unnecessary to report, as the Northern Kingdom did not pertain to matters within Yi province. Elderly, what exactly transpired in the Northern Kingdom? Yi Xian, regaining his composure, asked breathlessly. The other elders leaned in, eager not to miss a single word, seeing their genuine surprise. Li Qiufeng recounted the events that unfolded at the borders of the northern kingdom. After listening, Yi Xian and the elders collectively gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Yi Tianxing had accomplished such earth-shattering feats without their knowledge. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Yi Xian finally asked, "Tianxing, what is your current level of cultivation?" "Early foundation establishment," Yi Tianxing replied without a moment's hesitation. It was a jest. There was no way he would disclose his true strength. He had mentioned several times before that the Yi clan assigned tasks based on one's cultivation level. He had no desire to expose his abilities and be tasked with perilous responsibilities. Although Yi Tianxing currently finds himself in a predicament akin to exposure, he resolutely refuses to admit it, even unto death. How absurd! How utterly ridiculous! Does he truly believe we are fools? You claim to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment, yet possess the ability to obliterate a clone at the early stage of the Void Realm? Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, Yi Lingchuan's fury ignited, his beard bristling as he glared, his finger trembling with barely suppressed rage. The other elders wore expressions of disbelief. They had encountered stubbornness before, but never to this extent. The evidence was right before them, yet Yi Tianxing remained obstinately in denial. It was merely an inquiry about his cultivation level. Was such defensiveness truly necessary? Ultimately, since Tianxing chose to remain silent, Yi Xian decided to let it be. Regardless of his cultivation level, he was still a member of the Yi clan. Li Qiufeng, observing the elder's demeanor towards Yi Tianxing, couldn't help but draw parallels to his own attitude towards Wei Zhongliang. One was glib, the other resolute. Perhaps they would indeed find common ground. In his heart, Li Qiufeng mused, "Tianxing, elderly has come here for the sake of Qingzhou, and the matter is as follows." Yi Xian, not dwelling further on Yi Tianxing's cultivation level, began to elucidate the purpose of Li Qiufeng's visit to the Yi clan. Li Qiufeng was the grand elder of the Yunxiao sect in Qingzhou, an institution whose standing was comparable to that of the Yi clan in Yezhou. His visit was to seek assistance from the Yi clan. In recent years, numerous demon tribes had manifested in human form within Qingzhou, yet despite extensive efforts, the Yunxiao sect had been unable to ascertain how these demons infiltrated the region. The situation in Qingzhou had grown increasingly precarious, with these demons lurking in the shadows and periodically launching attacks on various sects and towns, instilling widespread fear. The sectmaster, Xianxia, in desperation, recalled the Yi clan, which similarly guarded the borders of Yezhou, and thus dispatched Grand Elder Li Qiufeng to seek their counsel, hoping for a viable strategy. Upon learning of this, Yi Xian promptly informed Li Qiufeng about the dispersing elixir, which could discern the characteristics of the demon race. However, at that time, Yi Tianxing was not present at Tianxing Peak. So Yi Xian suggested that Li Qiufeng wait a few more days until Yi Tianxing returned to discuss the matter further. Understanding the circumstances, Yi Tianxing recognized Yi Xian's intention. He wished for Tianxing to provide the recipe for the dispersing elixir to assist Qingzhou in overcoming its tribulations. However, within his alchemical interface, there existed only the effects of the elixir and descriptions of the materials required for its crafting, nothing more. Moreover, the moment he placed the necessary ingredients into the interface, the elixir would concoct itself automatically, requiring no control over the flames. Thus, presenting a recipe was not a matter of reluctance, but rather an impossibility. Seniorly, believe it or not, I can indeed concoct the dispersing elixir, but I do not possess the recipe. It is not that I am unwilling to provide it. Yi Tianxing stated with a look of helplessness. He could not reveal the secret of his alchemical interface, leaving him no choice but to articulate it thus. Whether Li Qiufeng chose to believe him was entirely up to him. Chapter 70. Li Qiufeng was taken aback. "Young friend, I did not expect you to yield the recipe. I only ask that you produce more dispersing elixirs to help Qingzhou weather this storm," he said with a slight bow. In recent days, he pondered extensively in the realm of the Yi clan, inevitably considering that others would not readily relinquish their alchemical formulas. After all, for an alchemist, such formulas hold immense significance. Thus, Li Qiufeng had already anticipated this eventuality and devised a strategy. Should he seek a compromise, persuading Yi Tianxing to concoct additional dissolution pills for him to take back to Qingzhou, he could hardly believe that Yi Tianxing would refuse. As for the absence of a formula, who would be gullible enough to believe that? How could one possibly concoct pills without a formula? It is akin to cultivation. Without a technique, what could one possibly cultivate? Air? Upon noticing that Li Qiufeng showed no intention of requesting the formula, Yi Tianxing let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, merely explaining would consume considerable time and effort. just as Yi Tianxing was about to inquire how many dissolution pills Li Qiufeng desired. Elder Yi Qingzhu of the Dan Hall interjected. Tianxing, over the past half-month, I have gathered materials for the refinement of 800,000 dissolution pills. You shall first produce them all and deliver them to Elder Li. With that, Yi Qingzhu approached Yi Tianxing and handed him a storage ring. And what about Yi Prefecture? Yi Tianxing accepted the ring, his face etched with confusion. Although he possessed 3 million freshly concocted dissolution pills, this fact remained unknown to anyone. Thus, he was perplexed. If 800,000 pills were to be surrendered to Li Qiufeng, how would the demon race within Yi Prefecture be addressed? Ye Vingzu Simidet Genti. This is the resolution reached by the clan leader and the elders. Presently, Qingzhou is far more chaotic than our Yi Prefecture, with a far more severe infiltration by the demon race. Should Qingzhou fall, it would spell catastrophe for the Tianyuan continent. Therefore, we must stabilize the situation in Qingzhou first. Moreover, several strongholds of the Yi clan within Yi Prefecture are also gathering materials, and it won't be long before we have more. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing finally comprehended the matter and nodded. Very well, I shall begin refining at once. With that, he activated the alchemical interface and commenced the production of dissolution pills. To an outsider, it appeared as though Yi Tianxing stood idly in place. Witnessing this, Li Qiufeng was deeply moved and promptly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. The Yi clan's magnanimity is greatly appreciated by all of us at Yanxiao sect. As he spoke, Li Qiufeng unhesitatingly retrieved a magnificent artifact from a storage ring. This artifact, uniquely shaped like a feather fan, was crafted from unknown spiritual materials, emanating a warm glow. The fan surface was adorned with peculiar runes, which shimmered with ethereal light as they flowed. This is the only 6th grade life-bound artifact of our Yanxiao sect, the Spirit Feather Fan. While it may not be the pinnacle of artifacts, it possesses considerable power. Today, on behalf of Yanxiao sect, I present this artifact to the Yi clan as a token of our gratitude, and I hope the Yi clan will not find it lacking. Li Qiufeng held the Spirit Feather Fan with both hands, his expression earnest. The elders within the grand hall gazed in astonishment at the 6th grade life-bound artifact, their eyes wide with disbelief. While a typical 6th grade artifact, though precious, might not elicit such a reaction, the fact that the Spirit Feather Fan was a life-bound artifact rendered it entirely different. The innate magical treasures possess a form of intelligence, setting them apart dramatically from ordinary artifacts. While conventional treasures can harness spiritual energy to exert power, they lack the agility and adaptability inherent in their innate counterparts. These innate treasures resonate with their master's intentions, allowing for instantaneous reactions in the heat of battle, eliminating the need for cumbersome manipulation. Their only drawback lies in their difficulty of refinement. Nevertheless, any cultivator presented with a choice would invariably opt for an innate magical treasure, for it can unleash combat capabilities of an extraordinary caliber, a coveted asset for any practitioner, which is precisely the reason for the elders' uncharacteristic behavior. One must not forget, the dissolution pill is merely a 1st grade elixir. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply gather the materials for 80,000 dissolution pills and present them. Ye wan hastidi intergested. He too was envious of the 6th grade treasure, yet he adhered to the principle that a gentleman acquires wealth through honorable means. Neither he nor the Yi clan would resort to such opportunistic tactics. Clan leader Yi, while it is true that the dissolution pill is a 1st grade elixir, its value far exceeds that of a 6th grade treasure to us in Qingzhou. Please accept it, Li Qiufeng insisted, sensing Yi Xian's reluctance. Senior Li, there is no need for such formality. Your expression of sincerity is ample, Yi Tianxing remarked. Moreover, since I am the one who concocted the elixirs, how can you bestow the treasure upon the clan leader? At this moment, Yi Tianxing had successfully refined 80,000 dissolution pills, and, upon hearing Li Qiufeng's words, jested. Your argument is flawed, my young friend. You have rendered a tremendous service to Qingzhou. It would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. If that is the case, once stability is restored in Qingzhou, let us consider a meal of your region's delicacies as sufficient recompense, Yi Tianxing proposed. Attempting to return the Spirit Feather Fan, while also pressing the storage ring containing 80,000 dissolution pills into Li Qiufeng's hands. Li Qiufeng was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of Yi Tianxing's intentions, he recognized the storage ring as one that belonged to Yi Qingzhu, containing materials for the elixirs. How could Yi Tianxing have produced the dissolution pills now? Perjiving Li Qifeng's confusion, Yi Tianxing chocolate, seniority. The 80,000 dissolution pills have already been refined and are contained within that storage ring. Your primary concern now is to hasten your return to Qingzhou. Do not linger here. Upon hearing this, Li Qiufeng furrowed his brow, suspecting Yi Tianxing was jesting. Refining elixirs at such speed is implausible, especially 80,000 of them. He retorted, his expression darkening. Young friend Yi, is it truly entertaining to mock me by equating materials with elixirs? However, before he could finish, Li Qiufeng's expression shifted to one of shock. As he attempted to retrieve materials from the storage ring to show Yi Tianxing, he discovered the 80,000 dissolution pills neatly arranged within. Moreover, Yi Xian had previously introduced him to the melting pill, so he was utterly convinced that these 800,000 pills were indeed melting pills. At this moment, Li Qiufeng was completely bewildered. 800,000 melting pills, just like that, were forged? How was it accomplished? Why was the speed so astonishing? Where was the alchemical furnace? What was going on? A myriad of questions flooded Li Qiufeng's mind, none of which could be satisfactorily explained. Chapter 71. Do not speak of this. That elderly, do not be astonished. Tianxing is unlike ordinary alchemists. This is simply how he forges pills. Yi Xian was at a loss for how to elucidate, only able to assert that it was different from ordinary alchemists. However, despite his words, his heart was tumultuous. The previous feat of refining 1,000 melting pills in mere seconds was already outrageous. This time, it was even more preposterous, as he had produced 800,000 in one go. As the clan leader, even with his vast experiences, Yi Xian could not fathom how Yi Tianxing achieved this. If one were to describe it in terms of blue star, it would defy all scientific reasoning. Master, stop dawdling. Let's return to Qingzhou swiftly. Wei Zhongliang urged as he noticed Li Qiufeng still rooted to the spot. And what of this spirit feather fan? Coming back to his senses. Li Qiufeng carefully stowed away the storage ring, and then turned to Yi Tianxing with the spirit feather fan in hand. Senior Yi, safeguarding Qingzhou is already the greatest reward for us. Although the Yunxiao sect and the Yi clan are worlds apart, our desires to protect are the same. If it seems unfair, once the demon tribes within Qingzhou are entirely eradicated, please invite us for a drink. Yi Tianxing replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting a touch of nonchalance. Refining melting pills was not particularly taxing, and the materials were of little value. While one might part with a sixth-grade life treasure, it did not imply acceptance was obligatory. Furthermore, in Yi Tianxing's eyes, the Yunxiao sect was far grander than the Yi clan. It is worth noting that, despite the numerous branches within the Yi clan, over 90% bore the surname Yi, which naturally fostered a stronger cohesion compared to a sect like Yunxiao. Yet, the Yunxiao sect, through its singular strength, had rallied a substantial number of cultivators to protect Qingzhou, a process that must have been arduous. Young friend Yi, I, Li Qiufeng, shall remember your words. As long as the Yunxiao sect endures, one day I shall personally invite the members of the Yi clan to my Yunxiao sect for a joyous feast. Li Qiufeng declared with solemnity, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing deeply to everyone present in the grand hall. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Elder Li, I await your good news and hope that by then, we will have resolved the demon tribes on our side as well. Agreed. Yi, Li, wish everyone swift victories in advance. Farewell. Li Qiufeng straightened his back, exchanged a glance with Yi Lingchuan, and then transformed into a streak of light, departing the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingchuan bid farewell to Yi Xian and the assembled elders before following Li Qiufeng. This sudden turn of events left Yi Tianxing, who stood at the center of the grand hall, utterly stunned. While Yi Lingchuan had followed Li Qiufeng out, Wei Zhongliang remained behind. What could this signify? Yi Xian discerned Yi Tianxing's confusion and proceeded to elucidate. In the midst of the turmoil in Qingzhou, Yunxiao sect is somewhat overwhelmed. Elder Lingchuan possesses considerable experience in dealing with the demon race, which is why he has temporarily gone to assist Yunxiao sect. This was an agreement made prior to your return. Oh, Yi Tianxing nodded, then gestured towards Wei Zhongliang, standing nearby. And what is the situation with this chatterbox? Zhongliang is the sole disciple of Elder Li and is cherished dearly. Given the chaos in Qingzhou, I fear for his safety, so I have decided to keep him here for the time being. Since you are already acquainted, I leave his care in your capable hands, Yi Xian replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing did not comment further. An additional companion would only serve to enliven Tianxing Peak. Elder Qingzhou, here are 3 million dissolution pills, procured from the spiritual herb pavilion of Kinkayagu and the Chu family, as a gesture of goodwill towards us. Yi Tianxing produced a storage ring containing the 3 million pills and handed it to Yi Qingzhou. I never anticipated that there were such selfless forces in our Yi continent. Yi Qingzhu remarked in astonishment as she accepted the storage ring. Rest assured, I shall send someone to express our gratitude in due course. Now that all matters have been addressed, I shall escort him back to Tianxing Peak. With that, Yi Tianxing bid farewell and departed the Great Hall with Wei Zhongliang, soaring towards Tianxing Peak. However, before they had flown too far, Wei Zhongliang sidled up to Yi Tianxing and whispered, "Boss, I have a secret to share with you." Yi Tianxing paused in surprise and turned to Wei Zhongliang. "You were just calling me brother in the hall. Why now refer to me as boss?" Wei Zhongliang chuckled. "In the Northern Kingdom, I did not find it particularly impressive to shatter the avatar of a demon leader with a single punch. So addressing you as brother seemed respectful enough. However, witnessing your alchemical prowess, producing 800,000 dissolution pills in the blink of an eye is extraordinary. Calling you boss is indeed warranted. What do you mean by respectful enough? Furthermore, I did not notice your astonishment upon seeing my pill production." Yi Tianxing responded, perplexed by Wei Zhongliang's remarks. Seeing his confusion, Wei Zhongliang leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "This ties into the secret I just mentioned. Boss, I must inform you that I am the only son of the head of the Wei family in Zhongzhou. You may not grasp the implications, but it essentially means my background is quite formidable. My father is a mid-stage tribulation practitioner, while my mother is at the early stage of tribulation. Our family is among the elite in Yi continent. Now, do you comprehend my lineage? My master is genuinely concerned for my safety in Qingzhou and fears I may not be able to explain my circumstances to my parents, which is why I was placed here. As for my lack of surprise at your alchemical skills, it is because my mother specifically advised me that there are always greater talents beyond our kin, and one must remain unflappable in the face of challenges, as one can never ascertain the extent of the extraordinary beings that exist beyond our world." Yi Tianxing's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Wei Zhongliang's revelations. The Tianyuan continent is divided into 9 regions and 13 provinces, with the central continent and central region serving as its core, akin to the 2 most resplendent gems adorning a crown, firmly situated at the heart of the land. These areas not only boast an exceptional geographical location, gathering the most potent spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but are also teeming with formidable individuals, their profound legacies nearly unimaginable. Yi Tianxing finally comprehended why Wei Zhongliang possessed an impressive array of magical artifacts, fully equipped from head to toe. It turned out he hailed from the central continent. However, Yi Tianxing remained somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Since you are from the central continent, how did you end up in the Qingzhou?" Wei Zhongliang first let out a resigned sigh before lamenting. "I had initially intended to hone my skills in the central continent after leaving my family, but my parents insisted that I was prone to offending others, so they sent me to Qingzhou instead. They claimed that the prevalence of demon clans here would better suit my training. It was then that I encountered my master, and I returned with him to the Yunxiao sect. Yet, I cannot fathom why, as a well-behaved child who never stirs up trouble, I will be seen as someone likely to offend others." At that moment, Yi Tianxing understood his parents' concerns. Recently, in the Northern Kingdom, Wei Zhongliang had been thoroughly beaten by a group of minor demons, his cries unceasing. One could only imagine the scolding he would have received if he had managed to fight back. The power dynamics in the central continent are intricate, and a careless action could easily offend a hidden powerhouse, making Yi Tianxing marvel at how his parents could be so at ease. Qingzhou, on the other hand, presented a different scenario. Even if the Wei family held a lowly status in the central continent, they were not a force that could be trifled with within Qingzhou. "Your parents only wish for your well-being, so refrain from complaining," Yi Tianxing consoled. Wei Zhongliang nodded in understanding. "I grasped that. For these dear parents of mine have only me as their treasured child. By the way, my parents worry that enemies might track me down, so they urge me to keep my identity secret. Therefore, aside from the elders and disciples of the Yunxiao sect and a few close friends, I have not disclosed this to anyone. Please do not breathe a word of it." Yi Tianxing remarked, "Chapter 72. It seems I shall not partake in these noodles. Brother, what did you put in this? The spiritual energy is so rich, not to mention the aroma," Wei Zhongliang exclaimed, his mouth stuffed full as he savored the hot pot prepared by Yi Tianxing, evidently astonished. "Ah, this is called hot pot. It's a marvelous dish that can enhance one's cultivation. Since you are from the central continent, I must treat you well." Yi Linger, equally with her mouth full, mumbled incomprehensibly, How did you know he was from the central continent?" As Yi Tianxing continued to add various meats and vegetables to the pot, he asked in surprise, "Did he mention it himself?" Indeed, He did, and he also stressed that his identity must not be revealed. However, since Master is not an outsider, I believe it should be fine to share this, replied Sun Yinyan at that moment. Yi Tianxing was rendered speechless. It had not been long since Wei Zhongliang had urged him to keep it a secret, and now two others were already in the know. He harbored profound doubts that the enemies of the Wei family had any intention of seeking out Wei Zhongliang. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. After the three finished their hot pot, their cultivation evidently improved, prompting Yi Tianxing to instruct them to continue their training while he tidied up the dishes. This time, I shall conceal myself and see how you all manage to steal. I must savor this bowl of noodles, he murmured to himself, promptly placing the copper pot into his storage ring. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly resonated in Yi Tianxing's mind. Ding! The immortal secret realm is about to open. Please, host, become the leader of the Yi clan and proceed to Maple Leaf Valley to participate in the immortal secret realm. The immortal secret realm? What is that? And the leader of the Yi clan? It sounds perilously daunting. I'm not going. I've been toiling outside these past few days and need a rest for 2 days. Without a second thought, Yi Tianxing declined. Based on his experiences from his previous life, spent reading novels and watching dramas, he understood that secret realms were fraught with danger, necessitating vigilance against fellow participants. Most importantly, the notion of being the leader of the Yi clan was daunting. If he were to assume such a role, he would have to protect others. What if he faltered or, for some reason, led those under his care into peril? The guilt would be unbearable. Ding! Should the host refuse the mission, the system will reward the host with a book on the sunflower scripture in 3 minutes, allowing the host to experience the joys of femininity. Damn! Is it going to be shortened? Yi Tianxing couldn't help but curse. Previously, the system had always mentioned penalties for tasks, but lately it had not, leading him to believe there were none. Curse system, you're quite ruthless. I accept this task. Reluctantly, Yi Tianxing acquiesced, internally cursing the system's ancestors. Ding! This system has no ancestors. Such statements are classified as ineffective output. The host is advised against unnecessary exertion. This remark only further incensed Yi Tianxing, who spent a considerable time venting his frustrations before regaining his composure. Once calmed, Yi Tianxing did not rush to inquire about the immortal secret realm, but instead retreated to his room. Since the system had appointed him as the leader of the Yi clan, the elders must possess knowledge regarding the immortal secret realm. As night had fallen, he resolved to seek answers the following day. Early the next morning, he was taken aback by the extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard. What is happening here? The spiritual energy is denser than that near our high-grade spiritual vein. One elder exclaimed. Could it be that Yi Tianxing has established an exquisite spiritual vein here? The elders conversed quietly in astonishment. It is not a spiritual vein. It seems to be some form of array, remarked an elder well-versed in formations. Elder Yi Wuyo, who oversaw the spiritual vein, nodded in agreement. I sense no spiritual vein at Tianxing Peak. It must be a formation of sorts. Why are we discussing this now? Have we forgotten our purpose for being here? We must find it quickly. If Tianxing spots us, we will lose face. In a rare display of urgency, the usually calm Yi Xian urged. Since the last time he stealthily consumed Yi Tianxing's spiritual pulse soup, he has now reached the threshold of a breakthrough. He is confident that if he indulges again today, he will undoubtedly attain the late stage of the returning Void Realm within half a month. Given the ominous schemes of the Demon Clan, enhancing one's cultivation has become exceedingly crucial. Thus, Yi Xian finds himself in a state of urgency. The elders, well aware of this reality, dispersed in search of the familiar copper pot upon hearing Yi Xian's words. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the kitchen yielded nothing. The guest rooms were barren. Not a trace was found here, not even in the latrine. The elders reconvened, reporting on their futile searches. Could it be that Tianxing has run out of spiritual pulse soup? One elder lamented. It is indeed possible. After all, such a precious concoction capable of enhancing our cultivation is exceedingly rare, another elder concurred. Impossible. Tianxing must have hidden it away. Elder Lingchuan mentioned that, knowing Tianxing as he does, if the spiritual pulse soup were truly so precious, he would not have carelessly left it on the stone table or in the kitchen before, remarked Elder Yi Qingzhu, frowning. The elders exchanged various opinions, but regardless of their discourse, they had yet to uncover the soup or the copper pot after their extensive search. Just as despair began to settle among them, Yi Tianxing emerged from his chamber, yawning. Oh, esteemed elders, you are up so early? I apologize for having led you on a wild goose chase. This is the third time, and you all still think me so naive? Yi Tianxing had anticipated the elders' visit the previous night, so their arrival came as no surprise to him. The elders were caught off guard, their faces displaying a mixture of embarrassment. However, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with clarity. From Yi Tianxing's words, he discerned that the spiritual pulse soup was indeed concealed by him, not depleted. Tianxing, do not hold it against us for our lack of decorum. You are aware of the demon clan's impending schemes. Thus, we cannot overlook any opportunity to enhance our cultivation. Yet, we find it difficult to lower our pride to request the spiritual pulse soup from you. Hence, Yi Xian laid his cards on the table, abandoning any pretense, as they had already pilfered it several times with nothing left to hide. Hearing this, Yi Tianxing could only shake his head in resignation. It appears I shall not partake in this meal. With that, he produced the copper pot and placed it on the stone table. Clan leader, this soup cannot be consumed for free. I wish to be the leader on our expedition to the Immortal's secret realm, and you must agree to this. Upon seeing the copper pot, joy illuminated the faces of Yi Xian and the elders. However, upon hearing Yi Tianxing's intent to lead the expedition to the Immortal's secret realm, their expressions shifted to one of puzzlement. Tianxing, given your current strength, you are a formidable asset to the Yi clan, with the demon clan schemes still shrouded in mystery. Allowing you to lead the team to Maple Valley would mean losing a powerful ally. This may not be prudent. Yi Xian contemplated for a moment and declined Yi Tianxing's suggestion to take the lead. Upon hearing Yi Xian's refusal, Yi Tianxing grew anxious and quickly interjected, Chief, you have already declared me a formidable warrior. Would it not be more advantageous for me to retrieve all the treasures from the Immortal secret realm? If you do not permit me to go, then you shall have no share in the spoils. With that, Yi Tianxing stowed the copper pot back into his storage ring. He had no intention of practicing any esoteric techniques. As a man, it was his duty to protect his beloved brother, even more cherished than his own flesh and blood. Thus, he was resolute in his desire to lead the expedition, and the spirit vessel soup served as his bargaining chip, which he deemed necessary to safeguard. Seeing the spirit vessel soup being retracted, it was now Yi Xian's turn to become anxious. He explained, the Immortal secret realm is ensconced by barriers set by immortals, and only those at the Golden Core stage can enter. Even if you were allowed, you would still be unable to access the secret realm. Furthermore, the distance between Maple Leaf Valley and Yi Prefecture is not trivial. The round trip would require considerable time. Who knows if the demon race will make any significant moves during this period. Therefore, it suffices to send a member of the nascent soul stage to escort them. Your presence is unnecessary. Yi Tianxing, initially unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Immortal secret realm, began to grasp the situation following Yi Xian's explanation. However, understanding notwithstanding, he resolved that regardless of the demon race's potential actions, he must assume the role of leader. No true man would accept being relegated to a subordinate role. After all, Chief, my decision is resolute. I shall lead this expedition. If you deny me this position, I shall withhold the soup. Yi Xian found himself at an impasse, unable to invoke the system punishments, and thus resorted to using the spirit vessel soup as leverage against Yi Xian. Sighing in resignation, Yi Xian realized that despite his clear explanations, Yi Tianxing remained unyielding to the greater good. However, recognizing the critical importance of the spirit vessel soup for both himself and the elders, he conceded after a moment of contemplation. Very well, you may lead, but take this communication stone. Should any trouble arise in Yi Prefecture, you must return at once. Yi Xian produced a communication stone and handed it to Yi Tianxing. Understood. With Yi Xian's consent, Yi Tianxing beamed as he accepted the communication stone, then proceeded to retrieve the copper pot once more. As you seem unfamiliar with the Immortal secret realm, I shall have the Grand Elder's grandson come to enlighten you shortly. We must take our leave now. With that, Yi Xian hastily stored the copper pot and departed with a group of elders, eager to partake in the spirit vessel soup and retreat to his closed-door cultivation for a breakthrough. He felt confident that he could advance to the late stage of void return, and the sooner he achieved this, the more security Yi Prefecture would possess. Master, I have reached the late stage of foundation establishment. As soon as Yi Xian and the others left, Su Nianyan burst forth from her room, her face aglow with excitement. Wow, Nianyan, you are truly remarkable, living up to your status as my disciple. Yi Tianxing exclaimed, applauding and providing ample emotional support to Su Nianyan. The spirit gathering body is indeed excellent. I labored for 18 years to reach the peak of foundation establishment, while Nianyan is on the verge of catching up in less than a month. At this moment, Yi Linger stepped out of the room. Her face adorned with envy as she gazed at Sun Yin was so good about it. Had it not been for encountering my master, I cannot fathom what my fate would be now, Sun Yin stated earnestly. I was merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously? Yi Ling replied. Speaking of which, it brings to mind a thought. Since dual cultivation can swiftly enhance one's cultivation level, how about we engage in dual cultivation together? After all, it is a waste for such resources to be enjoyed by outsiders. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a shortcut to enlightenment. At that moment, Yi Tianxing, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out in surprise upon hearing her words, his eyes wide as he stared at Yi Linger. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you even possess that capability? You think you can dual cultivate? He retorted with exasperation. What capability? Yi Linger tilted her head innocently, looking at Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing was utterly at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain, as it was a rather delicate subject. Just then, a young man gently pushed open the bamboo door of the courtyard and walked in. Chief Yi, I am Yi Yuchen, the grandson of the Grand Elder. The clan leader has sent me to introduce you to the immortal secret realm. Yi Yuchen offered a slight bow to Yi Tianxing, a humble smile gracing his face. Just in time. Please, have a seat, Yi Tianxing said, eager to divert the conversation from the previous topic as he welcomed Yi Yuchen. Without hesitation, Yi Yuchen sat on a stone bench and delved straight into the matter. The immortal secret realm is located in the southern part of the Tianyuan continent, within Maple Leaf Valley. It is said that the realm was created by an immortal, containing abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with immense opportunities, namely, the immortal's legacy. This secret realm was established by the immortal in search of a worthy successor. Every 5 years, the realm opens its doors to allow fated individuals to enter and inherit the legacy left behind, thereby perpetuating the immortal's teachings. However, entry into the realm is governed by a barrier set by the immortal, which restricts cultivators' levels to no higher than the peak of foundation establishment. This regulation ensures that the younger generation has a greater chance to compete for such opportunities. There is another crucial detail to mention. Maple Leaf Valley is not only a geographical location within the Tianyuan continent, but also a formidable faction. They have guarded the immortal secret realm for generations, seeking to obtain the immortal's legacy. However, thousands of years ago, the news of the immortal secret realm was inadvertently leaked, alerting many factions across the Tianyuan continent. Realizing that barring other factions from entry would incite widespread outrage and potentially bring calamity upon themselves, Maple Leaf Valley decided to permit other factions to enter the realm as well. Nonetheless, there was a stipulation. Each faction could send a maximum of 30 individuals, while Maple Leaf Valley could select 50 to enter. After much deliberation, the various factions deemed this condition reasonable and agreed to it. After all, the leader of the valley is indeed a formidable figure at the Tribulation Crossing stage, and provoking him would bring no advantage to any faction. Once Yi Tianxing had grasped the fundamental details of the immortal secret realm, he nodded slightly. Has the selection of participants been finalized? He inquired. The secret realm will require some time before it opens, so the participants have not yet been determined. However, it is certain that those who enter will be chosen from among the clan members who have reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Yi Yuchen replied candidly. The rationale for selecting only those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage is quite simple. The primary adversaries within the secret realm are the cultivators from other factions, and incidents of murder and treasure theft are all too common. If the cultivators are too weak, they may not only fail to locate the rare materials, but might also struggle to survive. Upon learning that the participants had not yet been decided, Yi Tianxing began to formulate a plan. Since the immortal secret realm has a barrier that allows only those below the golden core stage to enter, it would be preferable to send Yi Linger and Sun Yin in. He had already witnessed their combat prowess along the borders of the Northern Kingdom. Moreover, Sun Yin had slain a small demon at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage during her mid-foundation establishment period, and having just advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, she would undoubtedly excel within the secret realm. Would you kindly make a trip for me? Yi Tianxing asked politely. Not at all. If there is anything you need, Master Yi, feel free to seek me out, Yi Yuchen replied as he stood and, with a slight bow, turned to leave the courtyard. Chapter 74, Departure. Shall we venture into the immortal secret realm? Once Yi Yuchen had departed, Yi Tianxing began to inquire about the thoughts of the two women. Absolutely. There are rare materials inside. We must go. Yi Linger agreed without hesitation. I will join as well. With our current strength, We will surely be able to gather a significant number of treasures, Su Ninian added in agreement. Very well, I shall inform the clan leader at once. With that, Yi Tianxing lightly tapped the ground with one foot and soared toward the Golden Leaf Hall. Where you two lovely ladies headed? Just as Yi Tianxing departed, Wei Zhongliang emerged from his room, still somewhat drowsy. To the immortal's secret realm. I've heard that within. Yi Linger began to chatter excitedly with Wei Zhongliang. Where's everyone gone? Yi Tianxing emerged from the questioning heart hall, a look of bewilderment on his face. He had searched extensively throughout the Yi clan's domain, even checking the long-abandoned questioning heart hall. Yet, he had encountered no sign of the clan leader or the elders. Master Yi, what brings you to the questioning heart hall? Just as Yi Tianxing pondered this, Yi Yuchen arrived before him, accompanied by several servants tasked with cleaning the hall. Where's the clan leader? Yi Tianxing asked. The clan leader and the elders have entered seclusion. However, the clan leader mentioned that if it pertains to the immortal secret realm, there is no need to seek them out. You have full authority, Yi Yuchen answered truthfully. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes. Why didn't you inform me of this earlier? I only just learned that they had decided to enter seclusion, Yi Yuchen replied respectfully. Very well, I seldom descend a mountain, and I am not particularly acquainted with the members of our clan, so I shall entrust the selection to you. However, I request that you reserve 2 spots for Ling Er and Yin Yin, Yi Tianxing stated before departing from the Wuxin Hall. On his way back to Tianxing Peak, Yi Tianxing pondered the reasons behind the clan leader and elders' decision to enter seclusion at this critical juncture. Just moments ago, they had expressed concerns regarding potential movements from the demon clan. Who, he wondered, would confront the formidable demons during their retreat? The notion that their actions could be influenced by the spirit vein soup had never crossed his mind. After all, during the previous 3 occasions, the elders had not chosen to seclude themselves, making it implausible that they would do so this time. Unbeknownst to Yi Tianxing, their retreat was indeed due to the spirit vein soup. On the earlier occasions, they had essentially partaken in it surreptitiously, and thus, every drop was savored without much contemplation. Consequently, the full potential of the spirit vein soup had not been realized. This time, however, Yi Xian and his companions planned to combine it with medicinal pills to harness its utmost efficacy. Master Yi, in just 7 days, the secret realm of the immortals will open. It is time for us to embark, Yi Yuchen announced, having gathered his chosen companions at the villa on Tianxing Peak. Eat up, Yi Tianxing called from a stone bench, stuffing a boiled egg into his mouth while reminding the 2 women still engaged in their breakfast. Boss, I want to go too. Please, take me with you. Wei Zhongliang pleaded, his face contorted with dismay as he gazed imploringly at Yi Tianxing. Are you out of your mind? Yi Tianxing shot a glare at Wei Zhongliang, feeling utterly exasperated. Ever since Wei Zhongliang learned that Yi Tianxing and the 2 women intended to venture into the secret realm of the immortals, he had incessantly nagged him. He lamented that being the only one left at Tianxing Peak was unbearably dull and insisted on accompanying them. Yet, with only 30 slots available for entry into the secret realm, even Yi Tianxing, lacking in naivety, would never consider bestowing a spot upon an outsider. Boss, I understand your concerns. I swear, I will not covet anything from the secret realm. Just don't leave me all alone. I would perish from loneliness. Wei Zhongliang implored, his eyes brimming with a sorrowful plea, as if he might burst into tears if Yi Tianxing refused him. Can't you go down a mountain and find someone to talk to? Yi Tianxing, replies dismissive, promptly leading the 2 women and a group of clan members away from the villa. At this point, Wei Zhongliang was thoroughly agitated. In a fit of desperation, he retrieved a long spear from his storage ring and exclaimed, I possess a 5th-grade magical artifact, the purple flame spear. Whoever relinquishes their spot to me shall receive it as a gift. Upon hearing these words, aside from a handful of individuals, everyone else halted in their tracks. A 5th-grade magical artifact was a treasure reserved for clan members of managerial status, unattainable for those at the peak of the foundation stage. Consequently, the announcement of such an artifact stirred considerable interest among many, as there were numerous other factions within the secret realm, even if they attended. The likelihood of reaping substantial rewards was uncertain. However, if they do not go and relinquish their spots, they will genuinely obtain a 5th-grade magical artifact. Master, do you think anyone would exchange their spot for it? Su Ninian, having overheard Wei Zhongliang's shout, inquired of the unyielding Yi Tianxing. It is merely a 5th-grade magical artifact. What significance does it hold? How could the descendants of the Yi clan be swayed by such a trifling item? Yet, before Yi Tianxing could finish a sentence, Wei Zhongliang hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, Wait for me, boss. Someone is willing to trade their spot with me. Tianxing. The two young women beside them laughed so heartily that it was almost comical. In this manner, Wei Zhongliang successfully joined Tianxing's group. Leader Yi. This is a partial topographical map created by our clan members who previously explored the secret realm. Would you care to take a look? During their flight, Yi Yuqian produced a map and handed it to Tianxing. He too was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage and had ventured into the immortal secret realm 5 years prior. Thus, before the clan leader entered seclusion, he specifically instructed Yi Yuqian to accompany Tianxing to avoid offending other factions due to ignorance of the rules. Why is it a partial topographical map? Isn't it complete? Tianxing asked, perplexed, as he accepted the map. The immortal secret realm is vast, and with only 15 days to explore, we have yet to fully survey the entire area, Yi Yuqian replied candidly. Understanding the situation, Tianxing nodded, examining the map while continuing to fly. Chapter 75, What on Earth? Can spirit beasts really speak? 3 days later, deep within an unknown mountain range far from Yezhou, a colossal azure bull was in hot pursuit of dozens of fleeing individuals. Qingyu, hurry and lead the others away. I will delay time with the Wang clan leader, shouted a middle-aged man at the forefront as he fled. This man was none other than Lu Yuanba, the head of the Lu family in Xianxia City, Yezhou. Among the fleeing group, leading them was Wang Hailong, the head of the Wang clan, as mentioned by Lu Yuanba. Both families had initially set out to attend the immortal secret realm, but had fortuitously encountered each other along the way. Unexpectedly, they were captivated by an unusual floral aroma that wafted through the air. It was rich yet not cloying, threading its way into their senses with an inexplicable allure. Consequently, both families landed to investigate. Following the scent, they stumbled upon 4 uniquely shaped flowers. The blossoms were resplendent, displaying a dreamlike array of colors, and faintly emanated a hint of spiritual energy. Although neither family could identify the flowers, their extraordinary appearance and remarkable fragrance suggested they were treasures. Without further thought, they resolved to harvest them. After a brief discussion, they decided to split the 4 spirit flowers evenly, 2 for each family. However, just as they completed the harvest and were basking in their triumph, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the air. An enormous azure bull emerged from an unknown source. Upon seeing the beast, the expressions of both families shifted drastically, as they all recognized that the azure bull was indeed a spirit beast, transformed from millennium-old wood essence. They soon realized that its manifestation as an azure bull bestowed upon it the cultivation level of the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. However, the most critical revelation was that this azure bull was not merely at the initial stage, but rather at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. It dawned upon everyone that the 4 spirit flowers were likely treasures guarded by this azure bull, which explained the earlier scene. You and the Wang family must escape at once. Brother Lu and I will hold our ground. As soon as Lu Yuanba finished speaking, Wang Hailong, the head of the Wang family, urgently shouted, then halted, unleashing the aura of a peak golden core cultivator. At that moment, Lu Yuanba also released his peak golden core aura, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Hailong. Father, we cannot abandon this place. If we must die, let's die together. Wang Yu, the son of Wang Hailong, saw his father disregarding his own safety and likewise came to a stop. His eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on the approaching azure bull. At this juncture, Lu Qingyu addressed the members of the Lu family, saying, as the future head of the family, I bear the responsibility to protect you all. You must leave first. My father and I shall cover your retreat. With that, Lu Qingyu resolutely turned and moved to stand beside Lu Yuanba. However, none of the Lu family members chose to flee. Witnessing their head and young lady choosing to remain behind, a sense of determination surged within them. Head, young lady, the Lu family cannot do without you. We shall stand firm. You must go first, a young man among the Lu crowd exclaimed. The remaining members of the Lu family, though silent, positioned themselves before Lu Yuanba and his daughter, clearly expressing their stance. The Wang family found themselves in a similar predicament, each individual willing to sacrifice their lives to buy time for Wang Hailong and his son to escape. At that moment, a voice rang out from deep within the mountains. What in the world is that bull? It's enormous. It looks so delicious. I wonder how many meals I could have? The crowd instantly fell into a state of bewilderment. Looks delicious? How many meals? Is this person out of their mind? The azure bull was at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Even the overwhelming pressure it exuded suppressed their internal spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of flight. How could anyone think of consuming the Azure Bull? The Azure Bull itself was equally astonished. Having lived for hundreds of years, it was the first time it encountered someone so reckless as to declare itself appetizing. When the members of the Liu family turned to see the source of the voice, they beheld a young man standing in midair, accompanied by 30 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The young man was none other than Tianxing, who was merely passing by, followed closely by Linger, Su Ninian, Wei Zhongliang, and a group of disciples from the Yi clan. Boss, that is the spirit beast Azure Bull, transformed from millennium-old wood essence. It's essentially just a piece of worthless wood, not at all delicious. Wei Zhongliang recognized the Azure Bull and took the opportunity to educate those around him. What a pity. I was hoping to have hot pot. Yi Tianxing lamented, his face revealing disappointment upon hearing that it was not delicious. Yi Tianxing, are you out of your mind? At a time like this, you still think about food? Hurry and take your people away. Recognizing Lu Qingyu, Yi Tianxing called out anxiously. In her eyes, Yi Tianxing, who could slay a mid-stage transformation demon, must possess cultivation at the later stages of transformation. However, this Azure Bull was at the pinnacle of transformation and was a spirit beast. In a confrontation of equal cultivation, spirit beasts inherently surpass human cultivators. Thus, provoking the Azure Bull was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tianxing couldn't help but smile slightly. He had originally passed through this place with the members of the Yi clan, noticing disturbances in the mountain below, which prompted him to investigate. Upon discovering the Liu family being hunted by the Azure Bull, he had intended to intervene and save them. Now, hearing Lu Qingyu suggest that he should escape first, he felt even more justified in his decision to assist. Oh, has Miss Liu made a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment in just a few days? Such concern for me. Is it a sign of affection? If only I had known. Why did you retract the engagement before? What a pity. Yi Tianxing looked at Lu Qingyu with a broad smile, even winking at her. You scoundrel. How can you speak of such things at a time like this? Wasn't it you who called off the engagement? Why do you blame me? Lu Qingyu, flustered and perhaps angry, glared at Yi Tianxing with a flushed face. Moo! At that moment, the sluggish Azure Bull finally regained its senses and let out a furious roar directed at Yi Tianxing. Human, you wish to feast upon me. I shall consume you first. The Azure Bull spoke human words, its tone laced with boundless rage. In the next instant, the Azure Bull propelled itself in the ground with a thunderous crash, soaring towards Yi Tianxing like a green cannonball. What the heck? Spirit beasts can talk. Yi Tianxing was taken aback, his eyes widening even larger than those of the Azure Bull, although he was aware that spirit beasts possessed intelligence, and that their intellect increased with cultivation. He had never encountered one that could articulate human speech. You must flee. Hearing the Azure Bull's enraged voice, Lu Qingyu was on the verge of tears. She was uncertain whether it was due to Yi Tianxing's past rescue of her family or if she had genuinely developed feelings for him. All she knew was that she didn't want him to come to harm. At this moment, the Azure Bull charged towards Yi Tianxing like an arrow released from its bow, its massive head swinging as it aimed to collide with him like a battering ram, creating a distorted ripple in the air. It's over. The members of the Liu and Wang families, sensing the terrifying power of the Azure Bull, believed that Yi Tianxing was doomed. Yet, at this critical juncture, Yi Tianxing's hands shot out, gripping the Azure Bull's horns as if they were iron pincers, successfully halting its advance. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The Azure Bull, with its immense bulk and overwhelming force, was held at bay by Yi Tianxing, whose body remained steadfastly anchored in the void, not wavering in the slightest. Chapter 76. Lu Qingyu, the sky has fallen. How is this possible? Lu Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. Not only Lu Qingyu, but also the faces of the Liu family and the Wang family were etched with astonishment. It is important to note that this Azure Bull was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Yet, Yi Tianxing managed to block its attack with his bare hands, remaining utterly motionless. What level of cultivation could achieve such a feat? At this moment, the Azure Bull was equally bewildered, having exerted all its strength. It found the human cultivator before it unmoved. I will annihilate you. The Azure Bull roared, gathering its power once more. Behind Yi Tianxing stood the members of the Yi clan, which compelled them to endure the Azure Bull strike. Sensing the renewed force from the bull, Yi Tianxing gripped its horns tightly, contesting strength with the beast. Spirit beasts are indeed formidable, Yi Tianxing mused internally. Just before, He had thought himself invincible at the pinnacle of the transformation realm after defeating the demon leader, Niu-San, with a single punch. He never anticipated that the Azure Bull's strength could rival his own. Meanwhile, below, Wang Hailong, the head of the Wang family, swallowed hard and inquired, "Brother Liu, who is this individual? He seems to know your daughter." He was still somewhat incredulous, unable to fathom that the young man and the heir possessed such terrifying power. If not for witnessing the young man's ability to fly, he would have assumed he was an ordinary person. "This is Yi Tianxing, the leader of the Tianxing Peak in Yezhou, who once had a betrothal with my daughter," Liu Yuanba replied. Gazing at the fierce confrontation between man and beast in the sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recalled how he had once scorned Yi Tianxing for being a good-for-nothing, resolutely opposing his daughter's marriage to him. Who would have imagined that in such a short span, Yi Tianxing would grow to this extent? Upon hearing this, Wang Hailong's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he truly that worthless leader of Tianxing Peak? He exclaimed, astonished. The Lingyue Prefecture and Yezhou were neighboring regions, and he had certainly heard of the reputed good-for-nothing leader of Yezhou's foremost family. Yet the individual before him, capable of withstanding the full force of a pinnacle transformation realm Azure Bull, was entirely different from the rumors. At that moment, Yi Tianxing and the Azure Bull were locked in a fierce stalemate in the air. Yi Tianxing felt the muscles in his arms growing sore, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the bull's strength. Damn it, what am I doing? Competing in strength with a bull. Yi Tianxing cursed inwardly and with determination. He gripped the bull's horn with one hand while clenching his fist with the other. In an instant, golden spiritual energy surged forth from within him like an overwhelming tide, enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. This golden spiritual energy grew denser, gradually coalescing into a massive dragon's head, lifelike and almost tangible. With a deafening roar, a dragon's cry erupted, resembling thunder from the heavens, reverberating in the ears of all present. Holy cow! The Azure Bull, previously exerting its full force in an attempt to crush Yi Tianxing, was taken aback by the sudden dragon's roar, causing its fierce assault to falter. "Great One, please show mercy." The Azure Ox hastily gathered its strength, its forelegs trembling as it bent down, fearing that a single punch from Yi Tianxing could lead to its annihilation. The recent dragon's roar had struck its soul like a heavy hammer, instilling a primal awareness of impending peril. It sensed that should it not humble itself, survival beyond this day would be improbable. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers below astounded. Just moments ago, the Azure Ox had aimed to eliminate Yi Tianxing. How could such a drastic transformation occur? They had witnessed the balance of power between man and beast, affirming that neither feared the other. Yet, the Azure Ox's abrupt change in demeanor was truly shocking. Yi Tianxing, observing the Ox's actions, was momentarily taken aback, his clenched fists uncertain whether to strike or not. Seeing this, the Azure Ox exhaled a sigh of relief. Though uncertain if the human cultivator would show mercy, it recognized an opportunity to plead its case. The overwhelming pressure from the dragon's roar had stripped it of the courage to flee. "Great One, I was mistaken. I should not have attacked you. Please spare me. My flesh is hardly delectable," it implored, arching its body in supplication. Yet, what did it matter if its meat was unappetizing? It had dared to harm Yi Tianxing's friend. Yi Tianxing regarded the Azure Ox without retracting his spiritual energy. In his eyes, a spirit beast that dared to assault a human, particularly a friend of his, was utterly unforgivable. The Azure Ox trembled even more violently at this realization. "Great One, they provoked me first. You see, our Azure Ox clan transforms from the Azure Spirit wood after a millennium of growth. During this transformation, we condense the essence of the Azure Spirit wood into 4 seeds of Azure Spirit flowers. These flowers are ethereal, only thriving when nurtured by the excrement of my clan, and they require a millennium to bloom." As the Azure Ox recounted its tale, Yi Tianxing's expression soured with disdain. "What flowers? Spare me the details. I have no time for your ramblings," he interjected impatiently. "The Azure Spirit flower is crucial for my clan's ascension. After enduring much hardship, I finally awaited the blooming of the Azure Spirit flower, only to have it stolen while I took a nap. That is why I pursued them. I had no intention of harming your friend. I merely wished to reclaim the Azure Spirit flower." The Azure Ox succinctly explained the events. The onlookers, who had previously been savoring the fragrance of the flowers, were now nearly retching at the Azure Ox's words. They had understood the flowers to be extraordinary, unaware that they had been nurtured by the azure ox's excrement. The most affected was Lu Qingyu, who outright vomited. Her obsession with cleanliness rendered her face pale, feeling as though the sky itself had collapsed. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd below, Tianxing could surmise what had transpired prior to his arrival, and he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Esteemed one, the Qingling flower possesses no efficacy beyond assisting my breakthrough. Might you persuade them to return it to me? The pitiful Qing Tian asked earnestly. Before Yi Tianxing could respond, Lu Yuanba and Wang Hailong proactively soared to Qing Tian's side, producing the Qingling flower with great care, even cushioning it with a handkerchief, as if it were a ferocious beast. Dear Senior Qing Tian, we had no knowledge of how vital this Qingling flower is to you, and we humbly ask for your forgiveness, Lu Yuanba expressed with a countenance full of regret. Despite the barrier of the cloth, he instinctively extended his arm as if the flower were a dangerous creature. Wang Hailong's demeanor mirrored this sentiment as he handed over the Qingling flower to Qing Tian. Chapter 77, Arrival at Maple Leaf Valley. Upon seeing the Qingling flower, Qing Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled the 4 blossoms in one swift motion. I am grateful for your mercy, Great One, Qing Tian declared before vanishing in an instant. His speed so swift that the onlookers merely felt a gust of wind pass by without catching sight of him. Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet declared his intention to spare Qing Tian. However, understanding the circumstances, he bore no ill will and chose not to pursue. I am deeply thankful to Sect Master Yi for saving me once more. You have rescued the Lu family again. Lu Yuanba expressed with profound gratitude. Yi Tianjing similet lightly, saying, given our acquaintance, I would never stand idly by. I am Wang Hailong, the head of the Wang family from Lingua Prefecture. I too extend my gratitude to Sect Master Yi for your timely intervention, Wang Hailong added, bowing respectfully. Such courtesy, seeing that you both possess numerous peak foundation establishment cultivators. I presume you are all headed to the Immortals' secret realm? Why not join forces? Yi Tianxing extended an invitation. Naturally, they would not refuse, with Yi Tianxing accompanying them. Their journey would be considerably more secure. Yi Tianxing, what is your current cultivation level? On the way to Maple Leaf Valley, Lu Qingyu flew alongside Yi Tianxing on her sword. As for me, I am at the peak of the transformation realm, though that may not hold true. Perhaps by the time we reach Maple Leaf Valley, I will have entered the early stages of the void returning realm, Yi Tianxing replied with a smile. This time, he spoke truthfully. Completing system tasks often resulted in an enhancement of his cultivation. Given the completion of the current task, he was likely to break through to the early stages of the void returning realm. However, as his previous 2 system rewards had not elevated his cultivation, he added the phrase, perhaps for caution. Boasting, Lu Qingyu shot Yi Tianxing a skeptical glance, utterly disbelieving his words. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that if he were not at the peak of the transformation realm, how could he have matched a young man in combat? Moreover, she wondered what means he had employed to instill fear in Qing Tian. Her curiosity about Yi Tianxing's cultivation deepened, and during their flight, she occasionally stole glances at him. Unbeknownst to Yi Tianxing, who remained focused on their path towards Maple Leaf Valley, he continued onward. 4 days later, Maple Leaf Valley. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Your cultivation level has been elevated to the initial stage of the Void Return Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward, Unity of 10,000 Swords. Unity of 10,000 Swords, an ancient sword technique that, upon cultivation, allows one to simultaneously refine 10,000 spiritual swords of superior quality, merging them into one, while also enabling the wielder to manipulate the spiritual swords at will, letting them engage in battle independently. Note, spiritual weapons are innate treasures that possess consciousness. Typically, a cultivator can own a maximum of 3. However, after mastering Unity of 10,000 Swords, one may nurture 10,000 innate treasures within their dantian, although this is limited to spiritual swords. As Yi Tianxing arrived at Maple Leaf Valley, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Sensing the enhancement in his cultivation, Yi Tianxing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now that he had become a cultivator, it was only natural that a higher cultivation level would provide greater assurance for his life. As for Unity of 10,000 Swords, Yi Tianxing found little interest in it. Whether referred to as spiritual weapons or innate treasures, such items are elusive and difficult to acquire. Within the Yi clan, There were scarcely any innate treasures of the fourth rank or above, and they were not all spiritual swords. Where would he find such a multitude of spiritual swords? He held little regard for spiritual swords below the fourth rank, especially considering he possessed the demon-slaying sword, which could be upgraded with sufficient demon blood, and he was confident it would eventually reach the ninth rank. Having reviewed the rewards, Tianxing shifted his focus to the bustling Maple Leaf Valley below. At this moment, the valley was teeming with people, a lively spectacle. A myriad of cultivators arrived from all directions, among them leaders adorned in splendid attire, unmistakably hailing from prestigious clans. Numerous newcomers hurriedly made their way toward a particular square, creating a scene reminiscent of ants on a hot pan, noisy and chaotic. Peak Master. That square is the Secret Realm Square, and the entrance to the immortal Secret Realm is located at its center, Tianxing quietly informed Tianxing. Aware that this was his first visit, Tianxing nodded, his gaze drawn to the center of the square. There, he beheld an irregularly shaped portal of ethereal blue, its surface rippling like water, strands of spiritual energy emanating from within, accompanied by an indistinct howling sound from inside the portal. So this is what the entrance to the secret realm looks like. Tianxing regarded it with keen curiosity, having only envisioned such a sight while reading novels in his past life, never imagining it would differ from his mental imagery. The entrance to the secret realm is not yet open. Let us first proceed to our designated position, Chen whispered to him. Tianxing posit. Taken aback, return to our position? He could not grasp the meaning behind Chen's words. It was merely an entrance. They would eventually enter. So why not find any spot to wait? Noticing his confusion, Chen elaborated, Peak Master. There is a significance to the positioning at the entrance of the secret realm. You have perused the mystical map, which features a place known as the Hall of Heritage. Within this hall lies a spirit testing stone, into which one can infuse their spiritual energy, potentially summoning an immortal. Whoever successfully calls forth an immortal will be granted their legacy. Many aspire to seize this opportunity. Thus, the location of the entrance becomes paramount. The closer one is to the entrance, the swifter their arrival at the Hall of Heritage. Upon hearing Chen's explanation, Tianxing began to comprehend the situation. However, he remained somewhat perplexed and inquired, what if everyone tries to approach the entrance of the secret realm? In response, the Peak Master explained that within this arena, no individual possesses superior strength, as those entering the secret realm are predominantly at the peak of Foundation establishment. To ensure fairness, a system of challenges is instituted. The leader cannot intervene directly, but may designate a disciple to challenge the faction occupying the most advantageous position. The victor remains, while the defeated party must either retreat to a distance or challenge another faction in a prime location. Chen elaborated on the rules in detail. Then what is our position? Are we not situated quite favorably? Tianxing asked with a smile. He believed that the Yi clan, having dealt with the demon clan for years, would undoubtedly be superior to those pampered cultivators. Chen awkwardly pointed in a direction, remaining silent. To Tianxing's dismay, the direction indicated by Chen was almost at the edge of the square, a considerable distance from the entrance to the secret realm. The surrounding cultivators were sparsely positioned, starkly contrasting the bustling scene near the entrance, where many were jostling for space. What is happening? How do we end up in such a dismal position? Tianxing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief that the foremost family of Yezhou found itself relegated to the outskirts of the square. Chapter 78. The Conflict at the Secret Realm Square. Peak Master Yi. Both parties are permitted to utilize artifacts and various elixirs during their exchanges. However, our Yi clan has been conservative with elixirs in our dealings with the Demon Clan, and we do not wish to squander them on trivial matters. Other factions, not having to contend with the Demon Clan, naturally possess a more abundant supply of elixirs. Chen did not continue, yet his meaning was evident. Never mind. You have all participated many times without obtaining the Immortal's legacy, which only proves that the legacy is not destined for you, regardless of how many attempts you make. Upon learning this, Tianxing could only offer consolation, as he had no further words of comfort and could not secure a better position for his clan members. During their conversation, the Liu and Wang clans had already taken their respective positions. Tianxing led the Yi clan to the edge of the secret realm square. However, as soon as the Yi clan members settled, they heard Liu Yuanba's furious voice. Will the Fong family of Ruiz Ho, just because they desire my daughter, must I marry her off to the Fong clan? Observing this, Tianxing promptly followed the voice, with the Yi clan trailing behind, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. The Liu family's location also lies at the edge of the square, where the crowd is not overwhelming. Soon, Yi Tianxing arrived with the members of the Yi clan. Father-in-law, do not be enraged. After all, I'm the young master of the Fong family, and your daughter would not suffer by marrying me. The young man, claiming to be the young master of the Fong family, was adorned in resplendent attire, lightly fanning himself with a folding fan. A self-satisfied grin plastered across his face that was more greasy than charming. Get lost. Who is your father-in-law? Liu Yuanba stood before the young master of the Fong family. His fierce gaze fixed upon him, a hint of disdain etched upon his features. This remark struck a nerve with Fong Peng, who at 24, had yet to break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, often facing covert ridicule within his family. Being publicly confronted by Liu Yuanba ignited a furious humiliation within him, his expression darkening as if he could weep water. I, Fong Peng, have grown up without anyone daring to speak to me in such a manner. If you are wise, you will marry your daughter to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you all lose your chance to enter the immortal secret realm today. Fong Peng snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp clap, beginning to threaten Liu Yuanba. Oof. This is Maple Leaf Valley, where fighting is prohibited. Do you dare to strike here? Liu Qingyu dismissed Fong Peng's threat entirely, her expression mirroring Liu Yuanba's disdain. Little girl, what if our Fong family challenges you instead? At that moment, an elder behind Fong Peng sneered. The elder, named Fong Ling, was an early-stage transformation realm cultivator and an elder of the Fong family. His words caused the expressions of the Liu family members to shift dramatically, as they understood the implications of Fong Ling's statement. Although 30 members of the Liu family had arrived, not all were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. While among the 30 from the Fong family, only Fong Peng was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. If the Fong family continued to challenge the Liu family, the latter's several peak foundation establishment cultivators would undoubtedly struggle, subsequently forcing them to send out those below the peak stage to fight. At that point, if the Fong family were to resort to ruthless measures, the remaining Liu cultivators below the peak stage would certainly find themselves in dire straits. Thus, even if the Liu family did not lose their qualification to enter the secret realm, they would be deprived of several allies. Yi Tianxing, who was merely observing, comprehended the underlying tension and contemplated intervening. However, upon noticing his movement, Yi Yuchen grasped his arm and whispered urgently, "Leader Yi," before the clan head entered seclusion. He expressly instructed me to advise you against causing trouble here. Our Yi clan may be the foremost family in our region, but we hold little standing against the powers of other continents. Moreover, although I have not heard of the Fong family from Ruizhou, their leader is an early-stage transformation realm cultivator, accompanied by 29 peak foundation establishment members, indicating their formidable strength. Most importantly, our Yi clan's focus is entirely on the demon race. Offending other factions would be unwise. Before Yi Tianxing could respond, Wei Zhongliang strode toward the members of the Fong family. What a bunch of arrogant fools from the Fong family. Do you think you are impressive just because you have more peak foundation establishment cultivators? Allow me to show you what we are made of. Upon the utterance of those words, the gaze of every individual present converged upon Wei Zhongliang. Fong Peng, after surveying Wei Zhongliang and discerning that he was merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, disdainfully remarked, "What are you? What right do you have to speak? I am no mere thing. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I hail from the esteemed Yi clan of Qingzhou, and I, Wei Zhongliang, hereby challenge your Fong family. Dispatch someone forthwith, for I intend to make you rue this day." Wei Zhongliang's words tumbled out in a rapid, heedless torrent, resulting in a cacophony of nonsensical bravado. Meanwhile, Yi Yuchen was taken aback by Wei Zhongliang's audacity, her complexion paling as she hurried to pull him back. However, at that moment, Yi Tianxing restrained Yi Yuchen, calmly saying, "Why overthink the consequences? Since we have already incurred their ire, what purpose does intervention serve?" With Yi Tianxing's composed demeanor, Yi Yuchen dared not voice her dissent, though anxiety began to gnaw her. The members of the Liu family, having recognized Wei Zhongliang, due to his incessant chatter throughout their journey, could only sigh. "Wei Zhongliang, do not bring trouble to the Yi clan. This matter does not concern you." At this juncture, Liu Qingyu stepped forward, ready to accept the challenge from the Fong family, wishing to shield the Yi clan from any repercussions stemming from her own affairs. Yet, Fong Peng, incensed by Wei Zhongliang's insults, disregarded Liu Qingyu entirely. His focus fixated on Wei Zhongliang. To dare speak so boldly before my Fong family is tantamount to courting death. Xiaohu, go and incapacitate him. At Fong Peng's command, A short but robust youth emerged from the Fong ranks, also at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. You will soon find yourself begging for mercy, Fong Hu said coldly, brandishing a pair of small yet razor-sharp hooks, glimmering ominously with a hint of poison. Unfazed, Wei Zhongliang stepped forward, hands on his hips, and declared, "You think you could take me down? I will allow you 3 strikes." Lu Qingyu was taken aback by Wei Zhongliang's audacity. She did not expect him to provoke the Fong family at such a critical moment. However, it was too late to intervene, for Fong Hu had already made his move. With eyes wide in fury, Fong Hu stomped the ground, propelling himself towards Wei Zhongliang like a bolt from a crossbow. Yet, Wei Zhongliang stood frozen, seemingly dazed. A nonchalant smirk plastered across his face as he stared directly at Fong Hu's charge. The Lu family members collectively gasped, their hearts racing with dread. Notably, Lu Yuanba wished to save Wei Zhongliang, but was paralyzed by the rules of Maple Leaf Valley, which dictated that challenges must be one-on-one, forbidding any interference. To do so would not only disqualify one from entering the celestial secret realm, but would also provoke the Valley Master of the Tribulation stage. Just as Fong Hu's hooks were about to strike Wei Zhongliang's vital points, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped Wei Zhongliang. Clang! The clash of Fong Hu's dual hooks against the radiant white light sparked a dazzling display, accompanied by a crisp metallic resonance. This unexpected spectacle left all onlookers in sheer astonishment. What was that white light? Truly, it was a sight to behold. It was a 7th-grade magical artifact. What? A 7th-grade magical artifact? I recall from ancient texts that this particular artifact was known as the White Light Battle Armor. It autonomously emits light when its bearer is in peril, offering protection against attacks. However, this is perplexing. The young man claims to be a member of the Yi clan from Yizhou, yet the Yi clan, to prevent prying eyes from coveting their treasures, never brings forth artifacts above the 5th grade. What does this imply? I have heard of the Yi clan from Yizhou, if I'm not mistaken. They are the foremost family in that region. Why are they so stingy? What do you know? It's not stinginess. It's because the Yi clan is preparing to confront the Demon clan. Every artifact and elixir is of utmost significance. Thus they refrain from squandering them here. I see now. They fear their treasures may be seized, which suggests the Yi clan is not as formidable as one might think. But what of this Wei Zhongliang? Truly foolish. You have already mentioned his surname. Perhaps that is his own artifact, not belonging to the Yi clan. As the spectators witnessed the 7th-grade artifact, they began to murmur amongst themselves, with some even displaying a glimmer of greed upon their visages. Meanwhile, Fong Hu, gazing at the white light that thwarted his hooks, felt a jolt of trepidation. Clad in a 7th-grade artifact, he could not even approach, let alone breach, its defenses. Just as Fong Hu found himself at a loss, Wei Zhongliang advanced with a swift kick. Fong Hu, recognizing the imminent threat, hastily activated his spiritual shield for defense. However, just as Wei Zhongliang's foot was about to make contact, a blue radiance enveloped his foot, transforming into a wave of water-like spiritual energy that shattered Fong Hu's protective barrier in an instant. Subsequently, Wei Zhongliang's foot struck Fong Hu squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. Fong Hu struggled to rise, only to discover his limbs had betrayed him, leaving him to bitterly roar, "You've deceived me. Did you not promise me 3 moves?" Wei Zhongliang, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, "You little imp, do you truly heed your grandfather's words? If I were to say you were born of your grandmother, would you believe that too?" These words ignited a fury within the grievously wounded Fong Hu, causing him to spew another mouthful of blood before his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the onlookers were swept by a tumultuous wave of astonishment. They recognized that the boots adorning Wei Zhongliang's feet were yet another 7th-grade artifact. A peak foundation establishment cultivator possessing 2 7th-grade artifacts was an astonishing revelation. Many factions could scarcely muster even a single 7th-grade artifact, let alone bestow 2 upon a single peak foundation establishment cultivator. Simultaneously, Wei Zhongliang brazenly addressed the members of the Fong family, declaring, "Who cannot bully others? Come forth. I shall continue to challenge your esteemed clan. Unless I clear you all from the square, I shall refrain from entering the secret realm today." The heir of the Fong clan, Fong Peng, glared at Wei Zhongliang, trembling with indignation yet utterly powerless. The Fong clan could not produce even a single 7th-grade artifact. Under equivalent cultivation levels, how could they possibly contend? As the members of the Yi clan witnessed Wei Zhongliang's audacious demeanor, With the exception of Yu Chen, who wore a face of concern, the rest rallied behind him with fervor. Wei Xiao, display your might. Take them down. Wei Xiao, push back the Fong clan. Each time the Yi clan sent forth their young generation, they were generally advised to restrain themselves, relegated to the periphery of the square. However, Wei Zhongliang's unabashed confidence and direct confrontation with the Fong clan ignited the long-suppressed fervor within the hearts of the young disciples of the Yi clan. At that moment, Yi Tianxing found himself somewhat perplexed. Although Wei Zhongliang was indeed a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Yunxiao sect in Qingzhou, it was perplexing for the younger generation of the Yi clan to refer to him as Wei Xiao. What was the meaning of this? Why do you call him Wei Xiao? Yi Ling inquired, voicing Yi Tianxing's confusion. Does Linga not know? Wei Xiao is the sole heir of the Wei family in Zhongzhou. A young woman for the Yi clan whispered beside her. He himself declared it. Are you aware of Zhongzhou? It is the pinnacle of the Tianyuan continent, where no force is weak. They are undoubtedly far stronger than our Yi clan. Otherwise, how could he possess such a plethora of high-grade artifacts? But you must not divulge this information to others. Wei Xiao is concerned about enemies seeking him out. This revelation rendered Yi Tianxing utterly speechless. It was often said that he had enemies. Yet here he was openly revealing his identity. How had this character managed to survive until now? Meanwhile, the Fong clan hesitated to send forth a challenger, acutely aware that none could rival Wei Zhongliang. What? Have you fallen silent? Are you intimidated? You were quite boastful just a moment ago. Step forward, someone. Do you not relish a challenge? Wei Zhongliang continued to jeer. Fong Ling, an elder of the Fong clan, gritted his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the location being Fengya Valley, he would have already acted. Yet, he now dared not utter a word, fearful of provoking even harsher insults from Wei Zhongliang. Wei Xiao, mercy is a virtue. Perhaps it is time to temper your exuberance. Lu Qingyu interjected, stepping forward. Though she held gratitude for Wei Zhongliang, she wished to avoid embroiling the Yi clan in trouble. Given that the Fong clan was already rendered speechless, it was unnecessary to escalate matters further. Noticing Lu Qingyu's intervention, Wei Zhongliang moderated his tone. You spineless lot. Learn to refrain from empty boasts if you lack the capability. He taunted, before rejoining the ranks of the Yi clan. The forces that bully my Ruiz Ho seemingly do not regard my Qian sect with any seriousness. Just as Wei Zhongliang rejoined the ranks, an elderly man of mid-transcendence, accompanied by 30 disciples, slowly emerged from the crowd. What kind of power is Qian sect? Their tone suggests they are quite formidable. Indeed, Qian sect is the foremost sect in Ruiz Ho, with the sect leader being at the pinnacle of the returning void realm, while the elder leading this group is Bai Wujia, an elder of Qian sect. I recall that the patriarch of the Yi clan is merely at mid-returning void. Does this not imply that Qian sect surpasses the Yi clan in strength? Initially, some were unfamiliar with Bai Wujia, but as the discussions unfolded, everyone quickly recognized him. Chapter 80. Facing the challenge. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Yi Tianxing leisurely approached Bai Wujia and inquired with a tilted head. Although these matters were not his concern, being the leader, he could not intervene directly. Resolving the issue would rely on his own people. However, he sensed that Bai Wujia's entourage frequently cast glances at Wei Zhongliang, their expressions betraying a subtle greed that compelled Yi Tianxing to remain vigilant. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me? Summon your Yi clan's leader, Bai Wujia declared disdainfully. He felt no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Tianxing, dismissing him as an inconsequential errand boy, hardly worth his attention. Old man, are your eyes blind? Can't you see that my superior is the leader? Wei Zhongliang, having recognized Bai Wujia's ill intentions, spoke without reservation. Just him? Bai Wujia, taken aback by the insult, paused momentarily, then a mocking smile crept across his face. I never imagined that the Yi clan had fallen so low as to appoint a worthless individual devoid of any spiritual energy as their leader. Ha ha ha. Bai Wujia's laughter was unrestrained, echoed by the disciples of Qian's sect, their derisive mirth resonating through the surroundings. The members of the Yi clan were incensed, their faces turning ashen as they contemplated retorts. Yet, at that moment, Yi Tianxing gestured for silence, urging his comrades to remain calm. So, Bai Wujia, what exactly do you intend? This does not seem like a pursuit for the Fong family's honor. Yi Tianxing remained composed, seeking clarity on their intentions. The Fong family is a force in Ruiz Ho, and given the indignities your Yi clan has inflicted, we naturally must seek reparation for the Fong family. However, You're currently positioned at the edge of the square, whereas my Qian sect occupies the center. To challenge you would clearly disadvantage Qian sect. Therefore, you must wager that 7th grade treasure belonging to the young man named Wei for it to be fair. Bai Wujia's initial statement held some semblance of reason, yet his subsequent remarks revealed his ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing could not help but chuckle, regarding Bai Wujia as if he were a fool. Did he take everyone for simpletons? Even in defeat, Qian sect would merely sacrifice a position. At worst, they would be delayed in accessing the secret realm. However, they lost and must pay the price of a 7th grade magical artifact. Bai Wujia's calculations were indeed astute. Yi Tianxing had no hesitation in his intent to decline. After all, he could not intervene. Should he lose, it would be a significant loss. Confidence is commendable, yet arrogance can be rather foolish. However, before Yi Tianxing could voice his refusal, Wei Zhongliang interjected. Old fellow, you truly believe you have secured victory, do you? There is no need for my leader to decide. I accept your wager. Not only that, but he added, you may choose any member of the Yi clan. If you win, I will not only hand over the artifact, but also bow to you and call you grandfather. Upon hearing such a substantial wager, Yi Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The onlookers were equally taken aback. Is this lad truly so bold? Bold? This is madness. Not necessarily. Perhaps he possesses some confidence. As the crowd murmured, Bai Wujia was already grinning from ear to ear. Initially, he had reservations about sending Wei Zhongliang directly into the fray. After all, wielding 2 7th grade artifacts, achieving victory would indeed be challenging. Yet now, with Wei Zhongliang allowing any member of the Yi clan to be chosen, the situation had shifted dramatically. You said this. Do not backtrack. With that, Bai Wujia gestured. A young man from the Qian sect stepped forward. He then pointed to Su Ninian, who stood beside Yi Tianxing. Let's have her. What does that sound? Damn. Bai Wujia is utterly shameless. The Yi clan has but this one late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he dares to select her. It's not too bad. If shamelessness could secure a 7th grade artifact, I would embrace it too. Indeed. Yet I still find Bai Wujia's demeanor quite distasteful. The crowd cast disdainful glances at Bai Wujia, though tinged with a hint of envy. Fairy, you are the leader's disciple. I trust you. Help me defeat him. Wei Zhongliang felt more assured upon seeing Bai Wujia's choice of Su Ninian. He even considered that he would not need to produce additional artifacts to assist. He had witnessed Su Ninian's prowess firsthand, armed with a 3rd grade artifact. She could chase down Peak Foundation establishment cultivators with ease. Surely, defeating a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator would not be a daunting task for her. Master, Su Ninian hesitated to make a decision on her own and turned her gaze to Yi Tianxing. Go ahead. After all, you have nothing to lose, Yi Tianxing responded helplessly. He had intended to refuse, but Wei Zhongliang's swift words had thwarted him. Fortunately, with Bai Wujia selecting Su Ninian, Yi Tianxing felt a sense of relief. Seeing this, Su Ninian approached the disciple from the Qian sect whom Bai Wujia had chosen. My dear, shall I give you a 3-count head start? The disciple wore a cheeky grin, completely dismissing Su Ninian's status as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. No need, just allow me 1 strike. Perhaps due to the crowd, Su Ninian spoke softly, cautiously drawing forth her gathering spirit sword. Very well, I'll grant you 1 strike, but if you lose, do not shed any tears. The disciples of the Crimson Flame sect found Su Ninian exceedingly charming and responded with cheerful smiles. Here I come. Su Ninian pelait liritortif. Then pointed her sword at the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect. As she raised her gathering spirit sword, a sudden transformation overtook her demeanor. The bashful and timid girl instantly morphed into a figure of sharpness and determination, an overwhelming sword intent emanating from her, as if she herself had become a drawn blade. First form of the Gathering Spirit Sword technique. Gathering Spirit Sword Chi. With her words, the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged towards the Gathering Spirit Sword. In the blink of an eye, a radiant sword chi coalesced. Whoosh! With a swift motion of her sword, that sword chi shot forth like a meteor, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, hurtling toward the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect with lightning speed. The disciple sensed the peril of the sword chi, and his expression shifted dramatically. This made him realize how gravely he had underestimated the seemingly delicate girl before him. No longer daring to be dismissive, he hastily summoned all his spiritual power, conjuring a protective shield of energy before him. Boom! The sword chi collided heavily against the shield, unleashing a deafening explosion. The sheer force of the impact caused the shield to tremble violently, and in an instant, it shattered with a resounding crack. The sword chi continued unabated, cleaving directly toward the disciple, severing one of his arms in an instant. The disciple let out a harrowing scream and soon succumbed to the pain, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Chapter 81. How is this girl even more formidable than a gathering spirit body? What? The onlookers were struck with astonishment at this scene. Sun Yinyan's strike just now was such that even a peak foundation establishment cultivator, let alone someone in the early golden core stage, would scarcely withstand it. Yet the enigma was that Sun Yinyan was merely a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. How could she possess such formidable strength? Oh my, I just realized, this girl is a gathering spirit body. Really? Can a gathering spirit body cultivate? The world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps this girl is an exception? It certainly elucidated why she could unleash sword chi that even early golden core cultivators would struggle to endure. Upon discovering that Sun Yinyan was a gathering spirit body, the crowd finally felt a sense of relief. Gathering spirit bodies are inherently sensitive to spiritual energy and with the ability to cultivate. It made sense that she could challenge opponents beyond her level. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Wuji of the Crimson Flame sect wore an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had never anticipated that he had misjudged the situation so gravely. He had intended to select an easy target, only to find himself faced with a gathering spirit body. To clarify, Sun Yinyan had previously been unable to cultivate, rendering her spiritual power uncontrollable, making it obvious to discerning eyes that she was a gathering spirit body. However, now that she had become a cultivator, capable of controlling her spiritual power, unless she concentrated it, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to discern her true nature. Master, have I caused a calamity? Sun Yinyan retracted the gathering spirit sword and, with her head lowered, approached Tianxing. Her mind was solely focused on the thought of not losing. Defeat would mean relinquishing a 7th grade magic weapon to the Scarlet Flame sect. Thus, she had exerted all her strength from the onset. To her astonishment, the disciple of the Scarlet Flame sect proved utterly inept, unable to withstand even a single strike. During the challenge, she had severed the arm of their disciple, and if the Scarlet Flame sect pursued the matter, the consequences could be dire. However, with her master present, she felt reassured. There was no risk of calamity, for her master would shield her from any fallout. Tianxing gently stroked Sun Yinyan's head in consolation before directing his gaze toward Bai Wuji. We are grateful for Elder Bai's position. We shall take our leave now. With that, he intended to lead the Yi clan away. Yet, Bai Wuji, with a darkened expression that seemed to ooze with malice, blocked their path. Fixating on Tianxing, he seethed, "You think it will be that easy? Just walk away? One of my disciples has lost an arm. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Surrender 2 7th grade magic weapons, and we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, after the secret realm concludes, the Scarlet Flame sect will not rest until we have our reckoning with your Yi clan." Upon hearing this, Tianxing's countenance grew equally grim. "Old dang, do you take me for a fool? Are you robbing me as if it were your right?" He glared at Bai Wuji, barely containing his urge to retaliate. "Big brother, you might want to reconsider your wording. I just refer to them as our grandsons, and you're calling yourself their father? This seems a bit out of order," Wei Zhongliang interjected from behind. Tianxing shot him an exasperated look. Is this really the time for such trivialities? Yet, despite his words, he turned back to Bai Wuji, retorting, "Are you robbing me as if it were your ancestors?" A number of onlookers, curious cultivators drawn to the spectacle, could not help but burst into laughter. They had not anticipated that the usually composed Yi clan would send such audacious representatives this time. Bai Wuji's face shifted between shades of red and white, feeling as if his lungs would explode from rage. "You insolent brat. So what if we lost the first round? Does that mean the Scarlet Flame sect is fair game for your kind? I shall challenge your Yi clan repeatedly until you are driven from the secret realm square." At this moment, Bai Wuji was engulfed by fury. Disregarding the 7th grade magic weapons entirely, solely intent on regaining his lost honor. "Old dang, do you truly believe the Yi clan is easy prey? If it's a challenge you want, then I shall oblige." Yi Ling Air echoed the sentiment, calling Bai Wuji old dang as she brandished her frost sword and stepped forward. She had long disdained the Scarlet Flame sect's demeanor and had hoped to be chosen during the selection, only for her prayers to go unheeded, leading to Sun Yinyan being chosen instead. However, With another opportunity to fight now presented, she was determined not to let it slip away. The sight of yet another young girl stepping forward nearly sent Bai Wuji into a fit, his fury reaching a boiling point, while Tianxing, as the leader, had dared to call him Old Deng. The audacity of a junior from the Yi clan addressing him similarly was utterly intolerable. "You audacious girl! How dare you speak so wildly?" Bai Wujian's eyes widened in fury as he growled. At his command, a young man named Bai Tang stepped forward from the ranks of the Qian sect. Upon seeing her opponent emerge, Yilinger wasted no time in launching an attack with her sword. Bai Tang, undeterred, summoned his spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around himself. The frost sword in Yi Linger's grasp erupted with a dazzling brilliance, shattering the shield and piercing forward with tremendous force. With a chilling thud, Bai Tang, caught off guard, was struck through the chest and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How can this girl be even fiercer than a spirit-gathering body? They murmured, their earlier beliefs about Su Nyinyin's unique constitution now in jeopardy. Both were at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet Bai Tang had been unable to withstand a single blow, and now he lay lifeless. Is it true that Bai Tang, one of the top two among the younger generation of the Qian sect, has fallen? A familiar face among the crowd exclaimed in shock. This sentiment echoed among others, including Qian Fei, the young man who had recently lost an arm to the spirit-gathering body, who also ranked among the top 3 of the Qian sect. As the crowd buzzed with disbelief, whispers spread like wildfire. What? The Yi clan sends just 2 individuals to defeat 2 of the Qian sect prodigies? Let us not forget the one named Wei Zhongliang, who possesses 2 7th-grade treasures. Few powers could withstand such a formidable lineup. Speculations arose. Perhaps the Yi clan had uncovered something extraordinary within the secret realm, prompting them to dispatch their elite members this time. Historically, the Yi clan approached secret realms with caution, avoiding offense to anyone and rarely revealing high-grade treasures. Their sudden boldness ignited a flurry of conjecture among the gathered spectators. Meanwhile, upon witnessing his grandson's demise, Bai Wujian's eyes turned bloodshot as if he had been consumed by madness. His spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. "You kill my grandson, I shall make you pay," he roared, unleashing the aura of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, preparing to charge at Yilinger. At that moment, a young man from the Qian sect intervened, blocking Bai Wujian's path. "Elder Bai, we are in the Falling Leaves Valley. Please remain calm." The youth's words struck Bai Wujian like a bucket of cold water, momentarily halting his raging energy and restoring a semblance of reason. His gaze remained fixed on Yiling, his chest heaving with rage, wishing nothing more than to enter life. The reason Bai Wujian heeded the youth's words was simple. He was Xingyan, the son of the Qian sect's leader.